Another check on the game server seemed to be going well from the start, but something went wrong and the error code turned red because this issue is marked as high priority. A serious error has occurred, as a result of which the location will have to be completely cleared, leaving nothing behind until the error is fixed and everything is back to normal. But what is important now for the red-haired hero is not to run away and save his own skin from destruction, but to revive his younger sister Ellis, who has lost consciousness from this. The young blacksmith Aiden, who is not a game character, starts to panic when the only person close to him does not respond to his calls as his child is dying. The only thing the girl could say was a tortured phrase with which the unhappy child addressed her brother, squeezing out a single word, her last wish being for her brother to survive. But a guard is coming for him who will now emotionlessly wipe Aiden and little Ellis, who has already given her soul to God and begun to disintegrate, off the face of the earth. The game of hide-and-seek did not work, and the demonic Red Guardian found the brother and sister who were hiding from his eyes, and now Aiden himself had very little time left. There was no time for the brother and sister to say goodbye properly, as the demonic knight aimed a blue energy beam at the two defenseless characters for safety. A moment began that is very typical for the game world, and the guards began to burn everything that came into view and destroy everyone who got in their way. Aiden crawled out from under the rubble of the city and made his way out of the ruins of his hometown. Despite being wounded and beaten, the blacksmith tried to climb out so he could look around. The red-haired blacksmith lost one arm and one leg, but crawled like a wounded dog just to find his little sister Ellis, who was lost in the chaos. Aiden's face is contorted with fear that he has lost the only person close to him forever, and he cries out his sister's name, searching for the little girl everywhere in the ruins. But his tired and frightened eyes looked at what was happening to his little girl, and his eyes simply popped out of their sockets and filled with blood and pain. This couldn't be happening. His little Ellis, the only person close to him in this world, was disintegrating into fragments in the air before his eyes, and he couldn't do anything about it. Aiden loses control and begins to sob when he sees what is happening to his sister. It is now clear that Aiden has lost his beloved sister, his only ray of light. Holding his sister's disintegrating body in his arms, Aiden screams into the void, asking why this is happening and what they have done to deserve this when they lived like ordinary people. Aiden's heart is broken from all the pain and tragedy he has experienced in one night, and he screams at the top of his lungs, praying for it to just end forever. Ellis miraculously remained alive and, taking Aiden's hand before disappearing, said goodbye to her beloved brother, who repeated endlessly that he was so sorry. Aiden continues to beg his sister for forgiveness, crying hysterically and looking at Ellis, whom he was unable to save, and considers her death his fault. The blue-eyed girl bursts into tears and begs her brother to break through and survive all these horrors, saying that he simply has no right to die like this. Aiden must survive, but what is the point of living now when he is completely alone in this world and has no one left to live for and strive for? The only thing left to remember his little sister is a simple bracelet that Ellis never took off, as a reminder that the only son in her life had gone out forever. A fracture occurred in Aiden's soul, heart, and mental well-being, which became the impetus for the peaceful blacksmith to become a new person in the distant future. "The mistake has been found," said an unknown voice from afar, and he saw before him the one for whom he had been sent here, a hunched figure among the ruins. The voice of the unknown masked avenger reports that the threat level is low, but the fact that this character caused alarm gives reason to accuse him. Everything is correct, and this young man is one of the reasons why the so-called error appeared, and because of him, there is a possibility that he will turn into a dangerous virus if anything happens. According to the moderator, it is all the fault of the unplayable character Aiden, who started the complete cleansing of the locations from everything that was there from the very beginning. The time has come to delete Aiden from the location, speed up his meeting with his sister, and the moderator promises that they will be permanently removed from the game server as viruses. Aiden begins to disappear as if he had never been there, crumbling into pixels after the moderator launched a bug cleanup. Now it's all over for this blacksmith. In his last moments, Aiden wonders why everything happened and why life was so cruel to him and his sister, because they wanted nothing more than to live like everyone else. What did they do to deserve being deleted? The answer is that in a world populated by magical creatures, each player was assigned a role in the world's hierarchy. This led to the emergence of so-called players chosen by the system who hunted these monsters, maintaining the global balance between monsters and humans on the server. People were infinitely grateful to their liberators and saviors, as the threat of attack by magical creatures on the common people had finally receded, but peace did not last long. Absolute power gave the player heroes free reign, and they began to treat the simple, defenseless characters as toys, and mocked them as they pleased. They committed many atrocities, but ordinary people could not defend themselves, so they were completely powerless against their oppressors and remained silent. All this lawlessness was happening only because the system moderator had set up pretty strict filtering rules on the server to control all the players. The moderator set up a filter that branded anyone who went against the system as a so-called bug during updates or checks, and they were simply deleted. But Aiden had plenty of problems even without moderators and players, and he didn't really care about all the hostility between the two factions, as life had always been difficult for orphans. Left an orphan on the street with his baby sister in his arms, Aiden racked his brains over how to survive, as they were completely alone in the whole wide world and suffering. He had a little sister in his arms who needed to be fed and clothed, so that he could raise the child he had become both father and mother to, even though he was just a teenager himself. For these abandoned children, regular checks were only a blessing, because in conditions where you are on the margins of society, you have to behave like a rat just to survive, and while the checks were going on, everyone seemed to freeze, but he and Ellis, as if by some miracle, were able to move and took advantage of the situation. Neither the fact that he had to steal food nor the checks bothered Edwin, as staying alive and feeding his sister was of paramount importance to him. Over time, Aiden became a blacksmith and made a living repairing weapons, but one day, a client's sword cracked and was destroyed beyond repair. Knowing his role as a character to be beaten, the boy predicted that now he was definitely doomed, and that the player would take out his anger on him in the same cruel way that he himself had wanted. At the same time, the customer hit the blacksmith so hard that he flew to the ground, falling to the ground, numb from the shock and pain of the blow. Realizing that he was now going to be beaten like a dog, the client reproaches him that there was a 50% chance of success, and Aiden simply messed up, failing such a simple task that even an idiot could have done. The player is angry at the red-haired blacksmith for causing him to lose precious resources that he had decided to spend on upgrading his weapons, and now he has to start all over again. The angry man yells curses at Aiden, saying that he is boiling with rage right now and beating the guy, wishing him dead so he won't take up space for nothing. The angry player's friend saves him from being beaten to death by Aiden's boots, warning that if he continues, Aiden could die and it wouldn't matter. Indeed, why worry about it? He's just an unplayable character, one of hundreds. And to be honest, Aiden is tired of hearing it, as every dog reminds him of it. In the end, the bullies left Aiden alone, but the owner of the broken sword added that the system would still load him after death and told him to leave. If there were no such thing as karma, the man would have definitely beaten Aiden to death. But the boy got up, beaten and bruised, when he heard his sister calling him. Little Ellis had grown up and came to her brother worried, to ask if he was okay because she had heard very scary noises when her brother was being beaten and was very frightened. Aiden reminded her that she shouldn't have come down here, as he had told her many times how dangerous it was, but the girl just wanted to help him somehow. Wiping the dust, dirt, and blood off her brother who had been beaten by the players, Ellis asked why they had done that to him, because he definitely hadn't broken their equipment on purpose, but players are players. Ellis wants to grow up as quickly as possible so she can help her brother, and hearing this, the boy couldn't help but rejoice because he has such a sister who loves him. No matter how hard Aiden's work is, to the players he is just trash, but as long as he can protect Ellie and give her what he can, he will live and work on. But then something happened that broke his life, taking away the only person who was the light of Aiden's life and leaving him with a feeling of eternal pain and anger from the loss. The young blacksmith succumbs to inhuman rage, feeling his body and mind overflowing with the desire to tear apart the throat of the person who took the most precious person from him. The red-haired blacksmith's mind screamed that this was not normal, and that something was definitely wrong with the system, and that it all looked like complete madness that had no place in this world. Aiden doesn't understand what he and his sister have done to deserve being removed from the game server, since they were just living their non-game lives like all non-gamers. At the last moment, when the moderator looks at the disappearing Aiden, the boy swears that he will do everything to destroy this damn system forever. Before he dies, the redhead promises to do whatever it takes, and that escaping from hell will be the minimum price for his resurrection and change on the server. In the all-seeing eye of the moderator, all players are equal, so it makes no difference to him what you want to do or how you lived before. You will be wiped out like an insect. And so the life of the unlucky Aiden came to an end. The pixelated body of the young man flies through a digital portal into the afterlife of the characters. With tired eyes, Aiden sees and understands that everything he has seen is gradually disappearing, just as he himself is about to cease to exist, and someone completely different will take his place. But just as the blacksmith was about to give up and surrender himself to fate, his head was suddenly touched by a huge hand resembling a utopian artificial intelligence. The hand of artificial intelligence touched Aiden's forehead, beginning to scan him and reveal information about the location where the error occurred and which would be cleared again. The unplayable character of the blacksmith Aiden will be restored after all, and a new life will begin for him, in which the young man must fulfill his new role in the old world. Aiden could not have expected such a turn of events. He wanted to destroy the entire system, and now he is being brought back to life in this very world with completely new rights. The young man found himself once again on the ruins of his own home, where he lost little Ellis not long before all this, and where his own life was cut short during the raid. This godforsaken place is the same as it was before, but there is not a soul or a single house around, so the question of what is going on here now creeps into his mind. Aiden doesn't understand how he managed to return here when he and the other residents were destroyed, and not even a pixel of him remained on the map. He clearly remembers the moment when his body was thrown into the so-called trash bin for discarded characters, and now he finds himself in an updated system. A sign appeared before the blacksmith's eyes, stating that he had been granted first-level moderator privileges and had risen to a certain level, so now he was in shock. Yesterday's powerless, unplayable character is now a moderator and has access to commands and the command line, so Aiden can't believe his eyes. In the forest of Panson on the island of Edelin, life is bustling as usual, and all the players gather there to complete their tasks and level up some of the blacksmith's skills. A knight player in a helmet with green hair is angry that he was hoping for an upgrade after the purge, as the last one was 1,000 years ago. However, the players who suffered losses during the clearances are resigned to the setback and think that nothing has changed, so they wonder what the point of the check and clearance was in the first place. A crowd has gathered, of course, and everyone is gathering around a young blacksmith, and the man in front has his hands folded in prayer that everything will go as it should. The greenhorn asks why everyone has gathered and if there is a good reason for it, and they explain to him that it is just a so-called event, and the warrior is interested. This event is dedicated to the fact that you can sharpen your weapons using only gold instead of resources, increase your sharpening level, and improve the quality of your weapons at the blacksmith. The players are curious about what kind of event this is, as there was no mention of it in the news, so they think it was just a secret event for selected players. Greenhead, like all the other players, was impressed that they had stumbled upon a secret event that was only available to the chosen few. And who wouldn't be happy about an easy way to upgrade? Hayden, who was working on sharpening swords, succeeded, and the players are delighted because if not now, then when else would they have such good fortune to have their weapons improved? A crowd gathers around Aiden, ready to pay whatever he wants to improve their weapons, and willing to tear each other's throats out for Aiden's work. But the same hero who recently beat Aiden to death with his feet is now pushing the dissatisfied crowd aside and shouting for everyone to move out of the way because he wants to get here. Aiden didn't even have time to rest before a new customer approached him, shouting that it was his turn and that he had brought the blacksmith a lot of work. The client addressed the blacksmith, calling him a simple, unskilled character, drawing the redhead's attention to himself, and Aiden's eyes darted around when he saw the guest. Memories flooded back to Aiden of how this customer and his friend in a helmet had come to him to have his weapon repaired in exchange for resources. This time, the client brought a whole bag of swords with him, hinting that Aiden would have more than enough work for an hour, and demanding in a rude tone that the blacksmith do it. The blonde player starts to get angry and asks where these bastards are getting off, but he is simply asked to calm down because it will ruin his karma. The thing is, these guys are notorious scammers who buy junk all over the neighborhood, fix it up, and then sell it to others for 3 times the market price. These two have extremely nasty personalities and are always causing trouble for everyone else, and it won't be long before they get fined for assault. The man immediately recognized Aiden as the blacksmith from the city and asked his friend if it was the same guy from the city, but his partner asked what kind of guy he was. Aiden is the same unlucky character from the village that was recently completely wiped out, and they add that the blacksmith was lucky to have survived the apocalypse. But the men are curious why Aiden is alone and ask where the little girl has gone, adding that she was probably useless, so they got rid of her. When Aiden hears what the two are saying about his sister, he clenches his hammer violently and says that the probability of success during forging is 25%. The red-haired blacksmith asks if the player agrees to take the job, even though the probability is quite low, but the client immediately agrees to the terms and hands over the money. The man added that he could smell a good deal like a dog smells meat, and if he managed to sharpen at least one of the 4 swords, they would definitely come out ahead. His partner is afraid and hints that all of the redhead's wealth will go down the drain, but he simply tells his friend to shut up and repeat that there is no need to panic. The redhead promises to pay his partner 10 times the amount if, God forbid, something goes wrong, and Aiden continues to work on improving the weapons. The young man can't help but wonder how stupid these people are, and he finds it funny that they are so confident that everything will turn out the way they want it to. But whether this will happen or not is up to Aiden himself, and every sword from Aiden's hammer and every sharpening failed, so Shaitan's money for compensation went down the drain. Whether it was done on purpose or just by accident, all the weapons he brought to improve for Aiden were completely ruined, much to the chagrin of the customer himself. This adventurer was unlucky again, and when he saw how terrible the situation was with all the broken weapons, he simply fell into a state of hysterical horror. But Aiden doesn't even pretend to be sorry for what happened, and the young blacksmith simply says that he is such an incompetent fool that there is nothing to be gained from him. All the other players laugh at the blacksmith for messing everything up and acting like he didn't care, but they admit that at least they had fun, so it's okay. Then the voice of the loser's partner, who lost everything, comes in yelling that this jerk definitely got his hands on the money and now needs to give him back every penny. The man in armor yells that the redhead promised to pay back 10 times what he lost, and now he can't get out of it, but the redhead is trying to escape responsibility. Pointing with trembling hands at Aiden, he says that it's all his fault and that the blacksmith is to blame for doing it on purpose out of revenge, but his friend says that it's all nonsense. The other players don't want to put up with the fighting around them, especially while waiting in line for a nearly free level up, so they chase the hooligans away. Meanwhile, time passes, and the line to Aiden's tent is like a mausoleum, with people ready to tear each other's throats out and get in line ahead of their comrades. The whole day flies by at work, and the sky is covered by the dark canvas of night. It's time for Aiden to go home after such a hard and stressful day at the event. The boy barely carries the heavy bag of gold on his shoulder and enters the room after such an exhausting experience at work today, into the peace of his home. Finally, the tired, red-haired blacksmith falls onto his bed and puts the bag of money next to him, rejoicing that it is all finally over and he has come home to rest. Aiden earned a decent amount of money today and understands that with such reserves in his treasury, he will not have to worry about any worldly problems for a long time. So now, after completing all his tasks, the young man thought that he could finally collect his reward, since he was entitled to it and was no longer a background character. On the day when Aiden survived the location cleanup and was reformatted, new things appeared in his life, things that were foreign to him. And before his eyes appeared inscriptions that Aiden had never seen before, and now tables with tasks that were strange to him appeared before his eyes. He is now a player and has completed one of the commands, and Aiden is surprised because he sees the command option and wonders if it is a moderator's ability and is now available to him. Now he would be able to use abilities that were previously only available to the moderator, and Aiden's head couldn't comprehend everything that had happened. The blacksmith almost went blind when he saw the table light up with a golden glow the moment a new message for the blacksmith arrived. A new quest for the first event had been added, and looking at the board, Aiden was surprised to see the news about the quest and now wonders what it is. Aiden tries to remain calm in such a tense situation and keep a cool head, trying to connect all the dots in order to understand. Let's start from the beginning. Aiden remembered that he had initially been resurrected right after the city had been cleared and was sitting in the middle of the ruins of his hometown, wondering what had happened. And all because he was touched by an unknown force that gave him the so-called power of a moderator, which gave him new abilities and a list of commands. But the thing is, unplayable quest characters don't get that, and only someone with the so-called rights and abilities of a moderator, a gift from heaven, could do something like that. Obviously, this stranger had a reason for doing so, but why was he chosen out of all the possible candidates? And then important information began to dawn on Aiden. He saw his younger sister die before his eyes, swallowed up by the system and reformatted into nothingness like everyone else around her, and she wasn't even given a chance. At the mention that he was unable to save his sister due to a system glitch and the whim of a moderator, the boy's face contorted with boundless anger in his soul. He doesn't care how he survived, but the fact is that if he can take revenge on the moderator who destroyed his life and took his sister away, everything will be fine. Aiden agreed to let the system use him as it pleased, but not for free. In exchange, he wanted to ask for one extraordinary privilege. In exchange for the system and the moderator using him, he will act in such a way that he will be able to use the game system on an equal footing with them. Aiden confirmed the completion of the task, and his level rose and a stream of blue-violet light lit up around him, signaling good changes. Now the blacksmith becomes a second-level moderator and has unlocked the update, so you can enter the command and open the blocked item, and Aiden realizes that he has to try. Everything is fine, his level of authority has been increased, and if he does something unplanned, nothing bad will happen to him, so now he can act as he sees fit. Everything is fine, of course, but it is worth remembering that he is currently an extremely weak player, and no matter how hard he tries, he will not be able to defeat even the weakest newbies on the server. If he is labeled a bug and the next check is launched, he will suffer the same fate, and Aiden will simply be taken and deleted from all game servers. But there must be a way, and we must find it to survive all this injustice. And now, a golden plaque with quest details has appeared before his eyes. Aiden received a new quest, which was to find an Easter egg in the game, the location of which was clearly marked on the map, and the redhead thought it was a treasure hunt. It's no big deal, and he shouldn't rush, as he has no other options, and the reality is that he must complete quests to survive. And if the map is to be believed, the Easter egg is not so far away, so it would be a sin not to take advantage of such an easy opportunity to level up. So Aiden decides to go look for the egg in the mountains at dawn as soon as he wakes up, since the location is clearly marked on the map to make it easy to find this bug. So the young man did just that, heading to the location as soon as he woke up, and it seemed like he had arrived at the right place, but the mountain looked completely different from what he had expected. The red-haired boy cursed loudly when he saw the mess unfolding before his eyes, and complained that everything was going wrong and not according to plan. So Aiden arrived where he was told to go, but everything turned out completely different from what he expected, and he was faced with some kind of incomprehensible puzzle. There was a door he had to go through, which he identified as the so-called dungeon he had to enter in order to see what this Easter egg really was. The dungeon is a place where all players go to increase their skill levels, and for Aiden, the fact that he found himself there was simply fantastic. And what is that hiding in the bushes spying on him? Some kind of strange shadow that seems to be more trouble than it's worth. But Aiden ignores the stranger. In the end, the unknown man in the cloak is also curious about who this unknown hero is and what his actions will be after the object of his observation enters the cave. What can we say? The young blacksmith was greatly impressed by the size of the cave entrance, as it's not every day you see such a monumental structure, let alone enter it. But he must not lose his head under any circumstances, because if he allows fear to take hold of him now, he will not be able to think about what will happen to him further along the way. If you remember the huge guards that the moderator brought with him on that fateful day, they were just children playing in a meadow, so there was nothing to be afraid of, and he had to go. So, without waiting for the tide to turn, Aiden opened the monumental gates to finally enter and face his new challenges. From the very first step, Aiden was warned that access was restricted, and entry was only allowed from the 80th level, and it was clear why, as a whole gang was waiting for him there. Now, the young blacksmith finally understood what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into through his own fault, and there was definitely no way back for him, and the monsters had already caught his scent. Things are looking grim, and Aiden realizes that he barely escaped, and wonders if players always have to deal with such freaks like now. If so, he definitely feels sorry for them. There are a lot of monsters in the dungeon, in all the caves of this so-called underground vault where the Easter egg for the quest is hidden, and the young man walked on, following the compass and the marks on the ground so as not to stray from his path and lose sight of anything. Aiden feels as if he is outside this world and admits that this is a very unusual road that he has never encountered in his entire life. Finally, the young man stopped in front of something that greatly puzzled him, and the reflection of the doors that appeared before his eyes flashed in the blacksmith's eyes. It was a huge gate that glowed with a soft heavenly light and had the number 1 marked on it, and the red-haired man was surprised at how big the gate was. The young blacksmith tried to push the door, but no matter how hard he tried, his hands were shaking, and the devilish door would not yield to any of his attacks. But the red-haired man realized that since he had come this far, he would not return empty-handed, so he decided to push forward no matter what. Waiting for the so-called golden moment, Aiden decided to use the very ability he had learned about yesterday and open the mysterious lock. The man's pale hand makes its choice by pressing the button, and the screen lights up red, promising that what Aiden has been waiting for will now be revealed to him. It worked, and at the command to update the event, the locked thing finally opened, and now there were no obstacles for Aiden at all. It was logical to think that the door had also succumbed, and, glowing with a beautiful light, the gate obeyed the command entered by Aiden, so all that remained was to wait. Aiden stood like a small statue in the middle of the bright blue light of the gate, which had finally become accessible to him as an ordinary player, not a secondary character. The red-haired blacksmith paused for a second, somewhat shocked that the door had opened like that, and now he definitely had to go inside and face the unknown. And he took a step forward into the new door to finally find the so-called Easter egg and complete the second quest as a true player of the server. The light that met Aiden immediately after the door opened was so strong that it blinded him, but he continued to move forward toward danger. Of course his eyes hurt, but such a mundane thing as pain should not stand in his way when his main goal is to survive and avenge the injustice. He found the artifact and it was right in front of his eyes, looking like a cluster of light held on a pedestal resembling a paw. So this is the Easter egg, and it shines like a second sun on the pedestal, and it seems that all he has to do is reach out and grab it. Looking at this round body shining with golden light, Aiden realizes that it is the so-called Easter egg from the quest he was given to raise his level. Not everything was as simple as it seemed to the young blacksmith, and his eyes widened in horror at what was hidden behind the so-called easy-to-reach sun. An extremely fast shadow with a sword flew over Aiden's head, hanging over him like a storm cloud over a city, promising that he would definitely have fun like never before. Thankfully, Aiden's reaction didn't fail him this time, and the young man escaped from his attacker, dodging the Shadow Swordsman's carefully planned attack from the cave. The blacksmith fell on his ass, losing control not only of his legs but of his entire body, and now, gasping for air, he asked himself what kind of freak this was, and where he had come from. Where did this magical creature come from in a cave that seemed completely empty at first glance? You can't blame Aiden for not knowing, but that doesn't absolve him of responsibility. The armored monster had no intention of waiting for the clumsy Aiden to make a move and attacked him first, swinging his heavy sword at the uninvited guest. The first blood is shed, and Aiden's hand is severely wounded, cut by the attacker's sword, and the redhead's face contorts from the terrible feeling of blood rushing through his veins. The strength of Aiden and the monster that attacked him were not equal, and the young man received blow after blow from the sword and continued to bleed profusely in a state of shock. The red-haired blacksmith was unable to resist and received blow after blow to his face, blood dripping from his wounds and his skin torn by the blade. All this is hell, but to add to the pain, the armed monster in armor is now pressing down on him with all his might to cut off the redhead's head. Swords came down on the blacksmith's head and he almost lost his head from the blow, but luckily he dodged the direct frontal attack to his head, which would have been fatal. Aiden managed to dodge by some miracle and, cornered, looked at the knight, holding his wounds, realizing that the whole situation was getting serious. The red-haired man cursed the monster, calling him a damned freak, unable to contain his anger at what had happened, and unwilling to back down. Aiden had nothing left to lose in this life, and his hand reached for his sword on its own, confidently grasping the hilt to begin the unequal battle. The blacksmith drew his sword and thrust it forward to attack the monster first and strike it, no matter how dangerous it was for him at that moment. Logically, the monster is much stronger than him, and raises the heavy sword above Aiden's head to destroy this insolent red-haired cockroach in a cloak with a sword. The young blacksmith understood perfectly well that he would not be able to block the monster's blows and that he would not be able to hold out for very long. But that is no excuse, and Aiden must at least try to attack and rush forward in order to land at least one blow on his opponent and fight back. The monster, trained by countless opponents, thrusts the sharp blade of his sword forward and lunges at the shocked Aiden, who can only defend himself. Another blow lands on Aiden's shoulder and he shudders from the terrible pain throughout his body, which is about to give way from the blow to his body. It is clear that feeling such inhuman pain, it is impossible to maintain a completely unyielding expression on one's face for long, and Aiden's face contorts from the terrible pain in his nerves. But he still needs to at least try to fight back, and clenching the sword in his pale hands, Aiden prepares to strike his unequal opponent. Plucking up his courage, Aiden managed to strike and, raising his sword, landed a clean blow to the iron statue's chin, shaking its tall, powerful figure. The red-haired blacksmith, seeing that he was able to attack the iron statue, could not help but rejoice because his attack was successful for the first time since his arrival. For a second, the young master rejoiced because he had finally won when the blade of his sword pressed against the monster's throat with considerable force and his soul began to sing. The monster's head rolled onto the floor like an empty pot, and Aiden froze when he saw such a turn of events from the unexpected attack of this statue. Aiden's eyes widened at this turn of events, and he felt sick at the sight of what he had seen with his own eyes. The nature of the monster struck him deeply. The nature of the demon Aiden had encountered struck him, and everything under the armor looked like nothing more than a cluster of cosmic energy that controlled it. The music didn't play for long, and the frailer didn't dance for long, as a fist flew straight at his face and broke the young blacksmith's nose with all the brutality of his body. Aiden flew into the wall from the pain, and his body punched a huge hole that exactly followed the contours of his body, which had crashed so hard into the stone wall. Aiden almost coughed up his liver from the blow and suffered multiple concussions, coughing up blood after such a powerful shock to his entire body. It was impossible to believe that this knight's body was empty and controlled by some so-called cosmic force, and to Aiden it seemed like something beyond comprehension. The young blacksmith's body relaxed when he decided to give up after receiving such a brutal blow, and he began to abandon his initial idea of completing the quest. Aiden cursed himself for knowing that he would fail and still deciding to go into battle, getting hit on the head for his ambition and arrogance. All the events that had happened to him during this time flashed before his eyes. The moderator who had brought him here, the bullying he had suffered in the past, the loss of his sister, and his rebirth. But it was Ellis's words to him before she died, when she asked her brother to do everything he could so that Aiden could survive and live for both of them as they had dreamed together. Aiden's eyes opened again from the rush of adrenaline into his blood, which blocked all the pain from the enemy's blows in his nervous system, giving Aiden new strength to fight. A sword was definitely not a weapon for Aiden, and the blacksmith's weapon was broken and thrown aside, so now he could use his main weapon and tool, the same hammer. With a hammer in his hands against the backdrop of a pit and a wall, and with bright red eyes burning, he rises from the ashes to take an unconventional stand against the mountain of iron. Aiden understands everything perfectly, and if he can survive and emerge victorious from the battle, he will be one step closer to his goal and revenge. The monster has no intention of leaving Aiden alone and raises his sword above his head to show this young blacksmith that he is nothing but a worthless insect. He has nothing to lose, so swinging his hammer, Aiden rushes forward in front of the enemy to test the idea that came to his mind. Aiden's hammer is set up so that it either breaks or destroys weapons when sharpened, so the battle between the blacksmith and the Iron Knight will be extremely interesting. The Demon Knight's sword was destroyed by a blow from Aiden's hammer, and it is clear that the sharpening did not go as the Iron Demon from the cave had expected. When Aiden saw that the demon's sword had been shattered into pieces, he was extremely shocked when he received the same informative reminder that the sharpening had been unsuccessful. The blacksmith was shocked that the system did not see and recognize the Demon Knight's body as a magical creature, but saw it as a simple set of so-called armor. This was his chance, and Aiden raised the hammer above his head and, with an aggressive grimace, attacked the so-called pile of armor that the system saw as simple armor. The system continues to signal that the sharpening was unsuccessful, and the armor was destroyed. But Aiden manages to sever the giant's arm with the hammer. Aiden continues to tear and throw around, destroying the demonic pile of armor with well-aimed blows of his hammer, reducing the body of the idol to dust. The monster is, to put it mildly, in shock after being deprived of its arm, especially with a simple hammer, and its mobility is severely limited after losing its limb. Aiden hangs over the demon's head, hammer in hand, viciously striking the enemy's iron armor blow after blow, with no intention of stopping. As nature intended, with each blow of the hammer on the monster's iron body, the system only emitted a signal indicating what had happened up to that point. Finally, Aiden grew tired of such attacks and fell exhausted to the ground, covered in blood and unable to control his heavy breathing after the brutal mutual attacks. Using the hammer as a weapon was absolutely the right decision, and now the body of the defeated demon was smashed into a pile of fragments, scattered throughout the room. Aiden succeeded and found the so-called Easter egg mentioned in his quest, and all that remained was to confirm that Aiden had achieved all this through combat. The bright golden light of the Easter egg changed from sunny yellow to bright blue tongues of flame, signaling that his actions were correct. So Aiden survived and also completed the task set for him by the system, and now he must take another step forward and see what awaits him next. Aiden's level was raised, and he is now a 3rd level moderator. Editing updates were unlocked, and the young blacksmith also gained a new ability. The blacksmith asks himself if he came here for her, and with her unhappy boyfriend suffering from injuries and cuts, it is time for him to return. The redhead has suffered extremely severe injuries and can barely move, bleeding profusely with every step and holding on literally by a thread and sheer willpower. He feels terrible, to say the least, and feels that his consciousness is about to leave his battered and scarred body, and Aiden is no longer able to control himself. Finally, the boy loses consciousness and falls face down on the floor, exhausted from bleeding and fighting, and would have remained there lying alone in the field. The same shadow that had been watching him from the beginning noticed the unconscious Aiden, and now she had to take a step forward and probably save this poor man. The hooded figure approached the unconscious body and looked down at him, wondering what she could do for this poor stranger. Finally, the stranger took off her hood, revealing that the shadowy figure with blue eyes was a young girl with bright blue hair and a smile. For a second, the girl's expression changes from neutral to sly and curious about her new acquaintance, whom she encountered so unexpectedly in the middle of nowhere. Aiden, as far as can be understood, is not at all interested in paying attention to the girl in front of him, and lies unconscious, covered in wounds and his own blood. The most interesting part begins in the very hall where Aiden's duel with the armored monster took place, because the atmosphere around the Easter egg begins to intensify. A spy camera reappears from the air above the white pedestal and begins to observe everything that is happening and scan the area around the pedestal. The camera scans the fragments left from the knight's armor to study the cause of the monster's condition, and find a person who could defeat this monster. The spy confirmed that the dungeon keeper had been destroyed, and that traces of the monster who had done it had been found at the site, including blood, a broken sword, and a lower threat level. The spy declares that it is time for him to take so-called emergency measures to prevent the threat level from rising above the current level and to suppress it at the outset. The camera is going to use teleportation to report the situation to the higher-ups, and then start acting depending on how things go. Meanwhile, while Aiden lies unconscious, Arya is not going to waste time and studies the board to find out information about her new acquaintance. Meanwhile, Aiden has begun to regain consciousness and whimper from the pain in his head and throughout his body, which is not surprising after such a brutal fight and blows to the ground. But he couldn't help but hear a strange sound, and when he woke up, he felt someone holding his hand. It was a stranger who wanted to add him as a friend before he woke up. Seeing the face of a stranger staring into your soul with a stupid smile is definitely not your dream come true, but rather complete shock. Understandably, like any normal person, Aiden was shocked at the sight of an unfamiliar girl, especially a player, and screamed in fear, asking who she was. The girl decided not to shock the poor guy any further and simply told him her name, and it turns out that this player with periwinkle hair has a short and clear name, Arya. Aiden immediately realized that he was not dealing with a simple, unplayable character, but a real player, and not a low-level one at that. But what did she want from him now? In order to calm down and know what kind of enemy you are facing, you need to scan your opponent and find out how strong your enemy is today. Arya tries to calm Aiden down and asks him not to be so afraid, as she has come with peaceful intentions and insists that she poses no threat. The status of the female player is unknown, and karma is something completely incomprehensible, but the stranger continues to insist that she is definitely not bad, so everything is fine. When Aiden saw her karma, he was shocked. His face contorted in a grimace of fear, and his eyes grew cold with fright at what he had just seen. It can't be that a user's karma is minus 100, and he understands perfectly well that this girl smiling like an angel could turn out to be a real devil with a halo. The frightened blacksmith began to scream hysterically and asked the girl to leave him alone, but Arya did not understand Aiden's inadequate reaction. Seriously alarmed, the blacksmith coldly asks what Arya wants from him, remaining cautious while questioning this strange girl in the middle of nowhere. Arya is somewhat disappointed by Aiden's reaction and says that she did not expect him to be such an uncompromising and gloomy old man who is difficult to interact with. Moreover, she had healed Aiden despite not having many healing potions in her supply, and she had used several on him. The girl emphasizes that she is a good person and asks if it is true that she is simply a saint, and Aiden notes that, incidentally, all the wounds have indeed healed, and there is now no trace of them. Aiden coldly and logically replied that it was nothing more than a gesture of goodwill on Arya's part, which he did not encourage in any way. The The cunning red-haired bastard finally reveals her motives, and Arya admits that the blacksmith has caught her interest and that she has never met anyone like him before, which is why Aiden has earned her favor. To be honest, Aiden cannot understand that she is really talking nonsense, which he cannot understand no matter how hard he tries. The new quest didn't take long to appear, appearing before Aiden's eyes in a bright golden light and attracting the attention of the blacksmith, who was now curious about what was being prepared. A third quest appeared, emphasizing that he had to level up, and Aiden wondered why this quest appeared at this moment when there was a demon in front of him. The redhead rejoices because, thank God, it seems that he is the only one who can see his quest window. But Arya is intrigued by the reaction of her new acquaintance. Aiden admits to himself that he has no desire to associate himself with a suspicious player, so he needs to get his ass out of there as quickly as possible before it's too late. As his conscience dictated, Aiden thanked the girl and said that since she hadn't asked for anything in return, she could just go on her way. So, standing up, Aiden said goodbye to Arya and turned his back on her to go back to his task. But Arya said nothing. The girl was silent for a second, thinking about what to say in response to the young man she had saved, but she already had a plan. It seemed that Aiden had broken away from his new acquaintance, who was very clingy, and that the mountain was behind him. But as you can imagine, that was not all. That bitch Arya started bombarding him with hundreds of friend requests, hinting that this was the only thing she wanted in exchange for helping Aiden. Arya is happy to continue bombarding Aiden, who is already treating her harshly and coldly, attracting the attention of this blue-eyed maniac who won't leave him alone. Aiden asked her why she decided she had the right to pursue him, when he already told her he didn't want anything to do with her anymore, and their paths had already diverged. Kowalski yells that Arya is just getting on his nerves and asks why the hell she is following him, when he clearly told her to get off his back and move on. The girl listened to his questions and, in response to Aiden's rude and aggressive tone, asked why she couldn't follow him and share his travels with him. The redhead asks what this strange girl wants from him and why she is following him, and Arya replies that Aiden doesn't look strong and will surely fall down again. Arya declared that Aiden could definitely use a friend like her and insisted that he add her as a friend, but he asked when they had become friends. Aiden asked the girl to just leave him alone and not bother him, but she slyly narrowed her eyes and said that she was right about what she thought. Arya said that Aiden is already in danger that he definitely couldn't have suspected, and that he is in mortal danger, and the redhead is surprised. The girl points to something behind him and asks Aiden to turn around and see for himself what is right behind him, ready to attack. When the red-haired man turned around, he saw a huge wolf with its jaws open, ready to bite the throat of the careless red-haired idiot. Luckily, he managed to react before the predator tore his throat out, reaching for a weapon to fight back. Aiden managed to fight off one of the wolves, which squealed and coughed up blood, howling, and flew away like a bag of shit. So this time, Aiden was lucky. The wolf fell to the ground and convulsed in its death throes, while Aiden surveyed the situation around him, and it looked like there would definitely be a lot of trouble. There were an extraordinary number of wolves around Aiden, and they surrounded the blacksmith in a friendly pack, who helplessly held his sword against the beasts that were about to avenge their leader. Irritated, Aiden defended himself with his sword and wondered where so many of these magical creatures had come from, as the area around him had been completely clear just moments before. Aiden thought that the wolves must have smelled the blood on his clothes, which could have triggered the sense of smell of his four-legged enemies. Arya said that the situation was definitely not simple, as the weak Aiden would not be able to stand against such a large number of wolves, a whole pack against a weakling like the redhead. Smiling like an innocent angel, the girl asked Aiden if he wanted her help, but the red-haired man replied that he would manage without her help. The blacksmith realizes that there is no other option, as he must destroy them all to complete the next quest, and Aiden has no other way to become stronger. Therefore, he must take his fate into his own hands and not whine, but tear apart everything and everyone standing in his way, and not think about anything else when fighting for his own development. Swinging his sword above his head, the blacksmith ran towards the wolves that were already aiming their jaws at his throat, and would show them who was the real master of this situation, and of life. The man on the throne received a report from a spy camera that had already reached him, and thought deeply about what his assistant, the all-seeing eye camera, had told him. The man asked again if he was sure that the Easter egg was missing, and that it was not the work of a player, but of some insignificant blacksmith named Aiden, who had appeared out of nowhere. The white-haired man wondered if it was really possible to steal the Easter egg, and thought that it could only be done by destroying the guardian of the dungeon. The thing is, this guard was armed with so-called immortal armor, and, in theory, defeating him is an impossible task for an ordinary player of any level of strength. It all looks very strange, and the mountain of destroyed armor looks shocking. If nothing is done, the moderator will soon find out what happened, and that will be the end. Therefore, the white-haired man wants to do everything as he sees fit, and wants to take it upon himself to check the whole situation in order to avoid mistakes in the future. And Lloyd, known as the system operator, gets up from his seat, and although he is very tired, he is going to do everything he knows and can to figure it out on his own. But the system operator is more than certain that this is the work of none other than the defective character they wanted to take out and erase. Aiden has caused a lot of trouble and problems that will now prevent him from moving on peacefully without consequences for himself, since the authorities are already on his tail. But what can you say? The wolves had been killed, and their lifeless bodies lay in piles at Aiden's feet, a reminder of his recklessness and stubbornness. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his hands were shaking with incredible force due to the heavy load on them, which had never before been used with weapons. But this fact cannot be denied, and Aiden himself certainly coped with the task he had set himself and killed all the wolves that stood in his way. Just think that this unskilled character was able to so easily defeat so many magical creatures, and it seems like an impossible dream in his eyes knowing his past. What can we say? The editor's ability is truly remarkable, and no one could have imagined that everything would turn out exactly as Aiden had planned, and his stats have increased. His status is still stable and he can double his stats, but the consequences will not be long in coming, and next time he will have to be careful. His ability helped him greatly, but he would like to know what other abilities he can unlock, and another very important question is bothering him at the moment. Why hasn't his level increased at all, and why is he stuck in one place with 0 experience points, no matter how hard he tries and no matter how hard he works? It's as clear as day that in order to become stronger in this world and simply survive, he must work on increasing his level and his strength. There are only 2 ways to do this. The first is to complete quests directly from players and unplayable characters, and the second is dangerous. This is, of course, hunting magical creatures, which is how the so-called players on the servers have always survived. And now Aiden can feel what it's like to be in their shoes. But Aiden himself understands that something is definitely wrong here, even if you think about using hunting magical creatures to increase your level, and that everything is definitely not that simple. Therefore, the redhead thinks about trying some other way to achieve his goal, and expresses this aloud, and Arya is already thinking about what Aiden just said. The girl says nothing and continues to watch as Aiden discovers the wonderful life of a player with full gaming rights on the map, and that's good. Therefore, following his guesses and theories, Aiden spent the next few days fighting magical creatures to improve his skills. He had no choice, as the other unplayable characters did not give him any tasks, so he had to fend for himself as usual and act alone. But the problem was that no matter how many monsters he destroyed and how many commands he entered, his level refused to increase even slightly. But then, after so many moments of futile battle, he came to understand something that Aiden didn't want to or couldn't understand, and that was the so-called established limit. The same limit that separated unplayable characters from players, and unplayable characters cannot cross this limit no matter how hard they try to climb out of the sky. But the players chosen by the system are a completely different matter, and for them there is definitely no limit, and the growth of the heroes is definitely not limited, and they will do whatever they want. And if a person is not one of them, then they must understand their place in the hierarchy of the world and accept that they will never be able to reach their level, no matter how hard they try. Therefore, your fate is simply to remain on the so-called precipice of development and accept your role as a simple, unremarkable character in the background of any scene. The young blacksmith's head ached from the many questions tearing him apart, and he wondered how to proceed and what to do now that his potential was limited by his status as a non-privileged person. But until the very end, Aiden was sure that there was a way out, and it would come from everywhere except the coffin, when a new acquaintance who had been with him the whole time called out to him. Arya asked Aiden if he would finally do what he had to do, and press the Add Friend button, stop fooling around, and accept her help. Aiden shouted at the girl, asking her how long she was going to follow him, and when she would finally disappear from his sight and leave the blacksmith alone, but no. Besides, she still had something to ask him, and this question had been bothering her since the moment the blue-eyed girl first saw this strange NGP. The girl asked why Aiden was so desperate to become stronger, and now he finally had an answer for this human-like creature with blue hair. Arya said that no matter what, if Aiden wants to level up, she has something to offer him, and this idea comes to her like no one else in the location. The girl explained that the easiest way to level up would be to play in team mode, where they could hope for so-called cooperation and benefits for his growth. To the surprise of the redhead and his eyes widened with fear, the girl replied that he would definitely not succeed on his own, as Aiden himself had said in his thoughts. But it might work, because as a player, Arya would definitely gain experience levels that would be shared between the two of them, as members of the same team. That way, he would have a chance to become stronger, and to Arya's surprise, Aiden finally agreed to cooperate with her, even though he had previously shouted at her to leave him alone. Arya asks if she heard him correctly and wonders if she is dreaming due to exhaustion that this stubborn man has finally agreed to her proposal, quickly changing his plans and mood. Aiden repeats that he agrees to the same team style of play that Arya had previously imposed on him so strongly, and she is definitely not imagining this wonderful phenomenon. Arya is seriously happy and throws herself into Aiden's arms, hugging him because she can't believe that Aiden agreed so easily after resisting for so long. But she doesn't lag behind him and hints that while they are getting to the right place, he should add her as a friend, but Aiden still asks her to leave him alone. Finally, they reached a new location known as the so-called Hekla Canyon, where a new challenge awaited the anomalous NGP. But the entrance to this canyon is for players with a level of 30 or higher, And Arya explained that players call this simply taking and raising the level of a friend by their own efforts. As a knowledgeable girl, she advised the blacksmith to just stand still, because if he takes a step to the side, he could die on the spot and it would be game over. Once again offended, Arya reminds him that she only helps her friends and that damn Aiden still doesn't want to accept her friend request so that everything is fair. The girl says that today is definitely a lucky day for Aiden, as such things usually cost a lot of money, and the guy realizes that for her, it's just a hunt. First, he needs to do everything in his power and, with the help of the update and edit commands, apply experience points and double his strength. You can only quickly raise your level by earning points this way, but that won't last long, so you need to have a backup plan in mind just in case. But until the very end, Aiden begs all the heavenly powers to let him at least survive the battle against the monsters and try to defeat the monster himself. For Arya, as Aiden understood before, fighting monsters looks like a simple children's game that she has been playing since the beginning, and she is not afraid of anything. The girl moves like lightning and destroys an entire army of monsters, tearing them to pieces and demonstrating that for her, it is nothing more than a simple game. It worked just as Arya had told him at the beginning, and with the help of teamwork, he easily gained experience without even trying, just standing there. It worked perfectly, and finally his level began to rise after such a long break. At least some changes for him and the development of Aiden's potential for future quests. The blacksmith is pleased with the result and emphasizes that this is what should have been done from the very beginning, without even knowing that a spy camera was watching him at that very moment. Trouble is not long in coming, as the device has already begun to read Aiden's actions, and has discovered the same bug in the system that caused what he saw. So, the mistake and the threat have been found, and as mentioned earlier, Aiden is the bug that was supposed to be the so-called start of the virus that will destroy their entire world. The redhead's thoughts about Arya are also justified, as he thought she would be a strong player, but he could not have expected such a level from her, so he is in shock. The guy couldn't have expected such power from a crazy girl he met by accident, nor could he have expected that this mad woman wanted nothing but friendship. Everything is too strange, and Aiden is still wondering why she is so attached to him and won't leave him alone no matter how many times he asked her to back off. It seems that Arya can see something that Aiden himself cannot, and she focuses her attention on the same strange object in the air near her new friend. The same damn spy device that is following her inattentive friend, who has no idea what is going on and that he is being watched, appears near Aiden. Arya doesn't need any explanation. Seeing the spy camera, she immediately understands that higher powers have come for her friend, and that without her, the redhead will be lost. Aiden is too busy with the fact that he has finally completed his quest, and on top of that, his level has been raised, his ability points have increased, and his abilities have also grown. Aiden is wondering where he can spend his reward in hopes that he will get some new ability for his own development and have at least something. But now Aiden is only interested in one thing, and that is where the blue-haired girl who followed him around like a puppy all the time has disappeared to. The redhead screamed that Arya had been carried away by the wind, and shouted that she had promised to raise his level just like that, but she had disappeared. But Arya hadn't run away, and the fragments of the spy camera showed that she had done what she had to do to save her new friend from the moderator's watch. The spy camera was broken and sparking with flashes of electricity, shouting only warnings that it had found the same bug that had caused the coup. Arya watched with a cold smile as the camera beeped to report the object to the system upon destruction, and screeched warning so that everyone would know about it. It continued to beep until Arya stepped on it with her foot, crushing it into a pile of small pieces and silencing the bastard right there and then without fuss. She herself does not know what this device is, but she can say for sure that it is getting in her way, and for that it paid dearly and was trampled by her right here and now, without a chance. And now that she has found the one she's been looking for so long, she has no desire to let anyone else have such a wonderful gift as the boy Arya wants as her treasure. Aiden is her prize, and no one else should have him. She sees Aiden as her treasure and valuable prize that she must keep close to her at all times. Finally, Aiden did what Arya wanted so much, and added her as a friend, which greatly pleased the girl, who no longer expected anything from this capricious redhead. Arya continued to thank him and sing about how he was finally stubborn enough to understand that she was not a bad person, just a sweet girl. But the man simply asked her to shut up. As it turned out, the former NG Aiden was already at level 30 thanks to Arya's powers, but he briefly said that in reality he hadn't done anything except add her as a friend. He started traveling with a player he met by chance whose name was Arya, and he still doesn't understand what she found so incredible in him. But he cannot deny the fact that the girl helped him a lot, so he added her as a friend and thinks that nothing worse can happen from that. Aiden was able to use the same award he received while editing, and this resulted in something very unexpected, but quite pleasant and unusual for him. By editing and updating all the data, he gained a truly useful skill and was able to change his class, becoming something completely new in the world. Now he is no longer an NG and even less a player, but something on a completely new level, unknown until now, called an anomaly, and for the system, a new player. Now he can raise his level himself by completing tasks and will not depend on anyone in the future he so desires, and can do everything for his revenge. Aiden understands that a very long road lies ahead of him, but he has become much stronger than his previous NG version, who could not even stand next to him. But there's only one thing left for him to beg God and all the heavenly powers that can take pity on him and send him such mercy to calm him down. All Aiden wants is to turn back time and have the power to bring Ellis back and prevent his sister from being destroyed by the moderator. Aiden's thoughts were interrupted by what happened beside him, and his gaze was burned by a golden light that seriously surprised him, because something had happened that turned the world upside down. The redhead stopped thinking about what was troubling him and turned back to face what had happened in that mysterious place behind him. Arya noticed that Aiden had gone somewhere, turning around, and immediately became alarmed and asked where this restless new friend was going. Seeing that the red-haired boy was walking very quickly in the opposite direction, she asked again where her friend was going, before he could tell her about his plans. Finally, Aiden stopped, and she was able to catch up with him and ask him what the hell he was thinking, and what this crazy guy was doing now. When Arya finally caught up with her friend, they saw something in front of them that looked like a wall of distorted space with a dark matrix in the middle. The young blacksmith had never seen anything like it, and asked Arya what this distortion of space was, what it could mean, and what the nature of this digital phenomenon in the middle of the field was. Arya replied that they simply called such an area a bad sector, which was cursed for normal players, and Aiden asked her to explain what exactly a bad sector was. It is a space abandoned by the system and a zone that has been cleared by moderators, and it has remained there on its own and turned into this very cursed bad space. The main problem is that no one knows what might come out of this place, and the creatures that exist beyond its boundaries could be dangerous. As they say, I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes and can believe what they say. So Aiden took a step forward to enter this forbidden zone. Arya asked if this idiot was serious, but she didn't stop him, not judging her friend's choice. She asked him to wait for her and ran after her friend, keeping up with him. When the two stopped and saw the whole picture up close, they realized that this was the so-called space that looked like a shield separating the zone from ordinary people. Aiden wonders if the bad sector is a hint at what happened to his homeland after it was reformatted by the moderator, and now his homeland is a so-called lottery. Arya asks if they are definitely going there and can't wait for Aiden to answer what he is going to do, and whether he will take her with him to investigate. Aiden says nothing and placing his hand on the shield begins to destroy it, while Arya whines, getting on his nerves with her impatience as she opens the gate. When Aiden destroys the gate with his moderator powers, Arya freezes with a look of surprise on her face in response to the power possessed by this NG. Arya takes advantage of the situation and jumps on Aiden's back, saying that they have to go there together and grabbing the redhead, who asked her what the hell she is doing. The guy emphasized that she could go in without him, but the problem was that only the moderator or system operator could enter this cursed space. Aiden aggressively insists once again that Arya finally get off him, climb down from his shoulders, and just walk away like a normal person and stop acting like an idiot. Everything was just as Arya had thought. And it turned out that Aiden was really special, and it was no wonder she had set her sights on him and wouldn't let him out of her sight for a moment so as not to share him. Therefore, Arya decides to follow Aiden wherever this young talent goes, and will follow him to the end, playing the role of a so-called friend jester. Aiden did enter this cursed space, but he doesn't fully understand why he did it, what good it will do, and why he needed to enter the wasteland. It turns out that he had no intention or benefit in doing so, and it was definitely not what he wanted, but since he was here, he had to take advantage of the situation. So the young blacksmith calmly moves forward, watching what unfolds before his eyes, and Arya follows him, looking around the area. Aiden was the first to notice that something was definitely wrong here, and his eye was drawn to some unnatural activity not far from them, so the red-haired blacksmith immediately tensed up. The young man's hand reaches for the hilt of his sword, and the blacksmith grips it tightly, preparing to attack first if whatever is hiding there decides to attack, because there is definitely something there. Drawing his sword, Aiden approached the hunched little figure, which he thought must be a wild beast, or if not, then the shadow would turn out to be a monster. And victory over a magical creature, as we know, gives the player experience to level up, so he would not back down from what he had set out to do. But the one whom Aiden took for a wild beast or a magical creature turned out to be just a human child, a little boy hiding in the middle of everything. When Aiden saw the frightened eyes of the human child, the young blacksmith was seriously surprised that there was a small child in the middle of all this damn assault. He couldn't afford to be distracted from the situation around him, and a shell flew towards Aiden's face, which could easily have knocked out his eye or simply sent him to the other world. Luckily, the young man was able to raise his sword in time and repel the enemy's attack, but he was very alarmed by the fact that someone could attack him here. When the redhead looked up, he saw a tall adult man holding a crossbow, hinting that the enemy would not be spared. The man with gray hair and a tired expression on his face said that Henry, the little boy, should come to him to be safe from everything. The little boy hid behind his uncle's leg and looked at everyone with frightened eyes, not understanding what was happening and why his uncle was so scared for him. The adult man kept the guests at a distance and asked if they were players, adding that they hadn't seen other people here for a long time and asking how they managed to get here. The adult's eyes study Aiden, who explains how he got here, why he decided to go further, and why he decided to swing his sword at the child. Studying Aiden's expression, which seems rather suspicious and cold, the man realizes that although Aiden does not look like a friend, he is definitely not dangerous. But his companion with cheerful blue hair looks like she could be a dangerous lady, unlike the stern-looking red-haired young man. No matter how much Arya tries to keep a sweet, friendly smile on her face and present herself as a peaceful creature, her aura betrays the danger she poses. This girl's biofield has such a bright aura that when you look at her, it seems that you are not looking at a girl but at the very demon itself, surrounded by blue flames. Even an adult man was frightened by such a bright blue, fiery aura, not because he was afraid, but because it was the first time he had seen such a terrifying explosion of energy, and Arya had frightened him. Seeing that his uncle was upset, Henry asked him what had happened, because he did not expect an adult who was supposed to protect him to be so afraid of Arya. The power of Arya's aura made him break out in a cold sweat, and besides, he had never seen such strong players before, and most importantly, he didn't know what to expect from her in the future. He couldn't know for sure what this young woman was thinking, or what would happen if she perceived them as her enemies, especially since they were players and they were just ordinary people. The man named Jake was interrupted by the voice of a young man who was calling him, clearly not for no reason, as something had definitely happened when their leader had left them. The young man with blue hair rushed to Jake and shouted that they had a big problem, and that without him they would definitely not be able to figure it all out, as usual. The blue-haired man's heart almost stopped when he saw new people standing in front of him, especially players, so he asked them how and why they were there. Jake decided not to drag it out and asked the young man what had happened and what the problem was, and the young man began to nervously try to explain what was happening in their village. But he found the strength to say that the symptoms of the so-called Helen's disease had worsened dramatically, much to the horror and regret of Mr. Jake from the very beginning. Jake decided to stop playing games with strangers and immediately head to the scene to see what had happened to this little girl. Frightened, Jake ran home like a young deer and opened the door without trying to control himself and burst into the house where he found a little girl lying there, sick with an unknown illness. He was immediately met by a young girl who addressed Mr. Jake and was sitting on the floor wearing a protective mask on her face, a nurse who had been assigned to watch over Helen. Jake began to rage, asking what the hell had happened, since there had been no sign of trouble before, but the young nurse replied that she unfortunately did not know what to do. Aiden and Arya watched from the doorway, smiling at their friend as he studied the situation, when Mr. Jake's voice broke the silence. Aiden suddenly realized what was going on and what was causing the little girl's complex condition, as it definitely couldn't be a so-called illness. As it turned out, this was not a simple illness and definitely had a nature that ordinary people such as the nurse and Mr. Jake himself could not explain, but he could see it clearly now. He realized that it was not just an illness, but that Helen's condition was caused by something external eating away at the little girl. And Aiden, as the so-called moderator, knew that it was not that simple. He was right, and as a moderator, he received a so-called moderator badge informing him that a bug had been detected here, along with the same error message and threat. So little Helen, like Aiden himself with his little sister, were once so-called errors and bugs that he, as a moderator, simply had to get rid of. Helen's threat level is still low, but the fact that she has been identified as an error means that Aiden has a new quest to fix the error. Jake is desperate to do something to save Helen, and asks the nurse if there is really no way to help the poor little girl who is dying. The young nurse, her eyes filling with tears, replies that, unfortunately, there is nothing more she can do, as she knows nothing about the nature of little Helen's illness. Little Henry burst in, immediately rushing to his little sister, crying and shouting her name, realizing that she is dying. Jake immediately grabs Henry by the arm and yells at him, asking who let him in and what he was thinking. But Henry screams to be let go to his sister. Henry ran to his sister and shouted for Helen to open her eyes immediately and look at him. But Jake yelled at him not to touch the sick little girl under any circumstances. Arya spoke up and said that the little girl must be in a lot of pain, and that she had given the people of the village hope that Helen could be saved. But she said that it was too late to do anything, and Jake asked what this stranger was talking about and what she meant by too late. The people did not lose hope and asked Arya to at least try to help, since she was a player and surely knew what to do, unlike them, who knew nothing. Arya replied that it was definitely not a disease as they all thought, but nothing more than the same bug that had previously killed her friend Aiden and was now consuming Helen. It sounded like a death sentence for Jake and everyone else, as no one wanted to hear that they were faced with something they couldn't do anything to save. Jake couldn't believe his ears because this was a cursed bug that simply couldn't exist after everything they had already been through on their way to this point. Jake angrily and painfully shouted that their homeland had been turned into God knows what, but among them, as if to make matters worse, there was no one who could resist the bug. Arya explained that bugs don't only occur when someone resists the system, but that their nature can be completely different, and that bugs have different natures and origins. The girl emphasized that they could no longer help, and the worse Helen felt, the more damage she would cause to everything around her and to the world. Arya emphasized that if they didn't want to be deleted just like that, they had to stay as far away from here as possible in order to avoid further unnecessary casualties. When Jake heard this verdict, he could not say anything except to curse the one responsible for everything and swear with one clear word because he would be powerless. Meanwhile, Aiden, who was standing aside, punched the wall with his fist, as he was faced with a very difficult choice as a server moderator, as his conscience was tormenting him. Aiden was faced with an emergency quest that demanded he simply take and delete the so-called mistake that Helen had made in the system. The red-haired moderator was torn by the fact that he was now being asked to do something for which he would punish himself for the rest of his life. That is, to simply take and delete the unfortunate child. Suddenly, the cursed sign lit up red in front of him and almost blinded him, revealing a quest that had been slightly updated. Now he is being asked to take and delete the so-called mistake, using the powers granted to him as a moderator. And Aiden is torn apart by such cynicism. Of course, he had no intention of doing so and pressed the button, refusing to do what this cursed system was telling him to do, considering him a moderator freak. But then something unexpected happened. The system warned him that he would be penalized for failing to complete the quest, and asked him if he was sure he wanted to refuse. This made the blacksmith's knuckles turn white, and he clenched his fist, unable to contain his anger at the cynicism he now had to face because of everything. Aiden asked if he had been called here just to fix a so-called mistake and destroy a little child that a crazy system had decided was a threat. But Aiden is not like the damned moderator who wiped his sister off the face of the earth and almost took him with her. This whole damned system must be destroyed now. And that's why he will never follow the so-called conditions and instructions of the system, ignoring what awaits him for failing to complete the quests, because he doesn't give a damn. Whether it's the system or a so-called bug, he has a head on his shoulders and will do everything he can to change this cursed world for the better, since he managed to survive on his own. As Aiden promised himself and others, he will destroy everything and everyone. That is, everyone who is in any way connected with this inadequate system of bugs and so-called errors. When everyone else was ready to give up and accept that little Helen had to be allowed to die and be removed from this problem, Aiden abruptly opened the door. The redhead told everyone to get out of there and leave him alone so he could examine the little girl and understand what was going on. Aiden insisted that he had to examine this unfortunate little girl, shocking all the locals who had gathered around. And after Arya's words, there was hope. The people asked if there was definitely a way to cure Helen, and the red-haired guest replied that he wasn't sure, but that they definitely had to try and not give up. Henry's small hand grabbed Aiden's cloak and begged the mysterious stranger to do something, to not give up on his plan, and to save Helen. With tears in his eyes, the child begged him to save his little sister from her illness, and cried from the pain Henry felt from the fear of losing the only person he knew. The boy begged for help, but the red-haired stranger kept a calm expression on his face, controlling the situation and not giving in to panic. Aiden reaches out to the little girl, who is covered in cold sweat as her body is consumed by the so-called curse of the bug, while the blacksmith remains cautious. When the red-haired man lowered his hand to Helen's head, the space around her began to fragment, and the girl opened one eye, which had already turned black from the dark energy. It was time to use the moderator's secret ability, known as merging, to combine the fragments into a single whole for reading. At that moment, Helen's body burst into bright red flames from Aiden's careful action, and countless red fragments scattered around her. Frightened witnesses to this spectacle cannot believe what is happening before their eyes. Something so serious and terrifying for humans, and they ask what is going on. While everyone panicked and asked each other what was happening, Arya remained silent, watching and understanding exactly what was happening around her. It was really hard for Aiden, and his face contorted with tension, as he was now doing something that was beyond the limits of a normal human being and went beyond the boundaries of reality. Eventually, Aiden found himself in a so-called space similar to a neural network woven from a multitude of people connected by neural connections. The young rebel moderator realized that he was now in the so-called system space, and that there was no end in sight. But now there was no turning back. Aiden understands that since he has already taken such a serious step, he must find a way and an opportunity to fix everything and save little Helen from destruction. Since Aiden knows the so-called nature of system errors, he must know exactly what to do in such a terrible situation to save Helen and all the people. A bug is the result of a fatal error that occurred as a result of resistance to the rules of a clearly defined system that does not tolerate deviations from the norm. And as a moderator, he is the only one who can fix it. And raising a sword above his head, he prepares to solve this bug with his own hands, without simply destroying the one who is it. The only way to separate Helen's body from the general system is for Aiden to cut all the neural connections that bind little Helen to the entire server system. The young blacksmith realizes that he will surely be able to completely separate this little girl from the system, delete her data, and restore the digital prototype of this child himself. And then, as a result of the so-called update and reboot of Helen's entire prototype, he will be able to restore her just as he was once restored himself, and then he will definitely be able to save the child. The red light that Aiden himself was glowing with enveloped the little girl, who is now no longer part of the global game server, and now it remains to do the same with the others. It was time to find other people connected to Helen and do the same to them in order to successfully reboot the so-called system in this evil space where the NGPs live. They are all partially infected and connected to each other by a so-called bug trail, which creates the so-called dark energy of the evil cursed space around their small village. They are all connected to each other, and now Aiden must perform a so-called system reboot and fix this bug instead of doing a classic cleanup of the area. And the red-haired rebel moderator rushes forward to disconnect all the characters from the so-called core and reboot the digital data of all the inhabitants of this digital space. A bright white and red light spreads around Aiden, enveloping him on all sides and blinding everyone around him with intense light noise. Arya cannot believe her eyes because, as an experienced player, she did not know how any of this could be possible, but if Aiden is doing it, then it must be real. Jake and his young assistant are afraid and do not understand what is happening around them, as they have never seen anything like this before, and all this burst of energy frightens everyone. From such a bright explosion of energy, the entire area was engulfed in a white-red glow like the morning sun, and all the barriers around began to crumble before the eyes of all the shocked people. Most importantly, the barrier of the so-called cursed space began to disintegrate, and was eventually destroyed by Aiden himself, who was able to break down the so-called borders of the cursed evil space. Around the exhausted Aiden, who now stands in the middle of the area that has begun to disintegrate into fragments like broken glass, cries out that he has finally managed to do what he set out to do. But the exact status of his mission is unknown, and Aiden asks himself if he succeeded, and most importantly, how everything went around him and the fate of his ward. Helen is unknown to anyone. It is impossible to say at this point whether his plan and actions were successful, but the young man wonders if his innovative approach to fixing bugs was successful, and if he caused any problems. But the golden sign before his eyes was about to tell the redhead that the quest was actually complete, and that he had completed his so-called quest, which had seemed so difficult and insane. Aiden was appointed and registered as the new moderator of Mount Urch for completing the hidden quest, and Aiden received a command to restore and delete, which he clearly misunderstood. He needed to get rid of the so-called bug, not the child, and the system, that is, the chief moderator, was simply checking him and what choice he had to make for development. At that moment, like rain during the summer heat, a magical healing elixir poured down on Aiden, which was quite an unexpected gesture for him right now, and the man was shaken. Arya has no intention of leaving him alone and pours the elixir on Aiden, but he yells that he is fine and to stop pouring elixirs on him because he is tired of it. The girl grabs the irritated red-haired man by the face and yells at him, asking if he is really okay and if he is hiding his injuries from them, as he could die from exhaustion. Arya emphasizes that she is scared for him and asks him to be careful because he is important to her, but she still wonders where he gets his strength from. Aiden just wants to be left alone. This unpleasant scene for the young blacksmith is interrupted by the voices of people from the village, who come to him after Aiden manages to save little Helen and clear their area. Jake, with the children hiding behind him and a young man and a nurse standing on either side, sincerely thanked the stranger for what he had done for them all with his own strength of will. Thanks to Aiden and him alone, not only the little children, but all of them remained alive and unharmed to live in this area, which would now become a new home for all of them for the rest of their lives. They did not know how to thank Aiden for his kindness, but the young red-haired savior was only interested in the sign that appeared in front of him, announcing that the update was complete. Now all the NGPs are free people, and the captain of the self-defense group, Jake and Logan, the guard and the nurse, Sophia and Henry and Helen, the children from the village, are now free people. Now it is called the Village of Urk, where 5 people live and there are 0 resources, and the moderator is Aiden, who does not understand what this update is and who these free people are. The young savior understands that this is happening because of his past actions on the server of this village, which was previously a so-called cursed space behind a fence. The thing is, all these people around the children were actively resisting, so he separated them all from the general system in order to perform a normal update on the server. But there was one thing that seriously threatened Aiden's plan and interfered with his actions, almost turning everything upside down, so the boy had to act further for the sake of progress. At that very moment, something evil and dark that had been waiting for its chance intervened to destroy all of Aiden's plans and ruin everything that the young rebel moderator had planned for the future. He couldn't ignore it, so he had to intervene immediately and try to fix the situation, so that his plan wouldn't fall apart at the climax. Seeing this, Aiden felt a so-called noise with his own body, and immediately sensed where the problem he was facing was coming from, and Aiden had to deal with it now. This source was the root of the problem, similar to a mushroom that gradually grows and spreads mold around itself, spreading the so-called bug. Therefore, Aiden, like no one else, must chop up this bug mycelium while it is still in its infancy, And now, as a moderator, he must take care of destroying the nature of this system failure and disorder. Aiden knew exactly where the source of the bug was, and he had to do everything in his power to ensure that it would never return. It had to be eliminated here and now, once and for all. In the end, Aiden managed to break through this so-called block, and now he was faced with digital projections of all the people around him, which would now be reformatted. Now all these people connected to Aiden were reinforced by his energy and were unable to resist him. He could continue and fix all these bugs. It turned out that all these people whom Aiden had disconnected from the main system automatically began to form so-called neural connections in order to finally connect with Aiden himself. For reasons unknown to him, the red-haired moderator began to connect with all these people as if the society he had created now depended on him. But the only thing Aiden is sure of right now is that they are now free people, no longer connected to the existing system, and have now become free. Now they are no longer NGP, which is the main thing. And now Jake turned to Aiden and asked him for permission to ask him one important thing that was bothering him. Jake directly asks the red-haired guy if he is the same operator, which greatly shocks the young savior, who now does not know how to react. The redhead asked why they were so sure that he was the operator, and Jake explained that Aiden had saved them all by manipulating the settings of the so-called system for his own benefit. Operators are the best players chosen by the moderators, and if Aiden is not an operator, then there is no logical explanation for what happened, and it definitely looks like the same miracle. Be that as it may, they and his entire village were indebted to Aiden, whoever this mysterious stranger was who risked doing what even Arya was afraid to do. Then something happened that Aiden could not have expected, and at that moment all the people fell to their knees before him, much to the shock of the guest himself, and begged to be allowed to be his people. The young man asked them not to rush and asked everyone to get up from their knees, as they were almost strangers, and he was not a cameraman. But the people explained that it was only their own will and nothing else. Moreover, fate had now decided that he was the rightful master of this land, so this offer was entirely logical and appropriate in the current situation. But what to do now, and should he reveal to the rescued people that he is actually a so-called moderator and not a simple cameraman, as the people thought he was? Aiden fell into doubt for a second and didn't know what to do now and didn't understand what to say. But Arya's hand fell on his shoulder and reminded Aiden not to forget the truth. Be that as it may, Aiden was the one who changed their fate, and it was he who did it. So it didn't matter what decision he made. In any case, they would agree with his verdict. So there was no need to rack his brains and do what he wanted to do. And Arya reminded him that no matter how you look at it, fate had long been decided, and you couldn't disagree with that, no matter how things turned out. The red-haired man is shocked that this blue-haired girl Arya speaks as if she knows everything in the world, and lectures him like a little boy. And this is beginning to scare him very much. The thing is, he can understand Arya, but he has no idea what's going on in the head of this mysterious girl, who is definitely hiding something from him. But she is absolutely right. And so Aiden has to accept what she says and understand that he must do everything as he wants and as he thinks is right in his situation as a moderator. Therefore, in order to be able to talk about something and take action, Aiden needs to give people what they really need. And this greatly intrigued Mr. Jake himself. So it was all about food. And Aiden decided to start by feeding all the villagers and set a lavish table for everyone to treat the locals. The children in Logan's eyes popped out of their sockets at such abundance, and it was clear that they had not eaten for a very long time. So the decision to feed all the locals was absolutely the right one. The children and everyone else were delighted because they hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long time. And besides, Henry and Helen's children needed to be fed first and given nutritious food. Jake, on behalf of everyone, thanked Aiden for showing such kindness and deciding to share his supplies with them, thereby feeding them and saving them from starvation. The man had actually begun to worry about the lives and health of these children, as they did not have enough food to survive and starvation was just around the corner, so panic set in. But now there was no need to worry about starvation, as the food supplies shared by Aiden would be enough for all the inhabitants for a long time, and the children would not know hunger or grief. Aiden listened to Jake and decided to ask how long this had been going on and when the decline began. The man explained that the village had once been a beautiful place to live happily. It wasn't very big, but it was beautiful and popular with players until the moderator checked it, and the village was subjected to a so-called cleansing of all living things. But they did not die and were not deleted from the map database, as an unknown traveler decided to help them by taking a different path and not deleting the characters. This incognito saved them all with his mystical power and immediately disappeared without leaving any answer or hint as to his nature and motives for his unexpected altruism. Therefore, in order to survive, all of them, trapped in the barriers of the cursed space, had to go to great lengths to avoid dying of starvation. They all united and fought together for their lives, and they all became related and became a so-called family, even though they had no blood ties until then. Aiden was pained by the memory that he too had a family, consisting of his little sister Ellis, who had been taken from him by the system and the cynical policy of moderator purges. Arya, cunning as a fox, watched the negotiations between Aiden and the locals unfold, and studied the situation from the sidelines. Suddenly, Arya, who was about to add her 2 cents to the conversation, saw something that could turn the whole situation around in a completely new direction. It was a chest, a very large chest, standing not far from Aiden and not attracting attention because it was just standing there, but the girl knew something for sure. The girl knew everything and understood that this chest was not just a simple storage container, but definitely contained resources that could be useful to them in the future. So the girl decided to speak up and asked what this interesting chest was doing there and why it was there, and why they weren't using it for their own good instead of just letting it stand there. The thing was that this chest looked too beautiful to just gather dust in such a remote place. And finally, Aiden paid attention to her words and Logan began to explain. The thing was that it was a so-called shared treasure chest that only players could open, and it was connected to the system and could be located anywhere it wanted, so everything was fine. Aiden was shocked that it was connected to the so-called system, and Logan explained that this was indeed the case, and that he himself had previously been the so-called guardian of this very vault, so he knew everything. But after this place was abandoned and everyone who could leave did so, it became impossible to open the chest, so it stands here, gathering dust in the corner of this house. Therefore, it was quite possible that the system was preventing it from being opened, and Aiden was now seriously interested and had to personally check this so-called system-linked chest. Aiden rushed to the treasure chest and asked everyone else to step back so that he could safely examine it and study everything himself, which shocked Logan a little, who immediately ran away. He had heard that players could knock various rare items out of chests, and it was possible that this would work for him, so he had to try to unlock the chest. Using a moderator command known as a system update and unlock, he removed the so-called protection system from the system chest and hoped that it would work. If he managed to open this chest using the system moderator's privileges, Aiden would be able to access a lot of things that had previously been hidden from him and everyone else. Aiden was able to open the chest and it revealed its contents, proving that his plan had been correct and that he now had access to many new and interesting items from the vault. Now he can use absolutely everything he wants without restrictions, and there is no such thing as someone else's property for him, and he will do exactly what he wants. He will have as much as he wants and will not know any restrictions on his path, and now we can say that his resources will be absolutely unlimited forever. The people who owned this chest for years could not know what was hidden behind it and the volume of resources it contained, so to them it looks like something that only the gods could have given them. However, Arya always remains silent and smiles mysteriously, as if she has a grand plan behind her back that she wants to bring to life through this fool Aiden, and no one should interfere. His eyes darted around at the number of weapons and resources that had been stored in the vault belonging to this village, and no one could give him any advice until Aiden appeared. As for work, Aiden is first and foremost a blacksmith, born with a hammer in his hand, destined to repair and improve weapons and artifacts, so he decided to improve everything in the general system. The sharpening was successful and all the weapons Aiden sharpened were improved, and their skill points increased, but the locals do not believe that everything is legal. Jake asks if they will be punished for receiving such wonderful weapons, now that they have elite swords and axes made by masters, and various protective jewelry in their hands. On top of that, Aiden has improved all these weapons, and all these artifacts provide protection and enhance their existing characteristics, as well as all the tools for work. All these items are extremely valuable, and it could have been that all this sharpening would have been in vain, but Aiden assured them that they should not worry because they now have enough results. Aiden explained that they should not think about anything and not feel that they owe him anything, and that this should be considered his gift, and that people should not regret anything and live happily and rejoice. After his resurrection, he had the opportunity to ignore the rules of the system, and only he would decide whether the training would be successful or not. And since that was the case, the resources would not be wasted. Now there was enough food for everyone in the village and for himself, enough to feed an entire army, and people could stop worrying about their own well-being and that of their children. There is now so much money that he could not work for a century and not worry about what work is, and poverty will remain only in his nightmares for the rest of his life. Now he is responsible for the village of Urch with a population of 5 people, and its resources have grown to 150%, and he is subordinate to the moderator Aiden from this moment on. Arya, with her puppy eyes, begged for new equipment, wanting to get something like the other people, but Aiden did not bother to share with her or with anyone else. But Aiden refused and reminded her that she already had a lot of wonderful, strong equipment, and that she should use what she already had, greatly disappointing her with these words. Ignoring Arya's whining, Aiden thinks about how he was able to get a lot of useful things from the common store for his own use in future situations. He had more than enough food and other resources such as weapons and gold, and the new equipment he possessed was extremely powerful and valuable to Aiden and others. Now the most interesting part begins. Although all the other players are complaining about their weapons and money disappearing, Aiden couldn't care less, to be honest. The storage is also part of the system, and users continue to lose resources and write complaints. And on top of that, these players probably receive compensation for losses during update failures. The most important gift is nothing other than Aiden's ability to expand space. And this is the most important asset that this young moderator, a former blacksmith from the outskirts, possesses. This is the ability to change and expand space in order to store many things that may come in handy and carry them with you, which is a difficult task physically. This ability is called the Cloud System, and it is a space from which you can retrieve any item or weapon when needed, and you can store anything there. Aiden discovered this ability in an interesting way while studying the entire arsenal available to him in the storage room, and when he had studied absolutely everything, he noticed something interesting besides the resources. Aiden was tired of Arya commenting endlessly, calling the contents of the user's inventory simple trinkets, and he was curious about what lay beyond the confines of the warehouses. So he decided to reach inside the storage room to see if there was anything interesting left at the bottom as a nice bonus for him. Everything seemed fine, and Aiden was digging around in the chest until a black energy appeared and began to consume his hand, fragment by fragment, like something unknown. At that very moment, the same dark energy that lay at the bottom of the chest began to engulf Aiden's hand and pull him inside, and the poor boy was extremely frightened by this. The redhead began to panic when he was pulled into the chest, and he began to scream in panic at what was happening, some unknown devilry that he did not expect. The object named Aiden begins to synchronize with the system and panics, because he cannot pull his hand out while the synchronization with the system is in progress, which is currently successful. They were not going to let go of his hand until the synchronization with the system was finally complete, and only then could Aiden get his ill-fated hand out of the chest. Red continues to panic and scream for his hand to be released, and continues to tear at his limb in an attempt to free himself from his so-called captivity in this abstract treasure chest. But finally, Aiden is released and he falls feet first, hitting his back painfully on the floor. But still, this dark force has released him from this trap, and he is finally free. The young moderator remains to recover from the blow and rest after such an ordeal, whimpering in pain, and Arya finally turns her attention to her unfortunate traveling companion. After all, the chest turned out to be completely empty, and the result was that he was completely empty and exhausted by Aiden, who already had his own abilities. Gaining abilities that can make you almost a god is simply unrealistic and impossible to imagine, going beyond all possible limits of the adequate imagination of normal people. Now Aiden can use the shared storage whenever and wherever he wants, and has full access to it, which allows him to manipulate the shared storage of other players. Therefore, he will need this very much in the future, so he must use this power to the fullest, but also wisely so that nothing fails because of his machinations. But first of all the residents of the new village of Urk are grateful to him and thank him once again for everything he has done for them and their well-being in the future, so that they simply do not disappear. Aiden didn't just free them from the curse of a bad server, and even if that was the only thing he did, they couldn't ask for more, relying only on their own conscience. So now they ask Aiden to give them tasks and promise to do whatever he asks, but the new moderator says that they are no longer NG and are free to do whatever they want. And besides, it was time for him to move on. He shocked the people who asked if it was because he didn't like the village, but Aiden replied that he still had a lot of work to do. It seems that this answer was enough for Jake, but Aiden thought that he needed to get as far away from there as possible, because another big problem was brewing for all of them in the future. In a few days, as if on cue, a regular inspection would arrive to identify all potential threats to the entire world in the near future. The moderator had personally noticed Aiden as a bug, and if he kept dragging his feet, all the residents could end up in danger because of him, so he had to do the only right thing and leave. And so he must stay as far away from the village of Urk as possible, so as not to endanger innocent people who, incidentally, have absolutely nothing to do with the bug. Aiden asked the people of Urk not to cry, as he did not say he would leave them forever, and besides, he does not even have a home to return to. So now he was forced to leave them, but that didn't mean he wouldn't return, and he would come back to them soon enough, but until then, they had to take care of themselves. With that, they said goodbye and parted ways peacefully, and all the residents said they would wait for him in the future with all the traditions of hospitality, because Aiden is always a welcome guest here. Arya asks Aiden why he left Urk so quickly, since they could have stayed there for a few more days and had a nice rest, enjoying the quality time and food. This damn fox won't leave him alone, asking if there's a reason why they left right now, hoping that Aiden will break down, but the redhead doesn't answer and thinks about his response. He has to remain calm in order to give Arya a reasonable explanation, so he tells her that there will be a regular inspection in a few days, and that he wants to raise his level by then. Aiden asks Arya if this isn't obvious to a player, but she doesn't rush to answer because she knows Aiden's true nature, which he doesn't know anything about. Arya asks what he is talking about, as he is not a player, shocking Aiden into a state of stupor, as she has caught him off guard and left him speechless. The shocked boy looks around with a frightened look and looks at his girlfriend, asking what she meant when she told him such shocking information so unexpectedly. The girl was surprised by Aiden's reaction and admits that she could not have expected such an interesting reaction from him, so now she has to reveal the story. Aiden sternly asks how she knows this, and Arya bursts out laughing and asks if he really thought he was a player all this time, and says that it's not at all what he thought. The blue-haired girl asked if Aiden really thought she would go for a simple player, and if that were really the case and he were a simple player, Arya would not be interested in him. Now Aiden sternly asks how long this fox has known about his true nature, and she finally calms down from her hysterical laughter and asks what exactly he means by his question. The redhead asked how long this bitch had known that he was not just a player, and avoiding a direct answer, Arya began to reminisce and keep the so-called intrigue in the air between them. She remembered the very day when, after checking an empty location, she saw a man running through the city destroyed by the cleanup, and it had greatly affected Arya at that moment. That's when she saw the red-haired young man who had survived and was running through the ruins in complete despair, and at that very moment, her eyes found what they had been searching for so long. Arya replied that she had known everything from the moment she saw Aiden running through the destroyed, cleared village, and the unfortunate man realized that she had known everything from the very beginning. Arya promises him that she will help him in any way she can, and will do everything to ensure that Aiden is confident that he can survive the unhealthy competition and the authoritarian regime of the moderators. So she extends her hand of friendship to Aiden, promising that she will do everything to ensure that no one can remove him from the server and give him a chance to break through and survive. She will do everything to make Aiden untouchable to operators and moderators and reaches out to take the frightened blacksmith by the shoulders, but he wants to shy away from Arya like fire. Looking into Aiden's eyes like a woman possessed, she promises that no one will ever lay a hand on him, and that she will not abandon him under any circumstances, and will not give up on his talent at any cost. But this young moderator is not interested in what Arya promises him, but in the so-called message about the so-called danger that could blow everything up. A bright red sign appears in front of Aiden's face, informing him that an emergency check has begun and urging everyone to prepare for filtering. There are only 15 seconds left, but then there are only 14, and Arya cannot understand what is happening to him, while the redhead tries to understand what exactly is supposed to happen now. There are 13 seconds left, and Aiden falls into a state of shock, breaking out in a cold sweat, frightened that this is not a regular check, but an emergency because something is about to happen. The main question is to understand the reasons for the so-called check and the purge that follows it, as its logical continuation and consequence of the actions of the violators. It is clear that Aiden is the only one who can sense the so-called danger, and Arya asks why he is so nervous, and the guy yells that the so-called server check is about to begin. Arya is shocked that he can see and know such things, and they only have 3 minutes left, and Aiden asks what exactly the players do during the so-called server check by the moderators. At first, Arya asks Aiden to calm down, but he yells that they have no time left, and indeed they only have a second left before the scan and cleanup begin. The timer reached 0, the sky around Aiden and Arya darkened, and the emergency check began. They were about to be surrounded on all sides by the moderators' spy cameras. Why shout and cause panic when the check has begun and there is no escape? Aiden, of course, begins to panic, drawing on unpleasant experiences from his own past. Aiden begins to crumble into pieces and his body is engulfed in blue light from all sides. With a blacksmith's cry, he is torn from the ground and transported to the quarantine zone. In hysterics, Aiden screams at Arya, asking why he is glowing, what happened, and how he can get out of there to save himself from another threat of being destroyed and erased forever. Frightened, Aiden screams, reaching out to Arya and begging her for help, as he is a newcomer who knows absolutely nothing about what is happening to him and why it happened. But the girl doesn't even bat an eye and emotionlessly tells Aiden not to worry and just wait to see what happens next, and not to panic while waiting for this test to end. Aiden screams hysterically, asking what it means to just wait, and he can be understood as it looks like absolute trash when you are being swallowed alive and asked to shut up and wait. Finally, Aiden's desperate cries died away, and the young man was swallowed up by the digital space and disappeared from Arya's sight, who didn't even blink when Aiden disappeared from her eyes. But then Aiden himself fell to the ground with a feeling of pain throughout his body and cursed loudly when he fell so sharply, without any chance to soften his fall, and badly bruised his body. When the young man finally came to his senses and got to his feet after falling, he raised his head and rubbed his bruised neck, cursing loudly when he saw the very serious picture of events. In front of him stood a huge group of people, enough to populate an entire metropolis, and now Aiden saw how many different types of people were actually there. Looking at all these people, Aiden asked himself where he was, who these people standing in front of him were, and what it all meant in the context of the events. Aiden understood perfectly well that all the people he saw in front of him were just players, and moreover, strong characters of a fairly high level. So the unfortunate newbie had fallen into a trap. Aiden was stunned when the board informed him that he had been placed in the so-called neutral notification zone, and that all players must now wait there until the check is complete. Now Aiden had the answer to his question about where all the players go during checks and updates. And now the redhead understood perfectly well where all the players were being moved. He sees such a large number of players in one place for the first time, not just a large number, but a colossal number, and thinks he should go down and try to get some information. But Arya told him to wait because she has no idea when she will arrive and join him. So the situation smells fishy, to be honest. Besides, nothing bad will happen if he just asks the more experienced players what he wants to know. But Aiden feels very uncomfortable among them all. It's all just unbelievable because Aiden had already thought that he had finally become strong. But he was so cruelly thrown from the sky to the ground, and now he was faced with a whole bunch of titans. Aiden runs a status check to understand the status of those he has encountered, and to know how strong the players in front of him are, feeling that he is just a pathetic worm. All players above level 200 think that it's very sad here and there's nothing to do, and they need to create content, but there's nothing to do here, so they all admit that everything is shit. The young blacksmith moderator understands perfectly well that he still has a lot of growing to do, and now he sits with his arms folded, wondering when the check will end so he can think about what to do next. But first of all, he has to find Arya, who he has a lot of questions for, and Aiden is thinking about what to ask her and in what order when he hears that the check is almost over. But the main thing is not when it will all end, but what will happen after the server check is over, and Aiden was already interested in what the two young men were discussing. The man with a cigarette in his mouth asked his panicking friend if he was small, and knew that he definitely had to go for this check, but his friend had no answer. The man replied that after this check, there would be another check by the moderators, and his friend cursed even more in response to this unpleasant explanation. Players complained that they could die of boredom and beg for it all to end quickly, adding that they weren't even warned about it, and why all these checks are necessary in the first place. Aiden admits that there are too many so-called weirdos among the players, and that it's better for him not to get involved and stand aside, as another knight suddenly nudges him in the shoulder. He didn't want any trouble, but he got himself into it when he was kicked hard in the shoulder by a stranger who now looks like he's going to rip his head off. And Aiden is definitely in trouble. Definitely doomed. And the man Aiden bumped into looks so angry that the blonde-haired man is ready to tear the throat of the unfortunate red-haired newcomer who had such bad luck. The blonde grabs the redhead by the shoulders and yells at him, asking if he's blind and where he's going. And that since he had the nerve to do that, he definitely wants to get his face smashed in, and the whole crowd is yelling that there's a fight. Aiden realizes that he shouldn't draw attention to himself, and if things take a turn for the worse, he'll be the only one who suffers. And thank God he knows the nature of freaks like this. If he simply ignores the man's blows and doesn't react, he'll soon calm down and leave him alone, and he'll be able to get out of there without any trouble or bloodshed. A stranger saved Aiden from getting knocked out by putting his arm out to stop the attacker, and reminding him that no one treats newbies like that. The one who saved Aiden from a sure concussion was a young man, most likely an aristocrat in armor, who declared that the attacker was nothing but a sad parody of a human being who only knew how to swing his fists. The blonde man who had been waving his fists at Aiden asked who this poser is, who decided to interfere and play the protector of all the poor and disadvantaged, just like this newcomer. Now this hothead threatens the aristocrat that if he doesn't leave peacefully, he and his friend will get a beating, but he has no idea who he's opened his stinking mouth to. Everyone around begins to whisper that, judging by the patterns on their armor, all these people belong to the so-called Griffin Guild, and are definitely not just stray dogs like most of them. This young knight clearly belongs to the so-called privileged gaming caste, and if you get into a conflict with him, you can easily get beaten up for your own arrogance and malice. There are 5 such guilds in total, which bring together the so-called elite and most of the top-ranked players, and the Griffin Guild is the most popular among them all. The players around whisper that the player will obviously have problems and will get beaten up, but everyone agrees that he will be punished for his insolence and sharp tongue with excessive aggression. The blonde man points his finger at the aristocrat and shouts that he was just lucky, but the crowd shouts that the bully got angry and scared, shit his pants, and ran away. And this man shouted that if the aristocrat ever crossed their path again, he would immediately lose his head and be scattered around in pieces of meat. But the stranger remained silent. Aiden thanked his savior, but he said there was no need for sentimentality, and that it would be better to just avoid people like the bully who had just gotten angry and left. The young man introduced himself as Kevin and extended his hand to Aiden, saying that he was pleased to meet the young red-haired man, and that he was a member of the elite Griffin Guild, one of the top 5. The redhead introduced himself as Aiden, and the friendly Kevin shook the boy's hand, and asked if he was new, as he could tell right away by the way the redhead was acting. It just so happened that these jerks only picked on those weaker than them, and if he hadn't intervened, Aiden would have had his brains eaten out with ice cream spoons before the game even started. And since they had already met, Kevin invited Aiden to join his guild as a full member, but Kevin didn't respond, reacting somewhat surprised by the offer. Aiden asks Kevin why he wants someone like him since he's definitely no use to him, but Kevin isn't after anything. He just wants the newcomer to play with him on the team as a friend. The thing is, after new parts of the game stopped coming out, new players started showing up much less often and became as valuable as gold, so Aiden is a very valuable asset. Therefore, some guilds and experienced players consider it an honor to get a fresh newcomer into their ranks and voluntarily recruit them in order to train young people. Kevin himself decided to follow their path and add the so-called newbie Aiden to his friends, so it's a gesture of goodwill, and he doesn't force the redhead to join if he doesn't want to. But by joining the guild, Aiden will receive a lot of privileges, so he needs to think about it. And now it's time for him to go. And if he needs anything, he should just contact him, since they are now friends. Finally, smiling happily and in a friendly manner, Kevin says goodbye to Aiden and reminds him that they are always happy to welcome newcomers and will be waiting for him to join their ranks at any time. For the young blacksmith, the world turned upside down when the player showed him kindness and even took him under his wing, as he was not used to such treatment in his past as an NG. The thing is, the redhead always thought that almost all players would automatically be terrible people and would do pure evil to other players. But he was wrong. He was wrong, and fortunately his mistake was a positive one, and the world seemed completely different to him. It turned out that there were decent players who did not behave like scum, and then Arya showed up, and as soon as she saw Aiden, she threw herself on his shoulders, seriously scaring the guy with her sudden appearance, and the fact that she jumped on him like a ton of bricks. Frightened, Aiden asked if it was Arya who had decided to greet him in such an original way, and the girl laughed, asking if he was accidentally frightened by her warm greeting from behind. But the main question was how she found him, and the girl replied that she had her own methods, which she was not going to tell anyone, especially him. And besides, like a faithful dog, she brought Aiden a present and showed him the unfortunate blonde man she had dragged by his hair, saying that it was a present from her as a friend. Aiden realized that this was the guy who had been harassing him, now with knocked out teeth and a bruised face, and Arya said that she was late because she had to deal with him. He warned Arya that if she continued to behave in this manner, her karma would fall below 0, but talking to her was like talking to the wind. The beaten wretch was left on the ground to think about his future, and Arya asked Aiden how he felt here, asking about his first impressions of this place as a complete newcomer. The girl asked again if there was anything special here, but he didn't say a word, probably not knowing what to say after such an active introduction to all the players. Overall, as the young man said, it wasn't bad here and he liked it, but none of them yet knew that one person had been watching them from the shadows for a very long time. As they say, there are eyes and ears in the shadows, and even in this game world, you shouldn't forget that you are constantly being watched by the senior system operator. Tired of constantly spying on the elusive Aiden, Senior Operator Lloyd finally discovered the nature of the bugs and the person who was able to destroy the cave guard with the Easter egg inside. Of the entire large team of operators, only 3 cripples gathered today. As one of them, a female operator complained, saying that she couldn't help but be a little upset by the number. A level 490 operator named Mia complains that the idiot Lloyd started acting without consulting them and decided to check the server for no apparent reason. But this outburst of anger from such a small, fluffy creature was stopped by a rather heavy, calm hand, which asked Mia not to explode with anger and to remain calm. Operator Selena, although only at level 400, was calmer, and understood that Senior Operator Lloyd would not have conducted a check if he had no reason to do so. Therefore, Selena was sure that he would contact them soon, and that everything was indeed fine, because Lloyd had already sent a message to another moderator, so communication had been established, and there was no need to panic. Operator Zenon, level 445, reported that Lloyd had informed them that he had found a so-called bug, and Zenon thinks that it will only take a few minutes to fix it. Celine is very curious to hear what Lloyd has to say, but Mia complains that she has things to do and that Lloyd should hurry up. Only Zenon asks everyone to remain calm and watch what is happening with Lloyd. Everyone is curious about what kind of bug it is since Lloyd was called away, and they stare at the camera where they can see their friend and the people around him. Finally, the emergency check is over. The players are surprised because this time everything happened so quickly, and someone asks if there is any news about the measures or something like that. But there is nothing except information about the correction. No one even expected those updates, and no one is surprised that there was only information about the completion of updates, but no new events, which is why there is such a decline in the game. Hearing this, Arya thought about how the update ended so prematurely and didn't understand why it happened so suddenly, as this doesn't usually happen, but Aiden is glad that it's all over. Arya has a bad feeling that all this is not good, and at that moment, she feels that, just like Aiden before her, she is enveloped in a blue light, which seriously frightens her. She immediately realized that she was under the control of the system and no longer belonged to herself, which was a very bad sign and did not bode well, as Arya already knew. Someone had taken advantage of their special powers, and Aiden's powers had also been taken over, and the boy understood that something had definitely gone wrong and everything had gone down the drain. Arya rushed to Aiden with a cry, trying to grab him by the shoulder, and explained to her frightened friend that someone was coming to delete him, like a bug on a game server. Arya doesn't let go of him until the very end, and while all the other players disappear, she asks Aiden not to worry, promising her frightened friend that she will definitely come up with something and save him. And she will do everything because she needs him very much, no matter what. And she definitely does not want to lose what is so dear to her, so she will fight for him to the last breath and pixel. Arya, like all the other players, disappeared, leaving behind a void, and Aiden was completely alone, now definitely in deep shit in the middle of a new map and facing unknown people. Aiden almost went blind when his eyes finally got used to the bright blue light, but he didn't feel any relief because the worst was yet to come. He was completely alone in the middle of this place and did not know what to do or what was going on. And most importantly, where all the people had gone since the bug had been fixed. Why was he being kept here? A long-standing fear began to grow in Aiden's eyes that people from the administration had come after him, and he began to panic, mainly because he was left alone. Arya was also transported to a so-called unfamiliar place in the middle of the forest, and now she herself does not know what the hell is going on here, where she is, and most importantly, where Aiden is. Now she understands everything and begins to feel what will happen to Aiden, who, as it turns out, has made such mistakes that he deserves to have his head torn off, at the very least. The so-called terrible judgment begins for Aiden, who dared, as an NG, to go against the system and allow himself to develop and do things that a normal player could not imagine. Now Arya can't help her friend and save Aiden because her body and mind are no longer under her control, but under the control of the system, which won't let her move. The voice of the operator Lloyd calls out to Aiden, asking him how he dared, in Lloyd's presence, to commit such an outrage and moreover to go against all the rules established by the system. The young blacksmith understands everything perfectly and urges himself not to panic, as he knew that this day would inevitably come and that it was only a matter of time. Aiden has nothing to fear, as he has been preparing for this for a long time and will resist to the last, as he will not allow himself to be eliminated just like that, because he is no longer a powerless NGP. No matter what it takes, no matter what he has to do, no matter who stands in his way, even if the operator Lloyd Aiden himself screams his head off to preserve his existence, he will not give up. With a tired look, Lloyd begins to study this very bug, which, in his opinion, turned out to be a completely simple low-level boy with a hammer under his arm and a ton of self-confidence. He doesn't understand Aiden's nature, as he doesn't understand what kind of anomaly he is, because Aiden is unlike any NGP or player Lloyd has ever seen in his entire career. But whatever the case, Aiden poses a threat to the system, and Lloyd doesn't care who he is or what he is, because any mistake must be corrected and removed from the system. But as Aiden told himself earlier, he is not going to allow himself to be deleted just like that, and dodges the clear blow of the mob sent against him by Senior Operator Lloyd. Aiden is no fool, and he pulls a sword from the expanded space in order to have at least some support behind him and the power to fight the mob sent by the operator. He immediately realized that this mob was no ordinary guard from the dungeon when the same mob blocked his blow, leaving Aiden drenched in sweat and wondering what had gone wrong. For Aiden, complete chaos ensues as the mob swings at him again and again, but he manages to fend off attack after attack and survive all the assaults on him. The young blacksmith is quite strong and repels the mob's attack once again, cutting off its head and destroying its helmet, forcing his opponent to distract the mob from attacking him. But as one should have expected, there is not just one mob here, but several, and as they say, one dog barks and the whole pack comes, and another huge mob rushes at him from the side. This pile of armor looks like a whole pile of iron 3 or 4 times the size of a person, and when the creature ran, the ground cracked from the force of its feet. Luckily, Aiden had very quick reflexes and was able to withstand the attack without becoming an omelet under the mob's feet, raising the summoned shield above his head and resisting the attack with all his might. He was already at the end of his strength when the sword began to crack, and Aiden was already screaming at the top of his lungs. It was time to use the so-called powers and commands in the moderator's arsenal. The guy was no idiot, and using the command to edit characteristics, increased his strength, intelligence, and endurance by 600 units each in order to boost his strength. Now, having increased his strength, Aiden was able to repel the attack of the colossal mob, and the young moderator was able to knock him on his back, showing that he was not going to give up so easily. The red rat jumped up when the mob's limb wrapped around him like a lasso, paralyzing Aiden's movement so that he would finally dare not struggle against his own well-deserved freedom. A mob that Aiden didn't notice was able to destabilize him and stop him in his tracks, much to Aiden's horror, as he realized what awaited him and that he would no longer be able to defend himself. When the mob swung at him and began to spin Aiden's body in the air like a yo-yo, the boy screamed hysterically, realizing that this time he was definitely finished and there was no escape. And he was right when, after spinning him around with his so-called lasso, the mob threw Aiden into the stratosphere, breaking through the previously invisible barrier, and people don't usually survive that. It was very painful to lie, and when Aiden was finally lowered to the ground and fell to the ground in complete surrender, he began to cough up blood from internal injuries and a head injury. But the mob, which had found a new toy for itself, was not going to let him go just like that and continued to throw Aiden like a brick on a rope just to kill him first after Lloyd. But just as mentioned earlier, Aiden would not give up, so he immediately took on a new target and decided that whatever happened, he had to use the abilities he had been given. He had to try the moderator command known as Unlock Update, and see what goodies this command, which the functionality had awarded him, had in store and how it would be useful to him. In battle, every minute is worth its weight in gold, and Aiden fights back, breaking the lasso rope and leaving the mob with nothing but the sea and Aiden's next move. Surprise, you bastard! A competent mob would never turn its back on an enemy, but Aiden was already behind him, delivering a devastating punch. Having tripled all his stats, the red-haired man focuses on delivering a precise blow straight to the target and not missing, as his very existence is at stake. It worked, and the enhancement of his attributes was absolutely justified and the right strategy, as Aiden easily knocked half of the mob's body off, leaving nothing but a hole. The mob flew down like a piece of shit and lay at Aiden's feet without arms or legs, but just a few seconds ago, Aiden himself was almost ground into mincemeat by these same giant operators. He was able to rush forward like lightning to simply gain the upper hand over a powerful enemy, several times his size, and deliver a precise blow to the body from the air. As he said at the very beginning, Aiden did not give up his life and allow himself to be wiped out of existence. With one clear blow, he knocked off the mob's head, showing his own will. In the end, he was able to defeat the mobs on his own and was ready to simply allow himself to breathe after such an exhausting battle against unequal opponents when he heard a voice. Behind him stood Lloyd, who said he was disappointed because he thought Aiden would be a high-level bug since he had destroyed the dungeon keeper, but here he was, just a simple boy with no talents. As Lloyd said, it seems that he has nothing to worry about and waste his time coming here, but since he came, he must destroy this damn bag and wipe it off the server. Grabbing Aiden by the face, Lloyd holds him at arm's length and yells that he's just a worthless piece of trash who isn't even worth his time. On top of that, he staged a so-called emergency check, but for whom exactly? For this low-life petty bug who knows nothing but how to run around like a rat from a mob. Now that he has this damn bug, Lloyd will do what he should have done long ago and simply wipe this red rat off the face of not only the server, but simply remove him. Operators are endowed with a special ability known as deletion, which belongs strictly to them and gives them temporary access to moderator privileges to delete so-called threat objects. This ability allows him to simply take and delete the bug without resorting to formalities such as obtaining permission from the moderator himself as the higher authority. So now Lloyd will do what he has to do and delete Aiden, forever ridding the entire system of such a serious bug as an unknown red rat who finally decided to fix the problem. Aiden was shocked that the so-called deletion by senior operator Lloyd would look the same as when his native area was liquidated, but here everything is different. Red thinks that the senior operator seriously believes that this cheap performance could be called removal, and compared to the moderator that day, it all looks like child's play. For Aiden, who already knew what deletion was, he feels perfectly well that this is not at all what he expected from a senior operator, and therefore he is not going to be afraid of anything and will fight his way through. When Lloyd saw that Aiden had stood his ground and moreover had not been deleted during the purge, he was shocked by this turn of events and the resistance of the seemingly weak Aiden. The tremendous energy that Aiden released from his body pushed Lloyd away, who couldn't stay on his feet and flew down, feeling incredible surprise and shock. The senior operator did not understand how this happened, and where someone like Aiden found the ability to repel such a serious ability, available only to the operator himself. As if that weren't enough, he was given a turnaround, and a sign popped up in front of him telling him that he didn't have enough abilities to delete the video. And so it goes, and there is a conflict between the operator's authority and his moderator's authority, which is too low to delete Aiden, which means that Lloyd does not have enough authority. The news just keeps getting better and better, and now the senior operator doesn't have enough authority, which came as a real shock to everyone. Now all the other operators are shocked that a bug turned out to be stronger than the senior operator, especially since the bug has so many powers that only a moderator should have. Nothing could ever have happened where a system error had the abilities of a moderator. And on top of that, it is impossible to read it in terms of status or information, and the threat level is high. It has come to the point where Lloyd himself does not understand where this cursed bug came from, and he cannot believe that this guy is much stronger than the operator himself, which is simply unreal. Now Lloyd is only interested in who this red-haired guy who turned out to be a real giant really is, but Aiden himself is silent and thinks about what to do next and how to proceed. Now Aiden realizes that it is very dangerous here, and he understands perfectly well that he was able to prevent himself from being deleted, but his powers are limited, and he cannot squeeze any more out of himself. The thing is, he has already expended too much energy to destroy the system's guards, and although he was not injured, there must be limits to his abilities. The young man understands perfectly well that he now has no chance of defeating Lloyd, so he must do everything he can to stand up to the operator. But Lloyd understands that if he does nothing about Aiden right now, he will be able to exert a great deal of influence on the system, and letting Aiden go would be a huge mistake. The moderator cannot be allowed to find out about this case, as it would become a global problem rather than just a local conflict between the operator and a so-called bug. Therefore, since deletion is impossible, it is necessary to look for alternatives, as always, because the operator is not going to let Aiden go just like that, as Aiden is a real threat. Therefore, he must do everything to stop the threat, and the team of operators understands perfectly well that Lloyd is not going to back down and is serious about it. Selena said that for the first time in her life she saw Lloyd in his so-called executioner's guise, And Xenon understands that a terrible confrontation between two titans of the server is obviously beginning. Now it is clear that Lloyd will not give up easily and a real slaughter begins. The battle will be something they have never seen before, and it will be a battle between the rich and the operator. When Aiden saw something incredible, he froze with fear on his face, unable to comprehend what was happening right before his eyes, and that this was no longer just a higher power. The thing is, the appearance of the senior cameraman Lloyd has changed, and now standing before Aiden is a knight in armor with a sword, a so-called executioner who can take off his head. There was no time to yawn or get distracted, and in that very second, the executioner swung at Aiden and almost decapitated him with one clean blow of his blade, but the young man managed to dodge the danger. Don't forget that Aiden has a very interesting ability called Cloud, which absorbs everything he wants, and now Aiden will use it in battle. Needless to say, the executioner's strength is legendary, and a single blow is enough to cut the entire area to pieces. And this is just a warm-up, as they say. Lloyd's blade struck the ground like a tornado, destroying the entire landscape and cutting through the Earth's surface. So Aiden understands perfectly well that this is not a game, but a serious battle. The red-haired man managed to restrain the sword that almost wiped him out, and only thanks to the powers of the Cloud Vault and absorption was he able to avoid becoming a meat plate for Lloyd. But it is fair to say that Lloyd's abilities are truly amazing, and the fact that the executioner was able to cut through the ground with a single blow of his sword, creating a pit, was simply shocking. Lloyd said that Aiden was very lucky to have been able to withstand his blow and to have enough abilities to do so, and that he had clearly underestimated his opponent, i.e. the bug. The executioner asked if Aiden had absorbed his blow with that thing unknown to him, and very similar to the so-called small black hole, and admitted that it was a very clever move. But now the blade of the sword is at Aiden's throat, and the red-haired man has no choice but to admit what happened to him and how he managed to overcome the operator's powers. Holding his enemy's throat at the sharp end of his sword, the executioner asks where he got the authority of a moderator that gave him the opportunity and the right to resist him. The executioner declares that his answer will determine the punishment that Aiden will receive, as someone who broke all the rules of the hierarchy, went against the operator's forces, and became a powerful bug. Aiden remained silent for a long time, but eventually said briefly that Lloyd should just stop talking nonsense, as he would delete him without further ado anyway, so there was no point in talking. So, since Lloyd was so interested, he should take his willpower into his own hands and find out who he was. And with that, Aiden expanded the boundaries of the so-called portal around himself. Lloyd felt and understood that the so-called portal had expanded at a very unexpected speed, and was so large that it could easily swallow a small village whole. Before disappearing, Aiden explained that he understood that his powers were still too weak to act on the operators, but that this was a temporary limitation, and that this was definitely not their last encounter. To the silent amazement of the senior operator, he replied that as soon as the time came and his training was complete, he would find his opponent himself, and then there would be no escape. No matter how hard Lloyd tried to stop Aiden in his executioner's uniform, he simply began to disappear right before his eyes, leaving him unable to even touch him with a finger. He tried in vain to cut through the spatial fabric of the portal in which Aiden had disappeared, but it was useless, and Lloyd was simply striking the empty air with his sword. Finally, his opponent disappeared from view, leaving behind only a funnel in the air, which the defeated senior operator stared at in disappointment, literally effortlessly. He made a mistake, but it was unclear where, and all that remained was to argue aloud and ask himself how he could have gotten out of there, since there was no way he could have left without his permission. Whatever it takes, we must find this red rat and destroy him. But the question is where this hero of an epic escape might be, but a chest in one of the random locations gives us a clue. Ordinary players who are also being quietly robbed by Aiden stand calmly and study their inventories, opening the chest without knowing what surprises it might hold. Players gossip that items have started to disappear due to a bug in the storage, and everyone has already heard about it, and their friends have also had their inventories cleaned out. But it seems that the bug has not been fixed. And then something happens that you are definitely not warned about when you install the game. A real human hand bursts out of the chest, literally making everyone jump in horror. My God, what is going on, and why is a person coming out of there? Is it even possible for real living beings of flesh and blood to come out of storage for weapons and items? When Aiden finally fell to the floor exhausted, the players started complaining that the controls were complete crap and that they should have been fixed long ago. And what the hell were these bugs? But for Aiden, the most important thing now is that he is alive, so he can breathe and rest after such a long and serious battle against the most senior operator. For all the other high-level operators, the fact that Aiden had encountered a bug left them in shock, and they ordered Lloyd to return home. They promise that they will all talk it over and decide how to deal with this bug, but Lloyd intends to follow him right away to fix the mistake. The bug named Aiden is deadly dangerous, and Lloyd sends the data from the so-called analysis and asks that it be forwarded to all other operators so they can hear their opinion. But Mia decides that this all smells fishy and leaves. No matter how much they try to convince her to stay and discuss it together, but she doesn't want to listen because she doesn't have time for such nonsense. She already has a headache because of problems with the storage facility, and on top of that, other problems are driving her crazy, and there are no complaints or problems, so Lloyd lets Mia go. So, hearing this, Mia calmly leaves as if no one is shouting after her, and as she walks away, she argues aloud and shouts that this is just another headache and another problem for her. The shape-shifting girl would have continued on her way, arguing, when she heard a voice behind her saying that a very interesting conversation had taken place between all the senior operators. Arya appeared right away and told Mia that the conversation was very interesting, and that she would like to know what all the senior operators were talking about. It was an unexpected encounter, and when Mia heard who was talking to her, she was speechless, and Arya said that she hadn't seen Mia in a long time. As luck would have it, Aiden was transported to the small town of Mycenae, where the second part of the story would unfold with the youngest moderator after the purge. Life in the town proceeds at the usual provincial pace, and people live their normal lives without even knowing that a new round of upheaval is about to unfold behind their backs. No one could have known that hiding in a dark black alleyway was none other than the moderator himself, who had managed to avoid being deleted by the senior operator without even knowing about his abilities. The main problem for Aiden now is that Arya has not been in touch for such a long time, and he is beginning to worry that something terrible has happened to her without him. Be that as it may, he hopes she's not mad at him, but Aiden doesn't have time to wait for her, as he has some pretty serious forces from the top on his tail. He is sure that the operator will not leave him alone and will continue to pursue him, and even though Aiden uses a cloud of movement, he has no idea how long it will last. It's clear as day that staying in one place is too dangerous, so he must change his location and get out of there as quickly as possible before it's too late. He needs to find a safe place where he can hide from unwanted people and the eyes of the authorities, and only then think about what to do with the whole situation and how to get out of it. The nostalgia of returning to the dark, dirty cesspool of the slums where he had been countless times, but still couldn't get used to the vagrants, the stench, and the poverty all around him. The last time he was here was when he ran away with Ellis to a better life, and now, ironically, he found himself back in the swamp where his journey in the world had once begun. A spy camera flashed by, and it was good that Aiden avoided it, but he admitted that it was very dangerous, and that another second, and the operator's spy forces would have caught up with him. Aiden was right, and the cameraman sent spies after him in every possible corner, and the back streets of Mycenae were no exception. Even here, the bastards managed to get on his tail. I wonder if there is a place where even the cameraman cannot find him so easily, and how to do it without leaving a trace on the map. Those who seek will always find, and a golden light reached Aiden's eyes, which frightened him greatly with its unexpected nature, and its source was completely unknown. The light, like golden petals, rushes forward, leading Aiden in an unknown direction, as if beckoning him with force to a so-called unknown place. Therefore, the red-haired man understood perfectly well that there must be something there, and Aiden had to see with his own eyes and check what exactly lay on the path that beckoned him with its light. And he went where the light led him, clearly following its instructions, passing through entire city blocks, following the golden petals that seemed to be hiding something behind them. Finally, when the stream changed direction, Aiden was greatly shocked, and finally understood where the golden petals had led him, and what this interesting place of power was. In this place, the concentration of power was extremely high, and a golden star burned before Aiden's eyes on dirty bricks, and the red-haired man wondered if this was the place he was looking for. Raising his head, the man thinks about what is happening here, as there is definitely no secret passage, but then where is this bright light and paranormal activity coming from? Aiden decided to touch the wall with his palm, and it immediately lit up with bright purple flashes, seriously surprising the blacksmith. He had never seen anything like this before, so he immediately became interested in what it was and why this wall was shocking him, and what exactly was causing such supernatural activity on the wall. After Aiden ran his hand along the brick wall, a real pattern immediately formed, and looking at it, Aiden realized that this was the secret passage behind the wall. Even without knowing what was hidden behind this wall with his moderator powers, Aiden could go anywhere without any obstacles in his way. Using his moderator powers to unlock it, Aiden easily opened the barrier as he knew how to unlock any passage or path closed to him without any problems. A warning says that the area behind the wall is not recommended for visiting, as it is not under the control of the system, but Aiden couldn't care less. It's a funny joke since the system wants to get rid of him, and a simple warning is just words to him, and it's definitely safer there than here under the watchful eye of the operator. So Aiden decided to move through all these barriers and found himself in a completely new environment, which looks, to put it mildly, like a real pile of ruins and debris around him. Looking around, Aiden wonders where he is now and what this place is and where the so-called portal took him, since this area is outside the system. Aiden admits that this place looks like a dungeon and, to put it mildly, looks quite interesting and very strange to be part of a civilized city. It is very strange that there is such an area within the city walls, so Aiden must explore the surrounding area to figure out what to do next and what to say, since everything looks so bad. The young traveler's gaze fell on a very tired and ragged girl who was walking past him and would have passed by if the appearance of a new person had not been something fantastic. As soon as the ragged girl saw Aiden, she dropped the iron tray she was carrying and screamed that a person had come here whom they definitely couldn't expect and that it was bad. Seeing such a reaction from the local, frightened Aiden shouted loudly, asking the girl not to run away and at least to stop, as he had no evil intentions. The girl ran away from him to tell everyone that a very suspicious newcomer had snuck into their camp, and that everyone needed to know what was going on. But the redhead wouldn't leave her alone and ran after the girl just to talk to her, as he had no malicious intent and simply didn't know where he was. But it was too late, and the frightened girl ran to the local so-called camp and shouted that there was an invasion. Hearing this, Aiden was seriously puzzled by such a reaction. When Aiden saw how many so-called NPCs there were, he was shocked that there would be so many unplayable characters, and moreover, not a single normal player among these ragged people. A bunch of stones reinforced with magical light almost hit Aiden's face, as it was important not to get distracted for a second when you were literally walking under the enemy's sights. Fortunately, he was able to fend off the attack from the unknown, but it was clear that these were not simple, unplayable characters, but at least one of them was a fairly strong character who was definitely a mage. Keeping Aiden at a safe distance, the girl who had made such a bright gesture of greeting asks the guest who he is and what the hell he is doing behind the wall. The most important question that interests the girl defending her territory is how Aiden managed to get into this backwater of society, where normal people are not allowed to go. Analyzing the behavior of his opponent, Aiden notices that she attacks him in a cowardly manner without even waiting for an answer and not giving him a chance to explain himself. But no matter what, he cannot give her the opportunity to take advantage of him and use her spell on him, so he draws his sword to put the girl in her place. As soon as the guest shows that he is not going to tolerate her tricks, the girl falls silent and flies back, unable to stay on her feet under such a strong attack from Aiden. But she immediately realized that he was definitely a player and not just an ordinary person, so she could be in danger right now. But she and everyone else here hated players. Because if he was a player, then Aiden definitely shouldn't expect mercy, and he would surely have his head torn off for daring to enter the area behind the wall, which was forbidden to players. All the other players immediately jumped in and asked Siri if that was the girl's name, and if they could help her in the fight against such a mysterious newcomer who had come from behind the wall. But Siri simply replied that everything was fine, and that it was better for them not to get involved in their fight, as this man was too strong for simple people like them. But they did not understand why they were being refused. The fact was that they would only get in her way, and no matter how much they protested, they would be completely useless in a fight against such a powerful enemy as this Aiden. And now it became clear to him that these were the kind of people who were behind the NGP, gathered in such large numbers outside the walls because they all lived with the label of being low-level bugs, but still. Aiden asks them all to stop and says that everyone has misunderstood, but the people are convinced that they will all be taken and wiped off the server on the orders of this very moderator. Everyone shouted in unison that Siri must destroy him, and before that, the girl explained that this location was created by Mr. Sirius, who said that no one except the moderator could enter here. And since he found it, he definitely won't get out of here alive, because moderators are the greatest threat they could ever face, and the title of moderator is Aiden's death sentence. But a voice from above commanded them to stop immediately, and Siri immediately recognized the voice as none other than that of Mr. Sirius himself. But Aiden was confused. The same voice of Sirius emphasized that this guest was not their enemy and must be brought to him immediately, and Siri and the others had no choice but to obey and carry him away. Siri emphasized that Aiden should follow him and she would show him the way, but he should remember that she would not take her eyes off him and he was being watched like a real animal. Siri promised that any outburst from Aiden would result in punishment, and she would certainly not feel sorry for him, as the moderators here were clearly not happy, and he should be grateful to Sirius. But Aiden still had questions for Siri and asked her permission to vote and avoid having his head chopped off for talking back, because he was the enemy here. The only thing that interests Aiden now is how they all managed to survive the inspection and not get hurt during it. And Siri hesitates for a second before answering, but she shares the information that they were saved by this mysterious Mr. Sirius, who also created this place as a so-called refuge for outcasts of the system, because otherwise everything would have been different. Otherwise they would have been removed from the system long ago and disappeared like those bugs that were fixed by destruction. But Mr. Sirius stood up for them and took on the role of savior. After some discussion, they finally arrived at the scene, and Siri informed Aiden that they had arrived and that it was time to introduce him to Sirius. But in front of him, Aiden sees only a wall and a so-called arch in the wall, but without a soul. So he wonders where this Sirius is and who he is, and then Siri begins to call him to come out to them. But who this mysterious Sirius was greatly impressed Aiden, and he froze in shock and amazement when Siri shouted that she had brought him to him and that a guest was waiting for him nearby. To be honest, Aiden's surprise is understandable, as no one expected to see a dragon in front of them, and this is a real creature from ancient legends. Aiden's eyes popped out of their sockets when he saw who this mysterious savior Sirius really was, and he did not expect to see a huge blue dragon with a shiny blue body. Looking at the guest with his shining golden eyes, he greeted the moderator who had arrived at his domain, and it seemed that Aiden and this dragon Sirius had finally met. Aiden couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the creature he had only heard about from old people and fairy tales, but this majestic blue dragon stood before him in all its glory. But where in such a place could there be a dragon that protects something so valuable? And he wonders if the dragon is involved in something related to the rescue of the bugs. Moreover, this is a guardian spirit, not just a simple dragon, but the true protector of Sirius, who is something of a legend in the entire game world, whom he now has the honor of seeing in person. A guardian spirit is serious business. Not just some forgettable character that can be erased from existence, but someone who can resist the system, no matter who the enemy is. This is a dragon that has lived since the world was founded and has lived since time immemorial, and Aiden had only heard about him in legends, but now he saw the legend before his eyes. Sirius emphasized that Aiden is now known as the new moderator, and upon hearing this, Aiden could not believe that Sirius knew what he himself had not been able to understand until recently. The red-haired man asked how Sirius the dragon knew who he really was, and Sirius replied that he had been able to see fragments of Aiden's memories, and had understood based on that. His heart was filled with joy like never before, and Sirius was only able to see Aiden's abilities with the help of his own ability to see the true nature of the object he was looking at. Sirius couldn't believe that in a world where everything had stopped, such an incredible creature as Aiden had appeared, who was able to become a moderator with the ability to heal so-called bugs. He could heal bugs, not just delete them, and when she heard that Aiden could heal bugs, Sirius was so surprised that her jaw dropped, because this was definitely a miracle. Now Sirius's soul can rest easy, as he has finally met the person who will decide his fate, and to whom he can entrust himself and the fate of all the unlovable characters in this world. Unexpectedly, before Aiden's eyes, the dragon Sirius began to change, and his figure transformed into the small silhouette of an ordinary short man familiar to him. Sirius turned out to be a rather young man in human form, and had a rather polite manner of speaking with those with whom he had the chance to communicate, and this time it was Aiden. Shyly lowering his eyes, Sirius asks Aiden if he will fulfill one of his requests as the new moderator, on whom their very existence depends. Aiden received a message on his board about a quest from Sirius asking him to protect his NGP by fulfilling the dragon's request, and Siri, who heard this, was seriously shocked. Sirius shouts that Sirius's mana is unstable, and it wasn't worth spending it on changing his appearance. But she is assured that everything is fine. But Aiden understands that this quest is different. This task is completely different from all the ones he has received before, and to begin with, he needs to listen to what they tell him, and then think about a solution. As they say, walls have ears and eyes, and now a newcomer has arrived, nicknamed the Moderator, which has never happened before, so an interested crowd has gathered. When the restless Siri finally left to disperse the overly curious crowd, Aiden decided that this was his chance to understand what Mr. Sirius wanted from him. Aiden asked Sirius directly what he wanted from him, and after thinking for a moment, the guardian spirit replied that it was very simple and nothing special. Sirius asked for only one thing. He wanted Aiden to heal his people and take them all to the village of Urk, which he himself had founded so that they could live a happy life. And as Aiden himself had seen, everyone here was marked with the sign of the bag, and Sirius had helped them escape during the inspection and protected them all this time, but he could no longer help them in any way. All this had consequences for the body of the altruistic Sirius, who opened his cloak to show Aiden what had happened to him due to the long absorption of dark energy. The right side of Sirius's body, right where his heart was engulfed by purple veins that spread and began to devour his heart, slowly destroying the carrier himself. All this time, Siri listened to their conversation and heard Mr. Sirius say that this was such a serious bug that even a moderator like him was powerless to fix it. Sirius admitted that he had failed and that they had to act before innocent people around him were harmed. They had to be rescued from danger immediately. If Siri could understand this and let it pass, Sirius's promise to give up his star to save his people was like a bucket of cold water on her head. So she decided to intervene and shouted that this could not be done, but Sirius did not even blink when the girl started yelling at him for his recklessness. Sirius began to fall into a state of hysteria and yelled at Sirius, asking why he would do this and sacrifice the most precious thing he had to reward some vagrant boy. She didn't care that he was a moderator because it was a sacrifice for Mr. Sirius, who replied that he was sorry and apologized, but he had nothing to offer Aiden as a reward for his help. Sirius admits that he has become too weak, and that at the moment this is the only way he can save his people, as he can no longer do anything for them. Sirius wants nothing more than to save all his people and is willing to make sacrifices to do so, and with these words he reduces Siri to tears, as this means she may lose Sirius. The girl begins to cry, and Sirius, putting one arm around her shoulder, tries to calm her down and explain that, unfortunately, he cannot be with them forever and is already very weak. But Aiden says something that no one could have expected, informing them that he does not know who Sirius is talking about or why Siri is crying, but that he definitely does not need to know and is not interested. He promises to fix the so-called bugs as it is not a difficult task for him and will not be anything supernatural for Aiden, as he has done it 1,000 times before. As Aiden himself once said, it doesn't matter if it's a bug or the system itself, he will destroy everything that threatens him, blocks his path to success, and challenges his ambitions. Therefore, Aiden accepted the quest given to him by Sirius without a moment's hesitation, making an important choice for his karma and destroying any threat on his great path. People cannot believe that this is true and that the guest will be able to fix the bug. It sounds like a feverish dream, and Siri said that she herself is not sure, but they can only wait. And no one has the right to doubt, because unlike ordinary people, Mr. Sirius is never wrong, and this time he has definitely brought them their only hope for survival. Therefore, they must trust Mr. Sirius and this red-haired stranger, who was brought here by chance and has already joined the process. Once again, they find themselves in the same situation where they need to connect to the biofields and digital data of other players in order to clean them of viruses, and this time there are many more of them than before. Aiden understands that the work will be difficult because the amount of work is very large, and he must do everything to ensure that the result is positive for both sides of the problem. This time there are a lot of people, more than 40 or 50, whom he now has to deal with and cure of numerous bugs at the same time. And not only them. Now that everyone is connected to him, Aiden sets out to find the source of the reinfection of the entire system, and he must cure the dragon itself. Only Sirius remained, who, as had long been clear, was suffering from the burden he had taken upon himself, and had now endangered his own life and health. Therefore, the situation with the dragon himself is not at all rosy, and it can be said that he is in serious danger. If Aiden does not intervene now, Sirius himself may die. The dragon had suffered greatly from absorbing the black energy of the viruses, thereby condemning himself to death from exhaustion of his heart, which, incidentally, was stronger than the others. The bug is much stronger than all the others Aiden has dealt with, and if everything is left as it is, serious trouble could arise that will require even more strength to fix. The moment Aiden's sword touched the bug's body, a flurry of low, dirty curses poured out, sounding like the language of some drunkard from the gutter, not a virus. Aiden cursed just as badly because, at that moment, the damn bug began to consume him, leaving him no chance of staying alive and defeating it. The moderator began to swear as this damn bug was taking on too much if it thought it could consume him, and was beginning to take control of Aiden, which annoyed the redhead. How could it be that some worthless bug found the courage to destroy him and began to lose control of himself? Who in their right mind would like that? But it's not for nothing that he was called the Chosen One, capable of turning the whole world upside down, and Aiden's aura energy is enough to repel the virus's aura. The moderator's power is so strong that it can literally melt the physical body of the virus, turning it into a puddle of purple slime with tentacles on the floor. Unable to contain his anger at some virus deciding to mess with him, Aiden begins to lose control, overcome by a righteous desire to wipe out the virus completely. The explosion caused by the collision of two supernatural forces shocked and frightened the simple people of the unruly characters when it suddenly lit up the sky next to them. The aura around the simple people began to thicken, meaning that everything had happened as Siri had said about Aiden, who had promised to remove the bug, and Aiden's aura surrounded their bodies like light. But Siri saw that something was definitely wrong, because Mr. Sirius began to choke and clutch his heart in pain throughout his entire body, which meant that everything had definitely started to work correctly. Mr. Sirius fell to the ground and writhed in agony from the pain that spread throughout his body, tearing his shirt as Aiden's aura enveloped his body, healing him. Siri continued to call out to Sirius to stay conscious, and when the Dragon Man unbuttoned his shirt, it was clear that the traces of the viral infection were disappearing. Aiden was very tired from such work, but he emphasized that he had promised them that he would help, and that all of this was a logical consequence, and now Sirius and the others would have a good life ahead of them. He promised to destroy all the bugs and return people to their normal lives, and to do so because he himself knew what it was like to be erased just because the system and the server moderator had decided so. Now, as this amazing moderator promised them, no one, neither Sirius nor his unplayable characters, can be deleted because of a so-called bug, and they are free to live. Finally, the update was complete, and the class of more than 50 people was changed from NG to free people, and people are happy that they will no longer die and can no longer be deleted. Sirius sincerely thanked Aiden and said that he did not even expect such mercy, as Aiden came to his aid without expecting anything in return. He thanked his savior, promising that his kindness would never be forgotten. but they could not imagine what was unfolding behind the backs of the safe people, who thought that everything had come to an end. The voice of the horned creature behind him spoke and asked what this meant, because in a little while he would have had another chess piece with extraordinary abilities. He couldn't believe that this red-haired boy had been able to destroy in a second what he had worked so long to create, and the system warned Aiden that danger was lurking. A virus-level threat has been issued and all of his abilities have been restricted, with some of his commands not functioning. Mr. Virus himself is interested in who this red-haired boy really is. The system has been suspended, and now Aiden and Sirius are confronted with the true nature of the one who has been sitting in Sirius's body all this time, poisoning his body and soul with his darkness. Now Sirius remembers everything that happened in the past and understands what mistake he made and what to do now that he is facing his old enemy from the past. A long time ago, Sirius had already encountered this so-called virus and engaged in battle with it, and it seemed that they had settled the matter once and for all. He clearly remembered that he had destroyed the dragon a long time ago, but now it stood before him, completely real and alive as never before, and was giving him a headache. In response to Sirius's words about deleting him, the virus laughed right in his face, saying that he was just a naive fool to think he could get rid of him so easily. He laughed at Sirius's childish naivety and thinking that he could destroy him so easily just by believing in his own strength, and that he would have enough power to absorb the threat. But what can you say? It's a shame. A real shame that Aiden interfered, because if he had waited a little longer, the virus would have consumed everything here without a trace, and the infection would have been impossible to stop by some moderator. To add to Sirius's anger, the virus declared that this place would suffer the same fate as the place where Sirius had previously lived, reminding the dragon of the pain of his past. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Sirius declares that this cursed virus is clearly not in its right mind if it has the audacity to say such things, and that it should think about its own well-being. This time, no one intends to let him go alive, and slowly Sirius himself begins to take on his familiar dragon form in order to put an end to everything once and for all. The virus continues to laugh maliciously and emphasize that it is not to blame for anything, and that Sirius himself should know this, if that is what he thinks and says. And those who deleted them were none other than the moderator and operators, who were not quite right in the head, because why did he, so white and fluffy, deserve such hatred from Sirius? In general, as of today, Virus has no interest in Sirius, as a new player has appeared in his arena who is much more valuable than the old rotten dragon. And those who are interested in the demonic virus are the new moderator in these parts, with his incredible power to delete bugs, who has turned the world upside down with his existence. The virus immediately rushed towards Aiden, looking into his eyes as if reading the young man's entire soul and nature, scaring the redhead half to death, and most importantly, he doesn't understand what's going on. Swinging his palm with concentrated mana over Aiden, the virus declared that he had found a specimen much more interesting than the rotten dragon Sirius from the slop bucket. Deciding not to waste any time, the demon entered Aiden, so to speak, moving into the body of an unsuspecting young man who did not expect such a turn of events. The process of so-called infection began, and Aiden's body was powerless against the dark, harmful energy that filled his biofield, like the plague that had ravaged European cities in the past. Seeing what is happening, Sirius demands that Virus stop, as he is his enemy, and tries to attack the harmful cluster of energy with his own strength. Tired of this old dragon getting in the way and whining, the demon declares that it is time for his old toy to shut up and go back to the box with the other junk. And to be sure that all his toys know their place in the box, the demon begins to infect them as well, in order to take complete control. The system no longer functions properly, and the screen between the networks also disappears, just as the painful demonic force begins to devour the bodies of Siri and Sirius. From the pain in their heads and throughout their bodies, both of Aiden's defenders begin to break down and slowly lose consciousness, but the demon is satisfied, because now everything will definitely be as he wants it to be. He no longer has the opportunity to repeat the same mistake as last time, and in this place he is safe from the eyes of the moderator, and he will not leave anything behind from these insects. But Aiden is a character known for not giving up easily, and even now, when he is in serious trouble and in pain, he tries to resist the virus taking over his body. This amuses the sadist, who isn't satisfied with pixels but wants to see his victim suffer, and he is greatly amused by how desperately the young moderator resists. Aiden understands perfectly well that the situation is hopeless, and that nothing but complete collapse awaits him, so he must escape immediately and without hesitation. But none of the teams can work in conditions of complete system instability and virus infection, leaving the frightened young man in complete despair at this turn of events. The virus wonders if it was just his imagination, or if Aiden really wanted to quit, but he can stop struggling because no force can allow him to escape his destiny. Or maybe it decided that without the network screen, it has the ability to resist him and urges Aiden to accept his role and finally become what he was meant to be. and it seems that the virus has swallowed him up, causing the boy to disappear into its depths, which looks very scary and would make everyone around him lose all hope for the best. Aiden himself cannot believe that after coming so far, he will technically end up in the stomach of this freak as his full-fledged food to fuel his ambitions. His body and mind are gradually being consumed by emptiness, leaving no room for his will and desire to live and move forward, forcing him to accept the conditions of the so-called victorious virus. But as they say, there is light even at the end of the tunnel when you are dying. But for Aiden, the time has not yet come to say goodbye to life and give up, and he himself sees it. It only means that there is still something in him, a force that does not want his life to end right here and now, when none of his dreams have yet come true. A small hand touched Aiden's face, stroking it, and for the first time in all this time, he felt the warmth of the one he had missed so much, his little Ellis. Everyone has a god, and what they call God has its own form and divine spirit that guides Aiden and is his little sister, in whose memory he vowed to change the world for the better. Yes, it was his little sister whom he had lost, and now, in a moment of pain, she had come to him to give him the strength to move on, and that was what he needed so much right now. And she smiled at her brother, promising that she would not let him just lie there, and gave him new strength and inspiration to live and move on, driving away the darkness like the morning star. Before the demon's eyes, his cocoon cracked, and he couldn't believe it because now he could see that what he loved and knew so much was beginning to crumble, and he risked being thrown back into the swamp. The Horned One cannot believe what the hell is going on and why the hell his plan is falling apart at the seams, and how the boy managed to break through his super strong virus barrier. But the fact remains that Aiden broke through the virus barrier, much to the shock of the latter, who was once again reminded that his defenses were extremely weak. The new system is rebuilt, and now Aiden has a new command to activate a command available only to the moderator, and remove the virus from the game server once and for all. It worked, and the demon was engulfed by the aura of the team summoned by Aiden, and now victory will definitely be on the side of the moderator, who found the strength to resist him and fight. The demon began to suffocate and retreat when he was pushed back again, which meant that Aiden had once again ruined all of his plans and now nothing would work. Now he is concerned with only one question. Who is this young man, and why does the operator have such great power to remove his strength and repel his attack? Where did this simpleton get the ability to remove it, when ordinary players shouldn't even have the strength to fight off high-level virus attacks and survive? The thing is that the moderator used his abilities to build a network wall at the moderator level and blocked the power with which the demon was going to attack, thereby removing the virus from the server. When the battle between the malware and the moderator was finally over, all the freed people fell exhausted to the ground as the virus left their weary bodies. At that very moment, they were enveloped in the red aura of Aiden, who distributed protection to everyone around him as the one responsible for the well-being of his subjects. He did the same with his own subjects from the village of Urk in order to protect them from another threat, and thus the first part of the update was perfectly completed. Now the virus has no chance, and it gradually disappears as Aiden removes it from the so-called exile sector of the server, eliminating any threat. Before disappearing, the virus decides that it will have the last word and begins to laugh hysterically, and Aiden looks at it as if it were insane. When the boy asks why the demon is laughing, he replies with a smile that he has finally found a way to get closer to the operator and is ready to use Aiden to do so. With a nasty, toothy grin, the demon declared that Aiden was the one they had been looking for all this time, and that they had no intention or desire to let him go because everything had already been decided. And so the monster would do everything in his power to make Aiden his property and would not give up trying to make the moderator's body and mind his own, no matter what it cost him in the future. Before disappearing, the demon promised that this was not their last meeting, and that he would definitely return to make his plan a reality. So Aiden had no way of escaping. When the monster disappeared, Aiden was left wondering what the hell had just happened, and that he had just thrown away this set of infected pixels when he threatened to delete it. But a voice behind him distracts Aiden from his thoughts about what he did wrong, and he turns around to see Sirius, who seems to have something to say to him. This was the first time he had been called a moderator, and the dragon sincerely asked if their savior was okay, to which he replied that he was fine and had no complaints. Sirius swears his allegiance to Aiden because he didn't think he would be able to use even his ability to delete, and thanks him for once again providing them with great help. He admits that without the support of the system, he is completely useless, and could only stand aside and watch, so he is ashamed to call himself a spiritual guardian, to be honest. And although the physical body of the virus had been destroyed, he left behind a pile of remains that also had to be dealt with before they began to infect everyone around them, like the epidemic itself. Even from a tiny fragment of these remains, a new threat on a continental scale could emerge, one that could not be overcome by simple removal using the moderator's powers no matter how hard he tried. And Sirius, no longer willing to delegate his problems and responsibilities to moderator Aiden, wants to try to remove the digital remains of the virus himself because he is ashamed. But something happened that no one could have predicted. Not even the dragon, and probably not even the moderator himself, knew that such a result could come from not completely removing the so-called bug. As soon as Sirius's mana touched the remains of the virus, it materialized as dozens of spikes that immediately pierced the dragon's body from all sides, leaving him paralyzed. Even the calm Aiden had a panic attack from what happened. Not to mention Siri, for whom Sirius was a king and a god, who started to hysterically freak out right there. The demon began to regain his position and decided that it was time to act. He used his spikes to pierce the body of Sirius, who was paralyzed by the virus, lifting him up like a doll. Once again gaining the upper hand, the demon said that he had warned that this was definitely not the end of his story, and that he would return to this again and again. This was his special ability called multiplication and cloning, and, as you can guess, parasitizing anyone who dared to touch him, and developing so-called pores in his victim. The situation is completely fucked, so Aiden decides to try again to separate Sirius from the parasitic tentacles of the virus by cutting them with his sword on the fly without hesitation. But for Sirius, it was a fatal blow, and he immediately falls to the ground from a direct blow to the chest that damaged his internal organs, which are vital for normal life. Aiden realizes that something is seriously wrong, and to make matters worse, Siri adds fuel to the fire by wailing and begging Mr. Sirius to open his eyes and not die at any cost. Aiden doesn't understand why this monster is still here, as he could be sure that he had just deleted the virus and that it should have disappeared from the server once and for all. Laughing like a true sadist, the demon said that Aiden must be very naive if he thinks he could be so easily destroyed by simply deleting him via the moderator's command line. The virus explained that this wasn't the first time it had been deleted, and that only the moderators could get rid of it completely, and they clearly had more power than Aiden currently had as a moderator. But he was not going to give up and tried to use his command line update on the virus again to delete this freak once and for all, to be sure of his powers. But as the video shows, although this worked partially, it is still not possible to destroy all the offspring and clones created during the reinfection and reproduction of the virus from touch. And so began the so-called mass deletion of every clone of the virus. And everything seems to be going according to Aiden's plan, and the virus can be destroyed right here and now. Even when the fire began to consume the bodies of his clones, the demon laughed even more disgustingly and asked if Aiden really had enough authority to use mass deletion. But he emphasizes that this is still not enough to be sure that he can delete all of his copies, as he will create them one after another again. But Aiden has his own cloud storage with a multitude of so-called elite weapons of various strengths and characteristics, and he can use them as much as he wants, and no one can stop him. But as the demon said about Aiden's power and authority, he does not have enough power and authority to defeat him, and the moderator's shield is just a piece of wood to him. Aiden's strong shield shattered under the demon's onslaught, and splinters flew straight into Aiden's face, which hurt from the blow, and now he realized that something was definitely wrong. Now he is faced with a so-called massive dark energy, and Aiden has nowhere to run from the virus that is now taking complete control of him and the situation. But he always has his sword, which the moderator will try to use to repel all attacks, and will use a new weapon every time the old one breaks until he achieves victory. But things don't always go as planned, and the sword began to rot right before his eyes as it was hit by the virus, which attacked the blade and caused it to rot. The sword simply shattered into pieces in Aiden's hands, much to his shock, as this had happened to Aiden's weapon during his previous battle with the operator, and it is a very bad sign. It turns out that weapons and ammunition only work on magical creatures, and if he is right, then there is definitely no point in the so-called sharpening, and everything will fall apart. And this evil has a different nature than all the other types of evil he has encountered before, and a slightly different strategy is needed to defeat this freak. It looks as if this virus is teasing Aiden and playing tag with him in order to exhaust him, so that in the end, the red-haired man will fall from exhaustion and submit to him. Now Aiden stands before the black tongues of flame and begins to slowly lose the last of his strength, as his weapons have simply rotted away and scattered in all directions. The demon begins to taunt the exhausted Aiden and laughs that he should give up and stop fighting with his legs like a frog in a jug of milk. But Aiden admits that this is nonsense. This is definitely some kind of trouble, and neither removal nor his attacks work on this virus, as this monster just keeps cloning itself endlessly, and God knows what kind of virus this is. The virus itself is curious whether it should take Aiden with it, and this so-called screen between the networks has already started to get on its nerves, so it needs to deal with this rat. And so, without waiting a moment longer, the virus must completely consume this new vessel, which is perfect for it, into which it plans to transform the red-haired moderator. Aiden called the demon a damned psychopath who has no control over his mind and will not back down from devouring his target, no matter what it takes. No matter how he uses deletion to free himself from the demon's control and finally win, it's all in vain, as he definitely doesn't have enough power to do so. The virus continues to emphasize that everything he does is futile, and that he should give up and accept the fact that he is too weak to completely destroy the threat. And he emphasized that no matter how hard he tried, Aiden's deletion power could not keep up with all the updates in the virus system, and now he would do everything to subdue the redhead. Enveloping the moderator's body and seeping into his mind, the virus urges him to finally accept his fate and let it in by closing his eyes, and then it will all finally be over for him. Sirius is dying, and it's obvious that Siri, who is devoted to him, is genuinely worried about him and asks him not to give up so quickly, as she is not going to let him die just like that. The girl promises that she will try to cure the dragon with her magic, and tearfully asks him to hold on a little longer, until Aiden's battle against the virus is over. Only then will the moderator be able to defeat the virus, and only then will it be possible to talk about Sirius returning to normal life. The dragon asks her not to worry because he is fine. Sirius explains that she herself knows that magic cannot heal, and that there is a screen between the networks, but he made a mistake due to carelessness, and now crossed the bug boundary and will become a virus. This is a process that cannot be reversed, as Sirius is too weak to fight, and Siri is crying because they were so close to salvation, and it is not fair. Sirius apologizes to his loyal follower because now he has to do what he should have done a long time ago, and there's no other way out. Reaching out to Siri, Sirius asks her to help the new operator and follow his orders, as this is the only way forward on their journey. It is becoming increasingly difficult to resist the virus that is already consuming his body and has almost devoured his mind, so he must think carefully before throwing anything else at this formidable enemy. Right now, anything can help him, even if it's the smallest and most insignificant thing, so he has to use his brain because not only his life depends on his actions. Finally, it began to dawn on him that he had another secret weapon, one that he could easily have forgotten about with such a large arsenal of new weapons at his disposal. A hammer in his pocket, a blacksmith's tool that had been with him from the very beginning, and had been ungratefully forgotten by Aiden, but now it would definitely come in handy to defeat such a virus. The hammer. The hammer with which Aiden had earned a living for himself and his sister all these years did not succumb to the black rot under the influence of the virus, and now Aiden knows what to do next with this weapon. This is Ellis's hammer, and what interests Aiden most is the fact that it is not destroyed by the devastating, contagious barrage of pixels like all the other weapons in his arsenal before it. Exactly. Aiden began to guess the true nature of the sword's indestructibility, which was due to its structure, which seemed to be pierced by so-called microchips and neural connections. The red-haired man began to realize this and couldn't believe it, as it was clearly beyond the realm of fantasy and couldn't be that this hammer was the so-called hammer of Thor in this world. Now, when he raised the sword above his head and used a new command to finally take full power and wipe the cursed viral freak from the game server, and activating his command, the redhead struck it directly, breaking through the so-called black barrier of putrid black energy in front of them. So now everything should definitely work out as it should. When the blacksmith's hammer struck the energy barrier of the virus, it couldn't understand what was happening right now, and why this guy now had the upper hand. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. And the virus refused to believe that anyone could possess such power of subjugation, which only a strong moderator could manifest. And here, this rat had a weapon of subjugation that only those who had received permission from the operator could possess. And Aiden himself was shocked that his hammer was indeed his true weapon. Yes, the moderator's command was entered and worked, and as it turned out, this hammer had a so-called function that could have defeated him from the very beginning of the commotion. The virus smiles a toothy grin and admits that Aiden was lucky, but nothing more, and that he was very inattentive to details, which is why the young man was able to defeat him. But still, according to the virus demon, Aiden is too weak to defeat him, and he certainly cannot count on having any advantage over him at all. The demon emphasized that even such a young red-haired moderator would not be able to defeat him, as he still lacked the power to do so, which frightened the red-haired man. Just as Aiden was about to give up and accept his fate and let himself be consumed, he saw a crystal fly towards him and a new notification from the system appeared. The notification said that the task had been completed and that he had been awarded a reward for completing the quest. But what kind of reward was it? It was the very same Sirius star that had been promised. Help came from where it was least expected, and it was Siri who came to give Aiden what Mr. Sirius had promised him at the very beginning of this game quest. The girl was in tears, and reaching out her hand toward him, she used magic to convey Sirius's blessing, asking him to use Mr. Sirius's star now, overflowing with strength and determination to defeat this very demon and finally end this whole nightmare. Put an end to the whole farce and fulfill the promise made to Sirius in the beginning. As soon as Sirius's star touched Aiden and the hammer cut through the air, there was such a flash of light that it blinded everyone around and turned the simple hammer into a sharp sword. The blow unleashed a considerable amount of dark energy, which, like a tsunami, engulfed the demon, who, for the first time in the history of the battle, was defeated by this very moderator. The virus did not understand what was happening, and how it could be that a simple moderator could have such a weapon, which the experienced virus was seeing for the first time in its life, and that this idiot was defeating it. It was the so-called punishing sword of Aiden for his personal use, and the same unique weapon that had surprised the virus at the beginning. It was time to pay for everything. The virus was smeared across the floor like butter, and he couldn't believe that he had been defeated so easily and smeared, and that all his powers and commands had been restricted. Ambush and so-called expansion or cloning are impossible to use, as the moderator's powers now exceed all possible limits, and Aiden can definitely delete him. Only the highest moderator and Mr. Trojan himself are capable of doing such a thing, but Aiden's nature is still unclear to this virus. Is he a moderator or someone else from the higher powers? However, his main goal up to this point is and remains the so-called absorption of this accursed human vessel in order to subjugate him to his true plan of action. The demon has run out of patience and is no longer willing to tolerate and play with Aiden, and the games are definitely over, as he intends to take him away whole and unharmed. He does not need a mangled pile of flesh or minced meat, so he simply wanted to peacefully subjugate the young moderator with extraordinary abilities, expecting him to cooperate. But to the demon's dismay, he refused to participate and resisted even though he knew there was no way out of this terrible situation. So now the demon must do what he thinks Aiden deserves for daring to be so stubborn, refusing to accept his fate and resisting, and he will be wiped out for it. But the young future operator did not even move and stood unshaken in the face of the danger that stared at him with hungry eyes, wanting to devour him alive. Aiden held the sword in his hands and prepared to deliver the final blow to the cursed virus and destroy it once and for all this time, which was certain. Now that he had the enhanced weapon of conquest in his hands, the moderator's update and deletion command had to work, and the virus would have absolutely no chance. Aiden's sword cut through all the black demonic energy of the virus, causing an incredibly powerful explosion that could not help but provoke a strong surge of energy that shook the atmosphere. Amidst the demon's screams and a terrible rumbling, a terrible roar caused a hill to rise from the ground, and countless trees were uprooted, as if a powerful landslide had begun. Aiden managed to escape from the terrible collapse and sat down exhausted on the edge, trying to withstand the intense tension throughout his body, feeling terrible fatigue and fear afterwards. The red-haired man's hand dropped the hammer to the ground, and it returned to its normal state, confirming that the young man had done a tremendous job on his journey. His face was extremely pale as he had lost a lot of strength during the terrible siege, and Aiden raised his tired amber eyes to look at the result of his work. His actions had lifted the entire canyon that hung over him, causing an extremely strong aura of fear and emotion in his soul, as if something huge was hanging over his head like a giant hand. The screen between the networks malfunctioned and began to display a so-called scattering of black and purple broken pixels. But the main thing was that the virus had disappeared, not completely, but still. The purple screen began to display a message that massive disruptions had begun due to unauthorized actions by someone outside who could have disrupted such a perfectly executed plan. The man standing near the screen felt a strange impulse that conveyed important, albeit very unpleasant, information about a so-called crack in his plan and in the copies of the body. The crack was the result of one of his copies being deleted, and only an operator or a high-ranking defender could delete it. The original was curious to know who this new hero was. When the white-haired man saw the one he now had to deal with, a satisfied, predatory smile appeared on his face, like a dog that had smelled meat. How could he not be satisfied when he had come across such an interesting specimen who had broken through his wall and charged at him head-on, knowing full well that he was rushing into a trap? The virus, known as Churv in its original form, understands that if it plays its cards right, it will even be able to strike at the moderator, and Mr. Trojan should be happy about that. Finally, Churv's attention was drawn to a sound coming from slightly to the side of him, which would have made a normal person cover their ears, but it only made him smile because he was waiting for something tasty. An explosion so powerful that it shook the ancient rocks could only mean that someone much more powerful and stronger than the operator had arrived. The last piece of black energy began to smolder in a whirlpool of red tongues of flame, hinting that for Churv, this would definitely be his last encounter with his potential victims. Churv decided to teleport to the very place where the so-called battle for life and death was about to begin, and if all the operators were arriving there, then he had to be there too. In addition, an unexpected guest had arrived, whom it would be simply wrong to ignore, and certainly worse than any mortal sin, so Churv had to greet him personally. Indeed, they had not seen Mia, one of the operators who arrived here surrounded by red hellish flames, for a long time, showing that since she was here, she knew the location of this virus. She had finally found him, and he had indeed been hiding very well all this time, only coming into view now when a so-called bug that acts as a moderator had interfered. Mia, true to her demonic fox nature, arrived accompanied by flames surrounding her on all sides, and looking at her, Churv said that she was lucky to find him. But the main thing is that she found him, and how she was able to do it, and how she found out that he was here if this area was a so-called blind zone. Fortunately for Churv, Mia did not bring the operator, so he asks her if she thinks she can handle him on her own, since the robots are there for the team of operators and moderators. Churva asks if she is taking on too much by underestimating him, but the fox does not answer because she is thinking everything through, and understands that everything turned out to be true, just as she had been told before. As Arya had told her before, the virus was indeed hiding in the bad sector, but unfortunately she had not been able to figure it out, so this mistake was made because of their own blindness. But Mia found the strength to admit that it was a big mistake on her part as an operator, and now she had to fix everything before the tragedy went beyond these limits. Moreover, in her opinion, she has more than enough authority to deal with someone like Sherv, so today she will give him the logical and well-deserved end he has been waiting for. Indeed, the power Mia demonstrated is so great that shockwaves cover the entire perimeter, because weak and idiotic operators were never hired. But unfortunately, Sherv avoided a direct hit and broke free, leaving Mia behind to watch him run away from her so-called accurate blow, which had missed. Sherv looked at Mia with complete contempt, having managed to get past her, and already raised his hand to attack the cameraman who had come to destroy him once and for all. As a result of the attack, Mia's body began to be engulfed by tongues of black flame that threatened to completely consume her body and envelop her in a black cocoon. Now, Mia herself was trapped in a so-called cocoon from which it would be very difficult to escape, and now the fox would face a real hell from which she would have to get out on her own, and it cannot be said that she was not warned that Sherv would not warn her that she alone would not be able to fight him, as she herself would definitely not be able to do so. The virus emphasizes that Mia should have brought at least one person with her who could be called a high-ranking protector, but Mia decided that she could handle it herself. So now he will leave her to deal with the consequences of her own stubbornness and unwillingness to admit her weakness. So now it is all her responsibility for her mistakes. But Mia will not let Sherv feel superior to her just like that. So she begins to tear apart the so-called cocoon in which Sherv's attacks have trapped her and almost breaks through the barrier. For now, Sherv can be satisfied with his work and watch as the senior operator tries to free himself from the grip of black energy, triumphantly. Everything went wrong when he looked down and saw a whirlpool of blue light rising from the place where he had left Mia to fight the consequences of her rash action. Mia finally breaks free from her captivity and asks the virus rhetorically if it asked her if she was sure of her abilities, and she is absolutely sure that she can do what she has set out to do. She declared that he was the one looking down on her and underestimating her, considering himself the strongest in the world, but she would prove to him that he was very wrong. And so today, even though she is dying, she will do everything possible to remove a monster like Sherv from the server once and for all, so that he disappears. Sirius has only minutes left as his body is being consumed as quickly as possible, leaving no hope that the dragon can be saved, and everyone knows it. For Siri, it is a real morning, and holding Sirius's dying body in her arms, she bursts into tears, knowing full well that this is definitely the end. Sirius is no longer able to sustain life in his body, and feels that his body has become nothing more than a rotten ruin that is about to be taken over by the Sherv virus once and for all. Sirius's will begins to die, and half of his body represents his true form, but the dragon's golden eyes have already begun to close and fade away due to his death. In his death throes, he sees his past when Sirius was still a great white dragon, who was chained in blue chains for no reason, even though he resisted. Like any creature captured against its will, he looks on with pain and fear in his eyes, unable to understand why this is happening to him and what he has done to deserve such a fate. Sirius tries to call out to the moderator, hoping that he will be able to break through to his consciousness and find out why he is being treated so horribly for his good deeds. But why is this happening, and why must he be deprived of his freedom and spend his life chained to the ground forever, and why is he being treated this way? Most importantly, Sirius does not understand why innocent people who have done no wrong should be removed, as they should be the ones who need to be protected. And how can an operator who is supposed to protect humanity from threats be the one who irresponsibly deprives those who did not receive protection and were removed because of his mistake? The main headache and irony is that the one who created Sirius and gave him the power to protect humanity was the moderator himself, and now he has chained his creation. Betrayal. Sirius wonders what could have happened to cause a moderator he had known for a long time, and well, to change so drastically and become such a complete sadist with no principles or compassion for his creations. The moderator was the noble creator who gave them life and a purpose to be defenders of this world from all existing threats, and he was simply a good person. But what could have happened to turn such a bright person into a complete cynic and sadist who doesn't care about the lives he was responsible for? The moderator explained that with each system update, the number of viruses increases, and he will no longer allow them to appear, so he is permanently removing his abilities related to updates. And that is why unplayable characters who oppose the system, including Sirius, have now become a hidden threat that carries the so-called latent probability of becoming infected. Therefore, the moderator stated that for this reason, he must block all of them just in case, in order to minimize any threats. So now Sirius's body begins to block something like blue electronic blocks that have begun to build a so-called fortress around the body of the frightened dragon in chains. A frightened Sirius screams, begging the moderator to finally come to his senses and not make such mistakes for which he will continue to punish himself for the rest of his life, and to stop before it's too late. The dragon tries to explain that by his actions, the moderator will become the monster and demon that everyone wants him to be, and that he is clearly moving toward his goal by doing this to everyone. But it was too late, and Sirius was walled up in the blue electronic block, his cries muffled forever, so that the moderator could no longer hear his terrible screams of pain. But the main problem was that Sirius could not do anything to change his fate, and the fate of those people who had been deemed a direct threat to security. That is why he was blocked and placed in a so-called sarcophagus. But time passed and a whole city grew up around the so-called Dragon's Sarcophagus, where people had been living for a very long time. Along with the world, Sirius himself changed. He had been sleeping a long, eternal sleep under the dome, and his beautiful white scales no longer shone in the sun, as they once did due to his confinement. But time cannot be turned back, and since this is the will of the system, they must obey without resistance the power of the moderator, who decided that this would be right for everyone. Therefore, Sirius, as the moderator's creation, must accept and resign himself to the moderator's will, and simply sleep peacefully, waiting for the day when someone who will change the world will come. It could be the operator or someone else, but right now it didn't matter to the apathetic Sirius, who suddenly felt a small human hand touch his body. Sirius shifted his apathetic gaze from his golden eye to the black-haired head that approached him, seeking some warmth in this world. Strange, very strange. A human child? A small, fragile, and sick girl in a shabby white shirt with hungry eyes and long black hair, resembling a dirty little black kitten at his feet. The child fell wearily at Sirius's side and bowed her head. And the dragon understood correctly that the little girl was definitely an orphan, and completely alone in this world, since she had come to him. This wasn't something new, and people had come here before, but no one had ever dared to approach him as closely as this little hungry black creature. Some people even considered him a deity and brought him various offerings to satisfy the so-called dragon god imprisoned here. But the players saw him as just another unplayable character to come and amuse themselves with every day, because he never even looked at them, just slept and ignored them. So now Sirius turned to the little girl who was chewing stale bread to find out about her life circumstances, so he could know how to proceed with her. Looking at the little girl, Sirius asked if she had a home to return to, but she shook her head in response. She was completely alone. No family, no hut, no place to lay her head. She was completely alone in this big, cruel world where, without adults, only wandering and loneliness await a child. So Sirius offered her to stay with him if she wanted to, and he would give her shelter for a short time and feed the little child until she was old enough. And the child must be given a name, especially if the little creature reaches out to you with her arms to hug you and accepts you as her own father, and the name he gave her would be simple: Sirius. So this little kitten-like child was named Sirius and became a kind of foster daughter to Sirius, who gave her the warmth and care that every child needs. Little Siri was very different from the usual unattractive characters, and even more so from the players he had already met in his long life, and she had a unique talent. She had an innate talent for magic, and Sirius taught her all the means of self-defense, and could call himself a proud father who cared for his unusual child. Siri grew up, and since she was a human child, he couldn't leave her with him forever, and had to return her to the people where Siri found her place in the sun. Now Sirius had nothing left, neither his so-called calling, nor his former body, nor his strength. He was just a shadow of his former self, but he still had one joy. He knew that from now on his duty was to protect this child, and the dragon couldn't help but rejoice because he was useful to someone, and everything was fine until a certain point in his life. But as we know, nothing lasts forever in this world, and Sirius once again encountered the virus that had destroyed his life long before, and now it was back again. The ugly, dirty, rotten, and stinking energy definitely belonged to the one he had the misfortune to encounter in his past, once again threatening his life and happiness. A freak made of broken pixels. The virus. It was definitely him, and he had returned to destroy everything that was dear to all normal people, infect the whole world with his black rot, and ruin people's lives again and again. And no matter how scary it was, Sirius knew perfectly well that if he didn't stop him now, everything would be destroyed without a chance, just like in his distant past. So this time, no matter what it took, Sirius was simply obliged to stop the virus before it infected everything and everyone in its path, and that was Sirius's responsibility. He got out of the designated place and the system no longer provided him with protection, and now Sirius put himself in danger in order to save people who might not even remember him. The virus has gone haywire again, nothing has worked, and the moderators and operators have figured everything out and tracked his movements and actions down to the smallest pixel. So now he understands that he must leave before the check begins, and he is spotted and eliminated while still in the so-called bud stage. But this bastard didn't have time to teleport away from the scene before Sirius appeared behind him, who, incidentally, also possesses extraordinary abilities and talents in magic. When Cherv's copy saw who had appeared behind him, he turned around and was seriously impressed by the incredible creature from ancient legends standing behind him. A dragon. An angry dragon who was about to show the virus a so-called pleasant gesture of hospitality, and shouted that he knew that this virus was the one to blame for all this. And the virus laughed when it heard that such a creature would stand against it, which, unfortunately, was very limited in its powers and, moreover, was very late in arriving. Before disappearing, the virus declares that luck is on its side, and that everything will now go as it wants because, unfortunately for Sirius, he is very late, and that's all. The infection has already begun in many places, and Sirius will make an excellent specimen, so the virus leaves him one last treasure as a gift that he will never forget. Therefore, before leaving, the virus asks Sirius to take care of himself and not become a victim of deletion in the future, as the virus itself needs an interesting puppet for its plans. Finally, he asks the dragon to try his best not to fail his task and save himself for his grand plan to take over the world in the future. An emergency check began, and a deadly check and bug were found, so mobs and unkillable characters came here, and now this area will be cleared and he won't even blink at it. And so began a real hell for any innocent character and just a human being, and now they will all be deleted and lose their freedom and the life they deserve. Before Sirius's eyes, what he was so afraid of seeing again happened, and before his eyes, another small world that had grown up before him all this long time was about to die again. It hurts that all this is happening again, and the moderator has once again failed to come up with a new way to fix the situation and is simply deleting all the people who are problematic. No matter who they are or what flaws they have, Sirius is not going to leave them here. He will save everyone he loves and, most importantly, save Siri herself from such a terrible end. Therefore, taking his people with him, Sirius uses teleportation to transport them all to a safe place, as he wants very much to protect those to whom he has become attached with his soul. He will protect them no matter what it costs him, as he was created as the protector of the whole world and the people who live there, and he will continue to do so even after his blockade. Once upon a time, when the little dragon was just born as the embodiment of the will of the moderator himself, who wanted to protect the whole world, he was given the name Sirius. The kind and gentle moderator gave him this name so that he would become a light for those who had strayed from their path and guide them back to the true way. That is why this little dragon was named after the brightest star in the sky, Sirius, bright as the golden sparkle in his eyes. That was how it was in the ancient days of the world. Once upon a time, Sirius was a little dragon born as a gesture of goodwill and the moderator's desire to protect the whole world and the people who live in it. The moderator, who can be considered Sirius's father, watches over the events unfolding in the world that is subject to him and sees what will become of his creation. The moderator's keen eye noticed that something had happened to Sirius. His name changed its status and turned black, and now the fate of his creation became clear. Sirius died, and although the moderator blocked him, he now pays tribute to his creation by placing his palm on the screen, because the heart of a creator will always ache for his creation. Aiden and the people from the banned server moved from the dangerous place and ended up not far from the village ruled by Aiden himself, so they simply escaped death. The young moderator was greatly impressed by how well this teleportation ability worked, which Sirius himself possessed while he was alive when he taught little Siri magic tricks. Incredible. It's just incredible, and the abilities possessed by Sirius's so-called adopted daughter are simply incredible and very useful for escaping unnoticed and quickly with a large number of people. Aiden thanked Sirius for saving him, and admitted that they could only escape thanks to her help, and that they owed their salvation and their lives to Sirius herself. He simply had to thank Siri, who had initially attacked him without warning, and now saved all their lives with her unique magical abilities. Before leading his new residents back to Urk, the red-haired man first showed them the location of the village he was in charge of, and explained that it was very close. But Siri also had something to be thankful for, because without Aiden's help, they would never have made it, as the virus was unbeatable in such a serious case, and they would have surely died. Sirius cried and thanked Aiden for finding the strength to remove the infected Sirius before it was too late to fix everything. Sirius was in a terrible state, his body and mind already dying under the control of the virus, and the dragon understood perfectly well that he would surely become a virus that could not be eliminated. And then Aiden found the strength to destroy the one who could become a new threat to the world, and as a moderator, Aiden decided to carry out Sirius's last wish, who wanted to protect everyone. Mr. Sirius would never want to become a virus that would threaten the existence of the people he loved so much and whom he wanted to protect until the very end. Moreover, Sirius had opened a new path for them, and now, as Mr. Sirius himself had wanted when he died, Siri and her people would follow Aiden, fulfilling the last will of their adoptive father. Siri and 50 other people were registered as residents of the village of Urk, and now that Aiden had led them all to the new village, he had one more important question for her that he needed to understand. Aiden was curious about the star that Sirius had given him, but the girl replied that, unfortunately, she did not know what it was, and therefore could not say for sure. But she replied that all she knew was that it was the source of Sirius' power, and that he had protected it very dearly and did not want to part with it until the very end. Sirius himself said that there were many similar stars scattered around the world, hiding extraordinary power that could replenish the arsenal of any strong player or character. The girl replied that she knew nothing, and although it was not entirely clear to Aiden, he began to realize one thing related to his powers as a moderator. But something did happen, and his moderator powers, which had remained unchanged for a long time, grew to the 4th level, and after absorbing the Sirius star, they were able to grow. It would have been bad if Sirius had been absorbed by a virus instead of a moderator, But that was the least of their worries now, as they were finally all arriving at their destination, as Ciri understood. Before her and her people lie the ruins of the area, and looking at them, the mage wonders if this is really the village she has heard so much about, as it looks like the aftermath of a bombing. Aiden confirmed that this was his village and explained that there were only 5 people living here, and that major repairs would be needed in the future, but we have what we have, as they say. He was about to continue telling the story of the village when he heard a voice calling him loudly, greeting the master of the village home with a joyful tone. All 5 residents of the village welcomed Aiden back, and it became clear that they knew something about his return and guessed that Aiden was about to come back. The children immediately rushed to hug Aiden, who warmly greeted them and asked if they knew for sure that he was coming today. But Jake hesitated a little in response. The man emphasized that someone had arrived well ahead of Aiden, and hearing a familiar voice and the silly manner of grabbing him from behind by the shoulders, he realized who had arrived first. He hadn't seen Arya in a long time, and she immediately threw her arms around his shoulders, which shocked the young man, but the girl emphasized that she knew Aiden would return. She admitted that he had made her worry about him and that she would never let him go anywhere alone again. She began to act like a mother hen toward Aiden, but what can she say? She is very impressed that Aiden brought so many people, more than 50, which is an amazing result that could not have been predicted at first. Arya asks what happened to cause such a rush of people, and Aiden says he will tell her another time, but Ciri, who has experienced paranormal activity, begins to panic. Who is this Arya with her aura and powers, which are as great as those of Sirius himself, and perhaps even stronger? Who is she? The question that interests Aiden is where Arya has been all this time, and what she was doing that was so secret that he couldn't get in touch with her for such a long period of time. The girl thought for a moment whether to reveal the truth about what she had been doing, or to keep it as a treat for later, and, with a sly wink, decided that she would tell him everything soon. But not now. Aiden should find out for himself when the time was right. Once again, she left him hanging and tried to surround herself with an aura of mystery. Aiden was already used to this when he heard an explosion behind him, so powerful that he almost vomited when he heard it behind his back. The sound was as if a rocket had fallen from the sky onto his head. Ordinary people started shouting that someone had fallen from the sky and asked if it was a stuntman, but Aiden knew perfectly well that it wasn't the second coming of a deity, and definitely not a tornado or thunder. It was his mother, a real cameraman who had come here with one clear goal, not to negotiate cooperation with him, an unplayable character, but to delete him. Frightened by their difficult past, the locals shout that they need to run away, just like the cameraman, but he immediately tells them that they are no longer bugs, let alone unplayable characters. There seems to be nothing to be afraid of, but Aiden admits that this will certainly not make things easier for him, as he was able to fight off one cameraman, but now another one has been brought to him, as if to add insult to injury. Another member of this gang of psychopaths to eliminate anyone who has the misfortune of being identified in the system as an error, and he must be ready if the Fox operator doesn't like him. He always has a hammer at the ready as a so-called instrument of subjugation, which Aiden can use again if the system fails and he has to fight for his right to live. Aiden was already preparing to attack when he saw the unexpected fox Mia lower her ears like a beaten dog and begin to whimper that she was sorry for something she had done wrong earlier. In tears, the formidable camerawoman turned to someone as if to an older sister, apologizing for letting someone very important to the completion of her task slip from her sight. The fox rushed past Aiden, leaving him standing in a state of shock, watching what this camerawoman, who was behaving like a little beaten puppy, was going to do next. Mia continued to scream and beg for forgiveness for not being able to do everything right, emphasizing that she was very guilty, and threw herself into Arya's arms. The girl with blue hair emphasized that everything was fine, and that Mia had tried very hard and was shocked by the beating. Mia asked if Arya really thought so. Aiden watched this in shock, and seeing such emotions on his friend's face, Arya asked if he was really so impressed by what had happened and was going to introduce them. The fox with pink hair clinging to her hand in an embrace, Arya said that this little fox is Mia, and she is a camerawoman, and it is clear that there has been a special connection between her and Arya for a long time. Arya emphasized that Mia Aiden could be trusted like no one else. And upon hearing this information, the redhead froze in a state of speechless shock, realizing his role. Negotiations began and a huge crowd gathered around, and it was clear that something very serious was happening, and that the negotiations promised to be more serious than ever. Arya sits at the table as a mediator between the two sides. Aiden, whose nature is unclear, and Mia, who is a real operator and is waiting for the events that should already be coming to an end. Now, Mia understands perfectly well that this red-haired boy is the same ungrabbable character who immediately received the powers of both operator and moderator in one package, and the people who came after him are the so-called ungrabbable characters who have escaped from the existing system that is unfair to them. But Aiden does not understand that this madness is happening. And Aiden asked Arya what kind of madness was going on, since Mia was a camerawoman who could easily delete him and all the people he had vouched for to the system. Aiden asked why she had brought the operator here, and Mia asked Aiden what his claims against her were and what his obligations were to protect this world by getting rid of all the bugs. Aiden shouted in anger, asking if there was no other way out except to delete the unfortunate ones, and why they had to be deleted without trial and investigation instead of looking for solutions. Mia yells at Aiden, asking if he really thinks they are doing this on purpose because they like it, and of course, deletion is the only way to solve the infection problem. Aiden yells at Mia, saying that she must be lying because he has this incredible ability and can fix the so-called bugs without deleting innocent people from the game. Fox starts yelling at him not to lie because it's just not possible, and besides, she's never met anyone with such abilities before. Arya intervenes in the conflict and asks them to calm down, but Mia tells her so-called sister that she doesn't believe bugs can be fixed, as only a moderator is capable of that. Now that Mia had brought up the subject of so-called moderators, Arya took a deep breath and decided to get as close to the issue as possible and talk to Aiden about the future of this redhead. She turned to Aiden with the main proposal that was at the heart of this important conversation and asked if he had considered becoming a moderator as required by the system. Only in this way could the goals they had set for themselves be achieved, and so Aiden could consider the question rhetorical, and now the redhead was obliged to become a moderator. When Aiden heard this proposal, he was seriously shocked that he was being asked to become a moderator in the full sense of the word, and this frightened the redhead very much. He asked Arya what she was talking about, and at first she brought the cameraman here, and now she is asking Aiden to make such a serious decision and accept it in such a short time. Aiden doesn't understand what Arya is up to and what this crazy girl is trying to achieve by playing with him, like a pawn on her chessboard and doing whatever she wants with him. Arya's main goal is to replace the current corrupt and rotten moderator with her own man, Aiden, who has healing powers. Arya apologized and said that this is all she can tell him right now, but she assures him that she is definitely not lying about what may happen in the near future. She has a lot of tricks up her sleeve and promises that she has nothing to gain from lying, as her plans with Aiden have one important point of intersection, so the benefit is mutual. Arya knows that Aiden himself would like to take revenge on the moderator, and is interested in how he plans to do this without having the necessary support and legal rights to take such actions. They have the same goal, so Arya and Aiden are allies, and she has no reason to deceive him. She suggests that they join forces and act as a well-coordinated team going forward. She admits that she cannot handle this task on her own, so she really needs Aiden's help as a strong ally with unusual abilities to fix bugs. The thing is, Arya got a penalty from the moderator for her mistakes, and now she can't use most of the system, and her powers are really limited. Aiden still has many questions for Arya, but he knows for sure that she will not give him any answers right now, so he decides to keep his mouth shut. Now that all the negotiations are over, it's time to discuss their future plans and come to a decision that will solve this problem once and for all. First, having moderator powers doesn't make Aiden a moderator, and to become a moderator, you need to create what's called interactive content. To do this, it would be better to go through everything that exists in this world, because only there can you learn about what interests this world and the people who live in it. Mia yells at Arya, asking if she is sure that a moron like Aiden can be a good operator, because she should take a look at him herself. He is definitely some kind of idiot. Aiden is, to put it mildly, not happy to be called that. And on top of that, this homegrown fox is yelling that Arya should become a moderator since it's so hot and everything is urgent. But Arya didn't answer and looked at the fox with the gaze of an older sister who understands that the little one will definitely be jealous of her for someone else, and understands Mia's feelings towards Aiden. Mia immediately apologizes for her tactlessness and almost starts crying, but Mia strokes her head, reassuring her that everything is fine and that Aiden shouldn't pay any attention to it. Logan suddenly arrived, who had some important and urgent business with Aiden, so he immediately began whispering in his ear about a so-called humanitarian disaster in their home village. The thing is, Aiden gave orders to share food with the starving people who arrived, and now they are all afraid that there will not be enough resources for all of them to survive. Logan asked if Aiden would give them permission to use the storage again, and Mia, hearing that there was such an option, asked what exactly Aiden meant when he said that. Without further ado, Aiden uses the storage cloud ability and reaches in to pull out the necessary resources and give them to the villagers. Seeing this, Mia's eyes pop out and she shivers as she realizes the nature of what has been happening here for a very long time, and why all the players have been bombarding her with questions. That's where all the complaints came from about all the resources and money disappearing from the accounts, and the moderator being shit, and the operator being shit, and they're all shit, and the operators can't deal with it at all. Aiden, without a word, handed Logan a bag of provisions and said that if he needed anything else, he should come and ask for it. But Mia was already boiling with rage. Everything is free anyway, so why should he care about such things? With these words, Aiden finally threw Mia off balance, and she was ready to pounce on him like a fierce cat. He saw a free lunch here, and she would have to deal with the consequences and complaints from the players about the missing resources, so Mia sank her teeth into his hand with all her might, crunching bones. Aiden screamed in pain, but the fox didn't even flinch because she had found the one who was to blame, and a real battle began between them, not for life, but for death, and Arya found it funny. But why talk about that? The refugees from the sector outside the city were finally in their new home and could dispose of new territory and resources for life. So Aiden did a good deed. But the fact remains that Aiden's face is burning from where Mia brutally scratched him, and he curses that pink fox for such an unpleasant experience. While Aiden was cursing Mia, Arya explained that this was to be expected, as the operators had a lot of problems for which they were responsible before the law. But why should Aiden care? Let them deal with the storage facility themselves since they are so smart. Besides, Mia warned him not to touch the storage facility. Of course, she annoyed Aiden, and he asked Arya why she brought her here, but her friend laughed and replied that Aiden shouldn't be so angry with her, because there was no point. Because Mia came with good intentions to help them with their plan, and to be honest, Aiden was surprised when he heard that. And who came to help them? That fox from the depths of hell. Mia gladly listened to Arya's proposal, and besides, they couldn't contact Aiden because at that moment he was in a business meeting with this very Mia. The thing is, the operators themselves had noticed him long ago, and if he wanted their plan to come to fruition, he had to get out from under their control and start acting like a proper moderator. So Arya distracted Aiden, and how she did it must remain a secret to him. A secret so secret that it must be kept if Arya herself said so. Let it be so, just so they leave us alone. In this world, there are other creatures that pose a serious threat to the system, and when Aiden hears this, he understands who she is talking about and what these creatures from Arya's stories are. Viruses. That's who Arya was talking about. Oh, he knows what viruses are and how much damage they can do to the entire system, and he has seen one himself and saved people from it. So there was no doubt. And Aiden asked her directly if these were the viruses she was talking about, and as soon as she heard about them, her eyes widened. Aiden knows. Then everything was much simpler, and Arya asked if he already knew about these creatures, and more importantly, how he could know about them, since the conversation had turned to this topic. Now she knows that Aiden definitely knows everything about them. Aiden stated that he had been fighting one of the viruses before arriving here to meet Arya, which greatly shocked his partner. Just think about it. He had been dealing with a virus. Aiden didn't have time to explain that he had come into contact with the virus while helping people from the uncontrolled zone when Arya threw herself at him in shock and fear of what might happen. Arya immediately ripped open Aiden's cloak to check his heart for the virus, but he didn't understand what she was doing and screamed like a madman. Thankfully, there were no signs of infection, but Arya, in a panic, continued scanning, because if she found it or let it in, there would be big, very big problems for both of them. So she has to figure everything out before it's too late. But all this is getting on Aiden's nerves, and he doesn't understand what's going on with Arya and why she's so upset right now. But the girl immediately starts asking if it's true that he really encountered the virus and yells that he's just a fool, and if it happens again, he should drop everything and run away. The main danger of viruses is that in a sense they are much more dangerous than moderators and operators and can swallow him up at any moment and write him off. So let him just be happy that he miraculously got out of there alive and that it's just a miracle, and Aiden admits that it's true, and that if he had made a mistake, they would have caught him right away and it would have been too late. But everything is fine because the virus has already been removed and no longer poses a threat to anyone, so Arya can breathe easy and not worry about him. Arya asked if Aiden was the one who removed the virus and received an affirmative answer, but the young man added that other operators who came to the virus report helped him do it. Aiden explained that otherwise he would have definitely failed, as removing the virus is not an easy task even for him as a moderator, due to his relatively low level of command of the commands. It is a very difficult task, and Arya thinks that Aiden was definitely born to be a moderator, and that it is his calling in life, and that it should be extremely easy for him. Now Aiden wants to ask Arya if unplayable characters were deleted for the same reason as the virus, as he is not going to leave this question unanswered. If no immediate action is taken, the entire system could eventually collapse, and then there would be nothing left to save or change, as the virus could disrupt the entire server. At the moment, no other solution has been found except to simply delete the characters, and he understands this perfectly well, but it is still a question of moral code. Aiden will never be able to forgive the moderator for what he has done, as such things are simply a terrible sin that, unfortunately, cannot be undone even after hundreds of updates. Innocent, unplayable characters were deleted just because they were unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when the moderator detected abnormal activity. The moderator didn't even care that they had nothing to do with the virus, but they were still deleted because of the cold, maniacal sadism of a moderator with a god complex. The current system is one big mistake, and not just the viruses and the moderator himself, so a new system needs to be created that no one will ever be able to touch with their dirty hands. Aiden is ready to become a moderator for this cause, as he wants to take the creation of a new, better world into his own hands, because only he knows how his creation should work. When Arya heard this, she was shocked that Aiden had finally decided to accept the conditions to become a moderator and his plans to create a new world free from corruption. But with a smile, Arya admits that her views are very similar to Aiden's, and she is indescribably happy about this, because only Aiden is capable of creating something new and alive, and a new world itself. Arya is pleased that Aiden has agreed to become a moderator, and now that he has agreed to cooperate, she has something to tell him before he can start his work. First of all, Aiden must approve his team of operators so that he has people loyal to his regime around him, because he cannot handle everything on his own. So he will become a moderator, and that's good, but it will be extremely difficult for him to manage such a volume of information on his own, and if he does it alone, he will quickly burn out. Arya reaches out to Aiden and asks him to choose her as one of his operators, as she has already proven her worth to him by always helping him along the way. Now Arya is ready to become his first operator and will remain loyal to Aiden's regime until the very end, supporting any of his choices and following him all the way. Operator Lloyd asks if it was just his imagination or if he was told to abandon everything he had started, saying that it was nonsense because he already had a lot to do besides fixing the bug. Most of the operators gathered here because an urgent meeting was announced, and it is unlikely that Mia would have called them all together to say something so frivolous and stupid. Mia wouldn't have called a general meeting just because she felt like it. There must be a good reason to gather all the cameramen in the hall at the expense of their work. There was bound to be another scandal as one of the invited operators decided that he was at home and put his dirty feet and boots on the table and said that there would be another round of nonsense. It was the green-haired elf Dyke standing next to the demoness Isabel who said that they were always pouring from empty to empty and asked her to end it all. But his bravado did not impress Mia, so she politely asked him to take his feet off the table and shut his mouth, listening carefully to what she was about to say and what would happen next. Of course, unless Dyke wanted to get his face smashed in and learn some manners from Mia as a free bonus for deciding to come, but failing to keep quiet in the hall. So when Elf shut his mouth and accepted the fact that no one was going to listen to him here, Mia emphasized that she had gathered them all this time precisely because there was an urgent reason for it. The reason is that she personally found the true physical body of the virus known as the worm, and her announcement caused everyone present to become seriously alarmed and pay attention to what she said. Selena, as one of the wise operators, emphasized that if this is the worm virus, then it's serious, and besides, it's a named virus, as Operator Zeno pointed out, and it's a real pain in the neck. They had enough other problems, but this type was the #1 headache, and Mia added that the worm's ability to clone itself caused great damage and harm to the entire system. Mia explained that she found it in a bad sector, and now that its radius of action has been reduced to a minimum, they must not miss the opportunity to track it down and destroy it. The moderator now knows about him too, and now, no matter what it takes, they must do everything possible and impossible to finally remove the Chur virus at its root. At one point, even those in the hall who were calm like Selena, or on the contrary, were picking on everyone like Dyke, felt the presence of an extremely strong, suffocating energy. This power could only belong to one person in this universe, and it was no secret that this giant was none other than the one who created this system and the one who was to come with the creator. Along with the moderator, the guardian spirit Procyon arrived, who, like Sirius himself, is a dragon and the creation of the moderator himself, and accompanied the moderator to the general meeting. Procyon, as befitted someone accompanying the moderator, greeted the operators and emphasized that the moderator himself had arrived, and let him pass straight to the negotiating table in the hall. None of the operators present could believe until the very last moment that the moderator had come in person, as he does not come often unless the matter is serious, and the main thing was what had brought him there. Mia thinks that the moderator may have read her report himself, and therefore decided to come here to talk to them face to face to show how serious he was. And if that was the case, there was a chance that the operator himself would take up the matter, and then they could be sure that the problem would not be ignored under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the question remains whether Aiden should make Arya his operator or not, as the entire course of his plan depends on this decision, and it is a serious one. Therefore, the choice of operator must be approached with the utmost seriousness, as this is not something you can assign to someone off the street, but Arya is still one of their own who can be trusted. If this is her personal desire and she really wants to be with Aiden as his first camera woman, then why should he oppose it, since Arya is the last person who would betray him? Now all that remains is to confirm his choice, and the information board that pops up in front of his eyes asks if he really wants to approve Arya for the position of operator, and that he must choose now. And it turns out that this is Aiden's first step as a newly minted moderator, which is quite a symbolic event, to be honest, to just randomly appoint anyone as a trusted representative. Arya is suitable for this role because she has already helped him with many things, and she is also very strong and, as a bonus, knows a lot about the structure of the system in which they live. Therefore, there is no better candidate for the position of first human operator, so his choice is obvious. Yes, exactly. Arya is to become his first operator, and that's final. Aiden pressed the button, and now, along with his choice, Arya herself will be updated and will receive a new status and abilities after Aiden has blessed her. Now the system is available for use, and the screen between the networks has been re-established, and Arya is now a real moderator, just appointed by Aiden with full authority. She was so happy and pleasantly shocked that she refused to believe until the very last moment that she would be made an operator, and she was ready to burst into tears right there and then in front of everyone. Arya began to cry and tremble, which greatly frightened Aiden, who did not expect this from her, so he asked if she was okay and what was happening to her. In tears of happiness, Arya throws herself into Aiden's arms, thanking him for giving her the opportunity to become closer to him as his first camera woman, and telling him that this is simply happiness for her. Hugging Aiden, she simply suffocates him in her embrace and says that it is always very difficult for him to do all the work himself, but now he definitely has her. But Aiden asks her to let him go. Aiden doesn't understand where she gets so much strength from and wonders what Arya's actual level is, since he didn't know anything about it from the beginning, and now, as a moderator, he will check her level. Since she is an operator and a so-called subject, Aiden has the right to see all information about Arya, but nothing is available and her status is still hidden. Karma is something beyond the clouds, and the system offers to view the information through the so-called moderator access rights, since such a command has now become officially available to him. Aiden is surprised because this feature is now available to him as a moderator, and he only had time to think about it before the system itself offered him to find out everything. But again, there is a data error, and Aiden is left with nothing. The trap is set, and it is not clear what to do with them, and Aiden still does not have enough privileges as a moderator. His request was blocked by another operator, and even his current permissions are insufficient. What the hell has this jerk been doing all this time, hiding all this from him? Meanwhile, the complete cleanup and reconstruction of the city began so that all the new residents whom Aiden brought here from the ruins of their old homes could settle down and live happily. The new people quickly found a common language with the locals, and everyone worked together to rebuild the city so that they could live there and make this village of Urk a true paradise on Earth, as it should be. Aiden asked if people were seriously going to gather resources, and Jake replied that they were and that they had to go to the dungeon to rebuild their homes. He asked what had happened to the resources he had given them, but Jake replied that there were now many more people, and Jake understood that resources were quickly running out, and they needed new ones. Of course, they try to get everything themselves, but more and more magical creatures are appearing in the area, so hunting and gathering wood has become very difficult. There is also a hypothesis that all this is happening because of a nearby dungeon, so Jake is going there to investigate the situation around them. He realizes that it will not be easy for him alone, so he decides to take the wizard with him, inviting Ciri to join him on the journey so that they will not get lost in the depths of the dungeon. Aiden says that there is no need to strain himself unnecessarily, as he has a very useful ability, and as an operator, he can use his ability to take everything with the help of a portal. But before entering this cloud storage, he remembered how Mia asked him not to steal resources from players anymore, as it hurt her. He can't let Mia down, as he promised her he wouldn't go into the storage, and he certainly can't cause them any more trouble now that he's become a moderator and has his own operator. Arya asks with a hint of friendly urgency if he happened to be planning to go into the dungeon, adding that it all sounds very interesting and she definitely has to go with him. Aiden replies that it's not him who's going to the dungeon, but other people, which Arya can't believe and asks if Aiden is joking and laughing at her. Arya doesn't care what these people are up to or whether they're going or not, but she's sure he has to go and she doesn't care if he wants to or not. There's no choice. Finally, the friendly group consisting of Ciri, Aiden, Jake, and Arya reach the entrance to the dungeon, which, to be honest, was not the first one on Aiden's path, as he had already had the misfortune of visiting it. The dungeon, the same location and a set of unpredictable monsters that can hide in so-called caves, and it is impossible to know what kind of freak will jump on you next. This is his second dungeon after the one where he was looking for an Easter egg, and had the good fortune to engage in a duel with a guard and get out of there alive. So it's not scary yet. It doesn't matter what monsters might be hiding there, as he has encountered much stronger creatures on his way, so there shouldn't be any problems. And it's time for them to go in. But Arya stopped them, saying that she knew Aiden was going to go in there with his bare ass, without any weapons or anything, and without knowing anything about the dungeon. Arya asked Aiden if he knew what magical creatures existed there, and more importantly, if he knew what items to take with him to fight the monsters. But Aiden had no idea what to do. She asked him straight to his face if he had ever properly destroyed magical creatures before, since he was so confident in his own invincibility and strength that he was entering the cave with his bare ass. These weren't jackals living near villages and eating human shit, but intelligent creatures with magic who arranged their weapons like real players with human minds. Of course, if Aiden is strong enough, there is no need to worry about anything, and he will be able to deal with them himself. But that is precisely why he is forbidden to use his moderator abilities here. In the future, he will find himself in the dungeon more than once, and in order to understand what it's like from the perspective of a layman, he needs to experience everything for himself, so only his own strength can be used here. It's a trap, of course, but it will be useful for all of them to gain experience fighting in places where magical potential is limited, and this will make the players stronger each time. Each time, they will be able to earn points to increase their level, so they are no longer helpless characters, but players who can develop their abilities. At first, everything went well, and at first glance, Aiden and his merry band seemed capable of dealing with a rather weak living monster. But this was only the beginning for them. For the first time ever, it was decided to fight as a team, as lone low-level heroes would not survive a battle with these magical creatures that could easily tear them all apart. Now Aiden commands them that it is time to retreat before they are cut down like rabbits, and the team immediately obeys him and decides to take a step back and retreat to the rear. Mother of God, where did these freaks come from? And there are too many of them for 3 newbies to handle, and in the end they are very tired and retreat to the corners of the cave. Aiden admitted that Arya was right and that the dungeon was a much more serious place than he had imagined at the beginning of his journey when he was standing at the door. If it weren't for Arya's help from the very beginning and her advice, Aiden would have certainly perished in the trap he didn't see and would never have learned about the true abilities of magical creatures. Or they would have definitely perished from the attacks of magical creatures from an ambush that they would not have known about if it weren't for Arya's advice, who knew exactly what the dungeon was and what awaited travelers there. Without Arya's advice and help, it would have been much more difficult, as most of the creatures in this dungeon are immune to physical attacks, which are Aiden's strong point. Some creatures can even resist Ciri's magical powers, rendering the skilled mage almost useless in a fair fight. Finally, Arya found them and declared that she had finally seen those she had left to fight alone, while she was distracted by a so-called personal task of a higher level. Arya returned accompanied by even more rotten creatures such as a necromancer and some kind of stone dinosaur, declaring that she was bringing someone to them while Aiden shouted that they were attacking. While Aiden was shouting that monsters were already attacking her, Arya simply knocked both of them down with one blow, saying that everything was fine and that they shouldn't pay any attention. Paying attention to these freaks is a waste of time, and these words shocked Aiden and his team, who had barely survived against weak monsters, let alone these strong ones. But Arya couldn't help but notice that Aiden and his men had made great progress compared to the weaklings they were when they first entered the cave. They had grown a lot. Arya was already beginning to worry that the level of this dungeon was too high for them, but the fact that everyone had reached almost level 50 meant that they had done well for newbies. Jake couldn't believe that they could improve their level just like the players themselves, and he even felt power filling his whole body, spreading warmth throughout him. Now it was clear to him and Ciri why players were maniacally chasing level ups, and now they were all in the same boat, as they say. Hugging Aiden, Arya said that they all had to thank him, because thanks to him alone, they could all hope for something higher than what they had always had before. It was only thanks to Aiden that they were able to get their upgrades, which determine how quickly their strength and level will grow, so all thanks go to the moderator Aiden. Seriously, what would they all do without him? But Aiden dismisses all this praise for his powers and so-called strength with a loud cough in order to draw attention to more important things. Aiden said that it was time to stop talking nonsense and that it was time to go. And finally, the whole merry company found themselves at the door of a magnificent door, decorated with a head with a double pair of horns. Jake and Ciri ask what it is, and Ciri replies that he feels a great energy coming from behind the door, and asks if they can handle it without causing themselves serious harm. Arya asks Aiden why he's standing there and not going in, hinting that he must be scared, and Aiden replies that she must be laughing at him because he'll definitely die before he gets there. If they go any further, they will definitely not make it out alive. And besides, Jake has one question for Aiden, as an important and interesting question about abilities has recently come to his mind. Since they were no longer unkillable characters, what would happen if they died during the next battle with the monsters if they didn't have enough strength to resist the enemy's forces? Previously, the system would have simply revived them again as prescribed by the script, but now they could simply be destroyed completely with no chance of survival. But Arya's voice tore through the air when she shouted that they had nothing to worry about, as everything would definitely be fine thanks to the so-called abilities available only to true players. In addition, they are all protected by a so-called inter-network screen that acts as a shield covering their bodies like a kind of cloak, so there is no need to struggle unnecessarily. The inter-network screen is the same shield that the so-called system protects them all with and becomes a so-called shield that protects players from all external attacks with high reliability. Protection from death is also its function because, as should be clear by now, those who die in battle from enemy attacks will not be able to be restored on the spot, but that's not all. The person will be reborn and transported to a long-established location, which for them is the village of Urk, moderated by Aiden himself, who has become its ruler from now on and forever. Jake asks what this inter-network screen is, and Arya explains that neither players nor unplayable characters can see it, and it is only accessible to players, so that is the whole secret. So now that she has explained all the theoretical basics to them, Arya suggests that they stop talking and experience everything for themselves, as there is no other way to gain strength. They want to become stronger, so they need to take control of their will, wipe their noses, and take a step toward the large door with a skull on it, behind which a monster they have never seen before may be hiding. Until the very last moment, they stood there wondering whether they should go in. But everything that humanity has built is based on blood, strength, and skills, and they are no exception, so they must go. But the current Aiden is no longer the same frightened, weak boy who was afraid to even take a step. Now his eyes burn with a fire that says that Aiden is now a beast among beasts. Life and work are bustling in the village of Urk, and people are busy as always, feeding themselves and their children, and rebuilding the promised land where they can live out their lives. Everything was going as it should in a place that, after such a difficult and tense series of historical events, should finally be returning to normal human life. But then there was an explosion that blew a tree to pieces, scattering debris in all directions and scaring poor Logan so badly that he screamed, unable to contain his fear. He remembered the shit, and there it was, as they say, in the middle of the village, emerging from the ruins. The legendary trio of Eden, Siri, and Jake, who had fallen in the cave and teleported back. As Arya had told them, after dying in battle, they were transported back to the village of Urk, although their recovery was not instantaneous. Aiden realized that he had failed and asked the team how they were doing. Jake replied that everything was fine and was somewhat reassured that they were not really dead and did not know which gods to thank, and that Jake had indeed been attacked by a real magical creature for the first time. Logan helps them to their feet and is very concerned that everyone is okay, while Jake asks what happened, if it's not a secret, and Aiden agrees that he doesn't fully understand either. At first, everything went smoothly when the trio of adventurers bumped into the same horned door, and it seemed that they had coordinated their movements, and everything was sure to go smoothly and without casualties. But the siren, against which the heroic trio had the dubious luck to perform, proved to be stronger and raised its arms above their heads, creating a blue sphere of light above them, and striking first. At that moment, as they say, life flashes before your eyes like a locomotive, and all three realized and felt what kind of shit they were in, and were ready to say goodbye to their lives, right there. And everything happened as it was supposed to, and after the attack, they all died from a so-called macro attack that covered all three of them with an ice wave and buried them under such a strong squall. In response to this silent question, Arya, who appeared out of nowhere, said that it was not an ordinary monster but a real boss, a so-called monster of the highest level for strong players. Defeating such a powerful monster is more difficult because each boss has its own special technique and unique characteristics, which are the so-called individual features of each dungeon. Aiden was curious about what this individual characteristic was and how the siren could be destroyed, and where the logic was, since Arya said that each boss had its own signature move. But if you don't know what it's all about, Aiden came to the logical conclusion of his speech when Arya picked up on his idea and said that they would have to die until they understood. And so it went on, and each time Aiden and the team faced the boss, they died and were reborn, not understanding what was so special about their monster. And because of this, they died over and over again in blind ignorance, and he lost count, and his brain couldn't understand what was so special about this damn boss who was beating them like puppies. So the main question now is what to do and how to defeat this cursed siren, whose special ability he cannot read or understand in any way. But the siren is not going to wait for these geniuses to figure out how to move, and concentrating a cluster of blue magic above their heads, it drops a ball of round mana on the heads of these three poor wretches. Be that as it may, they must stop the attack and survive the barrage in order to end this empty cycle of rebirth and return to the same location. No matter what they try to do now, nothing works against this siren, and the problem is already reaching continental proportions for these three young adventurers. Aiden is tired of this stupid cycle of death and rebirth, and at this rate they will once again be smeared like shit on the walls, and he will have to repeat this cycle. At the very moment when Aiden decided that they were done dying and repeating this cycle of stupid death, he saw what gave the monster the advantage over them. All the secret power of the siren lay in the so-called ice crystals around her, which allowed her to increase the power of her attack so that she could bury all her enemies at once. So now, when Aiden successfully shattered the crystals, the siren screamed in shock and fear that her power had been deactivated and that the advantage would now be on the side of her opponents. Aiden shouted that everything had worked and explained that this was now their only chance to win before the monster found another opportunity to strike again. So now, while the siren has been silenced for an unknown period of time, Aiden orders his teammates to attack her from all sides so that she cannot escape. Through their collective efforts and Aiden's quick thinking, they were able to defeat the terrifying boss who had defeated them 1,000 times before, and now everything turned out as it should. The system confirmed that the trio, with Aiden as their leader, had managed to clear the Urk dungeon of monsters and thus completed the task assigned to them. Aiden's level rose to 60. Finally, the team can celebrate their victory, and everyone happily hugs each other, saying that they succeeded, and Siri and Jake thank Aiden because it was all thanks to him and him alone. Aiden in turn praises them as well because they also did a great job, and without teamwork they would not have survived, and now they have received another pleasant reward. For a job well done, a new reward is available to them, and finally the chest opens, flooding the area with bright golden light. Finally, when the chest opens, a large pile of treasures in the form of ancient artifacts, precious stones, and mountains of gold coins promising golden mountains appears before them. Looking at the precious stones, Siri tells Jake and everyone else that with such reserves of valuables, they will no longer have to worry about such a thing as money. Aiden, in turn, is very happy that they all succeeded, as he understands perfectly well that they can no longer rely solely on the supplies from the cache he had previously stolen. Now his subordinates are able to feed themselves and no longer have to rely on looting and stealing from the vault to survive. Arya couldn't help but congratulate Aiden on the success of their first raid, and admits that Aiden has worked very hard and continues to sing his praises for his strength and courage, until Aiden spoke up and stopped her with a few words. Arya said that now they could be trusted to deal with everything else, and that they all had things to do, and everyone agreed. But Arya has another proposal for Aiden, and the operator asks Aiden to go somewhere with her for a moment. Although Aiden does not understand what they want from him, he does not shy away from the question. Arya emphasized that this was a very important task that he had no moral right to refuse, and therefore the redhead had no choice but to agree to the proposal. So, gathering his courage, Aiden follows Arya to find out what this strange girl with blue hair wants from him now. But now that she is his operator, he has nothing to fear. When Aiden looked around, he recognized the place and realized that it was exactly the same dungeon he had been thrown into last time while completing his first quest. The main question was what to do if the same armored guy appeared again, and what to do with him if he had to deal with such a serious enemy again. Arya called Aiden to follow her in the direction she was leading him, as she had an interesting surprise for him that she had been keeping quiet about for a long time, waiting for the right moment. Arya asked Aiden if he remembered the moment when she disappeared for a while and explained that she had disappeared because of one interesting feature of this dungeon, and here it was. This feature is called simply and clearly the Guardian of the Dungeon, who is the so-called main boss of this entire underground kingdom, whom they will now have to deal with. In most underground caves, there are guardians, and they are one of the main types of guardians of the system, and their duties are not limited to destroying bugs in the domain. They also prevent magical creatures from the dungeon from escaping to the outside world. And now Aiden remembered his previous battle with a guardian in that very dungeon. So Aiden asked Arya what would happen if they destroyed a guardian, and she replied that as far as she knew, the system would simply replace it with another one, and so on. There was no need to worry, it was not a crime, and Arya asked Aiden if he had already figured out why they had come here, since he had brought up the destruction of the so-called guardians. But now there is no need to destroy these guardians, and as a moderator, Aiden must subjugate the guardians of the dungeon and make them obey only him. But if too many guardians are lured to his side at once, the operators will clearly see through it, and there will be trouble, so he must act gradually and not rush. Arya explained that there was nothing complicated about it, and that he should try again, since the principle was the same and involved the same unkillable characters he had dealt with before, and not just once. Aiden decided not to be afraid and try to do everything himself, and reached out his hand to touch the giant's armored body in order to use his magical energy as a moderator. Everything started working as it should when Aiden's palm touched the physical body of the guard. It lit up with a bright light like a star, and now it was clear that Aiden was not weak. Now the moderator of the dungeon had been changed, and it was clear that Aiden himself had become the moderator. He took a confident step towards subduing the guard rather than engaging in a futile struggle with him. Now that Aiden's moderator powers also worked on the creatures of the dungeon, the guards bowed before him, finally recognizing this young man as their sole leader. Arya congratulated Aiden and said that this was a wonderful start, and that the entire dungeon area was now his personal domain, so his area of responsibility had grown along with it. She emphasized that if everything continued in the same vein, with this spirit and attitude, they would surely get by without any problems. But Aiden remained silent, saying nothing in response. But unexpectedly, after a few minutes of silence, Aiden blurted out that he needed to find more operators to complete his team, and upon hearing this, Arya was puzzled. Aiden explained that he needed people he could trust with this place and who he could trust with the Urch dungeon as much as himself. But unfortunately for Arya, it would not be her. That's how it is. Arya began to ask what was wrong and what made Aiden think that way, saying that it wouldn't be difficult for her to handle this location, so he shouldn't think that way, and that she didn't understand his unwillingness to give her the role. But the girl guessed that the root of the problem might be that Aiden still didn't trust her, and she understood that she was to blame for this, because she was hiding too much from him. And that's fair, and whatever the case may be, she has no choice but to accept whatever decision he makes. But Aiden replied to Arya that It wasn't about her and her so-called secrets. Aiden emphasized that he needed her by his side, and that was why he had no intention of leaving her here in this godforsaken place, so he would send more people here. Aiden asked Arya if she really wanted to stay here because he was sure that she wanted to help him explore and investigate the entire continent of this world. Besides, he was determined to find something interesting and useful, so he had to increase the moderator's powers and their area of influence to be sure of their abilities. Therefore, he didn't care what secrets Arya had or what her past might be, because now she wasn't going anywhere as his operator, and that's why she should be sure of that. Aiden promised her that she would be swamped with work and would have no time to do anything crazy or plan a rebellion against him. Arya was more than happy to hear this because Aiden could be sure that she would do whatever it took to make him a true cameraman, the likes of whom the world had never seen before. Meanwhile, the small house in the village where the negotiations between Ciri and Jake were taking place was shaking from the loud discussions between the three people inside. The two former unremarkable characters were, to put it mildly, in shock that Aiden had decided that they should become his operators, as it sounded too much for them. Aiden asked them again if they were backing out, but Ciri and Jake replied that that wasn't the case, but that it was a big responsibility that couldn't be entrusted to just anyone, especially people like them. And here Aiden said that he wasn't offering this just like that, but only because he felt during all this time that the villagers followed the two of them out of the whole crowd. That's why he decided that there was no better candidate. But Jake was about to argue when he was suddenly interrupted by Arya, who decided to add her 2 cents. The girl said that Aiden was right and that they should at least try before giving up. And even though the two were reluctant, Arya said that there was definitely nothing difficult about it. And if they were afraid that they might not know something, then there was no need to worry because she would teach them everything without any problems. So they should just take the bull by the horns and try their hand right now. And now they all accepted Aiden's offer and agreed to promise to devote all their efforts to not letting Aiden down, and he said that was great and that he was counting on them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, another dark plan is developing, involving the same virus, Churv, who managed to escape from the so-called encirclement of all operators in the bad sector. Now that the worm has broken free and has complete control over his body, he has a new plan of action for what to do next in the world. Now that he is back at the peak of his power, the worm can be confident that he now has his own free will and a full set of powers and abilities to carry out his most important plans. All of his minions are finally gathered, and the worm announces that he has finally managed to bring them all together in one place to reveal the information he has prepared for them. Demons of all kinds and viruses of all classes and threats gathered, and Churv asked if they knew why they were all gathered here and what they were going to discuss right now. The thing is, the situation has begun to take a terrifying turn for all of them because, as it turns out, the moderator has emerged from the so-called vacuum and is becoming a threat to them. Now, serious problems began as the moderator decided to take matters into his own hands, and he would definitely get to them, and it was only a matter of time before he was on their tail. The problems began when all of his copies began to be deleted at a rapid pace, but there are still enough left to gather sufficient information from various sources. Churv emphasized that for some time it would be necessary to suspend monitoring of the moderator's movements, and that if they did not want to be deleted, they should sit quietly like gray mice. He sighed and said that he didn't even believe that anyone could track the movements of such a powerful opponent as Mr. Trojan himself, and that it looked like a real threat. Where the hell did Aiden disappear to? That wonderful specimen so interesting that he wanted to show him to Mr. Trojan, and now he won't rest until he finds him. Now Aiden is ready to hand over control of the village to Ciri and Jake, who have been put through hell training new operators to take over their duties. Ciri told Aiden not to worry about them and how they would cope, saying that they would be in touch whenever he needed them, and that they would not let him down. Ciri promised that if Aiden needed help, she would use the teleport at any time to appear at his side at the first signal from her best moderator. When Aiden saw how terrible the two new operators were, he asked Arya how seriously she had trained them, but she replied that the poor things had no choice. But she assured him that he shouldn't worry, as both operators, Ciri and Jake, were keeping up with the pace of training very well, so everything should be fine and he had made the right decision. So now he could safely hand over some of his responsibilities to these two, as the village would definitely be in good, reliable hands, and operators like them were true legends. But in her free time, Arya was able to develop a project that Aiden had previously entrusted to her, and now this place would be hidden from the eyes of others, and even the operators would not be able to find it for a long time. Aiden thanked Arya and said that everything was as he wanted it to be, and now all the preparations were complete. So now they had to move on and move forward toward their goal without any fear. Now that Aiden wants to become a moderator, he can no longer hide, so he must accept the new reality and boldly declare his existence and plans for the future. He had no right to lose to operators, players, or viruses, as he would be the strongest moderator who would challenge the existing system to create a completely new one. Now, a bright golden board appeared in front of Aiden again, emphasizing that his training as a so-called guide had been successfully completed and that he had passed everything perfectly. Version 2 of the update was complete, but Aiden did not understand what the training was for, and it turned out that all the interesting stuff was just starting now, from the moment Aiden was ready. So he accepted his fate in order to start his own journey and finally change this system into something completely new and create something that no one in this world had ever seen before. Aiden and Arya have already started on their journey and are discussing where to start so that they don't mess up and fail in their quest to change the world. Arya knew that this would happen and that Aiden would ask this question, so she thought about creating a list of recommendations for so-called newbies who found themselves at a crossroads. Arya asked Aiden if he wanted her to read the recommendations, and he was about to answer when he was interrupted by the sound of a ringtone, which meant that someone was calling Aiden. Aiden, like Arya herself, was shocked that the redhead had received a voice message, which Arya couldn't believe, as she didn't know about Aiden's activities in finding friends. Offended, Arya asked when Aiden had managed to meet the other players, but the redhead asked why she was so angry with him. Aiden told her to be quiet because he was going to talk. Kevin called, picked up the phone, said hello, and asked if they had spoken in a long time and if he was interrupting. Aiden replied that he wasn't, but asked what was going on since he had called. Kevin asked if Aiden remembered that he had invited him to join his guild and reminded him that they were going to help newbies, and suggested that Aiden also take part. Kevin promised that the reward would be great, and Aiden thought about it and realized that this could be a great opportunity to join the community of players and get to know them better. Aiden said he would be there soon, and Kevin replied that he would be waiting and gave him the coordinates. While Aiden was getting ready, Arya started yelling at him, but Aiden didn't understand what was wrong. Arya doesn't understand why Aiden needs the help of other players when she has prepared everything for him, but he goes to meet Kevin. Aiden just wants to meet him. Following the directions Kevin gave him, Aiden and Arya arrived in the town of Danton and arrived at the so-called tavern. And when they found themselves in front of the sign, they were in the right place. Touching the gate in front of him, Aiden entered the tavern, inviting Arya to follow him, remaining cautious and trying to make sure that everything went safely and smoothly for them. Aiden saw the crowd and realized that there were only players here and no former unplayable characters like him, so he began to get a little nervous while Arya remained completely calm. While he was looking for Kevin, Kevin saw him first and shouted, drawing Aiden's attention to himself so that he could find him without any problems and join him and the team. Kevin had already gotten up from the table and waved his hand in a friendly manner, beckoning the guests to come over and finally join him to discuss all their plans and suggestions that his new friend had for him. The blonde was very happy to see him and said that he did not expect Aiden to show up so quickly, but he could not hide how happy he was to finally see his friend. Of course, he thanked Aiden for agreeing to come, as it was very important to him, but he didn't have time to finish before he was interrupted by Arya, who was standing next to Aiden like a statue. At moments like this, as they say, especially young men are struck by lightning, and when hormones are raging, it's easy to fall in love at first sight, especially when Arya is so beautiful. Kevin was delighted when he saw Arya arrive with Aiden like a faithful guard dog, lest God forbid someone steal such gold. And it was probably the cold combined with Arya's beauty that captivated him, so that the lady wouldn't hear what her so-called suitors were saying about her. Kevin moved away with Aiden and asked if Arya was with him and what their relationship was. Aiden said they were friends. Thank God they're just friends, Kevin thought to himself, while Aiden, like a fool, paid no attention or understood nothing about such high-level relationships, while Arya thought her own thoughts. Yes? For starters, Kevin added Aiden as a friend after helping him during a routine check, so now she needs to know his plans for Aiden. Kevin held out his hand. Smiling like an idiot but very sweetly, Kevin introduced himself, told Arya his name, and offered to add her as a friend, given the circumstances of their meeting, but she stood there like a wall. Arya behaved like a jealous schoolgirl and turned her face away, ignoring Kevin, who was surprised by her reaction, but decided to give her his name a little later. Girls will be girls, but business is business. And Kevin took Aiden aside to his table to introduce him and tell him the names of the other people he had brought with him to carry out the task. There were 3 other people sitting at the table, members of a different magical race of humanoids, whom Aiden introduced as members of the team with whom they would be hunting today, all of whom were at least level 30. Everyone began to greet Aiden as coldly and formally as possible, and he thought that they were newbies, but their skill levels were indeed low, though not critically so, because he had seen much worse. Now Kevin gathered his thoughts and strength to tell his people what they had to do, and explain all the plans for where they would go on their mission. Kevin said that they would be hunting the boss of the field and that the level of their so-called location was low, but the reward for catching the boss was promising, and they had enough strength to defeat him. And he nobly promised as the leader of his unit that he would definitely back them up, and that they should not fear for their lives, as he would take serious responsibility for them as the initiator. Now that everything is clear to everyone and the plans have been announced, Kevin, full of determination, says that it's time for them to hit the road and not waste another minute if they want to grow. Finally, they arrived at their destination, which turned out to be a troll canyon, with a recommended level of at least 45, and now all they had to do was wait quietly for their time to come before leaving. Kevin explained that he would only watch them, because if they depended on their friends' support all the time, They would never improve their skills, so they had to do it themselves. The giant was about to appear, and they were already preparing for battle. They had already figured out the troll's movement pattern, so this location was technically under their control. But Kevin and Aiden were observant and saw that a real movement was starting on the side, and it turned out to be a whole crowd of some kind of rabble, and it seemed that another team had arrived besides them. When this crowd of costumed bandits approached, their leader, not hiding his hatred for his competitors, asked who they were and why the hell they had come here because they had already marked this territory. The bandits began to push Kevin's people, shouting that they should get out of there because this was their hunting ground, and Kevin's people weren't invited here and should leave immediately. A girl from Kevin's team asked if they could do that and claim hunting grounds for themselves, because it sounded like the ravings of an old dog, and besides, they had come here first. But a thug from the enemy team rushed at the girl and said that she was a low-level bitch who had the nerve to talk back to him, and the elf girl turned pale. Aiden watched with an angry expression on his face when he was told that with such a low level, they had no business here and should leave before they were eaten. But Kevin didn't let the thug finish, immediately grabbing him by the throat and saying that he was getting on his nerves and that he was sticking up for his team like a team leader should. Kevin said that it was unheard of for players to reserve hunting spots for themselves, and asked if such a big guy wasn't ashamed of behaving so badly and acting like an animal. But he wasn't ashamed and replied that they were doing what they wanted, and could even arrange a fight between players, and started lunging at Kevin himself. The thug said that Kevin was taking too many liberties, and that since he was from the Griffin Guild he thought he was God, but at this rate he would ruin his karma with such actions. A real stampede begins when the brunette orders his men to get rid of Kevin's team, who asks them to stop this nonsense, but as soon as he moves, trouble ensues. A white-haired member of the enemy team makes a mistake that no one who values their life should make when he says that Aiden should get out of the way and asks if he's down and out, because he's not responding. It was not worth touching a moderator who could turn you into mincemeat, and as soon as the enemy's hand fell on Aiden's shoulder, he immediately tensed up, even though he remained silent the whole time. Aiden's eyes, burning with anger, hinted that the scoundrel who had swung at him and even touched his shoulder meant that his head would now be knocked off his shoulders. The blow was not long in coming, and Aiden's strong fist, hardened by years of work as a blacksmith, struck the white-haired man in the face with particular cruelty, showing him his will. The redhead's physical strength was truly colossal, and his attacker flew to the side like a sack of shit, creating an explosion that was enough to destroy an empire. When Kevin and his brunette opponent heard, and even more so, saw the scale of the Armageddon that followed such a terrible explosion, which caused the mountain to crumble shortly afterwards, no one could see what had happened, and the brunette leader looked away from his white-haired partner, who had been beaten by Aiden and buried under the rocks, and Aiden said not to get involved. In general, the rules are that whoever comes first gets what they want, so these brainless freaks should have understood this long ago. But what can you say when everyone has only one brain between them? The leader of this gang of street thugs doesn't rush into battle himself to protect his subordinate, but instead yells at his men to deal with Aiden, and they rush forward at Aiden like dogs. But he doesn't even break a sweat and stands calmly waiting for these idiots to throw him out and wondering what to expect from them next. But it's obvious that Aiden will finish them off. So the stupid cattle don't understand what they're being told the first time, then they'll have to be told again until they feel these rules on their own faces. Aiden's hand reached for the collar of the insolent bastard's shirt, and he was about to kiss the floor with his nose and learn what it means to be responsible for your actions and know what the consequences will be. Without waiting long, Aiden punched one of the attackers so hard that he flew face down and immediately ended up lying on his back, feeling what it means to be responsible for your words. The attacker landed upside down as he flew onto his back and cut through the air, and Aiden began to teach them the rules of how to take responsibility for their words and actions like real people. Another gang member wanted to stand up for his friend, but he flew onto his back with a scream and started yelling about what a scumbag Aiden was and threatening to kick him, but he was easily punched in the stomach. Aiden didn't make much effort and threw another freak aside, and one by one he knocked all the members of the enemy gang onto their backs, and now they all lie there like shit. The gang leader admitted that Aiden was really smart and did everything perfectly, but he was upset that his friends had been so brutally thrown aside. The gang leader turned out to be a level 120 player, and said that before starting to show off, they should first find out who they were dealing with and then get involved. So now the next head of the Hydra Guild branch would deal with him and show a red-haired punk like Aiden his true place in this world. Aiden realized that the tattoo was a symbol of one of the 5 great guilds that, as they say, keep the whole world in fear, and now he would know this personally on his own face. But that's not exactly true, because the enemy doesn't know who this red-haired young man is, but he was stopped by Kevin's sword, who told him to stop and not take another step forward. Kevin was fed up with all this and said that he no longer intended to just stand by and watch, so he was determined to take those who insulted his people and put them in their place. He is the true leader of his guild, so the head of the Hydra Guild says that Griffin's will is good, but is he sure he will take responsibility for his actions? But at that moment, Aiden's hand fell on Kevin's shoulder, stopping him from acting rashly, as he was the one who had to fight this thug right now. Aiden says that everything is under control and that he has to deal with it himself. But a frightened Kevin asks if Aiden is ready for such a difficult fight, as it is definitely not easy in reality. The thing was that the enemy didn't know what tricks his opponent had up his sleeve, so he didn't know who he was dealing with and who was about to beat him up with all his might. For Aiden, this fight is nothing more than a simple skirmish between two kids, and his opponent is just a little fly that he can easily crush and smear. But the gangster thinks that this is all nonsense and that no one has yet been born who could stand up to him, and he is confident that victory will definitely be his in any scenario. At that moment, the brunette gathers his aura and punches the wall behind Aiden with his fist, intending to simply knock him down like a fly. But as everyone could see, he fails. The thug began to taunt Aiden as if he were giving up, and all he could do was wag his tongue, but in reality he was just a red-haired coward who could do nothing but bark and run. The attacker doesn't understand why they don't just leave, since they've exposed all the newbies, and what's the problem with just admitting that they're weak and leaving peacefully? The man continues to provoke Aiden into aggression so that the jerk will say something interesting again and amuse him, the great warrior with his funny little words. But even though Aiden is a novice, he is not inferior, and in some ways even stronger than his powerful opponents, so he flew out in front of the brunette to knock him out. For a member of the Hydra Guild, it was a mystery where Aiden suddenly got such high speed, and on top of that, Aiden accelerated, doubling his stats. He who laughs last laughs longest, and Aiden easily smashed his opponent in the face, sending him flying across the wall from the force of the blow. That's what happens when you underestimate someone. Needless to say, the damage Aiden inflicted on his opponent was lethal, knocking him out and teleporting him to the respawn point previously specified in the system. The entire team watched as their captain was humiliated, and a real bloodbath took place before their eyes, so they could only whimper in fear at their captain's defeat. They weren't going to let a scoundrel like Aiden get away with it, and now, looking at him, they silently promised that mercy was definitely not to be expected for such brutality. Aiden was, of course, a thorn in their side that had to be removed here and now, but even with 2 or 3 of them, they couldn't be on the same level as him, and he was too strong an enemy for them. But one glance from Aiden was enough to send all those who believed in their own courage away to ponder whether they had enough zeal for such a thing. And all the minions of the Hydra faction leader decided to flee while the wind was blowing, as they say, and took to their heels, screaming loudly in waves of panic and animal fear. Kevin couldn't believe his eyes at how strong Aiden had become since their last meeting, which was so recent, and now Aiden was at level 60. It was madness. So now Kevin rightly believes that Aiden could easily hide his true level of strength in order not to shock him, and is playing with him out of pity. Aiden quickly gained authority among Kevin's people, and they all began to thank him for his excellent performance, saying that he was simply a great guy and the best of them all. Kevin apologized for not being able to come to Aiden's aid right away, and explained that attacking a member of another guild would definitely cause him a lot of problems in the future. He also said that his karma would now decrease and asked Aiden if this was critical for him, as a decrease in karma could lead to being blocked in the future, but that it wasn't a big deal. Of course, Aiden's karma dropped by 17 points, but that wasn't a big deal for him since he was a moderator, and not just a regular player, and karma wasn't that important. Finally, the leader of Hydra and his subordinates returned to base and couldn't stop shaking and cursing that everything had gone completely wrong and they had come here with nothing. In anger, the man began to punch the walls and shout that this was just some kind of surreal dream, and that it couldn't be real, that he wasn't just a dog, but the future elite of this game world. And his future head of the Hydra Guard branch had been beaten up by some low-ranking rat who was now running around the world as if he had done nothing wrong, and would live peacefully after that. And now Aiden will pay twice for daring to humiliate his guild leader, and they left with their heads bowed to report the situation to their formal leader. But no one could know that Arya was watching them, knowing their intentions and seeing exactly where they went, and now they would not be alone when they went to their leader. Without taking her eyes off the fugitives, she watched where and in which direction they would go in order to successfully follow them and make her way to their headquarters and sort things out herself. Meanwhile, at the location, Aiden also did not waste any time and cut down enemies left and right, showing that he had not become part of the team for nothing, and demonstrating his talents in practice. The so-called boss, who looked like a huge pink troll made entirely of muscle, was knocked to the ground by Aiden's blows with no chance of survival. The people from Kevin's team rejoiced that the redhead had managed to defeat this huge troll. As a nice bonus, their level also increased thanks to the victory over the boss. They all praise Aiden and say that he helped them and want to add him as a friend, but he himself admits that it is much easier to fight a monster when you have a clear tactic. He didn't care about the reward, but the experience gained was invaluable, and even Kevin admitted that Aiden was great and that he had never seen such a strong newbie. Therefore, the Blondes still hope that Aiden will join their guild and become part of the Griffins, as he has all the qualities for it: strength, intelligence, and experience. The thing is, the guys from the Hydra Guild whom he defeated out of revenge would be happy to forget their pride and reputation and do all sorts of nasty things to Aiden in revenge. Therefore, caring about Aiden's so-called peaceful existence, Kevin offers him to become part of the guild because, in this case, no one will bother him. On top of that, Kevin also offers Aiden complete protection from the guild, so at first glance, this offer seems extremely attractive, as it would mean protection for him. Aiden receives an official invitation to join the guild and thinks about whether he wants to tie his life to the Griffin Guild. It sounds good and has many advantages, but there is one thing. He would like to hear Arya's opinion on the matter, but she has disappeared when he needs her most, so he has to think for himself, and this decision is his first mature choice. Now he doesn't know what to do because, on the one hand, the guild offers protection and support, but on the other hand, Arya might be seriously angry with him for such a reckless choice. Meanwhile, the main events will unfold in the 13th branch of the Hydra Guild. The time has come to get what he deserves for his failures, and when he enters the hall after losing, the leader yells that he is a blockhead who came after his defeat, and that a bandit is begging for forgiveness. Idiot, moron, an empty-headed fool who should be ashamed of coming to him after losing. And how could he trust someone like him with his position as leader? What a moron he picked. But the fact remains that whoever attacked a member of the guild must pay for what he did, and that will be the price he pays for such insolence and disrespect for authority. The authoritative leader ordered him to take other people from the gang with him and trample the enemy into the mud, and upon hearing this, the gangsters agreed with the leader's order and were already about to leave to carry out the order. Now the brunette was sure that he could trample Aiden into dust and make sure that he never set foot on his territory again, showing the true power of the guild. But then something happened that no one in their right mind could have expected. They heard the screams and coughing of his brothers, who were asking who had come and ordering them to stop immediately. Arya entered the leader's office holding one of the guards by the throat, who was kicking and coughing as Arya's strong hand squeezed his throat. So here's the latest news. Every day is a festival. First this red-haired daredevil who seems to have no brakes, and now this girl who has sprung up from the ground like mushrooms after rain. Something is definitely wrong here. Arya's gaze did not bode well, and the coldness in her eyes suggested that the so-called dark times had come for the people of Hydra, and they would not be pleasant. The main question is what all the soldiers were doing here, since they couldn't handle a seemingly simple girl in heels. Are they really such idiots that they let her beat them? Indeed, they are all absolute idiots who couldn't handle a simple girl who should have been knocked down in a heartbeat by any ordinary mortal, and even their leader admitted that his men were fools. But enough just sitting around waiting for the sea to calm down, so the main forces of the guild decided to attack the damn insolent girl who dared to enter their territory without warning. But Arya didn't even flinch when they surrounded her on all sides, knowing full well that they were no match for her, as she could kill them all single-handedly. The look in her bright blue eyes said that to Arya, this whole situation and the number of people were just a bunch of nobodies who didn't know who they were messing with and who could break their noses right now. The bandit admitted that although Arya was no pushover and knew how to fight, she still shouldn't have come here alone because she had behaved like a complete idiot. Now that they are threatening her, Arya cannot escape, but she will soon find out for herself why their guild has such a reputation as strong, deadly warriors who have no equal. But they were ordered not to take Arya's life, but to first find out which guild sent her here so that they could blackmail them in the future for their own gain. But Arya is no fool, and these childish scare tactics don't scare her. Her eyes show no hint of fear or panic, because she is well aware of her great strength and advantages. The explosion, which occurred seemingly out of nowhere, knocked the barbarians off their feet. Terrible times now await them, and they will pay with their blood and lives for underestimating her. Arya was able to punch through the wall with her fist without even trying, as she knew perfectly well that she had enough strength to scatter them. She had already left the room and stood calmly while the unconscious bodies of the warriors who had intended to attack her lay around her. That was how she showed her true strength. The bandit couldn't believe his eyes, as these players were at least level 100, and this blue-eyed fury had so easily killed them all, leaving the members of the Hydra Guild in shock. When the leader saw what this devil in the form of a girl was doing, he was furious and said that she was just a creature who didn't know her place and would pay for her insolence. She must be very brave to have dared to come into his branch, and for that she must be punished mercilessly, which is exactly what he was about to do to this insolent girl who had sprung up out of nowhere like a toad. Now this blue toad would get her head chopped off with a sword for taking on the role of a goddess, and she would pay for it with her life so that others would not dare to mess with them. But Arya didn't even blink when she heard these threats and didn't even flinch when the leader raised a heavy sword over her head, as if she had encountered this before in her life. Such a performance caused the ceiling to crumble and sand and dust to fall, even in the library far away, causing the person reading there to flinch in fear. They were disturbing his reading. The young man with beautiful pink hair was annoyed that the damn noise was preventing him from reading properly and concentrating on what he was studying. Damn freaks. The young man asked what had happened and what was going on when his assistant said that he had just found out about it, but that he would not like the information, that was for sure. It seemed that an enemy had invaded their territory, and the man asked if it was true, but he was completely emotionless, as if this happened to him every day and was nothing new. The young man complained that as soon as he decided to go down to the library to read, some kind of madness broke out, and he asked how many people had come to them. Since there was such a commotion over this incident, only one person had come here, one person who was able to bring them all to their knees and cause such a commotion. If only he had known that a girl had attacked their base. But what can you say? You have to see for yourself what is happening, and who this guest is who decided to make their lives fun and challenge the guild that is considered the strongest. In a state of rage, he turned around and asked to repeat where she was now, and who this brave stranger was, who probably lacked excitement in her life and had to see her for himself now. His assistant led him forward and said that the strange guest was now in the branch leader's office and had caused complete chaos there. But the leader was strong. He definitely couldn't lose to a girl, but the picture that the young man with pink hair saw told him that this guest was very strong and had beaten the leader himself to the point of wet pants. The witch was cursed. A devilish creature had come here and started a real massacre among the strongest members of the gang. It was just some kind of surreal situation that was impossible to comprehend. The young man laughed and said that only one player had managed to get here and easily kill them all, and that none of them had been able to defeat this girl. They were a disgrace to the guild. They were pathetic scumbags and human trash who couldn't handle a girl, but he wasn't like them, and he would be the one to get rid of this insolent girl with a blue tail. The explosion that knocked everyone present to the ground should have been strong enough to knock Arya down and get rid of her, but one must not forget that she is not easy. The black-haired bandit couldn't believe his eyes, and what was happening before him was like surrealism come to life, and he was simply suffocating with horror. Young Mr. Avon, the head of the guild, arrived, and now the problem had a chance to be resolved in their favor. It was unknown how long he had been there, but it didn't matter. The main thing was that he had come, and they were very lucky, because they didn't know what to do if Arya had finished off even the head of their guild so easily, but this witch was still alive. But never mind, Mr. Avon would surely show this insolent girl her place, as not everyone could mess with Mr. Avon. But Arya not only survived the attack, she was unharmed. Avon was shocked that his blow didn't even scratch her, and the young man with pink hair thought that she must be a high-level player like himself. Very interesting. So he realized that he would now have to fight her with all his strength. Otherwise he could get into trouble and die a brave death against such a serious opponent as this beauty. Before starting the so-called cleanup of such a dangerous enemy, he was going to burn her alive, and if they didn't want to die, they had to get out of there immediately. He warned them that if they were harmed by the explosive wave, he would not be responsible, as he had warned them of the serious danger, and it was their choice whether to burn alive or not. Therefore, his main task now is to burn alive the cursed blue witch who dared to challenge him, enter his territory, and humiliate the dignity of his native guild. The power of the strongest member of Mr. Avon's guild is incredible, and the rays he generates can burn anyone if he tries hard enough, and he will simply take her and burn her. But Arya doesn't care, as she simply dodged the direct hit to her head and stood there as if she didn't care about all this bravado from the strongest member of the so-called guild. The explosion caused by his burst of energy looks really scary, and not knowing who is standing there, one might think that Avand has buried her in fire, in accordance with tradition. Avand was very happy when he saw no movement from Arya, when she showed no sign that she had survived his attack, and above all, he was very happy. But he failed again, and Arya appeared from a hole in the wall, again without a scratch or burn, as she had survived all of his attacks without even a hint of pain. The witch was cursed, and she only survived because he decided to go against her, limiting his potential. But now he would restrain himself and unleash the full power of his attack, and burn her with fire. And so, using the fire circle spell, Avand used it to create an explosive wave around Arya, but first he had to trap her in a magic circle and paralyze her. But this witch again showed no sign of fear or emotion whatsoever, and just looked at him like he was shit, as if she had seen everything in her life before and was afraid of nothing. But Arya broke free from this barrage, but to him it looked like an absolute triumph on Avand's part, who strongly believed in himself and his superiority over his enemy. If it weren't for Arya, one would expect that she would not be able to survive such an attack from him, as this pillar of fire looked as if it had risen from the very depths of hell. But again, failure. Again, what he wanted so badly did not happen, and she survived another attack from him, and, most importantly, survived his strongest attack with hellfire. The damned witch had come out unscathed again. How could it be that with his absolute power he couldn't hit his target and destroy her? And he had been so sure of himself. Damn it. But how this witch managed to survive such a terrible attack was a secret that no one would ever know, no matter how hard he tried. Such attacks had no effect on her at all. Whatever he did for this girl, it was like a light breeze playing with her hair and nothing more. It looked like just a warm-up. Finally, all the chaos ended, and Arya asked Avand if she understood correctly that he was the strongest warrior in the guild, and if she was not mistaken. This, of course, disappoints her, but there's nothing you can do about the fact that your opponents are such weaklings, and even the strongest is only good enough to be a doormat for you. Without a word, Arya grabs Avand by the face, as one would do with a kitten that has peed on a new palace and now needs to be taught that this is definitely not acceptable behavior in the future. But she didn't come here to talk or to measure her strength, but because these so-called guys from the guild are taking too many liberties and need to be taught a lesson. Giving the young man a chance to see her face, she emphasized that he should look closely and remember her face so that he would not cross her path in the future if he wanted to live. She also has a message for the guild leader. If they continue to bother her, she will consume them like a fox consumes quails and burn their headquarters to the ground, leaving nothing behind. He lost so easily to Arya that he doesn't believe she is just a high-level player. She must be one of the strongest warriors on the entire continent. There is no other explanation for the fury with which this girl is pounding his head into the ground, not even letting him breathe or say a word. So they have made a terrible enemy for many years to come. The Hydra Guild will remember this day forever as a lesson that you should never underestimate your enemy, as such an epic burial under the ruins should have been enough. Avan survived only because he was lucky and, breaking through the ruins, finally crawled out from under the centuries-old graves that could have become his tomb if he had not been a player. When he manages to climb out from under the rubble, instead of shaking himself off and checking if any of his comrades are still alive, the young man curses. The angry high-level player asks himself how many times he has been here already, and complains in rage that it took him enormous effort to level up, but it was all in vain. He was somewhere around level 230, but now due to his defeat, his level has dropped by 10 points, and Arya cannot forgive him for this, as it is a serious humiliation. Avon emphasized that Arya would definitely pay for such shame, and that his revenge would be terrible, so it was only a matter of time because the humiliation of the guild would not be easily forgotten. Kevin asks if Aiden is sure about what he is doing, because if he joins their guild, he will be under their protection, and he himself will be very vulnerable, to which the redhead replied that there is no need to worry. He is strong enough to protect himself, so the good-natured Kevin can breathe easy and not worry about his new friend, because he won't disappear. As a normal, well-mannered person, Kevin doesn't insist that his friend join if he doesn't want to, but reminds him that he can contact him at any time and will come to his aid quickly. The young man said it was time for him to go and said goodbye to his friend before leaving, but this was definitely not the last time they would meet if one of the guild leaders left you his contact information. As a farewell, the blonde asked Aiden to take care of himself and not to stick his nose into the Hydra Guild's territory unless he wanted to die or have problems for the rest of his life. But to be honest, Aiden didn't even think about it because he already had enough problems of his own and didn't need these gangsters when he was up to his neck in trouble and had to take care of himself and his operators. It turns out that Arya had been watching them the whole time, calmly waiting for them to finish talking and for Kevin to leave Aiden and leave them alone. Finally, she came over and Aiden, noticing his girlfriend, asked her where the hell she had been all this time and why she had disappeared so suddenly just when he needed her most. In response, she just laughed and asked if it wasn't obvious where she had been, but the redhead didn't understand her so-called jokes, as you would expect from her. Her brilliant mind thought that the guys from the Hydra Guild would be after Aiden, so she decided to deal with them before it was too late. But again, the redhead didn't get it. Aiden, of course, understood that she was talking about the Hydra Guild, and Arya replied that everything was correct, and that their base was nearby. So she had stopped by to give them a warm greeting from Aiden. The whole city is buzzing about what happened to the Hydra base, which was brand new and intact just yesterday, and now only ruins remain as a reminder of its former power. Rumors are circulating in the city that the guild's base was destroyed as a result of the so-called conflict between the 5 great guilds. But there is also a theory that one of the high-ranking players visited the base. The same townsman who spoke about the destruction of the base says that this could easily lead to a real conflict between the existing guilds, and that everything will be much bigger than just a skirmish. But Arya doesn't care because now, in her opinion, the guild won't have time for Aiden, and there's no reason to worry about such a minor nuisance as a gang of crazy bandits. Arya promised that she had already dealt with everything herself, and the story itself admits that such tricks are her style, meaning that Aiden is not at all surprised by her so-called gesture of help. But if they really attacked him, he would have to forget about exploring the world for a while, so he should be grateful that she took care of the problem herself. Therefore, first of all, he should be grateful to her. With his hand in his mirror space, Aiden searches for the very gift he has for Arya, but has not yet given her, waiting for the right moment. Finally, Aiden hands Arya a small object he is holding in his fist, and when she sees what her friend has prepared for her, Arya is pleasantly shocked. To be honest, he wanted to give her the jewelry back then, but Aiden decided not to rush and give it to her, only when he was sure that his gift was perfect. He needed a little more time because it was the first time in his life that he had made something with his own hands, so he had to hone his skills so as not to lose face in front of Arya. The pendant that Aiden wanted to give Arya was still unfinished, even according to the system, which was perfectly normal because it was the first time the blacksmith had made something like this. But in the end, the jewelry was ready and it looked interesting, beautiful, and authentic. It was a small triangle with a black crystal in the middle that glowed with a black light. This new pendant would work as a so-called beacon because it had a communication function and would indicate their location on the map for the convenience of both. Before running away, Arya would be better off sending him a signal using this thing. But for her, it is now a so-called alarm that will not allow anyone to take Aiden away from her. To be honest, he was really tired of Arya disappearing without saying a word. So this gift was practical and absolutely appropriate in this situation where there are two partners. For someone as obsessed as Arya, Aiden's gift was like balm for the soul, so she accepts it with all her heart. It's really nice to receive something as a gift. Now she promised to keep the pendant safe and use it with care. The system notified that Aiden's pendant was now in Arya's personal possession. Another difficult meeting has ended for the operators. The green-haired elf Dyke complains that today's meeting has exhausted him, but Mia refrains from responding. When she was about to leave amid friendly complaints about how hard their work was and how much they disliked it, she was unexpectedly called back by one of her partners, Zenon again. The cameraman in horned armor asked if she was leaving, as he had hoped to hear a little more information from her and had a couple of questions for her. When the fox turned around and asked what he meant and if Zenon wanted to talk to her personally, he said that he had found the main body of the so-called Churv virus. He said that this time the virus was very active, but unfortunately he was unable to capture it, as there were few operators who could resist the worm on their own, so it was not surprising. Annoyed, Mia asked if that was all and if she could leave, since she had a lot to do besides arguing with Zenon, and her colleague still had something to tell her. But then her partner asked her why she hadn't reported the virus to the moderator first, and this question threw her off balance with its intensity. How the hell could he ask her that? Damn, Zenon asked rhetorically if, when it came to viruses, the moderator should be one of the first to know about it, and that this was a basic rule of their job. Zenon hints that if she had done everything as he said, the outcome of this situation would have been completely different. But now they have what they have, and the virus has been let in. This is not right. But Mia does not want to enter into negotiations with Zenon, so she briefly states that she was simply unsure of the accuracy of the information, and therefore decided not to rush and not to speak in the heat of the moment. Now that Zenon has heard what he wanted to hear, he begins to approach the fox, wondering whether she has the information or whether she has decided to cooperate with someone from the outside and betray her people. It is clear that she has no intention of negotiating with this annoying character, so the demon fox sharpens her claws, preparing to scratch his face for such insolence. Enraged, Mia asked if Zenon was going to interrogate her now, and if so, he wouldn't get a word out of her, no matter how much he wanted it, so he'd better leave her alone. But her partner replied that it was just a simple check and nothing more, because rats can get into any ranks and it is necessary to regularly carry out a so-called purge. Zenon said that Mia should know that it is his direct duty to eliminate threats within the inner circles, so she has no right to ignore him or contradict him. He didn't make up these rules because they were necessary for the moderator and the stable operation of the system, and anyone who posed a threat had to be eliminated for so-called insubordination. Therefore, she now has no moral or physical right to evade responsibility, and must tell Zenon everything she knows and is hiding from him and the other operators. Now he is not just asking, but literally pressuring Mia to tell him where she got the information, and if she cannot assure him of its legality, he will continue to suspect her. And at the very end, to really get to her, he asked her to leave the so-called traitor Arya, whom she loves so much. It turns out that Arya was hiding a lot from the safe Aiden. The question was explosive, to say the least, and as soon as Zenon uttered it, a real fight broke out between the two operators, which did not bode well for anyone. Zenon shouldn't have touched Arya, who was sacred to Mia, because now it wasn't just a conflict between them, but a conflict for the honor of the most precious person in Mia's life. Zenon also had no intention of giving in to her, so he sharpened his sword and went straight on the attack, promising that there would be no mercy for her since Mia had so stubbornly refused to cooperate. Enraged, Mia couldn't understand how Zenon dared to open his mouth about Arya, the most precious person in her life, and even more so to suspect her cameraman of being a traitor. Moreover, Zenon had been hitting on her for a long time, and knowing Mia's hot-tempered nature, it was no surprise that she quickly lost her head and began to aggressively defend her rights and Arya's honor. At the very moment when her charge was about to hit Zenon with a fiery ball, something very strange stopped her, and it wasn't even her opponent's mana discharge, but something pure and blue. Mother of God, who's there again, getting in the way? All we needed was to catch the moderator's eye and show ourselves to be stupid kids who only know how to fight. But luckily, instead of the moderator who could have given her a slap on the head, his assistant, the Dragon Guardian Procyon, came and calmly stood between them as a buffer. A protective dome formed around her which she used to repel attacks from both sides, so now she promises them no mercy for the outrage they committed before her eyes. Although Procyon maintains her composure and calm demeanor, she has no intention of turning a blind eye to serious violations of the rules on the territory of an official site. This unexpected turn of events interrupts the battle between the two operators, and their patron rushes in like a parent, scattering them like little children so they don't break each other's necks. They should be grateful that it wasn't the moderator himself who came to the sounds of the fight, but only Ms. Procyon, who could have turned a blind eye to the whole problem if they had simply gone their separate ways. In a calm tone, without raising her voice, Ms. Procyon once again reminded everyone that fighting in this hall is strictly prohibited, regardless of status or reason. Finally, Zenon calmed down and asked Mia not to do anything stupid, as he was watching her and definitely did not want to see her among the ranks of traitor operators, so that should be clear. Zenon emphasized that this was definitely not a warning, and that the next time he suspected Mia of something illegal, she would simply get what he thought she deserved. However, the fox was in no hurry to respond to his threat, and recalled her past when she was nothing more than an abandoned little fox cub on the street, dirty and hungry. The fact is that the fox was hurt not by the suspicion of betrayal, but by the fact that Zenon dared to open his mouth to Arya, so those words are forever engraved in her memory. And Mia has no intention of forgiving him for everything that happened today. That's how Zeno made himself a blood enemy for life, and finally the two went their separate ways. All this was observed by the cameramen, who witnessed a rather bloody confrontation between two powerful cameramen, and it is not surprising that such a commotion did not go unheard. This so-called thunder was heard by Dyke, along with the demoness Isabel and senior cameraman Lloyd. The elf Zrazu said that since there was such thunder, someone must have angered Mia. Isabel turned out to be the so-called voice of reason, hinting that Zenon might have started the fight because of some problem, but Dyke said that suspecting Mia was stupid. However, Lloyd, as a more experienced cameraman, refrained from commenting and thought it best to remain silent and let everyone observe the situation, even though Dyke said it was nothing serious. Arya and Aiden could finally relax, and the operator asked him if he had definitely refused Kevin's request to join the guild, to which he replied in the affirmative. The redhead explained that he didn't want to make a decision without consulting Arya, and besides, he didn't regret not joining the guild, as it would have been a waste. If he needed to, there would be plenty of opportunities to join any guild, but Arya was in no hurry to respond and kept thinking about something, staring at an invisible point. To Aiden's great surprise, she said that being part of a guild wasn't a bad thing, and to be honest, hearing that from her was like hearing something out of a fantasy novel, knowing how strongly she had been against it. Arya hated that other players were hanging around Aiden, but now she was saying that guilds were part of this world, so there was nothing wrong with them. He had been wondering and afraid. But she was calm, and moreover, she personally knew the guild's leader, Griffin, and said that he was a very good man, so she would not be against it at all. She said that if Aiden wanted to join, she would immediately contact their leader. But Aiden was now thinking about it himself and was in no hurry to answer her question. In the end, he came up with something both idiotic and brilliant, suggesting to Arya that they create their own guild. She hadn't thought of that, but she didn't reject the idea. Meanwhile, work was in full swing in the village of Erk, as the destruction was serious, but the locals had already managed to rebuild several houses, which was significant progress. But this would not have been possible without Ciri, who was very knowledgeable and knew where and how to do things, and who listened carefully to everything Aiden told her to do, and so they rebuilt. Finally, she laid the foundation for the future guild headquarters exactly where Aiden had told her to, and reported to him on the situation in the village and the work being done. Aiden praised her efforts and told her not to worry about the materials, as he would always take care of that and it was his main responsibility, so she should concentrate on her work. He promised to send them through the cloud to the village's shared storage and told her to keep him informed of any needs. He liked what he saw on the map while editing it. Ciri promised to keep him informed and said that she would not let Mr. Aiden down, and would do her best to work hard as his representative in the village. People gathered around their conversation and Jake asked what she was building, while someone else was very interested in knowing if it was Aiden who had called, and why he would call her specifically. "Knowing too much will make you old quickly," Ciri said, nudging Jake in the back so that he would follow Mr. Aiden's orders and not slack off. Now everything was almost clear, and Aiden knew the approximate level of what they had at the moment. But there were still a lot of questions he wanted answers to for peace of mind. He asked if anything else was needed to open his own guild, but Arya replied that having a hall was the absolute minimum required to accomplish this task. Now they have to wait for the construction to be completed, but Aiden doesn't know what to do. However, luckily, Arya always has a lot of great ideas for all occasions and more. She asked Aiden if he remembered what she had told him about the so-called instructions for beginners, and suggested going to the place marked in red as the next part of the plan. Aiden didn't argue, and now Arya led him to a location known as the so-called Call Tower, where his next test of strength was to take place according to her written instructions. The atmosphere was certainly not to be joked about. The redhead asked what kind of place it was and was told that the Challenge Tower was where all beginners gathered, and not only them. The rules are so simple it's ridiculous. You have to defeat a monster on one floor to move on to the next, and that's how it works. It's as simple as it gets for a beginner. Arya explained that most people here are looking to line their pockets with interesting and expensive items, while others have simply come here to set a new record for their own ego. But that's for the so-called obsessed bots, and for them, it's enough to just have fun, gain valuable experience, and enjoy themselves, so there's no need to try too hard. But Aiden replied coldly and sternly that having fun was fine. But he had decided to become a moderator, so he had to do everything conscientiously in order not to fall into the mire. Arya added that his level here was not important at all, but the ability to combine his abilities was, on the contrary, a very important skill and the main condition for victory. Arya asked permission to see what abilities Aiden possessed before he entered the tower, because she needed to know what to expect from her friend and how strong he was. Redhead did not resist and said that Arya could take a look, which made her very happy because she was finally trusted with such important information. But what Arya saw on the screen made her eyes pop out of their sockets because of how shocking it was what this simple young blacksmith, Aiden, was hiding. All his abilities, as it turns out, are maxed out, and it's just a shock for such a novice who recently couldn't even hold a sword properly, and here he is displaying such a level of skill. What the hell was this? Even Arya, who seemed to have seen everything in this world, couldn't know, but it seems that it was still possible to surprise her with something new, and Aiden was definitely able to do that. But where did Aiden get all these advanced skills, and how is this even possible? Aiden briefly replied to Arya's question that he had all these abilities and skills from the very beginning. The simple-minded Aiden thought that this was how it should be for everyone, and he thought that all players should be exactly like him. So for Aiden, this was something like the absolute norm. But he didn't see their so-called ability windows, so he didn't know if everything was as he thought. Now, everything is clear to Arya about what is happening with Aiden's characteristics. Arya realized that his stats weren't increasing, but for such a low level, he turned out to be too strong. And now she understands perfectly well where he's coming from. Aiden has class levels that cannot be combined with each other, and she has never seen anything like this even among operators. But here's a former unplayable character with godlike abilities. As she thought, it turned out that Aiden was special, and if he continued to grow at the same pace, he would reach a level that even the moderators couldn't compete with. And then whether Aiden becomes an operator or not will be a matter of time. And now Arya will do everything to make sure that everything works out for Aiden the way he wants it to. And she will help him. Arya said that it was all just cool and now he didn't have to worry about boring things like combining powers, so he could focus on achieving his own goals and not get distracted. The first to appear before Aiden was an incredibly beautiful gray armored troll, who showed with his menacing roar what he was going to do to this boy. But for Aiden, who had seen far more vicious monsters in his life, this was child's play, and he didn't even blink before rushing forward to cut off the monster's head. With speed like Aiden's, there was no need to fear such a monster, and his heavy sword cut through the creature's hard body as if it were a piece of butter. Aiden's gaze is so cold that it reveals no emotion in his eyes, but it is clear that he is not going to retreat under any circumstances, even if it means death. No matter how many of them there are against him, Aiden won't even blink and will go against such a large crowd, and he is not afraid of anything if he has set himself the goal of reaching his maximum potential. Aiden's level has risen sharply and grown very quickly in such a short time, and he is striving to reach the peak of his abilities, but it's just incredible. Arya was shocked that Aiden was developing so quickly and on his own, and she admits that the redhead perfectly combines his abilities and skills. After comparing him to the same level and skill requirements, she now understands this perfectly and has seen with her own eyes how great Aiden's fighting ability is. The redhead admitted to himself that it wasn't as difficult as he thought, but Arya reminded him that it would be a much better idea to remain vigilant instead of getting cocky right away. The difficulty of the tasks only increases depending on how high they rise, and conquering these creatures will be very difficult if you rely on conventional methods. After listening to Arya, Aiden asked where the top of this tall tower was, and his friend calmly replied that the end of all these trials was on the 50th floor, i.e. the top. After listening to Aiden, he asked if that meant they were halfway there, i.e. on the 25th floor, and that they had to keep going to the very top. So now Aiden told Arya that they had to hurry and conquer the half that remained for him, and filled with determination, he began to climb to the top. As Arya had told him, the difficulty of the trial quickly increased, and with each floor, monsters with increasingly terrifying powers emerged one after another from beneath the ground. He was also hindered by boss-class monsters, but Aiden was able to easily overcome all of this, using the many skills he possessed, skillfully manipulating what he had. The 49th floor, the top was within reach, and since Aiden had managed to get this far, he clearly knew how to use his abilities. A real minotaur with an axe stood against him. Aiden is already intrigued, because when your opponent is much stronger than you, it becomes more interesting to fight him, because with weak opponents, you don't have to think too much. To be honest, the monster's attacks are quite strong, and it's clear that if Aiden didn't have such high speed, he would look like a cutlet under the Minotaur's hoof. The red-haired man admitted that it was very dangerous, as he barely dodged the gray monster that could have easily sent him to the other world. That's the kind of power worthy of a tower boss. Although this was only the penultimate step before reaching the top with the strongest monster, Aiden understood perfectly well that the strength was simply incredible, and that the monster was quite fast for a giant. And it would be very bad if this minotaur on steroids hit him with a hammer. It would be a tragedy if that really happened, because then he would be sent back to the first step. But he doesn't want to return to the so-called zero level again and again, so he decides to go into battle against an unequal opponent, which means he needs to use magic. Magic! Yes, it's a trump card against a monster that doesn't have abilities such as magical potential, and now that he has realized it, his physical strength and acceleration have increased. This is his first use of this new combination, but it is enough to finally get rid of this terrible freak, so everything is fine. Aiden, skillfully controlling his magic-enhanced physical strength, brings his fist over his head as he jumps in order to skillfully knock the head off the cursed minotaur right now. The blow of Aiden's iron fist, hardened by years of work as a blacksmith, landed accurately on the monster's head, causing the world to spin before his eyes like during a rainstorm. Aiden was so strong that the whole earth shook from the blow, and the explosion that resulted from such a burst of energy threw the monster back like a sack of shit. The minotaur's skull was crushed, and it became clear that since the monster boss from the 49th floor had fallen dead, this floor had been cleared by Aiden. Aiden's level rose exponentially, and he admitted that this was not bad at all, and that he felt like he could combine the stat boost again. Now there was only one step left for him to take on the home stretch, which he had to boldly take forward and reach out to his dream, and finally grow as a future operator. There was one last floor left for him at the top, which could hide an unreal monster that could simply break his neck like a lousy, inquisitive kitten. Therefore, Aiden, who feared neither God nor the devil, went upstairs without any fear in his soul, feeling only a slight tingling sensation from the anticipation of what might await him at the top. As soon as the young man reached the right floor, a whole portal opened in front of him, from which a real demon emerged, with whom Aiden would have to fight his last battle. When Aiden saw his final opponent in front of him, he immediately realized that this would be a much more serious fight than all those he had already had the misfortune to encounter. This was the great final boss, who looked like a humanoid dragon with a staff in his hands. This was a machine that could easily break him just by breathing on him. The final boss's attack was not long in coming, and roaring like a madman, he raised his magic staff above his head to deliver a powerful magical blow to Aiden. The cursed barrier was the very obstacle that stood in Aiden's way as he now faced the dragon, and now he understood what the problem was and began to panic a little. The thing is, thanks to him, the effects of general skills are reduced, and he gets a temporary increase in the damage he takes, and all his skills are now halved. Now he understood perfectly well that if the so-called debuff was of such magnitude, it would definitely not be easy for all players. But the thing was that Aiden was not a simple player. He is a moderator against whom most of these rules do not apply at all, and for him there is no such thing as a so-called debuff. As for him, it is just a way to tease himself. Aiden threw off this restriction by opposing the so-called abnormal state, and the red-haired man admitted that he was simply a terrible opponent for him. Now that restriction has been lifted, and the monster doesn't understand how this pathetic little man easily threw off all the restrictions imposed on him. Now he's got himself an opponent. Now, as it turned out, his signature move didn't work against him, because Aiden wasn't just some random player who ended up here by chance, but a real strong moderator. Aiden was tired of fighting this stupid battle and wanted to end it as quickly as possible, so he sharpened his sword against the dragon and was ready to take what he wanted and what he deserved. The dragon raises a real panic and launches a fiery attack to burn alive the cursed red bug, jumping at him with a sword. Aiden is no fool and rushes forward, sharpening his sword to show this cursed boss what real power a human operator can display. The young man is full of determination, ready to slash left and right, and his eyes burning with red flames show that he is ready to go all out, no matter what it costs him. The energy that Aiden demonstrates is simply colossal, and the way his mana resonates with the dragon's mana creates entire underground cliffs. It looks simply incredible and terrifying. The dragon is incredibly angry as he cannot forgive his enemy for how cruelly he extinguishes him, not even paying enough attention to his attacks. He has no intention of leaving Aiden alone and simply rains down a barrage of stones on his head, showing that he is close to burying this red-haired boy alive. For Aiden, this battle is nothing more than an unfinished chapter in his personal growth, but as a moderator, he must do everything he can to break out of his current limitations. But his opponent, although human, is no pushover and demonstrates an incredible level of mastery of magic that can destroy everything in its path. Under a barrage of defensive attacks, the stone rain simply crumbles into atoms, unable to reach him even by a millimeter, showing that he is simply a berserker, not a human being. His speed is simply maximum, and he flies through the rain of boulders at the maximum speed possible for him, holding his sword in front of him for a quick attack. The monster rises before him like an impenetrable wall, impossible to overcome with basic attacks and relying only on luck and hoping that maybe he'll get lucky. Aiden ran forward against this wall and raised his sword above his head to do what he had planned, and show the demon where his place was and what it meant to be his enemy in such a battle. And yet his high stats and mastery of the sword were not in vain, and his sword strike cut through the monster's shoulder with a loud crack. It hurt, and now the dragon howled like a wounded dog whose spine had been broken, and he had finally won. Now the defeated monster began to crumble into pieces before him. The cleanup was successful, and the cold light at the top of the tower lit up red, signaling to him that he had succeeded and that the difficult battle was now behind him, and he just had to move forward with confidence. The system immediately congratulated Aiden on clearing the location, and that the 50th floor was completely free of monsters. Aiden set a personal record and leveled up. Now everything had definitely come to an end, and a tired Aiden looked at the wall staring at the crack in space, wondering if this was the end, and admitting that the content was better than he had thought. But now there is a new question that interests Aiden. Instead of a crack in the wall, a large hole similar to a portal has appeared, which attracts Aiden's attention. When Aiden saw it, he immediately wondered what it was, where the portal came from, what it was, and whether it was the so-called exit from this location that he couldn't have known about. After all, it looks very strange, and despite the fact that it is supposedly an exit to the outside, it looks too strange to trust so easily what he is seeing now. Arya was right there to congratulate Aiden on his achievement, and honestly said that she didn't even think he would reach the top so easily and quickly. It is impossible for a sane person to climb all 50 floors on their first try, and right now Aiden said that Arya had arrived just in time because he had a lot of questions for her. Aiden pointed to the hole in the wall and asked her what kind of portal it was, but the girl couldn't answer properly because it seemed she couldn't see it. While Aiden was asking what kind of portal it was and where it led, Arya stood there not understanding what was happening, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking that Aiden had definitely lost his mind after everything that had happened. The thing was that Aiden was pointing at a space that looked like a completely empty wall to her, and Aiden said that he couldn't see anything at all and was now very frightened. The redhead was alarmed by what was happening and why she couldn't see the portal, as he thought Arya should be able to see it like any player should be able to see a portal. And when he touched it with his finger, it began to crumble into pieces, wondering if he was the only one who could see this so-called portal. For him, this is absolute madness. Aiden began to be sucked into the portal at breakneck speed, and he stood there frightened, not understanding what it was or where this devilish whirlwind could drag him. While the frightened Aiden screamed, asking Arya what it was and what was happening, the girl screamed for Aiden to just pull himself together and get away from there so he wouldn't be devoured. Arya screamed until her last breath, trying to save Aiden from death, but it was all in vain, as he had already been pulled through the portal, and everything was completely useless. Aiden could no longer hear or see anything as he was transported to an astral world consisting of absolute black emptiness, in which he was a white spot glowing with red light. Aiden wonders if this has something to do with the administrator or operator, and sees a strange projection before his eyes, wondering what it is and whether the players are climbing the tower. Everything really looks like Aiden is in an X-ray state, able to see what is happening there, and he wonders what kind of place this is where the portal has thrown him so unexpectedly. Now he is curious, and the former blacksmith is determined to figure out what is going on, and jumps down to get to the bottom of it and see everything for himself. When Aiden stands up and stands under the so-called projections of the tower world, he looks at what awaits him ahead and surveys the entire area around him. Still, he couldn't shake the desire to find out what kind of place this was, where this damn portal had suddenly thrown him, drawn in by his childish curiosity. But something familiar finally caught his eye, and he saw a familiar blue light that was like a little hello from the past that could give him an answer. A large door 10 times the height of a human being with the number 3 on it hinted to Aiden that there might be a clue to the dragon Sirius from the past, and he wondered if it was leading him there. Aiden approached the door and was about to touch it with his hand, to go inside and see for himself what awaited him behind those large doors. Suddenly, a board appeared in front of him saying that a new task called The Forgotten was ready for him, for which he would receive new heights as a reward, namely, the powers of a first-level administrator and a new team. Another quest for him. It had been a long time since he had encountered one, and he thought that was all there was for him. But no, it seemed that it was not over for him yet, and that there would be many more interesting things on his path to reaching true heights. Suddenly, he heard a painfully familiar voice calling him, and asking if he was there and if he could hear her. Arya. It was her calling him from an unknown place. Aiden was pleasantly surprised to hear her voice and was overjoyed, and she couldn't help but rejoice that he was safe, and felt a sense of relief in her soul. The pendant she had given him was working. The girl explained that she couldn't send him a message, so she used his gift to contact him, and Aiden asked if she could find him. Arya replied that she had come all this way just to find him, but there was one small problem that had unexpectedly arisen. The thing was that she had never seen anything like this before, and it was all completely new to her, beyond the realm of fantasy, and she now wanted to explain everything to him. Arya thinks she can easily break through the defenses and get there, but the problem is that this could attract unwanted attention, which would not be a good sign. She reassured him that she was looking for another way anyway, and just asked him to wait a little longer, but Aiden just kept quiet, wondering how to explain it to Arya. Aiden said that there was no need to do anything because he had found a way, and it was something only he could do. Aiden could go wherever he wanted because he had a cloud. With this ability, he could do anything, and he asked Arya to wait until he contacted her himself. She understood and asked him to be careful. Finally, Aiden found the courage to push the door open. As soon as he did, he froze in shock at what was actually hiding there. A whole hall of monsters standing on both sides of him, as if he were Moses crossing the sea, and the redhead can't believe his eyes. It's pure surrealism. There were so many monsters here that they could easily fill another tower like this one, and more. It was a complete collection of freaks of all kinds, from orcs to dragons. Aiden doesn't understand where all these monsters came from, and what's more, he finds it strange that they are just standing there and not moving instead of attacking him, just standing there like statues. A voice from above says that the monsters are standing still because they simply cannot move. But where is the voice coming from, and who is it? Frightened, Aiden stood up like a scared kitten and shouted, asking who was there and what he was doing there. It's no wonder he was so scared, because something surreal was happening here. A futuristic robot loomed over Aiden, staring at him with bright blue lights that looked at Aiden as if he were an enemy. It was a so-called guard who asked Aiden how he got there, and the young man was surprised that this guard could talk to him because it was clearly a robot with an empty head. The robot said that no one except the administrator could enter here, and that no one else had the authority to do so. It was a high-security system, an unknown entity. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the monsters under his control lit up with red eyes and began to move right before his eyes, which was terrifying. Now the young adventurer was seriously frightened when the whole crowd of monsters began to surround him on all sides, pressing Aiden literally into a corner like a kitten. The guard said that the power was very similar to that of an administrator, but that Aiden was definitely not an administrator, meaning that he was definitely a stranger who did not belong here, and everyone who broke the rules must be destroyed, the guard emphasized. And now it was clear what would happen to Aiden right now. A real slaughter awaited him. As if on cue, monsters began to surround Aiden from all sides, cornering him. But he immediately rejected the panic that was about to take over him, but not this time. It was not for nothing that he survived all 50 levels and emerged alive from such a terrible battle. And besides, he lives for a great purpose, and to become the one who will change the whole world. He cannot die so easily and fall here like a broken flower, so he sharpens his sword and rushes forward to show the monsters that they have attacked the wrong person. That's right. Yes, he is not an administrator, but he is a moderator, and that is certainly not a reason for him to retreat, and he easily dispatches all the monsters with the sharp blade of his great sword. Whatever happens, Aiden understands that there are still many monsters here, and that he must not give up when such a great danger lurks behind him in the form of monsters. Now it's time to think about weapons, and Aiden throws away his sword, which will be completely useless here and very difficult to wield, so he needs to choose a better weapon for battle. It's time for his signature weapon, the small blacksmith's hammer that Ellis kept for a special occasion, and he realizes that it's time to give it his all. Aiden holds his hammer of conquest in his hands and looks just like some ancient Scandinavian god, holding all the power of the earth and sky in his hands. But the monsters won't let him stand still, and the whole crowd of underground freaks jumps on his head like a pack of rabid dogs hungry for meat. But for Aiden, this is just a warm-up, and he simply cuts them in the air like kindling. For Aiden, there are no obstacles. If he has decided to achieve something, he will not give up. It's really impressive, and he cuts down all the monsters, even the highest level ones, because for him, monsters are just a way to raise his level in the easiest way possible. Aiden looks like a real god when he holds the heavy sword reinforced by the star Sirius, which he will use to cut his way into the future, and it will be a light for him into a beautiful future. That's all he has to do. For the system to work properly, the connection to the system must be completed, and now it works, so that's great. A young man's voice asks if the guard bot can hear him, and he sees the bot as a bright silhouette with a blue aura around it, calling out to him to hear him. The young man with blue hair says that judging by his reaction, there should be no problems with the guard's work, and now the bot will watch over the tower. The young administrator has instructed the guard to watch over the tower in his place, and there will be a large number of players eagerly awaiting all the updates. Therefore, now he, like the young administrator, can instruct the guard to monitor the system and the tower instead of him, who has to take a so-called break from work. Now this guard is running a program in his mind that he must be the one to protect this place from any type of threat and win as much time as possible. He must keep this place safe and untouched until the important update arrives, and he must ensure that no stranger touches this place. Sharpening his blades and preparing his weapons for attack, the guard prepares to carry out the mission given to him by his creator to protect the place entrusted to him from those who enter. Leading an army of monsters, Aiden, along with the guard who directs the missiles at him, advances toward Aiden, who now represents the threat that is encroaching on his stability. The robot has the ability to attack with blue balls of energy, which it fires in rapid succession at the accursed invader from the outside world. But his opponent is no pushover, and this little red cockroach easily deflects any attack his enemy throws at him. It's just surreal. Aiden is not one to give up easily, and his gaze shows that he is not here just to play around. His bright eyes burn with a desire to destroy everything around him. For this, the berserker, who was ready for anything in his path, No monster and no system administrator would stand in his way if he had set his mind on achieving something in life. The monsters are not going to let Aiden pass either. As for them, this red-haired stranger is just another enemy pointed out by the system, and orders must be obeyed. Aiden's sword, which is nothing more than the star Sirius as a reinforcement, glows when strong hands grip its hilt. Since he is a moderator, he must go on. Arya screamed until the very end, trying to save Aiden from death, but it was all in vain, as he had already been dragged through the portal, and everything was completely useless. The robot disappeared from his field of vision, and that was a bad sign, because you can't expect anything good from this monster, no matter how you look at it. He ran away and watched Aiden from the clouds, spying on him. The robot realized that Aiden had hidden in the clouds of dust in order to launch a surprise attack, playing on the effect of an unexpected ram in the foggy area. But as the robot says, this won't save Aiden, who probably thinks too highly of himself if he hopes for such an easy game, but in vain. He won't have an easy time here. It doesn't matter to the robot, and he has his answer to Aiden's so-called foggy maneuver, as he easily found the redhead among the clouds, as if he wasn't hiding at all. Now the question is whether Aiden has greatly underestimated his opponent, who is holding him at gunpoint, or whether he really thinks that such a cheap trick will work on him. The ground beneath Aiden's feet trembled, hinting that there was definitely going to be another maneuver from the enemy, and that it would definitely be another magical creature with jaws. Aiden noticed an abnormal movement under his feet when he looked down at what was happening below him, and it was a good thing that his reactions were always at their peak, otherwise it would have been disastrous. From beneath the earth, as if summoned by Satan himself, a hydra burst forth, breaking through the ground and baring its teeth at him, intent on devouring him alive in one gulp. The hydra's mouth was enormous, baring its sharp teeth at him and spraying saliva everywhere, indicating that a terrible death awaited Aiden in those teeth. But for Aiden, this hydra is nothing more than a lizard that crawled out from under a rock, and Aiden runs at it, intending to simply chop this bastard into pieces in the air. Aiden moves so fast and demonstrates incredible strength of movement, intent on destroying this cursed hydra, which is just a barricade that decided to stand in his way. Needless to say, his sword easily decapitated the hydra, showing the enemy that it is definitely not all-powerful and that it has no chance against Aiden. He is too strong to just take Aiden out of his accounts, and this young moderator is a real berserker who could easily be mistaken for an administrator. But he understood perfectly well that it was not easy for him to fight his enemies with his current weapon, as he felt that his hands and whole body were in great pain. This sword is certainly a powerful weapon, but his hands are very tired from swinging it for a short period of time, so he needs to think about what weapon to choose next. Of course, the effectiveness of this great sword is extremely powerful and truly shocking and overwhelming, but it takes away his energy on a colossal scale. Aiden understands perfectly well that he must end this farce as quickly as possible and send the guards to rest as soon as possible. He must achieve what he wants. The guard tensed up because Aiden's sword was so dangerous that he couldn't stop him on his own and couldn't identify him in any of the databases available to him. He decides to surround Aiden on all sides with blocks so that the red-haired man can no longer attack him, and to demoralize Aiden so that he quickly tires. Where there is fatigue, there is quick defeat, so the guard thinks that by surrounding Aiden on all sides with attacks, he will be able to quickly destabilize him and gain the upper hand. When the guard thought that the insolent attacker had been destabilized and was already in a difficult position, he began to methodically fire energy shells in his direction. But for someone like the experienced Aiden, even such intensity was nothing more than a rain of energy balls that could tickle his skin with lightning. Tripling the force of his attack, Aiden easily repelled all of the guard's attacks and even managed to dodge the flying blocks that were supposed to completely restrict his movement. The guards counted on being able to easily corner Aiden, but that was not the case, as the strange stranger with all the powers of an administrator knew exactly what he was doing. Aiden moved like a bullet loaded with fire and knew no obstacles in his path, so everything was smooth sailing for him, and it was impossible to tell where his limit was. Another minute and the red-haired man's sword was right next to the robot guard's face, but the guard managed to protect himself from death with an energy barrier. However, as is well known, there is no such thing as an energy barrier for Aiden's sword and his special creation, so he aimed directly at him without fear. This was to be expected at any moment, and the guard's strong energy barrier immediately cracked under the force of the sword's blow. This was to be expected from Aiden. At such moments, the whole life flashes before the eyes of both machines and people, and the guard saw before his eyes something that he would surely remember if he were not just a soulless machine. His body could not withstand Aiden's blow and simply cracked under such a powerful blow, which inflicted fatal damage on him. What can be said? But Aiden simply took and destroyed the guard who was supposed to carry out his will and protect the world created by the administrator from any outside invasion. But it didn't work out. What could be expected from Aiden, who was just a monster for whom no fear was an obstacle, so he simply scattered into a pile of scrap metal under a well-aimed blow of the sword. Aiden did what he had to do, and by destroying the guard's mechanical body, he set in motion the so-called mechanism that would lead to the update planned at the very beginning. Now Aiden stood victorious over the defeated metal body of the guard and stared intently at it, trying to understand what would happen next and whether everything had gone according to plan. The last thing he saw before dying and completing the mission he was supposed to carry out according to the program was the face of the victor studying him, and then there was darkness. This guard was created for the sake of the system, and so he spent his entire life working for that system. He had no will, no desires, no consciousness of his own. He was simply a tool. The guard's entire life revolved around carrying out the tasks assigned to him by the system, unaware of his own emotions and desires, or whether what he was doing was right. It doesn't matter what he thinks or whether he wants to think. He simply follows the mission he was given, but now everything must change, and what he has been waiting for so long will happen. Now the process he has been waiting for, like the second coming of Christ, is finally beginning. The whole system is being rebuilt, and renewal is beginning. And now that this renewal has begun, nothing can stop it, and the world will become different, just as he will finally be reborn into a new form of life, changing his destiny on his own. Finally, Arya informs Aiden that the guard has finally opened his eyes and that everything looks as if they have been waiting for the moment when he would wake up. But why did they do it? When Aiden finally heard that the guard had opened his eyes, he rejoiced, and Arya confirmed that his ward had finally regained consciousness. This meant that the update had gone as it should have. The red-haired man said that this was wonderful and it really was great news. Arya added that it was incredible that a system guard machine had self-awareness. She had never seen anything like this before, and now the machine, reborn as a human being, looked with curiosity at its own hands covered with skin and marveled at how warm they were. For a creature that had spent its entire life as a simple tool, carrying out the will of others as programmed, it was simply incredible to see itself as a human being. The update is complete. Aiden couldn't believe that among the guards there could be someone with such an incredible nature and, moreover, possessing a real consciousness like that of humans with brains. For him, seeing such a thing was beyond the realm of fantasy, so the red-haired man studied the remains of this creature until the very end. Staring into the void that had appeared in the guard's broken belly, Aiden saw something glowing like a ball of light that immediately caught his attention. He couldn't let such an important thing go, so he immediately leaned over the beaten guard to check what this bright red sphere in front of his eyes was. He couldn't believe his eyes, as it looked like a real core that could give him access to the administrator's system privileges he had been waiting for. For a second, he even lost touch with reality and didn't hear Arya calling him for the 500th time. But finally, he came out of his trance and asked her what she wanted. The blue-haired girl explained that she had called Aiden because she was worried and asked if everything was okay, but he replied that everything was fine and that she had called at the right time. At first, Aiden sent her to downtown and asked her to wait for him there, saying he would be there soon. At that moment, Arya asked if anything had happened, and Aiden said they had something to talk about. Redhead added that he had something interesting to discuss with Arya, as she was more knowledgeable about it, and he couldn't figure it out himself. He said that they would see each other there anyway, and Arya did not argue with him, and decided to do as Aiden told her and go to Dantalayan right away. With his ability to teleport, Aiden decided not to wait and transport himself to the specified location immediately because it was a serious matter. As they say, not even 5 minutes had passed, and he was already at the door of the same pub where their journey had begun, before Aiden ended up in the Tower of Trials. When Arya saw the same artifact that Aiden had brought from the Battle of the Guardians, she couldn't believe that he had managed to obtain the core of a high-ranking Guardian. This was something new. Aiden asked what a high-ranking Guardian was and whether there were other types of Guardians. Besides the Dungeon Guardians, he had already had the good fortune to meet before. Arya explained that the guard whose core Aiden was holding was so powerful that it was impossible to compare him to an ordinary guard, and although there were few of these creatures, they could be very strong. What's more, the Guardians can be even stronger than the Operator, which sounds simply incredible, and someone left such a Guardian behind, which was the reason why it wasn't being updated. Perhaps there are more than 1 or 2 such guardians left unattended around the world, and they were all born with a specific purpose, but they have not yet seen the light of day. The problem with the world is that it has simply stopped progressing from a higher level, which is not the main problem, and many other things are also forgotten in a similar way, including the root of the problem. If the administrators do not change their approach, this problem will never be solved, and the whole cycle of forgotten guardians and other creatures will repeat itself over and over again. Now, finally, Aiden understood what the problem was, and it became clear why the same task about the forgotten ones and the updates that the system had given him to work on had arisen. Now, everything is simple. He understands the root of the problem, his actions have a completely logical motive, and he knows exactly what he wants to do and how to do it in order to move forward. Since Aiden's goal is to move the world that has come to a standstill, he must first start this mechanism by starting with the very first forgotten guardian. If he becomes the one who renews everything and starts the movement that is frozen, the whole problem will be solved. And now, with the help of his team, he He must change everything and renew it. Holding the sphere in his hands, Aiden transports himself to a new dimension, where he and this core are not yet connected by the relationship of administrator and appointed guardian, so he must change this. Everything seems fine, but the main problem is that his current body has disappeared, so Aiden must take possession of a new one. But how to do this is not yet clear, as this is a completely new world. Aiden wonders if he should first try to connect himself to this core in order to find an image of a body, and it would be good if he had the answers to these questions with him. It seems to have worked, and the system has reported that a new entity has been found. Wonderful, no mistakes. That means everything is now going as it should, and there will be no mistakes. A new ephemeral entity immediately began to form around this ellipse, which became the core of a completely new body that now belonged to the so-called Guardian. Now the update was launched, and before Aiden's eyes, a new digital life began to literally emerge, but it was still life, which could not fail to please with its success. When the body was finally formed, a panel popped up in front of Aiden, where he usually received new tasks from the system, and he looked at the panel in surprise. It all seemed surreal, as he, who until recently had been an unplayable character, had become an administrator and had to choose a name for his guard himself. It all seemed extremely strange, but after thinking about it for a while, Aiden decided that this new creation that the system had visualized in front of him would have a special name. The name he was to give his guard had to be loud and concise, so Aiden decided to name his creation Theodore. It sounded concise and easy to remember. So now he was no longer a forgotten high-level guard, but a true and loyal servant to his administrator named Theodore, who would serve him faithfully. Aiden asked Theodore, who was looking at his hands as if they were the seventh wonder of the world, how it felt to be renewed, as he himself did not know, and certainly could not feel such changes. The first person Theodore saw after he was formed and woke up was Aiden, who was looking at him with curiosity, and his first question was, of course, addressed to the Creator. The Guardian looked up at him and asked if he was the one who had renewed him and started a new cycle of his life, making him not an empty machine but a normal defender. Aiden calmly replied that yes, he was the one who had given Theodore his so-called life and started his program after the update, so he was not mistaken and everything was indeed true. Theodore did not wait long and, kneeling before his so-called creator, expressed his deep gratitude for doing such an incredible thing for him. As it turned out, the main dream of the so-called Guardian's entire life was for someone to finally upgrade him and make him a full-fledged protector, not just a simple tool. And finally, such a person crossed his path, and it was Aiden. From that moment on, no matter what happened, he would follow him as his master and administrator. Now, that same mechanized tool is a humanoid and a high-level guardian belonging to Aiden named Theodore, who swore an oath to serve the red-haired man with everything he had. But things weren't going as well as they wanted for Cherv and his dark brotherhood. Once again, someone was on their tail, ruining their chances of infecting the world. Now, real hell has begun for him, because wherever he goes, all his plans are ruined, either by the operators or by the moderator himself, who cuts off any early signs of their activity. The virus is angry that this damned bastard and his entire entourage found the very place where he planned to set up his base and are systematically cleaning it up, cutting off their breath. Just think, in such a short time, hundreds of his copies were simply wiped out, and he was driven to hysterics by the fact that wherever he went, another ambush awaited him. He did not expect that a moderator who had figured out all his activities would be standing behind him, but he himself understood that he was in danger of being deleted. If he stayed here, there was a 100% guarantee that he would only leave as a bug and be deleted from the system, like a file that had been decided to be thrown away as trash. But what can you say? In any case, the main thing is to make an epic appearance and cause a stir among the viruses. That's the main thing. So behind the virus's back, this uninvited guest appeared. Confident in its own safety, the virus did not think that a moderator would catch up with it, and shouted that it did not think that the moderator would be right behind it, and that it did not even notice him behind it. But viruses have one fate, and they don't choose it. So it was deleted the moment the moderator noticed such abnormal activity. Deleted and forgotten. Nothing and no one can escape the moderator's eyes, so he is determined to put an end to anything that threatens the system in any way, and it's a good thing that he personally started looking for the source. It is better to look for the source of infection than to just mindlessly delete everything. So the moderator was pleasantly surprised when he identified the largest fragment of the virus deep underground. The earth opened up before him, and from the depths of hell, something that had been hiding there all along began to rise, waiting for its moment. And the administrator saw what was there. The virus that had been sitting underground burst out at him in a huge black wave that wanted to drown anyone who had the misfortune to stand in front of it at that moment. The largest part of the virus was waiting for the very moment when it would have a chance to meet the administrator in person, and it was going to squeeze everything out of this encounter to the maximum. And the demonic virus began to attack him with all its might, not intending to give up under any circumstances, and it must now do everything in its power to destroy the administrator. But at that very moment, the administrator decided to disappear from the battlefield and dissolve into thin air right before his eyes. but the virus would not let him go so easily. Seeing that his opponent was about to flee the battlefield, he began to fall into a rage, knowing full well that he had no right to let this cursed administrator escape. Calling forth a flurry of sharp white and purple light, he tries to hold the administrator close to him in order to paralyze his movements once and for all. The light summoned by the virus looked like a real funnel that sucked in everything in its path, demonstrating the great power of the virus's attack. It seemed that the demon had managed to swallow the moderator, and the sphere looked very majestic, like a large amethyst sphere that could easily contain the greatest force that could ever exist. But that was not the case, and the attack on the moderator failed because the damned winged lizard Procyon immediately stepped in to defend its master, the moderator. The virus was very angry that some shallow lizard dared to stand in his way, but Procyon didn't care what his enemy thought of her, and asked if the moderator was okay. The spirit guard said that the administrator should not come close, as she would take care of everything herself, especially since she had Procyon's exclusive ability in her arsenal. But the moderator cautiously stopped her, put his hand on her shoulder, and assured Procyon that everything was fine, and that she didn't need to be nervous and get involved in the fight, as he would take care of everything. The moderator left her behind and said that this was his fight, and he would take care of everything since he was the moderator, and asked her to trust him with dealing with the virus since it was his mistake. No matter how much Procyon shouted at him trying to stop him, it was useless, as the moderator had clearly decided that he had to fight the viruses himself, since it was his negligence that had caused this. In fact, there is no end to these viruses, and just think, in the short time that he was focused on searching for Procyon, they developed to such an extent and began to actively spread. Finally, the time had come for him to take off the mask he had put on as a so-called mysterious cold operator, and now he had definitely lost his patience with all these antics. When the man took off his mask, it became clear that this moderator was a surprisingly young, handsome man with a mechanized, blackened eye, but so much like Arya herself that it was uncanny. He was fed up with all the antics of the demon viruses, and using his moderator powers, the young man blocked the virus, and to the horror of the virus, it fell into the zone of action. The magic of electronic blocking possessed by the moderator was so strong that he was able to capture the virus in a so-called dark space, where he captured the enemy and completely froze it. Now the whole thing smells like burning, as the virus senses that the moderator has deliberately created a so-called barrier around them to block any escape. The virus was not stupid and understood perfectly well that the enemy had done everything on purpose so that it could not escape, and so that this time it could be dealt with once and for all. And yet he was not mistaken. With one well-aimed blow of his mana, the moderator erased him, and his death cries rang in his ears for a long time. At this rate, all copies will be deleted. Now that the virus has been destroyed, all that remains is to erase and disperse what is left of it and scatter it so that the particles disintegrate in the air, no matter how hard they try to escape. Only so-called microparticles remain of the virus, but even they are so loud that they get on the nerves, and the moderator understands that he has no right to just let them go. Be that as it may, he is tired of listening to their whining, which hurts his ears, and so now, without a doubt, he will wipe them all out, down to the last one, across the entire location. Now they have no chance of survival, as they have been completely deprived of any chance of escape, and in this place they will certainly have no peace since the moderator has tried so hard. Now that all the viruses are demoralized, he is gathering them all into a small point, so that this merry band does not scatter in all directions once again. Now that they are all gathered in a ball, the moderator has the virus under control, and this definitely means that the so-called malicious software will not get out of here alive. It's almost surreal to gather such a large virus into one small point that literally fits in the palm of your hand, but that's not what a moderator is for. Now that all of this cursed malware is in the palm of his hand, the moderator uses an exclusive command and selects the option to delete it permanently, and the sphere explodes into millions of fragments. Meanwhile, the worm had no idea what the moderator had just done to one of his bodies, and was calmly enjoying life, unaware of the latest events. But suddenly something very painful, similar to an electric shock that usually occurs during a heart attack, pierced the worm's entire body, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. It hurt a lot in the heart area, and clutching his chest, the worm began to fall down, coughing up something purple that looked like blood. The moderator's blow had hit him right between the ribs. Churv cursed that now all his copies had been destroyed, and it would be much harder to restore all those copies and catch up on the progress he had lost. But even in such a terrible state, he was not going to give up and declared that he was ready to see how long the moderator was going to rule in such a tyrannical manner. As they say, the moderator's work at this location is done, and he can finally return to his work in peace, as there is no longer any reason to stay here. Procyon is very upset by what has happened, and, as if knowing what is really going on with the moderator, asks if he is okay and calls him by his real name, Aster, for the first time. But the moderator is in no hurry to answer her question and only replies briefly that it is time for him to return and that he expects his guardian spirit to follow him. Aster summoned the portal and headed towards it, leaving his guardian dragon to watch as he gradually disappeared into the distance. which was honestly quite frightening. Procyon looks anxiously after Aster, who left her there without any explanation, only briefly replying that he has to return, and she understands that something must be wrong. Finally, the moderator can breathe a sigh of relief after returning to his headquarters, but it won't be for long, as work is work. He closed his eyes for just a second but was jolted out of his dreamy slumber by the sound of a notification. Even after work, he can't sleep. After all, it's a moderator's job. But what he received in the mail cannot be ignored either, as it is nothing less than confidential work reports sent to him by operator Zenon. It is marked confidential and important. The moderator immediately opened the document and began to study it, realizing that he was dealing with a so-called denunciation of his colleague, which operator Zenon had sent him. This report was about Mia's strange behavior, who had recently become her own person and was acting too suspiciously to be simply ignored and disregarded. No matter how eccentric this fox was, one could not rule out the possibility that at some point she had encountered Arya, who had become such an important factor of influence. He had expected this from the moment Mia began to follow Arya with much more interest than before, and as her service might dictate, and all of this was extremely strange. Arya, a mysterious personality who always has a plan and behaves exactly as she wants, with many secrets that she hides very carefully. She is extraordinary. She has embraced a so-called free lifestyle, and now Aster wonders if she wants to return to her normal life as a cameraman and give up her life of adventure. But now, something appeared on the moderator's screen that couldn't help but catch his attention even more. And it was again from Zenon's report, who, without knowing it, leaked everything he could. In addition to Mia's abnormal behavior, there were signs that the data had been leaked to the outside world, and a red-haired boy was involved, and Zenon thinks that Arya was behind it. This red-haired young man. Aster remembered very well that on that day he personally deleted this blacksmith from the map, and now some kind of anomaly had occurred, and he was clearly visible in Zenon's report. How did he survive deletion? On top of that, Aiden, the red-haired blacksmith, had been granted administrator privileges, and the moderator seriously believed that this could be a so-called new virus. But whatever it was, as a moderator, he had to act immediately, so he called the team and ordered the system to find a user named Aiden to understand what he was dealing with. However, things did not go as planned, and access to the user he was so interested in was denied by the system because the database was restricted, and the operation simply failed. This was so upsetting to the moderator that he couldn't see the information, which meant that Aiden's number was much higher on the list than his own. It turns out that Aster had been looking for Aiden all this time, but he couldn't have imagined that he would find him this way, and even less that this former unbeatable character would outsmart him in everything. But suddenly, a very important guess came to the moderator's mind about the very reason why Aiden could have gained such extraordinary abilities. Trojan could definitely have been involved here because he is the only one capable of doing something so beyond the bounds of common sense and breaking through the limitations of a simple secondary robot. Aster called Procyon to him and said that now there was something that he, as a moderator, had to do at any cost, and she had to help him as his patron. Aster asked Procyon to act as cautiously as possible because if Trojan found out that the moderator had noticed him and was watching him, he would surely hide in the sand as he had done many times before. Now the moderator's main target was Aiden, and they had to get hold of him no matter what, and that was not up for discussion. Aiden was a great threat to his authority. But it may also be that he is simply the last hope, which is why Procyon replied that she understands everything perfectly and is ready to risk everything she has and will definitely bring him what he wants. Trojan. Now that all the turmoil with the towers of trials, viruses, and other problems is over, it's time to return, as they say, to his native village, home to his house, which he hasn't been to in a long time. But Theodore, who until recently was a powerless and forgotten android, is eager to take on new tasks and insists that Mr. Aiden has something to entrust him with. The high-ranking guard emphasizes that he will do it with maximum efficiency and will not let Mr. Aiden down as his loyal servant and guard. To be honest, Theodore's maniacal devotion to his work makes Aiden nervous, and he asks him to wait until they arrive at the village. It won't be too late to make a decision once they arrive. But one thing worries Aiden. Are all the guards like this? Arya explained that they are acting on orders from the moderators. In addition, they have not been valued for a long time, so now they are highly motivated to prove themselves. And if you think about it, the demonic monsters are not under supervision either. But if you think about why there are demonic creatures in such a place, Arya said that it is because they are also part of the so-called system, which left Aiden stunned with surprise. One of the roles of high-level guards is to get rid of these demonic creatures within the time allotted to them, and thus maintain balance. Even the demonic monsters from the Tower of Trials, where Theo was taken, were left unattended only because they could not regenerate and were just a bunch of statues. Now it began to dawn on Aiden that all this time, The demonic monsters that were supposedly a threat were just a lie. And Arya replied that everything was true, as the nature of the player was well known. The truth is that these demonic monsters are nothing more than so-called material or so-called bait for the growth of players, which has been successfully thrown into various locations. Arya asks Aiden to think carefully about this, and asks him the key question: did he really think that demonic monsters could pose a threat to them? The redhead tensed up. The truth is that they will never die, even if these demonic monsters attack them, because they are perfectly protected by the system itself and wear armor. The only thing that can truly kill them is infection by a virus or direct deletion by a moderator, so they only need to fear these two things, and the monsters are just toys to them. For Aiden, this was a real shock, and he realized that all this time he and everyone else had been living in a so-called lie. And what's more, at first it all seemed completely strange to him. This was because these demonic monsters never raided villages and never left their territory, which meant that they were under the control of the system the entire time. Arya asked him to hurry up because they had finally arrived at his native village of Urk, where Aiden had once begun his journey as a moderator, and now it was time to visit home. He hadn't been here for a long time, and the village had changed so much that it was impossible to recognize the old ruins from which he had once set out on his journey. The residents were doing well and working hard. Finally, the little residents, Henry and Helena, were behaving like normal children, playing with a slug, unaware that someone had come home and was watching them right now. Suddenly, Mr. Aiden himself approached them, greeted them, and asked how they were doing while he was away. They were certainly happy to see Aiden. Of course they were. He was their savior. Their national hero has returned home, and everyone happily greets Aiden, who has traveled a long way and worked hard to finally get home and is now rejoicing. The children rushed to hug him and tell him how everything had been, and most importantly, to welcome him home at last. After listening to the children, Aiden asked where Ciri and Jake, his trusted aides, were. The twins said in unison that they were going down to the dungeon, and that Aiden had to hurry before they left. He had a couple of important questions for them. They made it just in time, and Jake and Ciri, red-faced and barely breathing, burst into the hall where Aiden was sitting and greeted him after his long journey. They were very happy to see him in their village. Aiden is also happy to see them. The two ask him when he arrived and tell him that he should have warned them, but the redhead says that everything is fine and that he just stopped by for a quick visit. Looking at the two of them, Aiden understood perfectly well that during his absence, they had grown a lot, and he could clearly see the effect of their long work. Ciri and Jake apologized for their tactlessness and asked who the man standing behind the redhead was. Aiden looked at Theodore and remembered that he had forgotten to introduce the guard to them. But the guard spoke first and said that after looking closely at the two, he realized that they looked like cameramen, adding that he was very pleased to meet them and pleasantly surprised. Theodore spoke as formally and respectfully as possible and said that he was there to help the new moderator. He gave his real name and informed them that he was the guard. Jake didn't believe him because he thought only high-level guards could do that. And Ciri also didn't believe Theodore, who modestly asked them to call him whatever they felt comfortable with in the future. It happened anyway. Ciri had heard from Mr. Sirius that high-level guardians were very powerful, and Jake thought that it must have been difficult for Aiden, but the redhead had had enough of these stories. He was most interested in how things were going and whether anything extraordinary had happened, while he was unable to contact them, since he was still responsible. But the operator's reaction greatly alarmed Aiden when they began to discuss whether they should tell him what had happened recently, and Ciri was even more hesitant. It seemed as if they were hiding something from him, but Ciri decided that it was better to tell the truth, and after some hesitation, began to tell him what had happened without Aiden being there. The brunette found the strength to tell him what had happened, and said that while Aiden was away, the players had visited their village, and what she heard made the redhead's eyes pop out of his head. Aiden asked her seriously what exactly they had said, but Ciri assured him that the players had not done anything wrong, that they were good-natured people and had simply exchanged resources with them. They also listened to several requests from the locals and stayed there for about a day before deciding to return, but it was still a sign that they needed to think about safety. They don't know when something like this will happen again, but they are preparing for possible danger in their own way. And now Aiden breathed a sigh of relief that nothing bad had happened, but it was still stressful. When he heard Arya's loud sigh, he asked what was wrong, and she replied that she knew this would happen, but everything had happened too quickly for her to plan. All she did was change the search and make sure that nothing showed up on the map, but that wasn't enough, and she could have missed some important details. It was another matter to search for this place specifically, and then the village could be found. And besides, they did not have enough authority to restrict access to the village. That's how it happened. Aiden sighed in disappointment, realizing that it was impossible to completely block the entrance, and there was nothing they could do about it. So they had to think about how to make these trips safe. If it couldn't be prohibited, then it was better to just stay in touch. So Aiden ordered Ciri and Jake to keep him informed, and tell him everything that was happening, and about any problems. But Theodore couldn't sit still, and he asked Mr. Aiden to finally give him an order, as it was unseemly for a high-ranking guard to just sit around without any duties. This time, Aiden did not resist and said that he had a task coming up, and Theodore immediately assured him that he would help with complete readiness and willingness to serve. The moderator had just what he wanted to ask Theodore and entrusted him with taking care of it, which is precisely why Aiden returned to the village. Therefore, Aiden suggested not to wait for the weather to improve and simply start testing the developed system. But Arya did not understand what Aiden meant by testing. Aiden said that he had received a new command and now wanted to test it in practice and implement what he had long planned on his own territory as an administrator. In the village, there was a huge mountain of red rock where Aiden planned to carry out his plans, and now all the villagers had gathered there to see the show. None of them had any idea what Mr. Aiden was up to, so they decided to just wait and see what would happen when he started building his plans on the vacant lot. It was not for nothing that this quest brought Aiden a lot of benefits. He now has increased administrator privileges and a new team, and can legally copy everything as an administrator. He reminded Arya that she had said that to have full administrator powers, he had to be able to generate content himself. So it was time to start creating his own story. Now confident in his abilities, Aiden is ready to show her what it means to create new content, and she will have the chance to see a new story unfold before her eyes. Before the astonished locals, the mountain begins to sink into red light, and gradually the building begins to dissolve into it, which means that Aiden is now creating real content. Now it's time to remember what will help him build new content. To remember the very tower where he underwent trials in order to know how to move forward in this area. Most importantly, he must remember the feelings he had in his heart and soul, and remember the look on the faces of the players who climbed the Tower of Trials on that important day. With the image of the original tower in his mind as a basis, Aiden copied its prototype in order to transfer it to his village of Urk and implement it instead of the existing mountain. But Aiden's goal is not just to copy the existing tower, but to add to it everything that should be in his version, that is, to take the existing building and its system as a source of inspiration for a new one. He needed to improve the existing image and use it as a basis to create something new, something that would be unlike anything else on the entire continent. The team worked like clockwork, and now the new content was created and updated, and the tower began to take shape right before our eyes, thanks to Aiden's efforts. Now that the new content had been created, it was time to give it a name, and the tired Aiden began to think about a name that would be appropriate for this place. It was simple. The moderator decided not to reinvent the wheel and named his updated creation the Tower of Trials, as this structure would be used for testing players. At the very moment the tower was created, everyone watching this phenomenon was enveloped in a bright red light, which meant that Aiden had finally done what he had set out to do and created new content. Siri and Jake, who had been standing there in shock the whole time, watched as moderator Aiden created incredible new content right before their eyes, leaving them speechless. What Aiden created was simply incredible, and even Arya's eyes popped out of her head at the sight. It all looked too incredible to be true, and this is the content. This tower seemed to have grown out of the ground and stood before them monumental and full of so-called trials for players. And this was Aiden's plan to create new content. Now Aiden has finished what he set out to do. And he didn't just copy and build a new Tower of Trials, which is now supposed to become a so-called gathering place for players who will visit the village from time to time. He finally finished his work, and although he completed the task perfectly, it exhausted him greatly as it required a lot of energy to accomplish. Aiden turned to Theodore and had a new task for him. As soon as the moderator began to speak, the high-level guard began to listen to the order that Aiden now had to give him. From now on, Theodore is the guardian of the new Tower of Trials and must also watch over all the people living in this village and be the protector of the small world created by Aiden as content. Theo immediately accepted the order and swore allegiance to Aiden, promising loyal service and devotion to the task entrusted to him by the moderator. Now he finally had a purpose to live for. He had finally received his calling and would never again live as an empty vessel without purpose or meaning. From that day forward, he became a guardian of the highest order, loyal to his orders. Smiling at his loyal guard, Aiden smiled back and replied that he was very glad to hear that, but the moderator was still exhausted and looked too pale and tired. Immediately after that, Aiden fell unconscious, losing control of his body due to lack of strength and fever, having overexerted himself during the construction work. Arya saved him from hitting his face on the ground by catching Aiden under his arms and letting him relax on her shoulder. He did a great job, needless to say. Too good. Holding him up so he wouldn't fall, Arya told him he just needed to rest, and continued to praise Aiden for giving his all and not giving up so easily. And indeed, he was a real hero, the likes of whom were hard to find. He was doing everything he could to grow and acquire the skills that could pull him out of the depths and back to the surface. The players argue among themselves that one of them is lying and the other doesn't believe him, as this isn't the first time he's suggested such an adventure that gets them into trouble. But now his partner isn't lying, and the thing is that the city is overflowing with rare items, and at first Aiden thought that there must have been some kind of event with rare rewards. But to the traveler's surprise, the locals replied that these are ordinary things they deal with every day, but for adventurers, they are a real godsend. So before anyone else finds this place, they simply must visit it and see everything with their own eyes, and maybe even find some new resources and items for themselves. A more reasonable bearded man replied that it was all very strange because the last time he was there, he saw nothing like what his friends had described, except for the ruins. After that, the moderator blocked the area and he has not been there since. In response to the skepticism of the bearded man, his blonde friend replied that it did not matter now. The two were unaware that someone was watching them from around the corner and shouted that they had to leave immediately to go there to earn money and told him to hurry up before it was too late. The man around the corner laughed, calling them safe idiots and saying that talking about such things on the street was just crazy, and with his words and actions he gave them the green light to rob them. So this was a great opportunity for him and his partner, who apparently didn't live very well and were waiting for the right moment to rob someone and line their pockets with money. Tired of slaving away for pennies, the redhead threw down his bag and, to the silent reaction of his shocked companion, shouted that he was tired of working like a slave for pennies and needed to change his life. The man in the helmet shouted that they had to go back to work and didn't believe what his partner had said, because it was his fault that they were slaves, and now, because of him, they would be kicked out of there like real slackers. The brown-haired man shouted that this was precisely why his partner was so stupid and unable to seize opportunities, and that this was a wonderful chance to change their whole lives. The brown-haired man joyfully declared that he could smell money. Meanwhile, the bearded man and his blonde partner arrived in the village, and the skeptical dark-haired man didn't believe it because this place wasn't on the map, and the blonde asked if he believed it. The village looked completely new to him, and the men watched what was happening. It seemed that other people had not yet had the luck to find this place, and that they were pioneers, so to speak. Suddenly, the man with green hair shouted to his companions to look at what had caught his attention, and his companions immediately turned toward the voice to see what was there. Before that, a tower that hadn't been there a couple of seconds ago rose from the ground, and now a huge tower stood before them, towering over them like a giant. Everything worked just as Aiden had thought. The Tower of Trials. New content in which the bearded man recognized the same Tower of Trials he had seen before, and the man with dark hair asked if this was the so-called new content. There must have been an update, but there was no mention of it in the news. What could it all mean? Had he missed something and now didn't know what was happening right now? But his companions did not think or say anything extra and ran first toward the village, saying that they would definitely be the first there and would be lucky enough to get everything they wanted. The bearded man did not resist for long and thought that it didn't really matter anymore and that there was nothing he could do, so he had to follow his friends and see for himself what was in the village. Maybe he just misunderstood everything and imagined things that weren't there, and didn't believe in such obvious things that were right there on the surface, completely accessible to any player. The travelers entered the village, and what was there? The village was just a village, nothing extraordinary. Everything was like in any other village, at first glance, an ordinary village without surprises or mountains of gold. The brunette said that there was nothing new here yet, and he also thought so at first, and he would only understand everything when he saw it with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would definitely doubt everything. As they say, as it should be in any village, a smithy caught their eye, and the brunette suggested just going in to see what might be there. Maybe they could buy some rare weapons. In the smithy, everything was as it should be in such places, and the blacksmiths worked as workers should work in such conditions and locations. The men worked and forged iron into weapons. The tired blacksmiths finally said that they were tired and that it was time to take a break, get some fresh air, and stretch their backs after such hard work. Thanks to Aiden, their lives have changed dramatically as he taught them 7 crafts and is so conscientious that he selects and gives them only the best materials to work with. So there is no doubt about that. Thanks to him, the local tools have become unique and unusual. Not every worker will have diamond axes and diamond picks for such dirty work in production. Finally, his comrades admitted that one of them was right and that they had come here for a reason, as most of the buildings had been improved and none of the locals were panicking about the travelers. Now, knowing that no one would harm them, one of the blacksmiths greeted the travelers and asked if they needed anything, and the dark-haired bearded man apologized to them. The man explained that their weapons were simply of high quality and he would like to buy a few, but unfortunately he couldn't see any price tags with information. The bearded man asked if it was possible that they were not for sale and that it was just an exhibition, but the men simply looked at each other silently, not understanding whether the traveler was joking with them. The craftsman replied that no money was needed and that the travelers should just do what they were told and they would get whatever they asked for. The conditions were so simple that it sounded strange. The blacksmith explained that the travelers could see for themselves that their village had changed so much that it was unrecognizable, but still, something was missing to make it perfect. Lately, they have had little meat, and the food itself is not very tasty, and there are no good ingredients nearby, so he asks the players to share their food with them. No one could believe that such weapons were being exchanged for meat and bread, and that people were gathering at the warehouse for them. And no one believed that such wonderful weapons could be obtained for food simply by exchanging them. His companions ran to look for the warehouse, but the bearded man did not understand why he had no information and why there was nothing about it in the so-called task list. It sounds strange. This is not the time to figure out the task, and now it's time to move forward as quickly as possible and complete this task in order to finally close this entire unfinished quest and get the weapon of their dreams. 2 impoverished bandits, attracted by the smell of money, arrived here, unaware that there was a village that wasn't on the map, and they had to take advantage of the opportunity to get rich again. First, they need to find all the so-called hidden items and get something. So the redhead kicks open the door to one of the houses to go in and search for anything that might be hidden there. Logan and Sophia, who weren't expecting anything, were shocked by such rudeness and stood there staring at the boor who had disrupted their peaceful life with his intrusion and vandalism. To the great disappointment of the brown-haired man and his friend, it turned out to be a completely ordinary house with no secrets or hidden treasures, i.e., there was nothing interesting here either. But still, they had to see what could be hidden in all the drawers and crevices on the floor, so the guests began to search and break everything they saw, especially during the ceremony. When Logan asked them to stop and leave the house, the insolent guest asked if he understood what he was saying and what kind of antics he was pulling right there. The thief immediately grabbed Logan by the shirt and started yelling that he was just a piece of shit who dared to resist a player, and that besides, everything had been going to shit for him lately. Relying on his old experience that all ungrateful characters must be beaten and humiliated, the redhead boldly declares that disobedient slaves are beaten 3 times harder and raises his fist above Logan's face. But at the very moment when the uninvited guest raised his fist to strike Logan, an energy shield grew around him, protecting the man from the powerful blow. It all looked too good to be true, and the fact that a shield appeared around the unbeatable character is simply incredible. On top of that, Siri came running at the noise. Now the careless thief had another pattern break, as the former unrobable character, now using magical powers, stood against him and asked if he wanted to die. Finally, Aiden wakes up from his long sleep and, opening his eyes, immediately realizes that something has gone wrong, and that he must have spent a long time in a state of complete unconsciousness. When he wakes up, he jumps up in shock from spending so much time unconscious and doesn't understand what happened or how it happened. He lost consciousness because he used too much strength and energy, and because of the exhaustion of his body, he fainted, as the use of commands is very exhausting. Arya had been there the whole time, and when she saw Aiden get up, she was delighted and asked if he had woken up, while the redhead was shocked to see her sitting there and was pleasantly surprised. Aiden asked if she had been there the whole time while he was unconscious, and she laughed and said that, of course she had. How could it be otherwise, because she was very worried about him. The fool. Once again, she reminded him that he needed to know and understand that he was a very important person who couldn't just waste his energy and treat himself like an animal. He didn't lie there for long and started to get dressed. Aiden had slept all day because he was tired, and Arya explained that it would be easier for him once he got used to using his commands and not exhausting himself. When Aiden woke up and went out to the people, he heard all his people greeting him joyfully, happy that he had finally woken up after passing out and sleeping for a long time from exhaustion. Jake was among the first to ask if he was okay and if he had rested well after such an ordeal, adding that they had been worried. But Aiden replied that everything was fine and that he had indeed rested and regained his strength. But all this idle was interrupted by Sophia, who came running in a panic and called Mr. Aiden urgently, as something had happened that they could not have predicted under any circumstances. When Aiden asked what had happened, the nurse explained that one of the players who had come to their village had attacked them and was now wreaking havoc in the village and had simply gone mad. When Aiden heard this, the veins in his face almost burst, and now he was unable to contain his anger and was going to deal with the bastards who dared to do such a thing. Chaos broke out in the village, and frightened people ran in all directions, trying to avoid being caught in the blast wave. The peace in which they had lived was brutally shattered by a group of degenerates. Aiden quickly finds the place where it all happened and sees everything that is happening in the town from the air. He can clearly see where he needs to go to solve the problem. He found the same small barn where a big commotion was now unfolding, which he had to resolve right now so that others would not dare to enter the village again. The people were delighted that Mr. Aiden had finally arrived to solve all their problems, and now he would surely throw out those who dared to interfere with their normal lives and kick them out of their village. But Aiden understood perfectly well that they could manage without him when the uninvited guests flew out of the barn like bags of shit, where they had been wreaking havoc thanks to the locals. The uninvited guests were unceremoniously thrown out of the building and now lay there cursing themselves and those who dared to throw them out of the place where they could do whatever they wanted. Siri threw 2 men out of the village property, and now they lie outside the house whimpering like puppies because they were given such a fierce kick for invading their property. And the main thing is how an unremarkable character can have such great power to resist them, and how a simple character with no role has such strong magical potential within himself. Finally, they waited for Aiden's arrival, and Siri immediately called him as soon as he crossed the border and stood before her, ready to show that it was not worth entering his property. The mage greeted Aiden and was glad that he had awakened, but when one of the uninvited guests saw the face of the one who was about to throw him out of there, he was, to put it mildly, in shock. He recognized him. It was him. The same damned blacksmith from that very event after which his whole life had gone haywire, and now he ruled this village like a real player. Siri asked if the two knew each other, and Aiden replied that yes, they were acquainted, but not close enough to be friends. Aiden could clearly tell who was sitting in front of them, and that this insolent worm who dared to touch them in the village was a degenerate who went around looking for valuable things to sell. He asked if this dirty thief had learned anything after the last time he lost everything he had and decided to become a marauder again and torment normal people. The bandit declared that Aiden was definitely not going to live and had to die because he had no idea how much trouble he had caused him with his antics and by damaging his weapons earlier. Pulling a sword from his virtual arsenal, the bandit lunged at Aiden, intending to take his life for daring to ruin his life by destroying all his weapons. But he didn't even get a chance to take a step when a fist flew into his head, painfully hitting the attacker's face and knocking him backwards onto his back, and he flew away, covered in blood. From such a brutal blow, the man fell helplessly to the ground, coughing from the impact, and Jake, who had struck him, asked how a looter dared to do such a thing to Aiden. Jake yelled at the looter, calling him a bastard for daring to attack Mr. Aiden, who, by the way, he should show boundless respect as someone who is way above him in rank. The wounded looter is shocked and doesn't understand what's going on. He's surprised because he was chosen by the system, but something definitely went wrong since he's being beaten so badly by someone who shouldn't be able to touch him. What kind of place is this, and what kind of demons surround him and are now pressing in on him, threatening that he will lose his head? These are not people. Demons! Aiden asks the looter if it is his fault and if what is happening now would not have happened if he had been able to improve their equipment on that ill-fated day at sunset. The redhead said that it was certainly not easy for them as they lost money and weapons because of him, so he generously offers to help them, because he thought and decided that he should be kind. It seems as if Aiden had no hidden intentions towards these two, so he offers to improve their weapons without any malicious intent. It seems like a good plan. It seems that not all of the brown-haired man's brain cells have been lost, and he thinks that something must be wrong here and says that he has his doubts. But Aiden assures him that he will do his best, so there's no need to worry, and he raises his sword above his head to begin sharpening it and asks what they are waiting for if they want their weapons sharpened quickly. But whether it was magic or not, the sharpening failed just like it did that day at sunset, and the weapons and armor were destroyed. So the naked and barefoot players ran away cursing Aiden. Two of them turned tail and shouted that he would cut off their heads, and Aiden asked Siri to add the players to the blacklist, and the girl accepted his order without a word. He emphasized that, as an operator, she should set up all possible filters to prevent the two from returning to the village, and after listening to Siri, she nodded. The redhead promised that as long as he was the moderator of this place, players would not be allowed to do whatever they wanted, and he would filter them. Now the era when players did whatever they wanted was finally over, and they would no longer have to break their backs to please the players. It was time to start preparing, and Aiden explained that there would soon be a lot of players here and they would no longer be able to hide for long, so they had to take care of security. Siri understands that it's only a matter of time, and that in order to reduce the chances of being attacked like today to zero, they need to have a plan and prepare. Arya explained that Siri was right and that the village system was indeed a little different from others, so they didn't know what to expect from the players in the future. Then there's nothing to do but attract more attention from the players, but Siri, who heard this, was even more frightened because she does not know what to expect. Jake suggested that they should hide so that rumors about their location would not spread, but Aiden sternly rejected the idea. They would be found one day anyway, and if they made content that players liked, more players would flock to the village and the area. And if that happens, neither the moderators nor the operators will be able to get rid of this place, as its importance and power will be too great for them to ignore. Therefore, they now need to prepare well before attracting players here, and the moderator asks the operators to give him a hand in order to carry out his plan. No one understands why. Arya and Aiden thought about how to pull this off when everyone is gathered, and asked the operators not to be surprised by his words and not to let go of his hand. Finally, everyone stopped resisting him and, taking Aiden by the hand, began to resonate with each other, creating a dome of bright red light that engulfed them. Everyone who arrived in this universe found themselves in the so-called moderator's neural network, where everyone is connected to each other by so-called energy links. Neither Gray nor Jake had ever seen anything like this before and couldn't believe what they were seeing. They asked Aiden what it was and where they were now after everything that had happened. Aiden immediately reassured them and replied that this was the so-called system space and that everything was fine, so they should not panic and remain calm because everything was okay. Now that all three operators are together, Aiden transfers some of his own power to them to increase their combat strength and authority to manage the village. The synchronization is complete, the moderator rights have been distributed, and the cloud has been opened, so now all three moderators can use the cloud storage as well. Aiden and Arya provided the entire team with the necessary supplies, and allowed Siri and Jake to use them with full rights and build the village on their own. They will all do everything possible to protect the village, and now the update is complete, and Aiden asks his operators to be more serious from now on. As they expected, a few days later, a large number of players gathered around the tower and in the village as a whole, having learned about the village from their comrades. Needless to say, everything that was happening in the trial tower, where the activity of the players who had arrived here was growing, could not but please Aiden, whose plans had worked exactly as he had intended. Now Aiden is confident that everything is going as he planned, and the players have flocked like flies to honey, and the Tower of Trials is working as a very good lure for players. Arya asks if the players like everything, according to Aiden, and he says that there is a lot to do ahead, and all he has done is a small upgrade of the tower, but that is content. But still, this continent has brought a lot of problematic players here, which has lowered his karma a bit. But every barrel of honey has a spoonful of tar. But whatever the case, Aiden is sincerely grateful to Theo, who helped him a lot, as is expected of a high-ranking guard in the name of the moderator he serves. Theodore modestly replied that Aiden was praising him too much, as he was simply doing his so-called duty, which is prescribed in the system as a tool. One cannot ignore the main fact that their tower is in good condition, and nothing should go wrong, meaning that everything must go according to plan. In addition, many new modes were added, much more than before, so everything should be much more interesting and challenging, as survival will be a factor. In addition, Aiden added puzzles to test whether players can use their brains to move forward and show that they have intelligence. Also, on the orders of the moderator, Theodore, as the Guardian, placed movement restrictions to limit the movement and abilities of players at certain levels of the tower for balance. And what can we say? The new feature was well received and players liked it, so Aiden, as moderator, instructed Theodore to continue in the same direction and not give up ground. The moderator instructed him to always report if anything was needed, and Theo, as his loyal follower, immediately accepted the moderator's order and is ready to work as instructed. But this is not enough, and the main thing is that Aiden, as a moderator, wants to attract even more players here in order to develop the village. But for this, conditions must be sought. Players will come here if they see advantages for themselves, and he, like no one else, knows what players want most in the world, and that is personal growth. Therefore, Aiden immediately proposes a new measure which will double the level of experience and rewards earned while they are in the tower undergoing trials. The players have never seen anything like this before, but it's not torture, so why not agree to the proposed conditions? And that's not all the bonuses, because for completing quests from the villagers, they will receive double character experience, which, although not added to the tower bonuses, is still something. News of such unprecedented generosity spread around the world, and now every player considers it an honor to visit the village of Eric and raise their own level. Everything worked perfectly and is going according to plan, and Theodore cannot help but praise Mr. Eden, who, as always, did everything to the maximum, but the ever-active Arya remained silent. The girl understands that after he has attracted the attention of all the players to himself in the village, now more than ever, everyone who can and should be watching them will be watching them. It is clear that the operators will soon find out everything, and then there will be even more problems, so Arya must contact Mia to find out the whole situation in the world. There are legends that the village of Eric, which was closed to visitors, has added a lot of new content, but the trouble is that no one has received any news about it. And so, like a herd of calves, they rush to the village, unaware that they are being watched from all sides in order to be the first to collect the gold. They have to hurry there first and earn much more than the others. No one knew that the girl with the apple would be the Dragon Procyon on reconnaissance in the city. In the Hydra Guild's meeting hall, an important meeting is beginning that will influence the entire course of events in the Hydra Guild, and it is essential to know what is happening and where. Everything is fine so far, according to reports from other leaders, and there are no problems in any of the territories. Moreover, Lion, an important location, is under control, and there is no reason to be nervous. Everyone you ask says everything is fine, and the meeting of the Hydra leaders is going so well that there is definitely nothing to complain about, and everything seems fine, but something is not right. The bored, red-haired head of one of the divisions casually asks about news from the city of Dantone, where a terrible coup had previously taken place that turned everything upside down. There are rumors that the entire division in downtown has been destroyed, and that they will pay for their weakness. And Avant listens to people calling him an idiot and a disappointment. The leader addresses the frightened boy in a cold voice to get the attention of the strongest member of the guild, so that he will look him straight in the eye if he is not ashamed. Douglas, the true leader of the Hydra Guild and a member of the 40th rank, declares that Avant had better answer all his questions truthfully. And he'd better not lie to Douglas, and the scared guy apologizes for his failure, as he had been following the hunting grounds and successfully completing his tasks. But something unexpected happened, and a player appeared on the scene whom Avon thought could definitely be a member of the rank. And upon hearing this, Douglas was very surprised. Avant made sure to show the photo to the leader, who, looking closely at the image, realized that he definitely knew the player. This girl with blue hair looked very familiar, but he couldn't believe that he was seeing the same legend from the stories of his defeated people. While Douglas was looking at Arya, his subordinate was shouting something into the phone, but all that could be heard was that he was hanging up, but his tone was joyful. Douglas asked if something had happened, and the redhead replied that he had received an urgent call that he couldn't avoid, so he answered it. The thing was that players from all over the world had found new content, and upon hearing this news, Douglas was tense and very impressed because there hadn't been anything new for a long time. But the thing was that there had been no news or reports, so Everything had to be checked, and it seemed that the tower in the village of Urk and its high quest rewards were involved. Douglas briefly asked who was in control of the entire territory, but the redhead didn't think anyone had taken on that role and that the village couldn't possibly be unclaimed. They must become pioneers and capture the territory before potential enemies arrive and jeopardize all of the guild's ambitions and its future. The fact was that players would flock there like rats, and the consequences would be dire, so they had to send their regiment there first and occupy the territory of the village of Urk. It didn't take long for the leader to order the entire army to move forward to ensure that something good would finally belong to them by right. Douglas wonders why the moderators decided to add an update for the first time in 1,000 years, and everything looks very strange to them, like surrealism. But why is everything so unexpected? This is the main question that concerns the leader, but now all this will fade into the background as cold darkness envelops him from all sides. A voice behind him lit up and spoke in a dark voice, saying that the update sounded interesting, and the eyes behind him hinted at a virus that had found new food for itself. Douglas probably didn't expect a demon to grow behind his back, and he almost lost his mind, saying that the voice from the darkness scared him a lot, which scared the guy. Douglas reminded the virus named Regan not to appear so unexpectedly, which greatly frightened the brunette who was already cornered. Regan said he didn't give a damn about what Douglas was saying, and Douglas honestly called him a real freak and a despicable idiot who needed to know how to behave with a leader. The virus decided to get down to business and asked to be brought up to speed, and Regan asked if the update that the whole world was buzzing about had actually happened, and wanted to know about it himself. But Douglas can't say anything for sure, as none of them have received any news, and all they know is that the event is taking place in the mysterious village of Urk in the middle of nowhere. Regan didn't think that the current moderator could come up with new content, and thinks that this is what happened, and knows that only one person in the world is capable of doing this. Everything is clear, and it must be the same guy that the worm virus noticed, since he has moderator rights and the worm asked him not to stand out unnecessarily. But who said they would listen to him, and what would the worm say when Regan caught him first? So the virus ordered people to go there and capture someone interesting. Douglas exploded with anger and shouted that the village was in the testing phase, and if the moderator found out about this, they would definitely be terminated for violating the rules. The virus asked Douglas not to worry about it, and hinted that the moderators and operators were definitely busy with other important matters and had no time for this village. Therefore, Regan was certain that the parasitic entities he had created would do their job well, so Douglas had nothing to worry about. Duke slammed his hands on the table and shouted that he didn't understand what Mia meant and asked her to explain everything. But she coldly replied that he should understand for himself. Mia took a deep breath and replied coldly that she had made her decision and announced her decision to leave her position as operator because, after everything that had happened, she wanted to retire. It was an unexpected statement that could have come from anyone but Mia, who had worked so well all this time. Dyke asked why everything happened so unexpectedly, and Mia sighed wearily, intending to explain her choice to Dyke in a clear and understandable way so that he would finally leave her alone. Mia asked why he was so surprised, as she had been thinking about it for a long time, but now the elf had even more questions for her, as he certainly did not understand the language of riddles. Mia confessed that she had become an operator to help Arya, who had done so much for her to become who she was now. Mia couldn't forget what Arya had done for her in the past when she was dying on the streets and starving like a little baby that no one wanted on the outskirts of this world. Arya was like an angel in a woman's form who took her into her arms and cared for the abandoned child as if they were family, raising Mia herself. And it was then that little Mia understood and acknowledged that Arya was the only person in her life whom she could trust in this world and not be afraid that she would betray her like everyone else. Mia planned to wait for Arya's return, but now she saw that there was no point in waiting for Arya to arrive. But now there was no opportunity to wait. When Dyke asked who Arya was that Mia was praying for, Xenon replied that they couldn't know because she was part of the previous group of operators, and therefore no one here knew her. He and Mia were the so-called old-timers from the past who knew about all the events of the past, and that was why he, Xenon, knew who Arya was and what she had done. Now, when Mia got up from the table, she announced that she was definitely leaving and that they would cross paths again someday, and she would return the sacred weapon in perfect condition to their base. But Xenon asks her to stop and asks if she really thinks she can just take it and leave because she feels like it and that there will be no consequences. Turning to her colleague, she asks him straight to his face if he is going to try to stop her, and if he wants to, he should do it right now, since he is so brave. Xenon replied that he had no reason to do so, but that there was such a thing as a moderator's order, and that disobeying it would be tantamount to putting his head on the chopping block. But if the moderator said so, he cannot simply let Mia go, so she will have to wait for a final one-on-one conversation, and Xenon asks her about what is most important to him. A colleague asked if Mia was following in the footsteps of Arya, who had previously broken a taboo by wishing for something she shouldn't have, thereby putting the moderator in danger. After this situation, the moderator was replaced, and a new moderator came to power, who is the current one, and Zenon asked if Mia had forgotten about it. Zenon praised Mia for fulfilling her obligations as a moderator, and admitted that he didn't want to do this to his old friend, but now the situation required him to do so. Moreover, the moderator's orders cannot be disputed, so he asked Mia not to make an unforgivable mistake, as it could have a huge impact on her entire future life. Mia laughed and replied that Zenon had no idea what he was talking about, and that if he was so knowledgeable, he should prove it. Let him stop her from making a so-called unforgivable mistake from the past for which, in his opinion, she will have to suffer. It was a direct provocation to fight. Zenon didn't need to say anything else, as the two, with their opposing energies, immediately came together and began fighting each other like ancient enemies. Lloyd and Dyke cursed the hour they were born, as this happened just when Procyon was not around, while Isabel calmly advised them to follow them and watch. Duke asked Selena if she would go with them, but the white-haired woman replied that she would stay here because she thought she would only get in the way, so it was better for her to stay here and wait. She will not get involved in the fight between the two operators and will just stay in the shadows and watch everything. Dyke does not insist and leaves the winged operator alone with himself. Selena seemed to have her own plans for this situation, so it was better to keep quiet and not attract unnecessary attention than to get involved and mess everything up. Her sly smile and cold gleam in her eyes did not bode well, so all that remained was to wait and see what tricks she might pull in such a difficult situation. Now the real bloody mess begins, as two enormous forces come together in the form of Zenon and Mia, who are about to unleash a veritable Armageddon against each other. The knight, as he said, has no intention of letting Mia go, so he arranges a warm farewell evening for her and attacks her with all the cruelty in his veins. Mia is greatly angered by Zenon's actions, but she easily dodges his attacks, and although she is angry, she is able to resist him with all her strength. Zenon clearly had a grudge against Mia and attacks the unfortunate girl without restraint, striking her with all his strength and cruelty. Such is their farewell. But Mia is not far behind, and her fiery explosive potential repels all his attacks and resonates with explosive waves, literally capable of burying anyone alive. Zenon managed to dodge Mia's attacks and break free from the fiery barrage, taking a second to catch his breath after such a brutal confrontation in battle. Zenon realizes that now the jokes are over and the fighting will be serious, because before the aggressive and somewhat prickly Mia was just responding sharply. But now it's different, since Mia is using her native fire potential, and everything is literally burning like from the depths of hell, and everything smells like burning and gray like the bottom of hell. Then this is definitely not a game. Without realizing it, Zenon finds himself under a barrage of Mia's fiery attacks, which cover him from all sides, and a normal person would have already given up due to the overwhelming panic. But he is a cameraman who can handle anything, and Zenon dodges Mia's attacks with ease. For him, it's no more than sitting by the fire, and he doesn't consider them attacks. Mia has no intention of backing down, as she was provoked into a brutal attack, and Zenon had said a lot to her, inviting such a harsh response. No matter how experienced Zenon is, he can't go against Mia, and even though he dodged her, the threat to him is more real than ever, so we mustn't lose hope. Dyke understands perfectly well what is happening and realizes that he must stop them immediately before they destroy everything and ruin the entire area. But he also understands that if he goes in there, he will be beaten to death and burned alive just because he decided to interfere and got caught by two operators. Lloyd understands perfectly well that all hell is about to break loose, and Isabel declares that they must go and help Zenon. Dyke is shocked that they want to help Zenon, but before he can finish his sentence, all his friends rush into the fray to stop Mia and take Zenon's side, shouting for him to wait for them. Lloyd rushes forward first and yells at Mia to stop before it's too late, and not to do anything stupid, but she's not going to listen to him because she knows what she has to do. The senior operator immediately struck Mia, intending to stop her, but she immediately fought him off, not intending to give up so easily and certainly not to surrender. Mia deflected his attack with her bare hand, using the fire to increase her physical strength, and the sword could easily have melted from the intense heat. For her, there is nothing stronger than her own authority, and holding Lloyd's sword with her hand, she asks him coldly and directly if he wants to stand in her way. Lloyd reminds him that Zenon is right and that they must follow the moderator's orders and make sure there are no traitors like Arya in their ranks. Breaking the taboo is an extraordinary sin, and Lloyd reminds them that helping someone like Arya can only harm the entire world, and they must stop her. But Mia told Lloyd to shut up and opposed him with her best fiery attacks, easily repelling any of his attacks as if they were mosquito bites. You shouldn't have provoked Mia if you didn't want the little fox to tear you to pieces, so everything turns out completely fair, and everyone gets what they deserve. They were the first to attack her when she just wanted to leave peacefully, so Mia seems to be doing the right thing by not bowing down to any of her former colleagues. Lloyd is getting what he deserves for what he's done, and Mia is easily beating the crap out of him, and now he's getting hit over and over by an angry Mia for his insolence. Lloyd was in a lot of pain from the blow to the stomach and collapsed from the impact, while the senior cameraman sat coughing by the hole in the wall, gasping for air. Now Mia will tell everyone where they all went wrong, and she will tell everyone why she made this choice and reveal the whole truth about all of Arya's motives in the past. The pink-haired girls screamed that they had no idea what had driven Arya to her actions and why she had done it. They had to know everything about her past. Everything Arya did was for the moderator, but it wasn't her personal whim, as she was only acting to uphold his reputation and save him. But now, if they want to stop her so badly, they should prepare for her to stop holding back and keep her strength in reserve, and they will surely meet their end. The beaten Lloyd cannot believe that Mia has such power that he almost couldn't stand on his feet, and almost fell from a single blow from this little fox. Her power is terrifying. Even Senior Operator Lloyd doesn't understand how to stop Mia now that this little demon with pink curls has unleashed her full power. He understood perfectly well that against a cameraman like Mia, all his commands were completely useless, so he found himself completely dependent on Mia's mercy. Isabel watched from the air as the battle between Mia and Lloyd and Zenon unfolded, waiting for the perfect moment to attack Mia's head. But Mia had extremely keen hearing, and when she heard Isabel's attack in the air, she was able to react immediately, avoid the horned demon's attack, and plan everything. Mia easily repelled Isabella's attack and raised her hand in the air to stop Isabella's attack, and easily deflected such a powerful blow aimed at her. But Isabella did not retreat and continued to attack Mia from the air in order to continue defending Zenon's so-called honor during the battle and put Mia in her place. But the fire with which Mia attacks is extremely strong, and for Isabella, standing against it is simply an impossible task, and the wall of fire that Mia put up is simply beyond the pale. It was terrifying, and Isabella began to realize that this battle could be her last, as Mia had much more fire in her than all of them, and their plans were going up in smoke. Dyke didn't want to get involved in the fight until the very end, but when he saw all the explosions and how 2 cameramen were knocked down by Mia, he realized that this was no joke, but a real fight. The green-haired elf understood perfectly well that Mia, with whom they had been arguing like children and everything had seemed like a joke, was now serious. He couldn't have known that there could be such a big difference between the cameramen, and so it was a shock to him when he saw how strong a hot-tempered person like Mia could be. Lloyd, who had just been kicked in the stomach, approached Isabella to check on his demon partner after she had been beaten up. Lloyd asked her if she was okay, and Isabel replied that she was fine and that he should take care of himself, as Mia had beaten him up badly. He wasn't sure they could defeat Mia at her current level of strength after she had reached her maximum power and was now simply a demon. None of them thought that Mia could be so strong, and Lloyd admitted that her attacks had left his whole body numb and he couldn't breathe properly. But Isabel is happy about this and feels something in her soul that she has never felt before, and this cannot fail to please a demon who has seen many battles in her life. But as a competent operator, Lloyd asks Isabella to refrain from attacking Mia, as she is no longer just an operator they worked with, but a demon. Lloyd shouted that she didn't stand a chance against Mia if she fought alone, so now they had to attack together as a team, because Mia was the strongest cameraman. But Isabel didn't care because it had been her dream to fight Mia for a long time, as Mia had always been known as the strongest operator in existence. Mia replied that only her sister Arya could be the strongest, and only she because she was worthy of the title of strongest operator, and certainly not Mia, who considered herself a shadow. And now that she and the other 3 operators are in such an unequal battle, it should be clear that she will show that she is always loyal to Arya and will not leave her side. Mia did not know that the second operator was waiting to attack her from behind, and she was distracted for a second when Isabel diverted Mia's attention from her main target. Above her, Lloyd himself stood in a punishing stance, raising the demon fox above his head, and now the moment of reckoning was about to come for her, as he was clearly angry with her for his wounds. Mia easily parried this attack as well, as Lloyd's attack was like a mosquito bite to her, and with her bare hand and a slight boost of magical fire, it was just child's play. The fox easily deflected the sword blow with her hand, causing the blade to turn red, as it was simply demonic firepower in her hands. And it was simply magic. 2 great forces collided, and now the resonance of these forces caused an earthquake, and everything around began to crack, and the ground began to disappear from under everyone's feet. But then something happened that even the experienced Mia could not have expected when the sword blade ended up near her face, as Isabel took advantage of the opportunity when Lloyd distracted her. At that moment, Isabella flashed past Mia's face like lightning, gaining the opportunity to attack, but once again, Mia was able to withstand such a vile attack. Now, Mia was torn between the attacks of Isabella and Lloyd, who decided to act together against her and knock her down so as to definitely defeat the strongest operator. Together, they formed a star shape, surrounding Mia from all possible angles in order to drive her into a corner, from which she would have no escape except certain defeat. From the resonance of the 3 great forces of Mia, Lloyd, and Isabella herself, the earth began to hum and crack, sending sparks and debris flying through the air. Lloyd, like a madman, continued to chop at the air, hoping that he would be able to reach the damned Mia, who could not succumb to his attacks and surrender. "Stop," He naively thinks that this will be enough against Mia, but Isabella advises him not to lose vigilance in this situation, and to watch the surroundings carefully. Danger is in the air and a ball of fire hangs over them, clearly indicating what will happen to them if they don't get out of there before she burns them alive. Lloyd and Isabella withstand the attack and survive only thanks to a miracle and Mia's quick reaction, which shows her to be an unquestionable leader in her goals. No attack against Mia makes any sense, as she is like a real demon who seems to have no weaknesses, and that is why Mia is the most terrifying enemy in life. But nothing works. And now she stands against them surrounded by a ball of fire, and now it's definitely the so-called battle against the final boss at the end of the dungeon, and that means death. In her berserk state, Mia generates a large amount of fiery energy to burn alive all those who stand in her way when she decides to follow Arya. The so-called Judgment Day has come for all of them, and now Lloyd and Isabella find themselves in a fiery trap from which only one person can escape alive. And it's definitely not them. A terrible judgment takes place before their eyes, and the same fire flies at them from all sides, and now both of their eyes are popping out of their sockets from such a terrible spectacle before their eyes. Mia has no intention of stopping and covers everyone in her path with a barrage of fire magic, and now the other operators will pay for deciding to interfere. But the fireball has no intelligence and rushes in the same direction Mia sent it, not knowing how to stop and burning everything in its path. And these two just hang there, staring at what is flying straight at them, unable to even move when such a terrible thing as a hellish ball is flying towards them. But Xenon burst out of the ground like a demon from the depths of hell, to the shocked cries of all his companions, as his maneuver looked like something simply incredible in such a situation. Xenon was no fool and immediately pulled a sword from his bosom to attack anyone who stood in his way, and he was sure he could wipe this damned Mia off the face of the earth right here and now. He was tired of fighting a losing battle and wasting his energy, so now, with a weapon in his hands and a burning desire to win, he destroyed everything in his path, including Mia herself. He has finally arrived. She has been waiting for him, and Xenon's arrival on the battlefield signals that his intentions are very serious, and that Mia has a worthy opponent. And now he stands before her, ready to strike her blow after blow, and even though his armor is cracked and he is tired, he has only one goal: to wipe out Mia herself. His colleague admitted that Mia had indeed become stronger compared to when she first became an operator. Yes, nothing changes and nothing lasts forever, so everything is as it should be. Xenon admits that at this rate they will not defeat her, and Mia sarcastically asks if he has finally decided to get serious and fight a real fight without nonsense and pomp. This power should not be used in this way, but he has no choice, so all that remains is to use this power against the strongest of his enemies. After all, for operators, the moderator's orders are gospel, so after taking off his mask and raising his level to the maximum of 500, Xenon is ready to carry out the moderator's will. The battles between moderators and operators are sacred, but everything is fine with Aiden, as his sword skills and combat skills are growing not by the day, but by the hour, thanks to his hard work. His level grows with every second, which couldn't help but please the redhead, as it means that there is a point in moving forward and continuing at the same pace and in the same spirit with everything he has planned. Not much time has passed, and Aiden did not think that he would reach the record level of 250 so quickly, as players usually grow very slowly, and with them, everything else. Aiden cleared the area known as the Sandbox because he really needed the space to expand his domain and build the Tower of Trials, so everything was going according to plan. So he asks Theo to give him more difficult tasks next time, to which Theo asks if he is sure, as the redhead should just take a break after all that. But Aiden doesn't want to listen because he thinks that since everything is going so well and he's not tired, he should keep working. But now something is wrong, and Arya, who is usually so loud, is silent. Under normal circumstances, she would praise him, but now she is completely melancholic, and when Aiden asks her what she thinks about it, she just remains silent, avoiding his gaze. Arya stares at the screen, which says that there is no sign of Mia, and Aiden's words don't reach her no matter how loud he shouts, trying to get her attention. Unexpectedly, Arya burst into blue flames and said that she had to go somewhere and that Theo was there, so they would be able to manage without her. She promised to return quickly and left the two players alone to solve the problems in the village while she had her own tasks to do outside of it, which definitely included saving Mia. Aiden couldn't help but admit that Arya was a master at stirring up trouble out of nothing, and he wondered where she could have gone so suddenly, but that wasn't his concern. He was sure that everything would be fine, as it was definitely Arya who knew everything and could do anything, but he was distracted by a voice from the side, which was frantically calling Sir Aiden urgently. Ciri's voice shouted that a huge crowd of players had been spotted near the village, and they were getting closer and closer, but Aiden asked what exactly the problem was. But now everything is different, and the players are definitely not ordinary, and Ciri thinks that they are members of one of the 5 great guilds, which makes Aiden shiver with fear. Isabel cannot believe what is happening before her eyes and declares that this is definitely not possible for sane people. When Zenon took off his mask, his level rose. The girl couldn't imagine that her partner was hiding such great power under his mask, as what Zenon demonstrated was simply colossal strength that not everyone is capable of. When she asked him about the mask and why he needed it, she didn't get a proper answer, and her partner just joked that it was necessary and that a mask was just a mask. The fact that they are from the same race of dragon demons sounds simply incredible because of their difference in potential and magical power, so it seems like some kind of surrealism. Mia now finds herself in a rather difficult position, as she is not the one hunting, but the one being hunted, and her back is definitely not protected from Zenon's attacks as he lurks behind her like a fox. The speed of the attack is lightning fast, and in a second, Zenon's sword is already at her neck, and she is about to lose her head because these are no longer idiots like Isabella and Lloyd, but her equals. For the first time, as they say, she was lucky, and Mia dodged the blow and paid for it with a slight fright, but it could have been fatal as never before. For him, there is no such thing as retreating, doubting, or regretting anything, so he rushes forward at Mia with all his ferocity, swinging his sword, and her tricks no longer work. Luckily, she put her arm out again and managed to fend off the attack, but Zenon is not a weakling like Lloyd and the others, and this time her armor was slightly damaged. The fox was seriously wounded, which, incidentally, could have cost her her arm, but instead she simply unleashed her hidden potential directly at Zeno and burned him with fire. Zenon, at the height of his potential and strength, rushed forward to stop Mia and take away her moderator rights, since she no longer needed them. The horned operator, like a demon, rushes forward with a sword in his hands, attacking Mia with a sense of the situation and all his potential and mood, and he is enjoying every moment of it. Mia is not going to give up and rushes forward with fury, determined to do what she has to do, and put Zenon in his place for allowing himself to treat her so badly. Her strength was enough to cut the air with a blue beam of light and warp space so much that everything in front of Zenon's eyes crumbled. But he does not retreat. As a result, a terrible dust storm arose, in the middle of which stood Zenon, who seems to have achieved what he wanted from Mia from the very beginning of their dialogue about her dismissal. Zenon declared that he understood that Mia was only making things worse with her actions, and hinted at this when he saw that she had entered her maximum punishment mode. Dyke saw Mia's Punisher mode for the first time and was shocked by this turn of events, which could only mean one thing for everyone, that everything was falling apart. The fact that Mia had been playing it safe the whole time, dancing on the battlefield, and now she was performing at her best, could only mean that she was in a dead end. But she doesn't lose her self-control and, with an expression of complete calm on her face, directs the stream of blue light straight at Zenon, without even flinching. A large blue ball flies over Zenon, who seems to have been waiting for this, and is about to cover him from head to toe, and he has to move aside if he wants to live. Such a powerful blast would have been enough to crush Zenon, but he quickly flew out from under the zenith of light and saved himself from certain death at Mia's attack. Mia's attack could have been fatal for Zenon if he did not have such a wonderful gift of observation and could not dodge the attacks of his former partner in the air. Mia's power is simply an incredible burst of energy, and from such a burst, the energy around her rippled in waves, which is simply a terrible cataclysm for someone who has no strategy. But Zenon managed to break free from the storm and rushed forward, standing defeated before Mia like the second coming of Christ under a storm of hailstones falling on his head. It's just unbelievable, and for Lloyd and Isabella it looks like something beyond the realm of fantasy for those who are mere operators and not titans like Mia and Zenon. Lloyd admits that even Zenon cannot cope with such attacks from Mia, and Isabella suggests that Zenon use a weapon to stop Mia in her tracks. There is simply no choice, as Mia's powers can only be countered with a weapon, since she is immune to normal attacks and all of their strength must be used. Zenon decides to do as he is told and takes the senior moderator's sword from his pocket. With the legendary weapon in his hands, Zenon prepares to attack Mia with all his might. Lloyd is very frightened by these developments and does not understand what he is doing, while Isabella wonders what this horned devil Zenon is doing and what it means now. Zenon rushes forward toward Mia to stop her and do everything he can to fulfill the task given to him by the moderator as his loyal assistant in all matters. Drawing his sword and pulling his weapon from its sheath, Zenon rushes forward and with all his might cuts off the phantom hands that Mia summoned in the air as part of her Punisher's regime. For Mia, it was a powerful blow that caused her to cough up blood as Aiden ran his hands over her arms with force, immobilizing her with pain. Dyke and the others gasped in shock, as someone had finally managed to defeat Mia, who was too powerful even for two strong operators like Lloyd and Isabel. It seemed impossible, as they didn't even have time to blink, and Zenon simply chopped her up, and Mia fell unconscious to the floor and began coughing up blood in spasms. Zenon says that with the power given to him by the moderator, he is stripping Mia of her position as an operator, and it will not be good if today's situation repeats itself, because then the weapons will be taken away. Mia is badly beaten, lying on the ground coughing in pain, beaten and wounded, suffering, but now everything has come to a logical end, as her operator rights have been revoked. Now the moderator will decide what to do with Mia, so he will hand her over to the moderator who knows exactly what to do with traitors, and Mia will be guarded. But Zenon is thrown back by a burst of blue lightning that appears out of nowhere like a meteor from outer space. And what is happening to him now? Zenon did not expect someone from the outside to intervene and oppose him with such force and defend Mia in the midst of all this madness. She had arrived. It was definitely her, Arya, the very heroine of legends, rumored to be a traitor among traitors who had gone against her moderator, betraying her main credo. She came to save Mia and pulled her out from under a barrage of attacks. Now, holding the wounded Mia in her arms, she looked at Zenon, who didn't know what to say. Mia was badly beaten and in shock, but she was still glad that Arya had saved her and looked at him fearfully, her eyes full of pain and fear. Arya is here. Arya apologized for not coming to help sooner, and simply asked the beaten Mia to rest while she sorted everything out. The situation was escalating. Zenon woke up late and saw the same girl who had broken all the rules in the past, and now wanted to do everything to put an end to it all. Arya was, is, and will always be his #1 enemy, so he throws himself at her in a rage to put this blue-haired girl in her rightful place and get his revenge. The horned demon rushed at Arya with the clear intention of wiping her off the map, and now one can believe that he has as much potential as someone who remembers the most ancient times. But his thunderous power resonates with the waves of lightning generated by Arya, who repels the attacks of her old friend. It's their specific way of greeting each other, that's for sure. An angry Zenon cannot believe that Arya could do such a thing, after she was disgracefully expelled from the group of operators, and that her abilities are suffering as a result. He was sure that the system had blocked most of her powers as punishment for Arya going against the system and the moderator and letting them down. The girl said that Mia would go with her and that it would be great if Zenon didn't interfere, and she would be very grateful for that. Zenon couldn't let that happen and gritted his teeth angrily, declaring that he would not let her leave after all the conflicts they had had in the past. He wasn't going to let Arya go just like that, and the girl wasn't going to get away from him without a fight, so he would do everything to stop her and not let her go any further. His entire entourage was surprised, and Lloyd asked if Mia had spoken to her by chance, and the horned Zenon warned them that it would be better for them to get weapons to fight. The thing is, she is the first operator, and a long time ago she possessed a power comparable to that of a moderator, so her strength is simply unreal. The very first operator. Her power is colossal, and because of this they have tremendous pressure, and they are very frightened by this turn of events. And you can feel the pressure. Isabel, who is experienced in combat, is surprised because her whole body is shaking so badly that she feels very sick, and is very surprised by this. Arya nods her head sadly because she just wanted to take Mia away quietly and leave, but everything ended up as it always does, so she will have to stay a little longer. Isabel decides to try her hand at challenging Arya, whom she has been waiting for so long, and also wants to fight the one known as the strongest operator. It seems that everything will go as Isabel wanted, and Arya is about to get hit on the head by the demon who is already standing behind her and swinging at the back of the girl's head. But Arya immediately and easily deflected Isabel's attack, simply punching the insolent girl in the stomach and throwing her back like a sack of shit. Isabel flew back like shit, knocking down the building and crashing head and body into the wall, and now she lies right in the middle of the ruins of all the buildings, and she lies there. Arya is playing the so-called fool and asks if she may have overreacted, as Procyon hates it when anyone breaks anything on her territory. So it's just as well that Procyon isn't here and no one is going to scold her for it, because now Arya has free reign to do whatever she wants, and nothing is holding her back. Seeing the level of humiliation that Isabella felt, Lloyd decided to act on his own and switch to his Punisher mode in order to punish Arya for her insolence. Needless to say, Lloyd is far from weak, and his attacks provoke a huge burst of energy that easily destroys everything around him, sending pieces of mountains flying and leaving everything in ruins. Lloyd understands perfectly well that he can expect anything from Arya, and now it will be extremely difficult for him, especially since he has chosen an extremely strong opponent, who is also the first operator. He doesn't stand a chance against a member of the first formation like Arya, so it will be up to him whether he can withstand her attack or fall. The problem is that he cannot hit her, as Arya easily dodges all of Lloyd's attacks, who is trying extremely hard to strike her. But she has one answer to all his problems: lightning, her natural formation, with which she rushed at Lloyd, who probably believed in himself too much. After being fried by lightning, he himself cannot understand what it was and why Mia is beating him so badly, as it is very unpleasant for his ego. The thing is, lightning is a mid-level skill, and no matter who uses it, it can't be at such a high level, which is why Arya is an anomaly. She is simply a monster with such great potential that it cannot be measured in words. So there is no doubt that he is facing not just a monster, but a real demon. But behind her, Xeno was already crouching down to attack, which, by the way, she didn't notice behind her, so Arya didn't expect anyone to be waiting for her from behind. Xenon decided to try his luck and attack Arya from behind, already raising his special weapon to deliver the fatal blow that would seem to spell the end. But Xenon's sword strike was useless, as it broke against the shield Arya had built around herself, and it was clear that things would not be easy for him from now on. Arya, holding the sword in her hands, said that it was crazy to attack her with a weapon, and that she understood that she and Zenon had not seen each other for so long that he could have forgotten. But it was clear that Zenon greatly underestimated her and Arya's strength if he decided to fight her with his bare hands. So Zenon signed his own death warrant. Zenon declared that Arya was in no position to tell him what to do, as she had no legal power after being stripped of her rights. But she didn't care about him, and even when Zenon said that Arya's arrival here was the height of her shamelessness and that she could easily get hit on the head for it. And Zenon admits to himself that when he looks at Arya, he cannot contain his anger, so now having restored his sword, he rises to attack the girl. Needless to say, the forces of Arya and Zenon clash in a battle between two of the strongest warriors, and stones fly as if a real battle between two titans who have known each other for a long time is taking place. Arya keeps him at a safe distance from herself and easily stops Zenon's hand in midair, hinting that he is playing with fire and will definitely get hurt. The rules are such that the main duty of an antivirus is to protect important things unwaveringly and do its job as it was her job, which she failed to do. And if Arya had done what she was supposed to do and not wanted more, not engaging in shady dealings behind their backs and undermining the authority of a useful moderator with her actions, if Arya had done her job as she should have, Sir Aster would not have been removed from his position as moderator. And now it is clear that Xenon loved and respected Aster very much, and Arya is not going to just stand there and remain silent while he is being beaten, and the girl swings her sword at him in order to strike such a quick-tempered Zenon. But then something unexpected happened, and Arya's hand was stopped, causing her eyes to pop out of her head when someone she certainly did not expect appeared behind her. Arya's hand was stopped by the moderator himself, whose appearance on stage was unexpected, as he was not supposed to be there, and he separated the two inadequate characters, Arya and Zenon. The young man with blue hair looks very much like Arya, but the whites of his eyes are black, and an electric discharge creeps across his face, very similar to a virus. The moderator looked at Arya, greeted her, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so he was surprised that she had been drawn here like a magnet. Meanwhile, Mia ran away while she still had the chance to escape without attracting attention to herself, running extremely fast in that direction so as not to be caught. She was only able to escape because Arya's pendant allowed her to break through and get under the barrage of enemy attacks with maximum effectiveness. Therefore, the fox understood perfectly well that she had to get to Aiden as quickly as possible in order to tell the truth to the man who had given Arya the pendant, and she really didn't have much time. Thanks to Aiden's gift to Arya, Mia was able to escape Zenon's barrage of attacks and get away to bring Aiden all the information about what had happened. So now her legs, which, as they say in the wild, save the predator, are running forward to be the first to reach the leader who must know everything that is happening there. Meanwhile, in the middle of the village belonging to Aiden, all the residents were shocked by the commotion in the center of their homeland and were very frightened by the noise. The noise is coming from the crowd running from the border, and they begin to understand that this crowd is going to attack them and claim their home. It was none other than the Hydra Guild itself, who had come to them with claims to the territory of the village of Irk after learning of their existence separately from everyone else. Everyone decided to leave while everything was still calm, as they did not want to get involved with the guild since that would mean their last breath in life. The red-haired leader sighed as he had expected much more from them, and this was just a second-rate village smaller than normal, and not the giant that everyone described. And what is there to capture here, and why did he bring such a crowd here? Surely not to compete for the right to own such a hole in the middle of the map. This is not right. The assistant reported that they had not found any troops from another guild there, so they were very lucky and could now capture the village without any interference. So he tells his soldiers to enjoy themselves to the fullest during the destruction, since it's their land and they have nothing to worry about now. But it's too early to rejoice when you don't know the area. The thing is, someone is coming towards them, and he looks very imposing for someone who has been hiding in the shadows all this time, and it is clear that he could be the village guard himself. And this role was entrusted to the humanoid android Theo, who took on the responsibility from the moderator Aiden to watch over the village. What an arrogant guy who doesn't understand the obvious. The deputy leader of the guild shouts that there are people everywhere who don't understand hints, and Theo is one of them. So he came here just to get beaten up. None of them know that they are standing before a high-ranking guard, so they yell at him to just go away before he gets beaten up. But to Theo, these are just empty words. They shouldn't have provoked Theo, who with his mere appearance showed them that it was better not to mess with him, because in that case they could get beaten up by someone stronger. A real hell began that no one could have expected, and shells fired by Theo rained down on the heads of the guild soldiers, for whom hell on earth had begun. The deputy shouted about what a bastard Theo was for resisting him and defending his land, and angrily hinted that the young man would surely die for this. It was painful to watch his soldiers get mixed up with the filth, and now that it was clear that they would not be able to take the village, the redhead rushed forward to deliver the final blow. But for Theo, it's nothing more than the death rattle of a mosquito that tries to bite you until the very end, even when it's already crushed. and it's just a red screen. At that moment, the guard grabs the insolent man by the throat and holds him above the ground, preventing him from moving his legs and, even more so, from breathing amid the furious cries of the crowd. For the red-haired deputy, it's just a nightmare because in this village, he didn't expect anyone to resist him, and he doesn't understand who this monster in front of him is. He thinks that this guy must be one of those legendary warriors that everyone talks about, the strongest men in the world. Now Theo speaks, saying that he is the guardian of these lands appointed by Lloyd Aiden, and that they have invaded the territory and are now the main target. And he, Theo, will destroy the deputy for daring to encroach on what is so dear to him. But at the moment when Theo was about to punish the intruder for his sins and for attacking the village, Aiden called out to him, drawing his guard's attention to himself so that he would not rush. Aiden, along with the operators, shouted for Theo to stop, as they would all return to their former lives even if they were punished fairly for the invasion. Therefore, Aiden now wants to hear from the deputy who commanded this operation an explanation of what they are doing here, why they came here, and who sent them here. Theo received an order to release the redhead and threw him to the ground in pain, and the man fell to the ground like a sack of shit. To be honest, that's how he should be treated. Now Aiden, as the lord of the land, will conduct the dialogue with him, and after introducing himself, he begins negotiations with the leader of the invasion to find out why he came here. The redhead lies at his feet, and Aiden asks why he came here with such a crowd, and what his main motive was for doing so. The man is very angry. Damn it. Someone took this place and everything became more complicated because they came here expecting no resistance, but they met it here when they encountered Aiden. The fact is that they would have already captured the village if it weren't for that damn monster Theo, who brought their plans to capture the area by force to their knees. So they have to negotiate. Red began to grovel before Aiden as if they weren't here to invade and had been misunderstood from the start. In short, he was saving his rotten skin from death. It's funny, but the redhead came up with a story that they just wanted to set up a base here and apologized for scaring the whole village with his actions against them. Calling himself a simple man who was just assigned to this base, he tries to win Aiden's mercy, who has no intention of forgiving him for such a thing. The redhead dictates that it would also be very beneficial for them if a very large guild were to settle here, as this would boost their market and attract even more people. Of course, it's a good offer, but Aiden is in no hurry to agree to it, as hasty decisions have never led to anything good, so he needs to play with the enemy. Aiden plays along, pretending he doesn't know him, while the redhead thinks he can easily win over the village owner, so everything sounds perfect in his head. They consider Aiden a fool and think that they should just take over his guild's building so that the entire premises become theirs. And since Aiden is smiling, he must be an idiot. But the idiot turned out not to be an idiot at all, and simply refused to give them permission, and is still smiling as if this happens to him every day of his life. The man did not expect such a refusal from the enemy, and thinks it is fair that Aiden is an idiot for giving up so easily and sitting there without understanding anything. Aiden smiled and said that he knew everything and just wanted to see their reaction, because he knew that they wanted his territory and resources, and no idiot would agree to that. No one in their right mind would agree to such a thing. The man is angry that they have made a laughingstock of him in this way, and hints that this king of a village of 3 cripples is taking on too much. The deputy shouted that Aiden was probably playing moderator and asked for someone to beat him up. But he was the moderator, so Jake and Siri just laughed quietly. The Hydra Guild has had enough, and he gives the order to capture the village, as even a member of the rank cannot stop them. He is alone, and there are many of them, so why should they be afraid? Now they rush forward, and the redhead gives the order not to let anything get in their way, as they need new content on which the very existence of the guild depends. Everything happened as Lord Aiden said, and using abilities can be very exhausting, so this whole situation is just some kind of disgusting surrealism. But as his operators, they have to protect Aiden, so there is no way for them to stop them. And now they have to do everything they can to get Aiden back. And there is no doubt that they will protect Aiden, so all that remains is to use the moderator's abilities to protect the village and themselves. Before this happened, Siri and Jake reported that a large guild had attacked, and that their emblem had several snakes on it, and that Theo had gone after them. The operators begged to be allowed to fight them on their own and promise Aiden that he can count on them this time, and that they and Theo can stop them. But at that moment, Aiden stopped them because he had a better idea than just stopping them, as he knew a lot. Besides, Hydra has many enemies, so he must do everything he can to reveal his brilliant idea and turn it against the people of Hydra as a weapon. Now a massive attack began on the servers, which were now crackling from being overloaded with messages from the Urk village server, on which the existence of Hydra now depended. This makes everyone's eyes pop out, especially a bully like the deputy guild leader, because now he will receive a bonus for destroying one of his people. For 10 hours, the attack power will triple for each Hydra destroyed, and Karma will not suffer in any way. Needless to say, Aiden is exhausted and is being questioned about his condition. No matter how difficult Aiden's condition is, he is already used to it. So he is happy because what they have been waiting for so long is about to happen, and now the most interesting part has begun for them. Now and only now has the deputy realized that the entire village is against him and that he will not be able to get out of here just like that, so he must prepare for a game of survival. The day of reckoning has come for the whole world, and it's time to show what they're all worth and how they will now stand up to all their potential enemies. The Hydra Guild is in deep shit. Now that the entire server is against you, it's not interesting to fight against the crowd, especially since they could have enemies, but everything is just scary for Hydra. Now all sides are pitted against each other, and the Hydra Guild is gathering for battle, as they had many enemies from the very beginning, and now it's time to settle the score. The players are flying down like shit, and now he hints that they will be sent back to the respawn zone due to all the serious damage they sustained in the uneven battle. Now, thanks to Aiden, it's time for all players to face their old enemies from the Hydra Guild, and it seems that neither Aiden nor anyone else will have to act alone. Siri praises Aiden for being extraordinary as always, and the players now go on the attack, and Aiden admits that all this has reduced their time for the main big event. Still, one cannot deny the truth, and Aiden is seriously tired of swinging his fists and feels very exhausted from such attacks, so he is gasping for breath from overexertion. Nevertheless, the slaughter has begun, bringing together the entire elite of the continent, and now they have no equal. So before the eyes of Aiden and the others, everyone has joined in a destructive battle. And these insects are so annoying to the Hydra Guild that it's hard to imagine, and they are bursting with anger that such cool guys were simply taken and so easily defeated by Aiden's people. Whether it's ambushes or not, they are the elite of the Hydra Guild itself, not mere dogs, and they cannot be taken so easily by anyone, no matter who their opponents are, so everything is not so simple. Therefore, he orders his people to destroy everyone they see without exception, because they must do everything to fulfill their mission. They have to do what they have to do and show all these people how they became part of the Big Five guilds, so they have no other choice. Aiden understands perfectly well that they will fight until they are exhausted, and that this will last all day, so they must intervene and help the players. Theo, as his loyal guard and servant, asks Aiden for permission to do this, and Aiden trusts him, but he wants to do everything himself because he is the leader of Urk. In addition, Aiden wants to test the weapon he made himself, so he is going to face the Hydra Guild members alone. It's fair, as it's leader against leader. The thing is, the players have to take care of everything themselves, and everything will go their way as soon as they defeat their leader. Since the leader has fallen, the entire army will fall with him. Therefore, the redhead did not brag for long, as Aiden's shot hit him in the shoulder, piercing his weapon and causing him to writhe in pain from the intense battle. The blow was painful, and the leader quickly fell, just as Aiden had warned. So now the fall of the entire team was only a matter of time, but the commander had to be protected. But this seemed impossible to him, as he had even taken care of long-range attacks. But the warriors of the village of Urk used a penalty arrow against him that pierced any defense. The rule is that this is a very valuable resource, so it is only used in situations where there is no other choice but to throw the main forces against him. Theo, as chief advisor, asks Aiden to move a little to the left and strike from the left, as he needs to think about hitting his friend's arm accurately and finally putting him on his back. After all, it hurts to get hit when you've thought things through so well, so now he'll have to change his entire strategy in order not to lose to Urk. He orders his men to hit Aiden and kill him first, because if they kill him first, they can get rid of the problem and he won't shoot at him. Therefore, they must get rid of Aiden as quickly as possible, and all his men rush forward to destroy their main enemy and secure a breakthrough into the village. Aiden said to do as they wished, because now Aiden was going to give them everything they wanted, and a lightning shot right on target was guaranteed. But it's not worth rushing against an enemy who easily repels your attacks without even giving you a chance to attack, and his arrows fly towards you like raindrops. Again, it hurts, and everything you do falls apart, and now, before your eyes, your people are falling one after another in convulsions, and you see that everything you wanted is covered in copper. It's impossible to believe that this could be done by just one man who, as it turns out, is not a mere mortal, but could very well be someone like a moderator, just as the leader thought. But anything is possible in this life if you've stumbled into an unknown village in the middle of nowhere, and now you have the pleasure of dealing with the moderator you never even knew existed. The commander has fallen, and now their commander is falling in front of the soldiers, and they begin to realize that they will soon fall. But these cockroaches are not going to give up, so they will continue to fight. The mission is simple and straightforward: crush everyone like cockroaches. So the players who have a grudge against the Hydra Guild rush forward with the intention of strangling all the attackers. None of Hydra's people know what to do, as they must continue to hold back all the people, and besides, there are fewer of them here, and now the guild members are also suffering heavy losses. The order to retreat was given, and now Aiden and Theo are watching and rejoicing, because their enemies have fled, hoping that they will not return. This was a lesson not only for the Hydra Guild, but for everyone, meaning that anyone who tries to harm the village will be beaten like a mangy puppy and thrown back. Now the Hydra Guild understands perfectly well who and what awaits them there, and what will happen to those who go against Aiden and his people. Now it's just a matter of time. But something caught the attention of one of the soldiers who saw two shadows on the now clear battlefield, which definitely did not bode well in such silence in the middle of the wilderness. People don't understand what's going on, and the men are wondering what it is and thinking that it must be the remnants of the enemy forces they didn't manage to get rid of, and they attack. There was a distant sound of dogs barking, but now there was no difference between what was happening and the so-called reinforcement time had been increased, which was a blessing. A stranger in a black cloak smiles mysteriously and grins, rejoicing that he has reached the very place that the virus had long ago spotted. Aiden and Theo stood there, rejoicing that everything had gone perfectly, but suddenly they heard coughing and screams of someone being strangled and torn apart, which made them tense up. The figure in the cloak grabbed the man's arm and squeezed it as if it were a toy, and now it looked very much like another group had arrived under the cover of the Hydra Guild raid. The players did not understand who these guys were or what they were doing there, so they had to do everything they could to finish off the attackers. But the poor guys did not know what awaited them next. But they were not destined to attack first, because the man attacked them first with a powerful punch, intending to show them who he was and what he could do to them. A complete apocalypse began, and a terrible earthquake struck, causing rocks to fly in all directions, making it look like a second apocalypse. Horror. Something began that no one had ever seen in any horror movie, and everything around was flying with rocks in all directions, scaring people who were poor and did not know what awaited them. No one expected such power, and no one had ever seen anything like it before, so it seriously frightened the players, who all thought it was a high-level player. From such a blow, the man who was hit flew into the wall and left a bloody trail on the wall from the pain, showing the players that they had encountered a monster. The player was thrown back and returned to the game menu, and all the players fell from the blows, but no one understood how he managed to hit him, and now the game began to pick up speed. There's no point in gnashing your teeth when you're up against an enemy like this, so you have to keep both eyes open. A real melee began, and now it became clear that they were facing a very serious enemy that no player of any level of strength could defeat, except for the so-called moderator. The problem is that no one can keep up with the enemy and block them, and this is a big problem. No one can cope, and Theo and Aiden also understand everything. Aiden remained silent while everyone else shouted that no one could cope and ran away in a herd while the moderator tried to understand what was going on. The attacker laughed hysterically, standing in the dust and showing himself to be a strong opponent who can do anything that a normal man would be afraid of. The attacker rejoiced because he had finally gained the power he had dreamed of for so long, and now he had everything he wanted, and this power had shown itself to the fullest. Next to the psychopath stood a giant in a mask, whose friend asked him if he liked what was happening, and if he was happy with the power he had demonstrated. Opposite them stood two giants in iron masks and a hunched man resembling a rat with a mohawk, whose eyes glowed purple, very similar to a virus. Now it's time for them to move forward and check if it's true that Aiden is in the village and that he must be found in order to recruit or destroy him. As the village moderator, Aiden received a message that a new dangerous element had been found, and that an emergency check should be carried out and confirmed by him. So now that everything is clear, Aiden orders Theo, his guard, to raise the alarm and do his job. But first, Aiden has to check everything. The thing is, Aiden was able to check everything, and now they understand that these people can cause great harm to the village if they are not stopped here and now, so they must act. So now Aiden has to figure everything out himself before it all happens. And as a moderator, he has to get everything started and begin an emergency check in the village of Urk. Aiden, who possesses the powers of a moderator, scans everything that is happening around him, covering the entire area with a red light that resonates with the surrounding world. The entire area is covered in red light, which now covers everything around it, and an emergency check begins to find out who caused all the problems. The attackers immediately realized that the same check had begun, which was so unexpected that they immediately understood that the moderator must be here, but not after them. Aiden turned to Siri, but she quickly replied that Mr. Aiden should not worry, as she would take care of everything herself, and he could rest assured that everything was fine. There was no need to worry about the players, as Aiden had said. She had moved all the players to a safe zone, and Aiden praised the operator for his excellent work in cleaning up. So now it was time to deal with them in order to put those attackers who decided to attack them in their place, because they had to pay for everything in full. The virus-infected attackers didn't expect anything from Aiden, and now that the moderator himself has come after them, they are very frightened by Aiden's display of power. A complete mess began that no one could have expected, and what is happening is that the guy who attacked him is definitely not a simple player, and they definitely could not have been mistaken. Aiden and the virus engaged in an unequal battle, and now they are fighting each other like two titans who have come together in such an unequal sparring match, and now everything must be decided once and for all. The man realized that Aiden looked exactly like the young man in the photo that had been given to him by the higher-ups, and now the psychopath was glad that he was walking right into his trap. Yes, it was definitely Aiden they were looking for, so holding Aiden by the arm, he sarcastically greets him, rejoicing that he has found the one he needed in the first place. Now Aiden had to go with them, and they surrounded him on both sides, and a fat man in a mask attacked him to break the moderator's arms and capture him for the leader. But he was unlucky, And when the fat man approached Aiden, he was immediately pushed back by a protective energy shield, and he recoiled from such a strong blow to his back. The man was thrown back and flew backwards, hitting his head against the wooden pillars, which were smoking after the fiery burst of energy, demonstrating that Aiden was much stronger. Theo stood up for Aiden, declaring that anyone who dared to harm Lord Aiden would get a beating from him before they could say a word. And there would be only one fate for him, to be destroyed by the hands of Theo, who intended to do everything in his power to ensure that anyone who laid a finger on his master's life would be destroyed. Therefore, he was ready to take on this task, which he announced to Aiden, who immediately agreed to let Theo do everything he had to do as a guard appointed by Lord Aiden himself. While Aiden was counting the crows, his enemy's fist flew into his face, nearly knocking his face off with its blow, as no one should click their teeth during a fight. The enemy shouted that Aiden had no right to look around when serious people were fighting him, and that Aiden had the audacity to look around like a fool. When the enemy swung at him, shockwaves spread around, causing the air to vibrate. But to Aiden, all the blows were nothing like an attack from an equal opponent. The attacker believed that Aiden would definitely not be able to withstand such a blow, as he had fallen into a trap, and would now be unable to withstand his attacks. So his plan had definitely succeeded. Aiden couldn't recover from such a blow, let alone stop him, but the attacker's hand was stopped in mid-air and couldn't reach his face, so Aiden defeated them. No one could have expected this, so Aiden stopped the attack with ease, and now the game is taking a difficult turn, as this young man is definitely the red-haired man from the photo. How is this even possible? This definitely couldn't happen in real life. Now they are looking each other in the eyes, and the frightened attacker contrasts with Aiden's cold gaze. No matter how hard he tries, Aiden's hand holds his fist like iron claws, preventing him from breaking through his defense, and it all looks like a surreal scene that no one warned him about. It was very painful because Aiden's hand was squeezing his arm so hard that his eyes bulged out of his head, and the viral attacker almost died from the blow. In pain, he began to swear loudly and yell at the devilish bastard Aiden to let him go and curse anyone who dared to resist him, as if he were on his territory. Aiden did not lose his self-control and declared that his opponent did not know who he was dealing with, and quickly rebuilt all his characteristics, editing them and increasing them tenfold. The attacker should be grateful that he met him on his way and not the real moderator, otherwise he would have been deleted and sent to the digital bug dump. But still he encountered a young green Aiden who, although much stronger than him, cannot compete with the operator on his own. From such a blow between the ribs, the man coughed and, feeling intense pain, coughed up blood because he had been so badly beaten by someone no one expected. Aiden exhales as he also had to greatly increase his level in order to come out unscathed. But after increasing his stats, he doesn't feel tired, so now after checking on Theo, he realizes that there is no reason to worry and that everything is definitely fine. Theo is not a guard for nothing and does his job perfectly, so it's no surprise that he did so well that there was no doubt he could handle everything himself. Aiden sincerely praised Theo, and Theo could only thank him for such sincere recognition of his strength, as he did not want to let Aiden down. The thing is, despite the high speed of the thick man in the mask, he didn't even feel his speed because he clearly read all his movements in advance. But what to do with them now is not clear because they cannot be left just like that. And for safety in the future, it would be better to simply remove these server bugs. He could go down this path and simply delete the players, but he needed to look at the situation objectively because if he did that, how would he be any better than the previous moderator? Therefore, as an innovator and someone who wants to live a different life and create a new history, he must deal with them himself using his own humane methods and show that he is different. So now that Aiden has entered the astral plane and seen how men infected with the virus are tied to each other, he doesn't know how they bypass the system. But they have tremendous power within them, so Aiden is confident that they abused the rights of the players, so he will sever their connection to the system as players. So now they are something like unplayable characters, and now the beaten and neutralized players lie at his feet, and the operators praise Aiden for his work. Now that Aiden has stripped the attackers of their player abilities, they are not much different from ordinary people, and their rights as players have been removed. Aiden explained to his operators that these people came after him, and that they are connected to the virus, and now these two need to be locked up somewhere until they open their eyes. Then, when they wake up, they will be interrogated immediately to determine who is the puppet master who sent them here to follow Aiden. But an unknown voice said that there was no need for that, as he was already here and there was no point in struggling, because now he was right in his hands. The voice materialized in the form of black rays that began to envelop him from all sides and declared that he must go with him and had no choice. No matter how much the cameramen shouted at him to run, Lord Aiden did not even have time to react properly before he was immediately seized by enemy forces from all sides. Siri and Jake did not have time to grab Aiden and help him, so they immediately ran after him to catch up. But it was too late, and the stranger had already stolen their master, Aiden. Aiden was trapped and bound on all sides by dark energy beams that held him in place like a spider in a web. Aiden began to panic and screamed loudly, feeling intense fear. not understanding what was happening around him, and how everything now looked completely different. The voice replied that they were now in the anti-debug zone, and that this was a test of how Aiden had used it before, but that this was their space where he had no power. Therefore, even with his level, a screen would appear between the networks, and his commands would not work here, turning him into a piece of shit. The problem was that his cheaters had limited potential and their own limits, so putting them on a difficult task was a big problem for the power carrier himself. They turned out to be useless idiots who were of little use, and although Reagan, as the host, watched over him just in case, he made the wrong choice, and he had doubts about it even before that. Regan stated that if he had Aiden's power, he would have long since become stronger than Trojan, who was easily defeated by him. Therefore, Aiden is just a fool in his eyes. A fool he would get to if he had Aiden in his arsenal as his weapon, because there was definitely nothing to fear, and now, having removed the screen between the networks, he would definitely achieve this. But at that very moment, when the virus had already believed in its power, his body was suddenly split in two by an unknown force in the air, and there was no doubt that it was Aiden. Now he fell to the ground like a rainworm that had been split in two during a children's game, and now he curses everything possible, as he has become a victim of what is called karma. The fact is that he was knocked out of action by an attack from the side, which with a silver sword was able to pierce his body and pin him on his back, unable to move his legs. Regan cursed everything that was happening and asked himself what Procyon, who was hiding in the shadow of the moderator and never made her own move, could be doing here. It was definitely Procyon who, after such a long period of inactivity, revealed herself as an independent personality and not just a shadow at the moderator's beck and call. Now that everything had turned out as no one expected and Aiden had been stolen, Siri and Jake rushed forward, but Theo stopped them both, telling them not to rush into danger. The thing is, if you get too close and act recklessly, this dark energy can easily swallow them up. And they will definitely disappear because they are definitely not Aiden. But behind them appeared Procyon, who told them to step back so they wouldn't get caught up in the mess. And now the frightened Theodore and the cameramen looked at the guest behind them. It was a good thing they moved away when Procyon struck the ground with her sword, cutting the earth beneath her and scattering the people on both sides, as well as chopping up all the energy. A large blue-black portal appeared before their eyes, looking as if it could devour everything in sight. And now, before them all, appeared what could be the end. No one had ever seen anything like this and could not have expected it. So they looked at Procyon, Siri, and Jake and asked who she was, as they had never seen her before and no one had mentioned her to Aiden. The thing was, this place was supposed to be closed for inspection after Aiden announced that he was starting an emergency scan, but Procyon had managed to get through. When Procyon looked at Siri, she immediately saw a strange glow in her chest, and now it was clear to the dragon shapeshifter who this girl was. Procyon understood everything perfectly and remained silent, knowing that this was the mark of Sirius, who had long since died and no longer existed as a person, so everything was clear to her. The dragon passed by Siri and Jake without saying a word, while Siri looked after her with curiosity, and now the atmosphere between the two was quite tense. Jake cautiously asked Sirius if they knew each other, since Procyon was looking at her like that, but the girl replied that it wasn't like that and she didn't know who she was. But Siri couldn't help but admit the obvious and realized that the power Procyon possessed was identical to the power that Lord Sirius himself had possessed long ago. A long time ago, when Siri was still a child under the wing of the dragon Sirius, she asked him if he had a family, as she did not know or see any of these people. Sirius asked her about her family, and Siri replied that she knew there must be other dragons besides Lord Sirius himself, and that she wanted to see them and get to know them. The dragon thought for a moment and began to talk about his family, admitting that he did indeed have creatures that she could call her own family, and that he had to tell Siri the truth. There were only 3 other dragons in the world besides him, all of whom were the creations of the moderator, and he did not know what they were doing now, but they existed and worked on their own. Unlike Sirius, they had to fulfill their own duties because, unlike Aiden, they had to be healthy and in excellent shape, and not sit on a chain without their powers. The guardian dragon explained to the curious Siri that he would have introduced them if he had the opportunity, but he was too ashamed because he was an outcast from this world. Now shocked, Siri understood everything and now knows that she is standing before a so-called relative of Sirius, whom he had told her about so long ago, and now everything is clear. Procyon is a dragon similar to Mr. Sirius, who raised her, and now that her father Sirius is no longer alive, she has met a woman similar to him. Aiden, in the astral world of viruses, was able to break through the barrier and now stands before his enemy in battle. Someone broke Regina's grip and brought him to his knees. Aiden was barely breathing from exhaustion and overexertion, but he remained standing after being freed from Regina's attacks, though he certainly did not do it on his own. The red-haired man understood perfectly well that he had survived only because Regina had been distracted, and now he was Aiden's moderator, who had to find a way out of all this madness. Yes, he had to find a way out because no one else could pull Aiden out of this astral plane, and he had to first find out who this woman was who had come to his aid. But Procyon spoke first and said that Regina had made a big mistake because his actions challenged common sense. and therefore he must be punished. An angry Procyon reproaches the beaten Regan for the fact that while the moderator is busy destroying the virus, instead of sitting quietly, he openly began to do his own thing. Now the dragon declared that he was acting on his own to get himself into the clutches of the moderator and end his existence in such a sad way without thinking. Aiden was shocked that a sword had swept across his face, nearly cutting off his head, and the blacksmith was shocked by the power wielded by the dragon guardian Procyon. But if this is her own choice, then Procyon has no right to go against her, and will delete him without hesitation. Since it is his will, he will be deleted and there will be no problems. But Regan laughed at her words, saying that removing him sounded very funny, as she really thought she could overcome a very powerful virus. By attacking Procyon, he signed his own death warrant when he shouted that if she wanted it so much, she should try to destroy him and prove that she was not just talking. But Procyon has no intention of letting him go just like that and attacks him, holding out his sword, which he will now use to impale the virus that is so brazenly attacking her. She and the virus, which boasted of being extremely strong and powerful, engaged in an equal battle as he had broken the law when he decided to go against Procyon and the moderator. Split in half, the virus curses himself for not being able to show Procyon who she really is and what he thinks of her if it weren't for such an unexpected attack. But Regan is confident that now Procyon, no matter how much power and strength she has, will not be able to do anything against him, as he is under the protection of Churv and is now stronger. The main thing is that his specialty is that he is a very inconspicuous and secretive virus, and Procyon, no matter how strong she is, will not be able to lure him out of hiding. Now he can do whatever he wants and slowly watch her die from the infection he will gladly give her here and now, boldly. Regan attacks her and shouts that since she wants it so much and is so brave, she will now surely die a terrible death at his hands, because he is not going to die just like that. It would seem that Procyon will now lose her head for deciding that distracting the enemy would not cause any problems, but one should not underestimate an opponent like a dragon. But it's no wonder that Procyon is the moderator's right hand, because she immediately sees the fireball coming at her, which is just child's play for her. So everything is fine. His attack is easily repelled, and his bullet explodes in an electric blue light from Procyon's sword, which is a major blow to Regan's self-esteem. Regan cannot believe that he was so easily defeated, as he is a complex virus that is impossible to detect until it is too late. Now he thinks about how Procyon, who was standing behind him, was able to react in time to his provocation and avoid his golden barrage of attacks. Regan cannot believe that his brilliant and well-thought-out attack was so easily repelled, so now everything has turned upside down for him, and now it's scary. Procyon thinks it's just stupid to hope that she won't notice how bad his combat skills are, especially with her dragon eyes. It's just a unique, genius type of skill, so exclusive, and he is able to find the true nature of a target no matter where it is or how well it is hiding from the carrier. And so, for Regina, everything went exactly wrong, and he was simply torn to pieces during the attack. So for him, it was simply a failed path, and he flew through the air like a piece of plywood. Now that he has been pinned down and his upper torso has been severed, it flies through the air amid the screams and curses of Regan, who is screaming and shouting in rage. Regina understands perfectly well that he has failed, and now only a wet spot will remain of him, so he must now shut his mouth, surrender to fate, and go to the bottom. But Procyon has no intention of giving up and rushes forward, wielding his sword like a punishing scythe, intent on punishing the accursed Regan, who has brought nothing but trouble upon himself. From such an onslaught, the earth began to crack, and the forces possessed by these two began to resonate, and the earth began to sparkle as everything burned from the energy of the defeated Regan. The Dragon Guardian Procyon did everything she could, and now at her feet lies the virus that ruined all the plans of the moderator she is supposed to protect, like the apple of her eye. With the right of the victor, Procyon stands tall, with the moral right to stand against his ideological enemy and strike him down, for he must be defeated. Now it's time to hear the last words he has to come up with and have with him, as he must be sent to hell for all his sins and the problems he has caused. Regan, who does not know what to do, laughs mockingly and declares that it would be better for her to just end it all and not drag things out like she is doing with him now. In his opinion, she doesn't have much time left anyway, and she shouldn't rejoice for long, because he will drag her down with him, knowing Procyon herself. Let her rejoice while she can and until death comes for her, which will happen regardless of who she is, and soon he will meet her in the digital graveyard. Procyon was the one who managed to break the virus's backbone, and now she watches as this cursed subtype of the virus falls apart. And now everything is behind her. Aiden had been watching Procyon fight all this time, and was amazed that she had overcome such a serious virus so easily, especially all by herself without any help. The redhead understood perfectly well that the aura around Procyon was very similar to Sirius's aura, and now he wonders if they are somehow related by origin. But he doesn't know who this mysterious girl is, and he has to find out. So he takes a step toward Procyon to talk to her and find out who she is and where she came from. Aiden doesn't even have time to take a step before a sword is pressed against his throat. Holding him at sword's length, Procyon calls Aiden by the same unpronounceable name, saying that he must follow her because she has plans for him. What he feared most had happened. He was being pursued, and Aiden was very alarmed that the moderator himself wanted to see him, which made him nervous. As Regan said, he was transported back to the dimension from which Cherv had sent them on their mission, so he definitely survived the dragon's brutal punitive attack. Something resembling a star fell from the sky and landed in the desert, and it was nothing more than the chopped-up remains of the virus's physical body. Now everything was clear. Tired and beaten, Regan flew to the ground and lay in the form of a head and a piece of shoulder under Cherv's feet, who was about to appear and kick him in the head. No sooner said than done, Cherv appeared, having come to see what his so-called assistant, whom he had sent on a mission, had brought him. Cherv looked mockingly at Regan, who was known as an amazing warrior who had turned into a wreck, and on top of that, ran away everywhere, and that was how it all ended. And although he warned him to keep quiet and not stick his neck out, Regan decided that he was very smart and risked meeting his deserved fate. Cherv laughs at how funny it will be to watch him get deleted, and the virus asks what the defeated man himself thinks about it, and mocks him as much as he can. Why should he worry? Anyone can be deleted easily because now it's all the same to them, and he's definitely going to be deleted, so it's just a matter of time. Everything is very unusual, and besides, the stranger himself started talking, so all this is definitely not the initiative of the man who came here. The first to speak was Beetlejuice himself, a huge man with shiny black sclera and bright yellow eyes on a pale face, and strange clothes with stars. They had no time for idle chatter because they had to hurry, and Betelgeuse declared that Cherv's abilities should be more than enough for the task. Cherv replied that he was just joking and asked if Betelgeuse really thought that Cherv would just leave him to die, especially since Regan had done such an excellent job as a spy. Therefore, it would be barbaric to lose such a valuable asset, so Cherv restores his physical form, and now that his body has returned, he coughs heavily from the strain. Now Cherv is mocking him, watching the beaten Regan and saying that he was very lucky to be here, otherwise the frog would have given Regan his tits. Now, whether he wants to or not, he will be his debtor, and it is simply unbelievable to be indebted to such a devilish freak, which could not fail to anger the proud, demonic Regan. They must be careful and not forget that they have grand plans and cannot know how things will turn out if all their power simply disappears. Now let Regan recover here on his own and let the moderator wait for him, because Beetlejuice will be the one to give him the freedom he has been waiting for so long in the shadows. Finally, the check in the village of Urk was over, and the dark aura around everyone began to dissipate, leaving people wondering what it was and who was responsible for checking the server. Now Aiden and all his people stand and watch as the remnants of dark red matter scatter through the air, swirling around them like butterflies in the light. The check was over, and now that everything was behind them, Siri realized that it was all over, and that Sir Aiden had to return after this and was finally standing before them, alive. But Sir Aiden did not return, and now he bursts into the peaceful blue bliss of the village from a dark purple crack in the air, and it couldn't help but be frightening. Before their eyes stand two figures in the darkness, namely Aiden himself, held at bay by a sharp sword wielded by a tall girl who is clearly not in the mood for games right now. Siri and Jake, who had seen a lot, were very frightened when they saw their Lord Aiden being held at sword point by some unknown girl. Now that they have finally escaped from that world, Procyon, who has been knocked off balance, stands tense against him, holding Aiden at a distance as if he were a wild animal. The thing is, Aiden is a man of such high rank that he defeated Aster, her master, and now no one knows, and she, like Aiden, survived being deleted by the moderator. Therefore, scanning Aiden's figure with her dragon eyes, she had better consider the possibility that he could easily become a new dangerous virus in their database. If things turn out the way Procyon thought, it will be a disaster, and she will have to personally get rid of him and get rid of Aiden, no matter what it takes. The world must be protected from such a threat, and if Aiden is a very powerful moderator, the problem will be if he switches sides and goes down the wrong path. Procyon couldn't help but notice the majestic dark aura that Aiden was giving off, and her eyes filled with fear at what her object of interest was. It is slightly different, but Aiden's aura is very similar to that of moderator Aster, and could this really be a mere coincidence? Still, Procyon couldn't just let him go, as he was an extremely interesting subject, so he continued to scan him with his dragon eyes, reading his movements. Now Aiden understood perfectly well that this girl was also a dragon, and that Sirius, whom he had seen before, also had this ability. It was all very interesting. He didn't have time to understand Sirius's ability and put up a barrier, but with Procyon, everything had to be different, so he definitely wouldn't let her look inside him. Inside Aiden, there was a so-called point through which it was impossible to read his movements, so it seemed that no one had access to him, no matter how they scanned his body. And it doesn't matter if it was Procyon herself or someone else, but he won't have the honor and luck to look inside such a powerful moderator as Aiden, so she shouldn't even think about it. Access to viewing was denied, and Procyon was thrown to the side, feeling pain as her eyes were blinded by the red fire of Aiden's defensive attack. Procyon was surprised that all her abilities had been blocked, which, incidentally, had never happened to her before, so it was all strange and seriously frightening to her. She was right, this man was dangerous, and she had to get him to Aster as soon as possible so that he could figure out what to do with Aiden. Theo jumps in front of him and yells for Mr. Aiden to stay behind him and not move toward Procyon, shielding the redhead with his body from the dragon's attack. Theodore understood everything perfectly and knew that Procyon was very dangerous, and that he didn't know how long he could hold her back from attacking, but he had to buy time to save Aiden. While Procyon was busy fighting Theodore, Aiden had to run as fast as he could and hide in a safe place, but Procyon simply remained silent. The dragon was surprised that Aiden had gained the power of a moderator so recently, and already had someone like Theodore as his servant, which was simply unbelievable in her experience. Even the high-level guards who protect Aster are not as strong as this guard named Theodore. Things are starting to take an interesting turn. Now Aiden spoke up and said that, judging by the dragon's words, they were very close to the moderator, and it seemed that Procyon knew everything about him like no one else. Therefore, she, like no one else, should know about the incident that happened to him and Ellis at the very beginning, and about the purge that took place on the day he received his abilities. And she should guess what he feels for the moderator, and what someone who has lost the only person dear to them might keep in their heart, just because the moderator is so callous. Enough beating around the bush and talking nonsense. Aiden wants to know why this bastard moderator is looking for him so hard, and what he wants from him. But Procyon can't tell him that right here, but Aiden has to watch his words, because if he says anything like that to the moderator, she'll just rip his head off. Aiden is not intimidated by such threats and laughs hysterically, asking what exactly she is going to do to him if she is making such threats. He asked if she really thought he would respect the freak who had taken his life, and that of his innocent little sister, just because they could be a threat. Now he was not going to run away, and taking his legendary sword, born from the hammer of conquest that belonged to Ellis, he raised it against Procyon, who was probably not expecting it. No one could tell Aiden what to do, and he was no longer a simple, unassailable character, but a contender for the title of moderator who would change the world. Now he dictates the terms. And Aiden has a message for the moderator Aster, who must learn about his new conditions regarding what he has for this world. If Aster wants to talk to him, he should come in person and not send his henchmen here. Everything went as Procyon expected. Aiden decided to play with her and start acting strong and independent. But you can't fight her, and she's not going to give him up just like that. So she tells Aiden that she'll take him by force and bring him where he needs to go. So, since Mohammed won't come to the mountain will go to Mohammed, and Procyon must carry out the operator's orders and bring him the very same Aiden who has been marked as dangerous. No one is going to let Aiden go just like that, so Theodore will stand up to defend his master and put an end to everything that is happening. Aiden is not going anywhere. The tension between Procyon and Aiden is growing, as neither of them is willing to give way because only Aiden knows what will happen to the world after Aster's fall. Just as the battle between the two sides was about to begin, Mia ran out onto the battlefield and dispersed everyone, shouting that they should stop their foolishness and wait. The fox stood between them like a barricade and screamed for them to stop their nonsense and stop fighting, because it would not end well for anyone. Both sides of the conflict immediately recognized this figure as Mia, the same camera woman. It was definitely Mia. She was beaten and exhausted, but Mia had come here for a reason, and had some very important words to say to Aiden, so things were taking an interesting turn. Procyon immediately forgot what she was supposed to do, and asked in alarm what Mia was doing here, what those terrible wounds were, and what had happened. Mia began to cough from exhaustion and turned to Procyon, begging her for only one thing. She just needed to catch her breath before talking about such an important matter. But Mia raised her head and asked Procyon to give her more time to gather her strength and tell everything that had happened in detail. Meanwhile, in the moderator's meeting room, a session began where Arya herself was brought in, surrounded by other operators, where she was now to be tried and negotiated. On both sides stood Lloyd and Dyke, who looked tense, unlike Arya, who didn't seem to care who was around her or what she had to do to get out. The company is complete, with only Selena and Mia missing to complete the picture, but Zenon, Isabel, Lloyd, and Dyke are all here. It has been a long time since they have all been together like this. Across from Arya sits Aster himself, who looks like her reflection in a mirror, and things start to get interesting. When Arya asks if it's a good idea to gather everyone, Aster nods. He says it's good that they're all here today, but apologizes for bringing Arya back in such a state, explaining that it was a necessary security measure for everyone. Aster was sure that Arya had her own plans and reasons for doing what she did, but she crossed the line and did something that is forbidden by law and cannot be done. Arya went against the law and broke all the rules of the world ruled by Aster when she acted according to her own ego from the very beginning. Using the forbidden command to restore the world could destroy the entire world with the potential it holds, and therefore it is taboo for a sane world. Aster emphasized that it was a lost power that no one had the right to use, and she should have known perfectly well what would happen to those who broke the rules and what awaited them. He also did not want to lose Arya as well, just as he had lost many people dear to him in the distant past, so she should think before she acted. Therefore, he asks her to do as he asks and leave the management of the system to him, and return to her original duties and not meddle in things that are not her business. But Arya says that Aster has confused himself, so she will explain everything to him herself, and she is no longer the operator of this place, so he has no power over her and is breaking her chains. Aster did not expect this, but Arya also stated that she is now the operator of the dangerous Aiden. That's right. Now his threats have no effect on her, and his people are just empty words to her because, starting today, Arya is a completely new and independent person, not his dog. Lloyd, who held the sword to repel Arya's attack, admitted that her strength was simply incredible as she easily broke all the restrictions created by the moderator. Arya's strength is simply incredible, and now it is clear why she is known as the strongest operator. So it is clear why such rumors spread about her around the world. Aster raised his hand and asked if he had heard correctly, and she said, Aiden, and more importantly, how did she even know about this Aiden? Because it was definitely a secret in his circles. He asked what Arya meant when she called herself Aiden's operator, wondering if she had lost her mind and if anything could be expected from that redhead. Aster asked Arya what she would do if Aiden changed sides and betrayed her. What would she do then? All alone with her problems. The thing is, Aiden is a bug that came back after he was deleted, and who knows if he's the same virus and needs Arya to change her role? Since it's dangerous, it doesn't matter now because he ordered Procyon to bring Aiden here, and they will definitely meet, and then Aster will make a decision. But Arya wasn't scared and said that he was coming here and everything would be fine, because they weren't going to hide forever, and that confused Aster. Arya said that it was very strange that Aiden had been able to hide for so long, and that it was all unreal, and since everything had turned out the way it had, it was time to put an end to it. And Arya would do everything to turn Aster, who turned out to be her brother, away from his position as an operator, and now she was not going to back down from her plan. Everything happened as it did while Procyon was away, and so Mia lost her position as operator, if we are to believe what Mia tells her about what happened to her before. Procyon asked her to leave Arya alone and take care of herself, but the fox tried to talk about what had happened to Arya, since that was the reason she was there. Aiden watched their conversation and thought about what they were talking about behind his back, as he couldn't understand all of their conversation. But he did hear that Arya had been captured by the moderator, and the shock made his eyes pop out of his head. Mia replied that it just looked like Procyon wanted to take Aiden with her, and the dragon apologized for that, but even though Mia asked her, she couldn't do it. Therefore, they couldn't disobey the moderator's orders, or else something bad would happen, and Mia started babbling, trying to get through to her and tell her the whole truth. The thing was that Aiden had a unique ability to fix bugs, and when Procyon heard this, her eyes began to bulge. With every passing minute, new wonders appeared. The dragon asked if it was true, and Mia shouted that it was, and Arya said that Aiden was a very important element for the entire functionality of the system, so he was necessary for him. Now, Procyon understands perfectly well that Mia is not lying to her, and everything has become clear about this red-haired man who turns out to be not just a simple player. Now, the main question is whether everything Aiden can do is true, and whether his abilities allow him to save players without deleting them. If so, what did Aster want to achieve? If we believe her theories, then we can say that this man has a unique ability to regenerate, and then Procyon's thoughts are completely correct, and she was not mistaken. Then Aiden will be the one who can return Aster to his true form and, so to speak, revive him and cure Aiden of the virus that paralyzed Aster. Mia handed Aiden the pendant that belonged to Arya, and he immediately recognized his gift, as Arya had asked her to give it to him as soon as she reached Aiden after the battle. Aiden immediately recognized the same necklace he had made for Arya, and Mia added that Arya had told her to come to Aiden and give him information about her fate. And it was then, when Arya was guiding her, that she gave her the order to pass on this very important message to Aiden, on which the behavior of the leadership would depend. Before sending Mia back through the portal, Arya tried to give her clear instructions on what to do now that everything had turned out as it should. Arya explained that she had promised to return quickly, but things had not gone quite as she had hoped, so she would have to wait a little longer. Aiden understands that something is amiss and that things are not at all as he expected or wanted, so he needs to use his head and think about how to fix everything immediately. Of course, it's Arya who's been getting on his nerves the whole time, but he's still very worried because she's his camera woman and simply an important person to him whom he can't lose. Procyon has been watching them the whole time and asks if the two are done talking, as she still has questions for Aiden that she wants to ask him now. The dragon told Aiden that their fight wasn't over yet, so it was too early to celebrate, because they couldn't just walk away after such statements from the moderator. She stated that Aiden had to understand that in any case he had no choice but to go with her, as she would definitely take him with her. The thing is, even if Procyon let him go, that wouldn't happen, because other people who are even more dangerous would come after him, and it's not clear what their intentions would be. Therefore, Aiden had no choice but to go with her and not ask stupid questions. And Aiden thought about her proposal to follow the moderator for a second, and he agreed, saying that he would do as Procyon said, and he would do as she said, and this time her will would be his. But there was still one condition for his agreement. Aiden explained that he would not restrain himself and be polite as he was now, and would behave as he saw fit in such a situation. Procyon understood that there was nothing to say and that it was inappropriate, so she remained silent, shook her head, and agreed to Aiden's behavior because he was their last hope for a breakthrough. Now there was no point in staying here and they had to move on. But one thing interested Aiden. Would they get there through the teleport? Theo, Siri, and Jake shouted that it was dangerous to go like that and asked to be taken with them for safety. But Lord Aiden said that they would stay because this place had to be protected, and so did its inhabitants. Aiden explained that Theo was the only one who could be trusted with this place, and that there was no need to say anything else, as guards were trusted without question. Theo didn't say anything, even though he was shocked, but accepted his fate without a word, as he was a guard and had to fulfill his duty to the village and Aiden. Theodore accepted his role and will protect the villagers until Sir Aiden returns, no matter what it takes, because there is no turning back for him, and he will fulfill his duty. Now that the village is safe and in good hands, he can go after Procyon to negotiate with the moderator himself and pull his restless friend Arya out of trouble, as always. Now that the dragon and Aiden are gone, Siri and Jake are no longer alone with Theo and Mia, who, after her recovery, will be a very strong helper and support. Let's go back to the headquarters of the viruses, who, as always, are eager to take over the world and are doing everything they can to achieve this, working behind the heroes' backs. The plan was to create millions of clone cheaters to send them to all corners of the world to conduct reconnaissance, so now we just have to wait. The army is huge and could fill an entire city, and now it will be up to them whether everyone else can break through the defenses built by the players. Cherv is very pleased with these results and sincerely glad that he finally succeeded and could send the cheaters they created, and as they thought, no one would object. But Regan asked what they could do without Trojan, since with their level of strength and ability to hide, the moderator would simply take them all and destroy them. Regan said that they couldn't even guarantee that they would be able to get through Procyon, but now Betelgeuse, who had been silent, began to speak calmly. Cherv admitted that Regan was right, of course, but there was still one more aspect they had to deal with. But that would be a completely different conversation that would need to be dealt with a little later, and Cherv's hand reached for his sword in the void. Now, finally, all the stages of preparation were complete, and everything that would happen next was just a matter of time. The time had come for Aster's fall as a moderator, and he could sit quietly and wait for his difficult fate, and simply resign from his post, as he was too weak to continue his work. Now that Idano had been transported along with Procyon to the same place, the young man began to understand where he was and what this interesting place was that he could not even imagine. Now he knew exactly where this moderator lived, and it all looked very grand and technically perfect, and it looked like the place where the strongest should live. Aiden knew what he was getting into, and when Procyon told the moderator that she had brought him, Aiden was shocked that they had actually brought him to the moderator. Procyon reported that she had brought Aiden and let him know that the order had been carried out. But Aiden began to sway from side to side when he heard who was coming. He knew that he was about to meet the person responsible for what was happening, and finally look into the eyes of the moderator who had destroyed his younger sister without trial or investigation. In front of them, on different steps of a mountain made of electronic boards, stood operators, and Aster's voice praised Procyon for a job well done. It was clear that this was the moderator himself. His figure stood at the very top like the top of a Christmas tree, watching what was happening around him and keeping an eye on what Aiden would throw at him in battle. Aster ordered Aiden to approach him and not to delay. No matter how angry Aiden was at him, he had no choice but to obey the man's command. Lloyd reported that Aiden was a problem he couldn't solve, and that the moderator had to intervene because of his mistake, as now everything was in disarray because of him. The man admitted that Aiden, as expected, had become stronger since their last meeting, and his aura had changed so much that he seemed inhuman. Now, as Aiden stood in front of Aster, he asked him directly why he wanted to see him, and why he had sent Procyon if that was what he wanted. Now, looking into his blue eyes and at his blue hair, Aiden asked him point blank what he wanted to ask him. Since he had gone so far to get Aiden, Aster asked him if he knew who Trojan was, but the redhead replied that he did not, and did not know what that had to do with him or why he was asking him such questions. Trojan was a great danger to this world and was the only creature from another world who had challenged the moderator and also subjugated viruses in order to destroy everything here. She needs moderator rights to make her plan a reality, so she is hunting Aiden, who is her #1 target, for carrying out this plan, and she must act quickly. Aster asked if Aiden had ever thought that all this was very strange and hinted that he had deleted him, but Aiden miraculously survived and now has moderator rights himself. Or maybe the moderator was wrong when he thought that someone from outside had interfered in the whole affair, and Aiden began to get nervous and understand what was going on around them. Now he understood everything, and it dawned on him that all of this was part of one cunning plan, and that he was alive as Trojan's puppet. The moderator said that it was a difficult test and that it was unusual, so Aster decided to join in and come and see for himself. This place was one of the few where they were able to find traces of Trojan, and her traces ended where the infection process had gone too far. And it was not just a virus. Trojan is an unusual high-level virus, and even the moderator would find it very difficult to distinguish her from others. And if she changed her appearance and went into hiding, it would be impossible to find her. She cannot be left to her own devices, so the only thing Aster can do is take measures to prevent the damage from spreading throughout the world. and that means removing the bug. Now Aiden understands why the moderator deleted him and Ellis along with everyone else, and he is shouting that there must be another way out of this situation. But Aster said that everything was fine, of course, but he had no alternative, so he did everything he could and knew how to do, and there should be no complaints against him. Upon hearing these words, Aiden was filled with hatred and realized that he could no longer contain his anger, and would tell Aster everything he thought of him without holding back. Now Aiden shouted that Aster was backing down and saying that everything was meant to be and that he should do nothing. But he was a moderator, a leader who ran the system, and it was his duty. It was his duty to find a way out of any situation, and they should not suffer because of his incompetence, as all the unplayable characters were his responsibility. Aiden realized what he had said when all the other operators stared at him with condemnation, looking at him as if he had committed a terrible mortal sin against all of humanity. Lloyd explained that Aiden was now a danger to the server and had no right to approach the moderator, even by a step. And if he pulled any tricks, they, as operators, had the right to strike him in response to provocation from the so-called abnormal. But Aiden lost his patience and shouted at them to move aside, since they had brought him here and were now talking nonsense and preventing normal people from conducting negotiations. He emphasized that he is no longer a powerless, unassailable character, and that none of them have the right to command him, so they should shut up. Lloyd felt that the pressure Aiden was exerting was very similar to the aura of a moderator, and wondered how he could have grown so quickly with no experience whatsoever. Suddenly, Aiden heard a familiar voice warning them to be careful, because if they touched Aiden, they would make another enemy. He immediately recognized the voice of Arya, who was speaking from somewhere in the distance, and there was no doubt that it was her voice. Arya. It was her. His loyal friend whom even nuclear weapons seemed unable to harm was here. All the operators were alarmed that Arya had escaped, as they had locked her securely in a dungeon, and she was here. The girl laughed, saying that this was not enough to stop her, and that she would overcome any obstacle in her way. So this was a rotten trick that had failed. Aiden's operator teases Isabella and Zenon, saying that it was just a temporary measure to restrain her, and not a full punishment for someone as strong as her. Aiden asked if Arya was okay, and she said yes and apologized for putting Aiden through hell while she wasn't there the whole time. Then she said something that knocked him off his feet and apologized on behalf of her older brother. Older brother? Who the hell could that be? Every day brought new surprises, and Arya explained that she should have told him about it earlier, and that Aster hadn't just locked her up and sent her to the corner to think about her behavior for no reason. Arya apologized and explained that she should have told him earlier, and then Aiden wouldn't have been so shocked, and everything would have turned out differently for all of them. Now he understood everything. Arya is the moderator's younger sister, and if you look closely, they have the same blue eyes and hair. What a wonder. Every day brings them something interesting. Aster shut them up and said that they were straying from the topic and asked them to stop asking him questions, because the problem was not that at all, but something completely different. From Mia's report, he learned that Aiden had gathered all the people and built a village for them and even created new content. All this reached the moderator in a short time. Now Aster wants to know what Aiden will do with the power of a moderator, and what goal the redhead has set for himself, thinking that with power he will be able to seize control over them. Aiden confidently stated that his goal was to overthrow and change the existing system, and upon hearing this, Aster was deeply shocked. He had expected anything from the rich man, but not this. Dyke and Lloyd called Aiden a sick-minded freak who didn't know what he was talking about in front of the moderator himself, and had no sense of reality when he spoke so confidently. But the redhead calmly said that he had heard something from the players and asked the moderator when the last server update was. This world froze when it stopped developing, and if a problem arises, it is solved by deletion. And because viruses were allowed to pass, many problems appeared on the server. As a result of this wrong approach, innocent people began to suffer, and all problems must be eliminated, not left as they are, and he differs from him in one trait. The thing is that Aiden can delete bugs, not people, and in doing so, he is innovating. No one can believe this, not even Aster, the moderator himself. The operators argue that this is impossible because even Aster himself cannot do it. But Arya says that it is all true and that she has seen it all herself many times over a long period of time. And if no one believes her, let them ask Procyon, who was probably able to confirm it herself, as she had a lot of evidence during her espionage. Now it is time for Aster to make some very difficult decisions that could determine the fate of the entire world, and he decides to talk to Aiden alone without witnesses. Without further ado, he transported Aiden to another dimension so that he could talk to the subject of his interest without prying ears or eyes, dragging him into a vortex. No one can enter this place without Aster's direct permission, so he can talk freely about whatever he wants, and no one else can hear them outside. When he and Aster were left alone, the red-haired man asked what was so important that he wanted to tell him that he suddenly needed to be isolated from everyone else, to which the moderator calmly replied that Aiden was right, and that he should definitely end his journey, admitting that he was quite incompetent in his position since he had not seen anything. The redhead asked again, to which Aster replied that he was well aware of the whole situation, and that nothing could be hidden from the moderator's eyes, no matter how hard you tried to hide it from him. He knew that this was the only way out and that deletion was the only way to solve the problem. But Aiden made him understand that there was another choice that had slipped away from him. The thing was, Aster had lost all his emotions, but they suddenly started coming back to him after losing Sirius, which was a turning point in his journey. Sirius warned him, but the moderator did not listen and thought he had made the right choice when he shut Sirius down for his own safety, but he lost the dragon. Watching her brother, Arya realized that Aster no longer had the right to call himself a moderator, since he couldn't keep people in the world safe, but instead did the opposite. Moreover, he failed again no matter how hard he tried, and would repeat the same mistakes if he remained a moderator, so he had to make an important decision for himself and for everyone. The only way out for Aster in this situation was to listen to Aiden and his younger sister and accept the bitter truth, leaving his position as moderator for the sake of the future. Meanwhile, the barrier began to crumble, and all the operators waiting outside were curious about what Aiden and Aster were talking about, behind the wall while they waited for them. But what happened next shocked everyone. Aiden held a sword to Aster's neck, hinting that he could easily cut off his head with a single blow without mercy. None of the operators believed it because they saw it with their own eyes, and their eyes rolled back and their jaws dropped when their master was so easily taken down and held like real prey. Everyone screamed in panic to the moderator, terrified of what might happen to Aster if Aiden lost control in this situation. But Aiden was not moved by his speech, and sarcastically said that he guessed why the moderator suddenly wanted to talk to him, but that there was no point in trying to hide everything. He asked a rhetorical question. Did Aster think that if he stepped down as moderator, everything would automatically be resolved, and he would come out of this situation clean and clear? Needless to say, everyone's eyes popped out of their sockets. Even Arya, who knew what Aiden was capable of, but couldn't imagine that her friend would go so far in this situation. Everyone started saying that the moderator shouldn't think about such nonsense and asked what he meant, but Aster calmly replied that it was normal for Aiden to think that way given his situation. The moderator also stated that if he wanted to, Aiden had the moral right to delete him as an act of revenge and a symbolic new beginning for the whole world. No matter how much Arya protested along with Procyon and other operators, the red-haired man had already made his choice, and clenching his sword in his hands, said that the moderator's wish was law for him. Aiden is filled with intense anger, and now he must make Aster feel all the suffering that he and everyone else whose lives Aster ruined have endured. But no one is going to give up their master just like that, and they shout that Aiden must be stopped before this bastard does something terrible and causes terrible things to happen. But Aiden stopped Lloyd and Zenon's attacks with a delete command, and the white-haired man's sword began to fall apart amid his cries of horror and fear as everything turned out to be real. Zenon couldn't believe his eyes and realized that a deletion command had been used against them, which under normal circumstances should only be available to the moderator according to the law and rules. But how Aiden could use it was unknown to Zenon, who rejected all possible explanations for how this redhead could be so strong and ordered everyone to stay where they were. Aiden asked the operators if they thought he had carried out the deletion command, because he was stupid and said that if he wanted to, he would delete everyone and they would regret it if they didn't listen. At the last minute, when the irreparable was about to happen, Procyon entered the arena and asked Aiden to wait and not do anything rash that could never be undone. She begged the redhead with all her might not to delete her beloved moderator Aster under any circumstances, but to give him a chance to live, as it was unfair. The thing was, in order to save the world, Aster had no choice but to choose the most painful and difficult path. And if Aiden couldn't understand that, then he should take Procyon's life instead of depriving Aster of his. And the dragon begged him to forgive Aster for all his mistakes. But these words did not reach him, as Aiden could not forgive the death of his sister and could not forget it, as it was the pain of his entire life, and therefore he would not spare him. And if Aster wants to stop him, then let him bring his sister back to life. And he will not accept any excuses that he cannot do it, because he does not know the word can't. Aiden began to lose control and shouted that he would never forgive the one who ruined his little sister, and that now everything was decided for this monster, here and now. At the last minute, he looked over at Arya, who was standing alone like an orphan, about to lose the only person who loved her and needed her in the world. Arya. She stood alone with tears in her eyes, watching her friend about to take the life of her only brother. It hurt her to watch, and she was almost crying, and he understood. He felt everything. Now Aiden noticed everything and felt pain in his soul from what he had almost done, which would have made him feel like a monster who had succumbed to his emotions. Aiden saw a parallel between his story and that of Ellis and the relationship between Arya and her older brother Aster. If he killed Aster, they would both carry a great wound in their hearts. This realization made him bitter. Aiden felt that Arya would be in great pain and that he would be no better than Aster if he took such a low path. It hurt him. Aiden let Aster go, realizing that he had no moral right to do anything to him just for the sake of the code of honor. He had no right to repeat this cycle of violence and grief. Aster immediately fell to his knees, exhausted, and Procyon rushed to him to catch Aster, who was weakened by tension and stress. Everyone loved him very much. Arya approached Aiden to talk to him, but for the first time he didn't even look up at her and just stood there silently. staring at the ground. Something was wrong. Aiden's face expressed deep sadness, and he did not even look in her direction, as if hinting that he had not gone to kill the one who had taken his family away from him for her sake. The redhead simply walked away without even looking at Arya, Aster, or Procyon. There was too much pain and burden in his heart to pay attention to such people. But Arya didn't need to repeat or explain what her friend was feeling. She knew in her heart that Aiden shouldn't be bothered right now, as it wasn't easy for him to deal with everything. Zenon questioned Aster about why he did it, and how if things had gone differently, he would never have had the chance to survive the confrontation with the moderator, who was much stronger than him. Now that it was all over, Zenon was worried that Aster had been indifferent to everything, but everything had changed and he wondered if his emotions had returned. But Aster explained that he knew it would happen sooner or later, and that Aiden had done the right thing, as what they were doing was only a temporary security measure with a limited time frame. The moderator is the center of the world, and he failed because he was unable to perform his role properly and ruined the entire world for which he was responsible to the system. Aster admitted that the new operator was better than him, and Arya chose him, and as a brother he trusts her decisions, so he is stepping down and giving his place to Aiden. Everyone lamented that they did not understand the concept of failure and that everything was not at all as it seemed, because thanks to him, the moderator, the whole world still existed in a normal state. His resignation would not solve anything, as someone had to take his place, because without a moderator they would lose control, and the viruses would return along with the bugs and spread. Zenon realized that Aster was hurt by losing everyone affected by the bug, and he couldn't help but delete these people because he didn't know how to do what Aiden did. He knew the pain in the heart of a moderator who had taken on a heavy burden when he could do nothing but simply delete these people and take on the stigma of a cruel murderer. Aster had cried so many tears in his life when he lost people dear to him, and so he couldn't let Arya suffer too. And we must not forget the name of the one who stopped all those viruses in the past. It was Aster. He was the one who allowed this world to survive until Aiden's arrival, so he certainly wasn't the one who failed. And he had no right to speak to himself that way, because all the operators knew that. All his operators loved Aster and were grateful to him for not destroying any of them and doing everything possible to save the world, even at such a cost to himself. Procyon confirmed that it was indeed not too late for Aster to fix everything and start a new life. Therefore, you have to take chances while you are given them, because later it will be too late. She also had her own suggestions and offered to ask Aiden for help, as he could solve his problem now that such an opportunity had presented itself. It would be a sin to let it slip away. But the redhead heard all this and turned around, asking directly what they wanted from him and whether he had understood correctly, and now they were asking him for help. And for whom are they asking? For Aster himself. Since they are asking him for help in solving Aster's problems, he has to do something to cure the same problem with him. Aiden asked him how he could cure Aster if Aster wasn't even a bug, and his specialization was in curing so-called bugs in the system. Aster started talking about how he should have noticed that he was not in the best condition, and that his abilities were unique and no one else had them. And if that was true, Aiden would be useful to them. Since Aiden said he wanted to destroy and rebuild the system, he could help with many things and make it the way he wanted it to be, since he had the potential. If the redhead managed to solve all the problems, he would do everything possible to help him in areas where he was not very good as a moderator, and they would work together. Aiden thought for a moment and said that he agreed to work on these terms, and now Procyon was relieved and glad that the redhead had not chosen to delete the account. Now Aiden said that there was no point in dragging things out, and that they should start scanning and cleaning Aster right away, so he should get started immediately. But Aster had to know that there was no guarantee that Aiden would be able to cure him, so the risks were 50-50. They had to be prepared for all risks. Arya assured Aster that everything would be fine and that he could trust Aiden, as he knows exactly what he is doing and has the strength and potential to cure everyone of bugs. Therefore, she is confident that she can handle everything herself, and her brother cannot worry about her, so he agreed, deciding to step down from his position. He had decided long ago that he would give up his position as moderator and follow the new moderator chosen by Arya, as his younger sister had never been wrong. Now that Aiden has decided to heal Aster and has shown his moderator energy and fallen into the so-called astral universe, he must now check it out. Now Aster has been transported to the same astral world, and now he has the right to see what is happening in this astral world and find out what is happening to Aster himself. He had never seen such a bright light, even though he had dealt with virus cleansing many times before, but he had never seen such a bright glow. Everything looked scary. It looks as if the whole world has gathered in one place, and now a space full of light has appeared before him, with the moderator himself at the center of it all. This was certainly a positive development, but despite the damage, Aster was holding up well, and Aiden, who could infuse him with his energy, would be able to see the entire recovery process. But everything went completely differently than Aiden expected, and his hand, which was supposed to simply move towards Aster, began to glow with a bright golden light like never before. Aiden himself did not know what it was or what caused such a reaction, as everything was a new turn in his career as a so-called new purification moderator, and it was simply terrifying. The bracelet that belonged to his younger sister, who had died in his arms a long time ago, was burning, and he had never taken it off in memory of his little Ellis. The spirit of Ellis materialized from the bracelet, enveloping Aiden in a warm light and speaking in a gentle voice, telling him that everything would be fine and that he would be able to do everything right. At that moment, Aiden was almost blinded by the bright yellow light of the sun, which dazzled him and threw him back a little. Then something else happened, and Aiden was greatly shocked by what he saw next, because he had never experienced anything like this before, so he was greatly shocked by these events. Yes, it was his little sister again who came to his aid and stood in front of her older brother, like a bright image of an angel, all bathed in warm golden light. Ellis stood behind Aster and stroked the head of the wounded young man who was writhing in pain, as if holding the former operator in place, and smiled into the void. Selena walked down the long corridors, thinking about the past and how she had fallen into such a fate, and now everything was in her hands. She had to take matters into her own hands. Little Selena remembered a distant scene from her past and what had happened to her when she was just a little girl, and didn't know what was happening before her eyes. The little child witnessed horrors that no one would wish on their worst enemy, and her home simply collapsed before her eyes, as the location had to be cleared of the so-called virus. A moderator arrived who had decided to come to the location and conduct a routine inspection in order to remove all threats and viruses that should not exist in the world. The moderator. He came here and destroyed everything that was dear to Selena and took away her happiness, leaving her little girl alone in the middle of all this hell. That bastard? Her eyes filled with tears of pain. Everything she loved so much was destroyed, and she was left in the middle of this hell completely alone. But why did they do this to her? A voice from behind her said that the moderator was deleting everything and everyone without the slightest hesitation, and that now, after his rash actions, he dared to call himself a moderator. The stranger in the hoodie said that Selena had already woken up, and now he had something to talk about with this shocked child, as she was now alone and very frightened. In this state of mind, Selena would succumb to any conditions because she was now very lonely and unable to escape from him, and would become his puppet. The virus said that she was completely alone and that he felt very sorry for her and for how everything had turned out for her, a poor orphan left with nothing in the wilderness. But the little girl was deeply wounded by pain and felt anger towards those who mocked her and who were probably responsible for what had happened. But the sword simply passed through the virus's chest and sank into the fabric of space, as if it had been swallowed up. It was clear that it had no effect on him. The thing is, the viruses and the team are looking for someone who could take revenge on the moderator, so they decided to wake Selena up in the middle of this battlefield and noticed that she was very brave. Until now, they had gotten rid of those who were completely useless to them, which suggests that Selena had definitely attracted their attention as a potential weapon in the hands of the viruses. He is confident that she will now serve the virus very well, and therefore the leader himself will eagerly await her joining them as one of their potential soldiers. Now Selena must do what she had to do, and she was a traitor among Aster's operators. Now it is clear that she will take revenge on the moderator for what he has done. And now she is on the right path and sees before her the core on which the stability of this world depends and how it will exist, and she can influence it. Now the moderator's core is in front of her, and it remains to be seen whether everything will go as the virus told Selena in the distant past, whether she will take a step towards the core and do what is written. And she found the strength within herself and, pulling the sword from her bosom, gathered her will in her fist, and now intends to take revenge on Aster, who took her world and her family from her. Selene takes the sword in her hand, raises it above her head, and swings it at the core in order to destroy what holds the entire universe together. It is difficult for Selena to take such a difficult step, as she has spent many years with the operators and worked with them as a team, and now she must destroy the world she knows and loves. But an order is an order, and this duty was given to her by Cherv himself, whom she now serves faithfully, so this sword must destroy the core of the entire world of moderators. Revenge. Revenge on the moderator. That's what's been on her mind, and she'll do anything to get even, but she's being used like a kid. Now she has no choice but to take matters into her own hands and stand up to her ideological enemy. Aster must pay for his actions, and now he will pay for his sins. And yet she split the core in two. Everything went as she expected, and now the whole world must be cleansed of the evil named Ruthless Moderator. Selena did everything she could to get revenge and release the virus, and now the whole situation is about to take a very serious turn. She was a wolf in sheep's clothing who stabbed them in the back. Selena did what she had to do and fulfilled the duty placed on her shoulders by Cherwa, and now everything will happen as the virus promised her. Now the era of viruses that have the upper hand over the situation has arrived, and they have been released into the normal world. Now everything will be as they planned, and no one will interfere. At the same time, Aiden was treating Aster, and everyone was watching what was happening and monitoring the progress of the so-called treatment for Aster's bugs. Procyon forbade anyone from approaching the two, as at that moment both moderators were very vulnerable, and it could be said that this state of catatonia was their only weakness. Therefore, no one had the right to interfere in the situation until they both opened their eyes and the bug check and healing were complete and everything was back to normal. But at that very moment, everything exploded with red lights and a signal screamed that a critical error had occurred that knocked everything out of order, and the situation took a turn for the worse. No one expected everything to happen so unexpectedly, and now difficult times have come for everyone. Something broke through the so-called barrier, and now viruses have taken over. The fact is that viruses had invaded the system, and one of the operators was missing in all this epic with Aiden and Aster. Arya and Procyon realized that nothing depended on them now, and Procyon herself realized that she might have miscalculated somewhere. One of the operators was not with her. The bright purple light indicated that the entire location had been taken over by viruses that would now dictate their terms to the operators and moderator. Now the problem was that the system's functionality was limited and reduced, so the use of commands was now restricted. The game of survival began. Now all the operators want to know what happened and how the viruses got in, and they had no chance of doing so. And Selena is responsible for security, and now where is she? Cherv watched everything that was happening and realized that everyone was gathered and wondered if this was the perfect moment to start executing his plan, since the moderators were standing still. The thing is, the moderators can no longer move, so no one can resist them, and the worm is very happy because he has seized such an important moment. It was an incredible opportunity to bring his long-standing plan to life, and it was an incredible opportunity for all the viruses that wanted to build their own world. All the viruses that exist in this world have come to the task, and now the whole company is assembled, and all the viruses of the universe will meet with the moderators of the entire game world. It's time to congratulate each other. Beetlejuice, Regan, Virus F, and Virus Ye are all here with their entire team to seize power and overthrow the moderator. Cherv smiled a wicked smile and asked if they were disappointed that so few had come, because they had clearly expected many characters, not such a small company. But the madman said not to worry, as he would take care of the crowd like no one else, since he had brought many more people to the location from the air through portals. Viruses scattered like cockroaches from all sides, running in all directions in a mindless crowd at the command of their leader, who was now in charge of this banquet. It all looked like hell on earth, and before them was a whole legion of viruses that would now fight against them, as required by the worm commanding the operation. Now the main question was how the viruses dared to get here, and most importantly, who let them in. After all, there was a traitor in their ranks, and it wasn't Arya. It seems that they are all asking to be eliminated, and now Zenon will lead everyone into battle so as not to lose the chance to eliminate every virus that dares to stand in their way. For the first time ever, Procyon realized that she had made a mistake, and where she had made it. A mistake that almost cost them all their lives. And then someone she knew arrived. The dragon's eyes were fixed on one point, looking at a very interesting guest whom she definitely had to know as someone connected to her. He did show up for the meeting. Beetlejuice. He came but stood on the wrong side, and now Procyon stood against someone she thought she had known for a very long time. But there was no turning back, so she had to act. The dragon turned to Arya, and although she felt sorry to ask such a thing, she asked her to take care of the two, hinting at Aiden and Aster, as she had plans for them. She immediately agreed, as Aiden was her friend and she was his operator, and like no one else, Arya was responsible for his safety, so there was no question about it. At that moment, Procyon disappeared, and Arya thought it was very strange that the viruses had infiltrated as if they knew what was going on here and had decided to invade. But whatever the case, while she was here, no one would lay a finger on Aiden or Aster, but Arya still felt a strange anxiety that seemed completely out of place. But Aiden was not just a player, he was equal to the moderator, so everything had to be as it should be and nothing bad could happen. Everything had to be fine. But in the astral world, Aiden begins to cry because standing before him is his long-lost sister Ellis, and now he is crying bitterly from the pain in his soul. Looking at the little girl, Aiden asks if it's really her, if it's really his sister who he lost, but her smile hints that things are not so simple. And the foolish Aiden rushes forward to touch his sister for the first time since she disappeared during the test. Now he has no right to let her go. But Aster stops him and yells that this brat is not his little sister, and that Aiden was very wrong to think so now he has to listen to him. Now Aster was in despair, shouting that Trojan had been hiding behind Aiden's back the whole time, playing the role of little Ellis, who depended entirely on him. This bitch was Trojan from the very beginning, who very cleverly infiltrated the ranks of the players with the help of mimicry, and played the role of his younger sister all the time, which is why everything is going wrong. Aster screams that Aiden must run and save himself because he never had a younger sister, and the strongest Trojan virus has been parasitizing him all along. This was all part of Trojan's big selfish plan from the very beginning. She intended to take power over this world and needed a fool to parasitize. At that moment, Aster broke free from her and took control of the situation, and now he has to do what he wanted to do from the very beginning. Now Trojan will face the complete deletion that he should have done from the very beginning, and now nothing awaits her except what is called eternal deletion. But at that moment, Trojan grabbed Aster's hand and stopped him from doing what he wanted to do, but now Aster was too weak to do anything. Now Trojan said that everything was useless and that he had no chance against her and that he could not do anything against her. and now he could only sit silently and wait. Let him just look at himself and understand the results of using his power, and the emptiness that was consuming him from within, destroying him from the inside out. This was all the result of using her power, and now she would take it back, and now there would be no turning back for any of them. But that was not all for them. Now Trojan will take away both Aiden and Aster's moderator rights, and Trojan will use them to rebuild his power and regain his strength. Now that Trojan has taken their power and begun to restore her own by absorbing new power, in order to restore the full potential of her abilities, everything lit up with a bright golden light, and now she is being reborn, gathering new strength to take the whole world into her hands, and now she has no boundaries. Trojan was reborn in all her beauty and power, and now stood before them in her full form, looking like the very virus that could conquer the entire world. Zenon wasn't going to give up so easily and chopped up the cheaters' bodies left and right, because now the further course of events in the arena depended on them. Lloyd and Isabel stood back to back and fought with all their might, crushing all the cheaters left and right, and doing everything they could to protect the moderator. The situation was very complicated, and now Lloyd and everyone else found themselves in a so-called whirlpool of endless virus attacks, and now neither of them knew what to do in these situations. The virus is gaining strength and hanging over them, striking fear into everyone who has begun to surround them, and now everything looks very scary if you don't know how to fight them. Therefore, on the moderator's side, everyone who can is trying to repel all attacks and put the viruses that came out of nowhere in their place. And now it is time to act. Now it's time for Daika to do everything he can to protect the moderators. Both of them and the elf, who is a strong archer, is fighting against the powerful virus. The virus is shouting that the operators have no brains, and that it would be better for them to attack the moderator instead of fighting them, and everyone else agrees that this is true. They want to get rid of the moderator while he is asleep, and everyone is targeting him, so the operators must stop them. But Procyon stands in their way again with his shield. Now they have to break through her defense at any cost, but Procyon, as the Guardian, orders everyone to stop and listen to her and what she has to say. Now, all the Guardians that exist must gather in one place in order to centralize all the power of control from the moderator. There was no need to repeat the order twice, and at Procyon's command, Guardians of all sizes and classifications emerged from all possible portals to carry out their task. Now the entire army is assembled, and Procyon can give a worthy response to the Q and his team. Everything looks very solid, and they are all ready to do everything to repel the attack. The Guardian Dragon ordered all the guards to destroy all viruses and protect the moderator at all costs, so that they would not succeed. And now there is no choice for any of them. Now all these virus cheaters, together with the moderator's guards, have come together in an equal battle, so the fight is getting very serious and will not be limited to mere squabbles. Now everything has become extremely serious, and watching all this, Churv begins to understand that things are not going quite as he expected, and that everyone is resisting. Regan does not believe what has happened, as Churv said that they cannot do anything if they can rebuild the space, but the operators are very strong opponents. So Regan is right, and no one expected such a turn of events, and it doesn't mean anything. And in this space, they cannot use the delete command, and everything continues. The longer the battle lasts, the better for them all, so Churv and his entourage will wait, but suddenly something so terrible happens that it snatches them all from their state of combat readiness. Aster screamed in pain, and now something very painful and terrible was happening, and so now everything went completely differently than anyone could have expected. Aster screamed in pain, and Arya asked if something had gone wrong during Aiden's treatment, and Arya screamed, trying to get an answer from her brother. In vain. Judging by the appearance of the wound on Aster's eye, everything was going well and he was recovering, but it was too early to celebrate victory, as it was unclear who had the upper hand. But Arya immediately saw that Aiden looked very bad, and since he was holding his head, it meant that not everything was as good as it should be, so I turned my attention to the redhead. It is unknown what is going on inside Aiden, and he himself understands what is happening inside him, and admits that something is definitely not right here because this has never happened before. When Arya saw the reason for what happened to Aiden, she realized that everything would now be much more complicated than before. Now a very scary opponent has entered the arena. The golden light in the air means only one thing, and Arya immediately understands what is happening and realizes that they are now in terrible danger. No. This couldn't be happening, and now she was facing Trojan herself, who seemed to have risen from the depths of hell, and now they were facing a real and terrible danger that awaited them. Now Churv himself and his henchmen could not believe the scale of their luck, and that fortune had finally turned in their favor, and that everything would definitely go well from now on. Churv himself burst into loud laughter of hysterical joy, as everything would finally be as he wanted, and asked Trojan where she had been, because he had been looking for her everywhere for a long time. Now Trojan, the Queen of Viruses, stood before them all in all her glory after such a long period of inaction, and now she had a full range of actions at her disposal. Immediately, warnings went out throughout the entire system that a critical blow had been dealt to the system, and that it could no longer function normally due to very serious damage to the core. As if that weren't enough, the moderator's rights were also revoked, which meant that Aiden and Aster were now completely powerless, but unlike the latter, the redhead was still alive. In addition, all inter-network screens were now disabled, and the entire world was in a critical state, with everyone left without support. For the players, the news that they were now left without support came as a complete shock, and they didn't know what to do, as there had been no previous warning. None of them knew what was happening, as none of them had received any message that there would be some kind of test, and now there was complete chaos on Earth. The poor players thought that this was just another check, and that everything was terrible because all the players were hunting well, and then suddenly they all started falling. Until the very last moment, the players thought that everyone was just pretending to be injured, as it was not serious and nothing would happen to them. But now everything depended on them. Now, whether they live or die depends on the players themselves, and one of them, who was wounded, died right in his friend's arms. It's all very scary. A nervous knight asks his friend to hold on and not joke around like he always does, and asks him to look at him because he thinks his friend is exaggerating, since no one dies here. No one used to die here because the players always respawned, but now everything has changed and his friend has fallen dead to the ground in front of them. His friend died because there is no longer any protection from the system, and respawning is no longer available to players. Now they must understand that they are responsible for themselves. Mistake after mistake, and none of the players can know what is happening. All the players are shocked that no one can respawn and don't know what to expect. None of them have truly died, and now the status dead on the list means that they are definitely dead, and another player is in charge, so they should shut up and stop cawing. But the problem is that the man who is angry about being declared dead knows that he is alive and is trying to get in touch with his friends. But his friend can't answer the call because he's lying on the ground dying and coughing up blood because he was beaten so badly that he can't be revived like before. Now the beaten Jake, whatever his name was, can't believe the madness of the apocalypse because everything is happening as it shouldn't be and everyone is dying. In addition, the monsters that should be locked up in the dungeon are now on the surface and feel completely normal, so now everything has gone completely wrong. The warning says that emergency measures must be taken because all the creatures have come to the surface and now pose a threat to ordinary people. The main problem is that after the revival of Troy, all the rules of this world have ceased to function properly, and now everything is spinning in the opposite direction. The operators were unpleasantly shocked that the inter-network screen had disappeared, and now everything had definitely gone haywire for all of them. The old world was definitely dead. But the main question is whether Aster is okay, since after the Trojan appeared, everything changed completely, so now everything depends on chance and luck. Now Procyon signaled to Arya to do everything possible to protect Aster, as everything now depended on quick action. Arya didn't need to say anything else, and now she rushed ahead of everyone else to protect Aster from Trojan's attacks, as Aster's fate would depend on speed. Now, whether Aster and Aiden will survive all this depends on Arya, who must do everything possible to successfully counterattack the deadly virus. Arya was sure that Trojan had lost all her abilities, and it all seemed very strange, since Trojan should not have had even a fraction of the abilities she had demonstrated. Therefore, she directly asked if Trojan had absorbed her brother's power, as her current form was very similar to that of her older brother, which is why everything looked that way. But Trojan asked her point-blank if she was seriously questioning whether she had taken Aster's power, as it was definitely not her brother's. But the virus responded to the question with a simple statement that she had only taken back what was rightfully hers, and that these claims were completely empty, and that these abilities had been hers from the very beginning. But Trojan was distracted by a blue spot in the sky, which turned out to be something like the glint of a sword that Procyon, who had not given up hope, was about to swing at her. A bright blue beam cut through the atmosphere and crashed into the ground, causing a powerful explosion that resonated around the operators like a flash of lightning in the clear sky. At that very moment, the dragon's sword struck Troyan's face, stopping the protective screen that was protecting her from Procyon's sword by a millimeter. But she didn't even flinch, just stood calmly waiting for Procyon's next move, pretending to be very brave as she struggled desperately. The Dragon Guardian declares that the Trojans have no right to be here, as this is the territory of the moderator Aster, and they only bring chaos and problem. Therefore, Procyon orders all operators to protect the moderator at all costs, and to defend not only Aster, but also Aiden, on whom the fate of the entire world depends. She warns them that the Trojan is behind everything that is happening, and that they must all be extremely careful not to fall into his hands. But all plans were cut short when a wall appeared in front of them that looked like a crowd of all the viruses that surrounded the perimeter, and now everything is speaking in blue flames. Procyon immediately recognized this as the so-called Beetlejuice flame, which she had known about for a long time, and now she didn't know what to do next to make everything work out right. But suddenly, Cherv laughed and said that it definitely wouldn't work, and that no one had the right to do what they were doing right now because, in their opinion, it couldn't be done. The virus Cherv and his merry band promise that as long as they are here, all the operators will have a hard time, no matter how hard they try. It's only a matter of time before they fall. They claim that the real ruler of this world is Trojan, and that they should show more respect when talking to her. because disrespect can get you beaten up. It is clear that such disrespect towards them will cause other operators to lose their minds, and they are asking how a dirty virus dares to say such things, and that now they are definitely doomed. Therefore, there is no time to waste, and they must act as quickly as possible to finish off these scoundrels before they gain enough strength to defeat the operator. Now they are engaged in a rather tense battle, as the forces are unequal. The enemy is made up of full-fledged viruses, while they are just operators with limited functionality. The problem is that the main advantage in the battle remains with Curve, who easily gains the upper hand over the weakened operators, who now have no protection. Zenon's sword began to suffer from a devastating rotten blow, and he immediately realized that the shot that hit him was nothing more than a direct infection. Previously, he would have been protected by the inner network screen and would not have suffered any damage, but this time Zeno experienced all the joys of being a player and was injured. The experienced operator understood perfectly well that he had taken damage, and the worm declared that the large internetwork screen that the operators were so proud of had now proved completely useless. Everyone had equal opportunities and no one had privileges over anyone else, and viruses were now equal to the moderators themselves. But Trojan quickly grew tired of all the nonsense going on around her, and she was tired of the commotion, so she ordered everyone to finally stop and stand still while she acted. She was the owner of all the original abilities, and at her command, everyone who had been in a fierce battle up to that point stopped as if they were dogs obeying their master's command. Everyone felt that they could no longer even move, and Cherv asked why Trojan had decided to stop them, what she would gain from this move since they were fighting only for her. Now it was her turn to speak, and Trojan declared that she was not the true ruler of this world, and that it was time to stop talking nonsense, as she did not want such a world. Besides, she had never been their king, and they were just blindly mistaken. So she declared that minions like Cherv and Regan had no right to associate themselves with her. At the last moment, Trojan declared that she needed to talk about something very important with her brother, so it would be best for everyone to remain silent while she spoke. At that moment, Arya sensed a strong danger that could now affect Aiden and Aster, and she was torn between the two of them, like a rat on a sinking ship. Everything was terrifying. Trojan said that no one should disturb her until she finished talking to her brother, and ordered everyone to just stand still and not make any noise. As if in a magical fairy tale, at that very moment, the guards were summoned by the moderator, and the viruses froze and began to fly away from the change in gravity. For all the operators in Cherv who had been so cruelly betrayed, Trojan's move to freeze their movements looked like a total betrayal, as their confidence had been seriously shaken. But now the whole problem was to protect Aster and Aiden, who were completely under the protection of Arya, who had to tear herself to pieces for their safety. No matter how badly Arya was hurt, until the very last moment, she was only concerned about one thing: whether she could protect her dearest brother and friend, Aiden. Now that Aiden no longer had his moderator abilities, everything depended directly on whether Arya would survive. She was worried about the well-being of her loved ones, but now that was not the time for that. Aiden was very worried about whether Arya would survive the attack, but she said that he was the most important person in the world to her, and that everything depended on him. And so she couldn't let him die just like that. And it was her sacred duty to do everything in her power to give Aiden a chance to survive. No matter who the enemy was, even if it was Trojan herself, Arya was not going to give up and leave Aiden at the mercy of such a despicable enemy as Trojan, no matter what it cost her in the future. He will not die no matter what it costs Arya, because the fate of this world and the future depend on whether he lives or dies. Remembering this, Arya will not let him perish. Aiden is her son, so Arya must do everything to protect him and give him the opportunity to survive and fulfill all his dreams of creating a new world. Now her enemy is Trojan herself, who dares to encroach on what is the meaning of Arya's life, and she must ensure that this meaning is not stolen from her forever. And Troyan knew who she was dealing with today. She couldn't be wrong, because this form could only belong to one higher being among all those existing in this world. It couldn't be anyone else but Arya herself, who until the very last moment didn't think it necessary to reveal who she really was, what she was hiding behind her mask. Now she was not just a fool who joked and played all the time as if nothing was serious to her. This was Arya in her true form as an antivirus. No one, not even one of her viruses, expected such a betrayal from Trojan, so it was a real blow to Cherv, as they had done everything to revive the mistress. But the main thing that none of the operators could understand was where Trojan got such incredible power that she could stop an entire army without any consequences for herself. While everyone was trying to understand why Trojan was so strong, only Procyon began to realize that first of all, they had to take care of Aster, as duty dictated. The shockwave pushed her a great distance away from the pillars where Aster and Aiden were now standing under Arya's protection, but it was still her duty. At that moment, a large pillar of blue light exploded above the pillar where the current operator was supposed to be with Arya, and it began to repel Trojan's aura. Procyon was shocked to see this and froze with a look of surprise on her face. It was hard to believe, as there was only Arya without any abilities. The blue rays of Arya's antivirus began to drive away Trojan's power from Aster and Aiden, just as she had promised to protect Aiden from any threat and deletion. The rays of the lightning antivirus targeted Trojan herself, preventing her from breaking through and hiding her under their barrage, not even giving her a chance to escape. Trojan will remain the #1 threat to Arya, and it will remain so until one of them completely destroys their rival. But who that will be is anyone's guess. Beams of bright yellow and icy blue light converged with the intention of destroying each other, as there was no room for two here, and only one could emerge victorious. Arya broke through Trojan's defense system and is hitting the energy barrier with all her might, as Trojan broke the main rule and encroached on Arya's territory. The two opposing sides came together, and the one who had always played the role of Ellis's younger sister Aiden, and the one who became his first operator, now faced each other in an unequal battle. The force of Arya's attacks is so strong that even in a static state, it can cause an earthquake and burn the ground to the ground with thunder and lightning. That's power. Now the true operators who stood aside could see how much power Arya had in her hands, and why she was called the first operator of the system. Zenon lost the ability to speak and only mumbled when he saw this, when Procyon explained that, as expected, the restrictions had been lifted due to their position, and Arya had full power. But even now, they had no right to stand idly by, because while Arya distracted Trojan, they had to do what was written in the code: protect the moderator himself. Arya, who had regained her true potential, had no intention of giving up, and now her main goal was to defeat Trojan, who had dared to take what was so precious to her. Known as Antivirus, she will fulfill her sacred duty to protect and cleanse the system from threats such as Trojan and her minion viruses, no matter how strong they may be. But for Trojan, such a battle is just a warm-up, so she knows what to do next. She will play with Arya for a long time, as she needs to drag things out until the end. She now has a full set of powers, so Trojan uses a chain attack command from his arsenal to launch an attack against Arya and everyone else. Chains summoned through portals fly at the enemy from all sides, and now there is no escape from Trojan's attacks, no matter how hard people try to break free. Arya managed to break through the attacks and get ahead of the barrage, and now she skillfully fought her way through the barrage of attacks, swinging her sword as it came near Aiden. There were no boundaries for her if Aiden was to suffer, and she would do everything possible to defeat anyone who dared to touch him. So now that all restrictions on her have been lifted by the broken system, Arya has nothing to stop her from turning this place into a wasteland and burning Troy alive. But she is no fool and immediately built a wall around herself to lure Arya closer, as she had plans for her, so she acts according to them. Of course, a wall means nothing to Arya, so she easily breaks through it right above Trojan's head, who is trapped. Clutching the sword in her hands, Antivirus exerts considerable effort to squeeze out the maximum potential for an attack on her opponent. Now that the restrictions between them have been lifted, Arya can use her legendary cutting technique to make her plan a reality again and get rid of Trojan. The two are closer to each other than ever before, and now Arya's fury is visible to the naked eye, but Trojan is completely calm, as if nothing is happening to them. The ground cracks from Arya's blows, and it is only a matter of time before the cracks spread to the defensive dome around Trojan, because now the antivirus is extremely close to its goal. Now the protective barrier around Trojan began to crack, and the internetwork screen finally broke, as was to be expected. Everything went completely wrong. Arya has come very close to standing next to Trojan, but she has no intention of tolerating her presence, as she has no time to waste on such girls. Now Arya stands in front of her and dictates her terms, as she does not know what Trojan is up to, but she will not let Trojan's plans come to fruition because it is simply wrong. Everything that has happened in the world since Trojan's arrival is chaos that should not exist in nature, so Arya's goal as an antivirus is to protect this world from its terrible influence and save it. Arya emphasized that at any cost, they would all be able to stop Trojan again, and after thinking for a moment, she said that she wanted to return to this world. Trojan explained that she knew the chances of success were slim, but she still continued to try to prove herself while there was still some hope of returning to this world again. But it didn't work out again, and Trojan found herself at the same point in the plan, as the operators had been bringing her to her knees and returning her to the starting point all this time. Arya was getting in the way again, so Trojan decided to lower all of her characteristics so that this blue fly wouldn't interfere with her plan. Weakened, Arya fell to her knees and could barely breathe, as she was now very exhausted from all the turmoil against Trojan. And she couldn't help but admit that Arya was very strong, and perhaps even stronger than Aster in pure strength. Trojan admitted that she thought Arya and Aster could revive her and bring her back to this world, but that was impossible because the two had decided not to do anything for her. And then, at the height of her despair, Trojan met Aiden, whom she called her brother. And at the mention of Aiden, Arya became very angry, as someone had dared to encroach on her property. Now she has no right to lie around and gets up to ask him point blank if he wants to, and accidentally says that Aiden will be the one to help her. The situation takes a serious turn when Arya asks what she wants to do with Aiden, this cursed Trojan from whom there seems to be no escape at the moment. All these restrictions on Arya no longer apply, as she now has the opportunity to throw them off completely and behave as she should have from the very beginning. and she will not allow Trojan to use Aiden in her plans, as she is responsible for the person who is most important to her and to the world itself. Arya is still getting in Trojan's way with her loud buzzing, so she decides to shut her up right here and now, just so she doesn't interfere with her conversation with her brother. Now everything will be as Trojan wanted, and the annoying Arya has finally been thrown beyond these walls, and now this character will not be able to interfere with anything. Everything will be as she wants. Arya was locked up like a bug in a jar, so now she couldn't interfere with Trojan's actions, and these walls would prevent her from destroying Trojan's plans for revival. Even someone as strong as Arya would need a lot of time to get out of there, so she had to do everything she could to prevent Arya from participating. But the antivirus wasn't going to give up so easily and banged on the walls with all her might like a cockroach in a jar, trying to break out of there so as not to lose control. No matter how much Arya screamed, Trojan simply walked away, ignoring her cries as she had more important things to do than worry about some Arya. Now Aiden was alone, fearfully wondering how Arya was doing and realizing that he had to find her no matter what. He had to find her before it was too late. But the only one he saw was Trojan, who stood in front of Aiden and greeted her brother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. But now everything would be as it was before. It all started a long time ago when Aiden had neither the power of a moderator nor a profession that could feed him, and he stole the resources that he and Ellis lived on. At that time, Aiden was a weak and beaten puppy that anyone could kick in the ass, and he could do nothing but endure, pretend that everything was fine, and smile. He was happy that this time he got away with it and no one caught him stealing money and resources from gullible players. It was just incredible luck. For the players, it was just pocket change, and they wouldn't even notice a few coins missing. But for him and Ellis, it meant another day of food and money for housing and the future. They were surviving as best they could. With the money in his hands, he and his sister could get by a little longer, and he could rest assured that neither he nor Ellis would starve to death today. Aiden was the main breadwinner. As the red-haired boy looked around, he noticed something interesting on one of the counters and thought it might be something interesting for him and Ellis. It was a counter with jewelry and a bunch of bracelets lying in neat rows. There was one very simple but interesting piece on a black chain with 3 beads. And so he bought his sister a simple bracelet with a blue bead in the center. It was time to return to the slums of the city where everyone lived in squalor, surrounded by rats and garbage. But he didn't care because he had little Ellis to take care of, and he had a nice gift for his little red-haired sister. Aiden entered the small room they shared, greeted the girl, and told her he was home. The child ran to him joyfully. His brother asked if everything was all right. He had something special for Ellis and asked the girl to hold out her hand, because he had brought her a special gift that he had bought during the day to make Ellis happy. With a gentle movement, he put a bracelet on her small, pale hand. It was made of black string with 2 white beads and a blue one in the center to match her blue eyes. Aiden was genuinely delighted. Troyan, pretending to be Ellis, feigned surprise and delight at the bracelet her brother had brought her, promising to buy her even more beautiful jewelry next time. She liked it, and Trojan knew that she could use this bracelet in the future to make her way in this world much easier than before. But now she was just a little girl who was happy with what she had and sincerely thanked her brother for the gift he had brought her and sang about how much she liked it. No matter how difficult it was for Trojan to build up against her, Arya overcame him because it concerned Aiden, who was the most important goal for her. Arya understood perfectly well that she had already stayed too long and had to hurry, because the clock was ticking not in minutes but in seconds, and at any moment it would be over. She had to hurry back before Trojan could harm Aiden, as she did not know this woman's true motives and plans, because Trojan had deceived her more than once. Now it was a shock for Aiden himself to see what his Ellis had turned into, or rather who she really was, whom he had so naively considered his little sister all this time. Ellis! His little Ellis, whom he had cherished and raised all this time, had unleashed chaos and conflict between the operators and the viruses. It was simply beyond comprehension. Trojan's gaze fell on the same bracelet on Aiden's wrist that her brother had given her so long ago, and which he now wore on his wrist as a so-called memory of his little sister. He didn't know what to say. He had been deceived. They had been parasitizing him until the very moment they absorbed his power, and Trojan regained her body. Aiden was in despair and asked why the person he had always considered his sister had lied to him so brazenly and left him with nothing, parasitizing him the whole time. All the time they had spent together had been for this low betrayal, and she had stabbed Aiden in the back for her own gain. Trojan explained that she had to return. But she couldn't do it herself, so this was the only way out. And even if she now had to eliminate her older brother, she had to awaken the power hidden within her, but her brother should not be afraid. Aiden was completely finished. Another stab to the heart, and upon hearing this, he fell into despair while Trojan assured him that the world could not cast him out, even if he wanted to. Arya arrived at the last moment when Trojan raised his hand, and now it was only a matter of time before she could fight back and prevent a great mistake. The reason why Aiden cannot be discarded is that he is the only one who can revive this world, launch the so-called renewal, and move the dead wasteland forward. In order to awaken the power, Trojan had to destroy him, and having awakened the power of the moderator within herself, she intends to completely delete Aiden. But Arya, as she promised, protects the redhead. Right before Aiden's eyes, Arya, the only one who did not seek to benefit from communicating with him, falls under the spell of deletion, and this drives him mad. Damn Trojan. A hypocritical lying bitch who set him up once again. Now she has stabbed him in the back and taken Arya away, even though it was her choice to sacrifice herself. Damn her. Arya was stupid enough to fall into the trap and now she will die in his arms. Idiot. What has she done to Aiden, who was already broken by grief and betrayal? Now, with the only person dear to him dying in his arms, Arya tries to explain everything to Aiden before she dies from Trojan's blow, and explain why she did what she did. She confessed that she wanted to do everything to bring Aster's brother back to normal, and get him to step down as moderator for the better. And that's when she stumbled upon Aiden, who was to become a tool for her to achieve her main goal, and now she had to do everything for it. Seeing this strange, unapproachable character, she thought she would achieve her goal with ease, as such a person in the headquarters promises great success in any endeavor. In desperation, Arya thought that Aiden's rare gift would be what would help heal Aster from the illness that had paralyzed his emotions and turned him into a soulless machine. Arya admitted that she had known from the beginning that Aiden wanted to take revenge on Aster, and decided to use Aiden in her plans, for which she now felt very sorry and ashamed. Therefore, in her dying moments, she said goodbye to Aiden, to whom she owed so much and because of whom he was now in deep trouble, from which there was no easy way out. Aiden was in shock because he had lost not just someone who was close to him, but also Arya, his first operator, his friend, and the one who had given her life for him. Now there was no point in continuing this dialogue on normal terms because Trojan had crossed every line that existed when she erased Arya. Trojan hinted that since Arya threw herself under the deletion beam, it seems that Aiden was a very important person to her because no one would just throw themselves under a barrage of bullets for no reason. Now this psychopath declared that it would be even better this way, as all of this should be enough to awaken Aiden to his full potential in the future. He lost his patience because getting rid of Arya was already too much, and now Trojan had definitely crossed the line, and he would no longer hold back his anger towards her. The redhead screamed in despair that this damn witch, whom he still called Ellis, had absorbed all the power she could back then. So why the hell did she need him now? Such greed. Aiden asked if she would continue to insist that she wanted to return and if he needed to delete her to make that happen, and waited for a reasonable answer from Trojan. But she said that now she had no way to delete her brother, so he shouldn't be so broken because there was still a way out, and he could save Arya, shocking her brother. Trojan explained that if the desire came from him and was for himself, the system would fulfill his request no matter how difficult it would be for her. And although she does not know how long it will take, Aiden must find her after he wakes up from his long coma. This is her last task for her brother. Now Trojan can go back to the bottom and say goodbye to Aiden until the right moment. But she didn't forget to promise her brother that they would meet again in the future. Aiden was left alone in a strange world where no one could help him, and he didn't know what to do, as it all seemed completely absurd to him. Aiden's mind and soul were broken, and now he was hysterical, not knowing what to do, what kind of situation this was, how he should accept all this madness. And now Arya was gone. Because of him, she disappeared, hit by Trojan's blow, and he remembered the words of his so-called sister, that if he wanted something, even something very difficult, it was because he was who he was. He has no choice but to listen to what Trojan told him, and now he finds himself in such a hopeless situation that it is simply terrifying. This is impossible to believe in a sane state of mind, and his hand with the bracelet is the key to making an important move to save Arya from the astral plane. Aiden's hand glows red, and now he realizes that all is not lost and that he can control his own power as a moderator. Red was shocked that he could use the commands, but didn't know how it was possible since Ellis, in the guise of Trojan, had taken away all his powers and rights as a moderator. But now that's not so important, as his priority is to save Arya, and he knows that Ellis didn't lie to him, so now he has one way to save her. And he will do anything to get Arya back, because now it's time to repay her for saving him and helping him at every stage of his life. Now he has to save her. By initiating the final deletion, Aiden returns of his own free will to the same world where his journey began, after being deleted by the moderator. But now everything is different. Now Aiden felt that he had grown up, and it became much easier for him to endure the pain. Now he wondered what Ellis had been waiting for when she left him alive. But now Aiden began to look around for Arya, who was supposed to be somewhere here, and finally he found her damaged somewhere in the middle of this empty space in the sky. He found her. Arya was now before his eyes, and he would save her, just as he had promised himself. Now Aiden could do what he had planned, and his greatest desire would be fulfilled. With all his strength, Aiden rushed towards Arya, and when he reached her, he immediately realized that it was so dark and empty here, and he didn't know what the hell was happening to him. Arya's voice tried to break through the barrier and called out to Aiden, who couldn't wake up from his catatonia and didn't know who was talking to him. But the redhead woke up anyway. He found himself in a void that he didn't know how to describe, but from the outside it looked like a sacrificial altar, which was the only way to describe what was happening. But suddenly, Aiden saw Arya asking him if he had finally woken up after the long catatonia he had been in for so long after his last move. When Aiden heard that painfully familiar voice, his eyes popped out of his head because the surprises weren't over yet. And here was Arya, whom he had lost a long time ago, as it turned out. But it was her, Arya, alive with a little dragon named Sirius on her shoulder, who had died a long time ago. But now he was sitting on Arya's shoulder, who was alive after all. Aiden looked different with long red hair, and now he took Arya by the shoulders and began to shake her and shout, asking if it was really her, and the girl said that everything was fine. Arya replied that everything was fine and explained that everything was okay and that he should calm down now, and Aiden exhaled, thanking the gods that Arya was alive after all. Frightened, Aiden confessed that he didn't think he would ever see Arya alive again, but the girl didn't understand what this fool was talking about, since everything was as good as it could be. Arya didn't understand what her friend was talking about, and it seemed that Arya being alive wasn't enough for him when Sirius asked him if he didn't remember what he had done before waking up. Sirius. He had died before his eyes a long time ago, but now he was sitting on Arya's shoulder. Not just alive, but in a young body. He certainly couldn't have expected this from the world. He couldn't believe that Sirius was alive since he had been removed. But Arya explained that Aiden was confused because of his awakening, and that he should rest some more. Now Arya asked Aiden not to resist, to listen carefully, and not to be surprised, saying that he had been asleep for 3 years. Hearing this, the redhead was in a state of complete shock, but it didn't help, and Aiden was again in a state of complete shock, because he didn't believe it was true when Arya asked if he really didn't remember anything that had happened. The thing was that Aiden had revived them all at the very beginning, and only then fell into a trance after millions of failures that had prevented him from doing so. Exhausted, Aiden lost his strength as he spent weeks and months and lost track of time, feeling very strange, as he had never felt this way before. He didn't understand what to do when, at an unexpected moment, a bright blue light struck him directly in the eyes, blinding Aiden, who didn't know what was happening to him. Aiden saw a crystal in front of him which he had previously known only as the star Sirius, now shining before him, and now he knew exactly what he was seeing before his eyes. The star Sirius shone in the sky like a blue crystal with a golden halo around it, and now it looked as if from the depths of the Sirius system, it was signaling him to continue. Aiden clearly recognized in this crystal the star Sirius, which the dragon had once given him as a token of gratitude after Aiden saved all his people from death by the virus. And he remembered everything that had happened before, how the star had once shown Aiden the way in difficult situations when it seemed that there was no hope of salvation. The star Sirius burned with a bright blue-white light in the direction of some nebula, and now Aiden wondered what the star wanted to show and tell him with its light. The nebula, a bright white nebula somewhere in the distance that would surely be something important to Aiden and his greatest desire, which had been troubling his mind for a long time. Now it dawned on him, and Aiden began to understand perfectly what this distant star in the nebula was, which told him what was there and who he was looking for. Arya must be there, whom he came to rescue and search for, because the most important thing for him is to save Arya, who so confidently gave her life for him. Now he remembered that he had to save Arya, but he had completely forgotten something very important that could save them both in this situation. Arya had given up a lot for him and, at the last minute, sacrificed herself to Aiden's attack. Although he had not done anything for her yet, now was the time. This time, everything would definitely be different, and from this moment on, he would become the one who had to protect Arya, and so he begged her to hold on a little longer until he found her. But there is still something that prevents him from taking even a step forward. Something is holding him back and preventing Aiden from moving, and now he is stuck again. Now a claw that has grown out of the ground is holding him by the leg, and Aiden doesn't know what kind of madness is happening now, and Aiden doesn't know what to do now. Another thing that really annoyed him and kept him in place was that he couldn't take a single step forward, and ahead of him was the rescue of Arya from the digital graveyard. And again, failure after failure awaited him, and every time Aiden broke free from the abyss, he was pulled back, unable to take even a single step forward. Failure after failure, and every time this unknown substance pulls him to the bottom, and Aiden doesn't know what he's doing wrong or why the system sees him as a mistake and won't let him escape. This all got to him, and now Aiden doesn't know what to do, as this unknown substance pulls him to the bottom every time and is constantly mistaken for a virus or a bug. Now these claws are engulfing him and dragging him to the bottom, as Aiden begins to drown in all this shit that is literally grabbing him by the head and legs and suffocating him. Damn cattle, he's already failed over 100 times, and with every 100 failures, Aiden understands perfectly well that if this continues, his existence is doomed. But he remembers the words of his sister Troyan, who said that the system cannot throw him out because Aiden himself is the so-called key to the existence of a new world. He is the only one who can renew this world and bring a new order here, and his second name is short and simple: renewal. With that, everything should be clear to his slave system. And if he wants something, the system will make it happen, no matter how difficult it is for Aiden. And the memory of this gave him the strength and desire to keep going, despite everything. That's right, he couldn't just disappear and do nothing, and even if it's all unfair, he can't just leave everything behind, and there's a lot he has to do. Aiden has to find Ellis and talk to her, and no matter how many attempts he fails, he will keep going until he finally succeeds in his plans. Therefore, no one has the right to stand in his way, and it doesn't matter how many attempts he fails, even if it's 1,000,000,000, he will definitely achieve his goal no matter what. And in the end, the system heard him, and the update was finally completed after so many failures along the way. Finally, all his pain paid off with this result. Aiden found himself in a new place that looked like a bright blue space instead of the boundless cosmos and red wasteland that had been there before. Aiden was now back in his form. He opened his eyes and did not understand how it all happened, and how he managed to transport himself to a distant space where there was nothing but blue emptiness and light. Now he wondered where exactly he was looking for, and at the last moment, he heard a voice that drew his attention to what was happening next to him, and shining. In his hands were the blue crystal of the star Sirius and a blue funnel, which could only mean one thing. He had finally gained the power and found what he had been looking for all along. But then he heard a voice speaking to him, addressing him as the second on Aiden's list. It was an unknown voice from the void that now filled him with primal fear. The redhead did not understand what the hell was going on, but the voice greeted him with something important, and he could not understand who was speaking to him or where they were coming from. The voice of the Universal Operating System greeted him, saying that the restoration had been completed after 890,813 attempts. After nearly 1,000,000 attempts, the moderator's native recovery team was launched, and now Aiden was stunned by the fact that someone knew something about him that he himself could not even suspect. He lost control of his emotions and shouted for the voice to finally reveal itself to him, tell him its name and not hide its true nature from him. It was an operating system known as the Mother Core, the system that created this world, and since it had no physical body, it could not appear to him in person. Aiden was shocked that a system was talking to him, and it explained that it had created this place to help him awaken, and that it was a temporary intelligence. Its purpose was to help him, which meant that it had been created for a limited period of time. But first he had to learn something, as he was sure that he had deleted himself. Then why was he still alive and wasn't it her job? The system replied that it couldn't let him die and had to restore him at any cost, using any means necessary. All methods of restoration were used, but the final choice was up to Aiden, and now everything will be as he wants. And the system said that whatever his choice, the system would follow him. He understood everything and now feels like he has moderator rights and asks how he can feel the power that was taken from him or if Ellis should have left him his rights, but no. The system replied that he had not been left with any rights, as he was the only moderator in this world, and no one had the right to take those rights away from him, as his power belonged only to him. So now that everything will be as he says, with the power of restoration, he will be able to save others, and for Aiden, that is the most important thing he desires. The system paused for a moment and replied that anything was possible, which was the only thing Aiden wanted to hear. Now he knows what he has to do and will save Arya. Knowing that he could save Arya, he was very motivated by the fact that he could save the person closest to him, who seemed to have used him but had become like family. The system warned that restoring deleted object number 4, named Arya, could cause unknown side effects and asked if Aiden wanted to continue. But he is unaware of any obstacles and says that he will continue the restoration no matter what, because Arya is the only person he has left to hold on to. And Arya returns to him, as this was his only desire for this system. So now the Mother Core has no choice but to return Arya to him. So now that he has wished for something so important to him, the Mother Core has returned to him the lost happiness that he had not noticed all this time. Here she is, his Arya. Aiden couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Arya returning from the system core. Yes, that was all he wanted from the system. Arya's returned to him. Finally, she was in his arms, and Aiden immediately picked up the unconscious girl and held her as if she were made of pure gold, and now she was with him. Aiden didn't appreciate what he had, but when he lost Arya, he realized that she was the only one who hadn't deceived him. Now he had his most precious Arya in his arms. She finally woke up and opened her eyes in Aiden's arms and was in shock at what had happened, as everything was definitely not right. She was supposed to have died completely in the system. Arya cried out, asking what was happening and why she was there. Aiden didn't know what was going on or why he was there. She knew that she had definitely been deleted by Trojan, but now she was being held by Aiden, who was crying that he felt relieved that Arya was alive and with him. Player number 4, Arya, had been successfully restored and was now available to the system, as reported by the Mother Core. Arya was back in action as if nothing had happened. The frightened antivirus operator did not know whose voice it was, and Aiden replied that it was the operating system, which would do as he said, so there was no need to worry. Aiden explained that he had used a restore command to bring her back, and Arya was in shock that Aiden could use her and asked if he was okay. Aiden asked Arya what she meant, and she said that this type of power was very dangerous and always posed a great threat to those who used it. All those who had used these recovery commands had suffered serious physical injuries, and the rash of broken pixels creeping across Aiden's body confirmed these rumors. The system warned that excessive use of recovery commands had caused a severe overload, which was now causing Aiden to weaken and waste away. Now that Aiden felt pain, he began to fall and cough due to chest pain, and Arya, frightened, rushed to him to check how he was feeling because she was scared. Arya asked how he was feeling, and Aiden replied that he was fine and that it had eased a little. Arya pointed out that she had warned him about the side effects of the commands. But what should he do now since Aiden had to use the command again and was holding nothing but the star Sirius that had once saved him on his difficult path through life? The blue-haired girl was surprised to see the star of Sirius in Aiden's hands and couldn't believe it. But Aiden replied that it was true, and that he should have told her about it and how he got it. The system did not recommend using the restore command, which is usually used to restore someone who has been permanently deleted, but he used it twice. It took too much energy from him, and because of such a heavy load, his body is in poor condition and cannot self-heal, so everything is terrible. He will suffer even more damage if he tries to restore someone who has been permanently deleted, and Arya said that it is dangerous and she does not want to live in a world without him. Aiden asked her if she thought it was okay to sacrifice herself to protect him, and explained that she shouldn't be afraid because he would never die or disappear from the world. Now Arya herself didn't believe what she was hearing from Aiden, as it all seemed simply unbelievable to her, since she had died protecting Aiden from Trojan, who wanted to erase him. Aiden reminded Arya that without Sirius's help, he would never have been able to find her, so everything was fine and he hadn't done anything paranormal when he saved her. He did what he had to do, and now he just wants to repay his debt to Arya, who had always protected him from trouble. Now he must do what he is entitled to do and protect Arya himself. And he didn't give a damn about the warning from the system that said if he used the restoration again, he would be in danger, and had to stop before it was too late. But now it was over. Aiden begs for another chance and orders the system to shut up and do what he told it to do, what he personally commanded it to do. Now he is God here. The system restoration went as it should have, and Aiden revived Sirius, the little dragon who was now to return to Arya as a symbol of new hope. The little resurrected Sirius returned to Arya, who took the little dragon in her arms as a sign that Aiden had been able to restore what he wanted without any restrictions. She couldn't believe that Aiden had been able to restore Sirius, bringing him back to the world of the living, and that it was indeed the so-called power of restoration from the system. And now Arya understood the very reason that gave Aiden the ability to use his legendary ability known as bug fixing, which sets him apart. This power was hidden in the fact that his abilities could be explained by his ability to use the so-called power of restoration, and this was the secret of his great abilities. But everything had its price, and for his great abilities, Aiden paid with intense pain in his chest and heart. Now he began to burn with pain and suffocate, falling to his knees. He was in so much pain that his eyes bulged out of his head as the system took away his strength, because Aiden had gone against the system and did not listen to what the system said about exhaustion. And now he began to scream from the hellish pain in his chest, and Arya, frightened, immediately began to scream at Aiden, who was now writhing in severe pain, and now everything was burning. Arya screamed at him, begging him to do something to the system, because now Aiden was in grave danger. But it was all useless now, because Aiden had suffered severe damage. Due to the emergency situation, the system directly intervened in order to take Aiden under its control before it was too late. Aiden couldn't die, but Arya didn't know what awaited Aiden after that. And now she doesn't know what will happen after the operating system itself takes control of Aiden. Now the system must find a solution, and Aiden must be under the control of the operating system, and now a bright red crystal is approaching him on behalf of the system. The moderator team, known as the Solution Search Team, is trying to find all possible options to bring Aiden out of his unconscious state and wake him up. But everything is so bad that the system has only one solution that it has found and been able to select in order to revive Aiden after his collapse from exhaustion in the system. Aiden has suffered critical damage, and as the system said, he has already reached that point and is now unable to perform such things as self-healing. Now, to increase the effectiveness of recovery, the system must transfer all its power to Aiden. But the problem is that it will take a very long time, and it is unknown what will happen. It is unknown how long Aiden will remain in a coma, and it could be years, and it is unknown what the consequences will be even after that. And once this process begins, the operating system's intelligence will be suspended, and it will not function normally and will be temporarily disabled. Eventually, the system asked Arya to take care of the beaten and bloodied Aiden, who is now bleeding from everywhere and whose heart is close to physical arrest, and he may die. Now that Arya has been warned about this, the operating system begins to restore him, and Aiden will be placed in a coma until he can revive himself. The system has started restoring Aiden's body, and now the red-haired man's body is filled with light from the system core, which seems to be absorbing the young moderator's body like the sun. The light that began to spread through his body burst out of his chest and filled the entire space around him, starting the recovery process, and now he must fall asleep. Finally, Aiden wakes up from a severe headache and grabs his head, as it is now bursting from the intense pressure in his skull. Now, Aiden remembered everything after he woke up and sat holding his head, trying to process it all, and Arya calmly asked him if he remembered everything. Arya then said that she had been waiting quietly all this time, allowing Aiden to recover normally and spend the necessary time in a state of recovery, and now he should be fully recovered. And she, along with little Sirius, waited for the awakening of their savior, who had saved them by restoring him and Arya after they had been permanently deleted by the system itself. She spent all this time in this gray wasteland waiting for the moment when Aiden, sleeping under a glass dome, would wake up. Arya was very worried about her dear Aiden, and yet Arya had to ask Aiden how he felt after such a long sleep, because she was very worried about him after such severe exhaustion. Arya asked if he felt any discomfort after such a long sleep, and Aiden began to examine his hands to see if anything had disappeared or appeared on his body. Aiden explained that he was completely fine and even full of strength, and now he was confident that he could do anything he set his mind to, and that there would be no more limitations for him. Now, Aiden's body no longer knows the state of limitation, and his body can generate commands such as creating new matter. He can do anything with his strength. When Aiden began to build a new world, he started summoning building materials to create a new space in which to begin construction. Arya is in shock that Aiden was able to do something like this in such a short period of time. Aiden continues to amaze her even after being in a coma for 3 years. Aiden's creation is simply monumental, and before her stands an entire server that could scare anyone with its monumentality. Now it seems that Aiden is the new moderator. He created it in a short period of time, and he didn't even have time to blink before it grew before his eyes in an instant. And Aiden showed what he was capable of and that he now had power. Aiden's power is now a planetary scheme that embodies his strength, which will now do everything he commands, and the operating system is his slave. He built a new world that no one in this world had ever known or seen before. It was all just a monumental monument to his creativity in this world. The restoration of the system continued as Aiden and Arya, along with little Sirius, watched what was happening and could not believe their eyes. Sirius, who had seen a lot in his life, couldn't believe his eyes. Before him was a completely new world that he couldn't even imagine in his wildest dreams. Now Arya herself understood what she was dealing with and knew that before her was not the old Aiden who needed to be rescued from some asshole, but a strong new ruler. His true name is Updater, and this is his true power, which he had carried within him all along. Now Aiden was able to unlock all the commands and regain all his stolen powers. Now that he has the ability to create objects, Aiden was able to restore his sword, which he had used until he was captured by the moderator. Aiden easily restored his decapitation sword, which is his personal item from his arsenal, and now Aiden can be sure that he has his weapon. Now Aiden knows what to do and will act as he should, doing what he has wanted to do for so long, without any limitations that could hold him back for even a second. His main goal is to build a new world that will now depend on him alone, and this will be his first step towards creating a new world that will be the newest. He knew what would happen after he built a new world, and Aiden knew that it was now up to him. But first he had to test his limits. His sword is capable of doing things that Aiden could not have imagined in the past when he was a simple young man with the powers of a moderator. But now, after the upgrade, he has enormous power. He admitted that everything was great, but now he compares his former sword from the past as a moderator, and his first sword was weaker than the punishing one he has now. The thing is, no matter how much he used the commands, his body could not be completely exhausted, and most likely this was due to the power he received from the OS itself. Arya admits that this is simply incredible, as the power Aiden demonstrated was extremely rare, as none of his predecessors had ever possessed it before. Aiden easily created a weapon, and as he thought, it was not supposed to be something incredible. But Arya explained that it takes a lot of time and heart and soul to create a weapon. Even the powerful Aster and his moderator had to put in a lot of effort to create unique, high-level weapons, and it wasn't easy, but Aiden makes everything look easy. But Arya had an interesting proposal for Aiden and very shyly asked him to create a weapon of conquest for her as well, since she had lost hers. She apologized for this and explained that his weapon had been destroyed in the last battle, but Aiden just burst out laughing at such a proposal because it was elementary. Laughing, the redhead asked why his friend was so shy about asking for such a basic thing, since it was a simple necessity for an operator. The thing was, she didn't even need to ask, because Aiden would have made such a weapon for her, as it was the basis of an operator's existence, and weapons were as essential as air. At that moment, Aiden sent Arya her personal sword, which now belonged to her, as she now had to have her own weapon after Arya's weapon had been destroyed. Arya was overjoyed when she saw that a personal weapon had been created for her, which belonged to her and only her, and that this weapon would be much stronger than anything she had owned before. She couldn't help but thank him, and Aiden explained that he wanted to make it as similar as possible to the one she had before, as Arya could become very attached to it. But Arya wasn't the only one getting a gift, because Sirius was there too, and he also needed a gift from the creator, so Aiden prepared a gift for him. Aiden gave him bracelets that would protect and help Sirius until he grew up, and they were charged with mana and protective abilities that would come in handy. Aiden explained to the two that if they still needed time to get used to their weapons, they should not rush, as there was no point in everyone staying in this place anymore. Now they had to do everything they could to get out of this place, because there was no point in staying in this hole, where they could only degenerate into animal. Arya replied that it was all well and good that they were leaving, but first they had to do something important before leaving this place forever. They had to do something about Aiden's hair, which had grown so long in 3 years that he didn't look like himself, and now they had to tidy it up after his long sleep. Arya decided to give Aiden a new look that would suit him, and Aiden would look just great after the so-called upgrade from his girlfriend's hands. Now that his long hair had been cut, Arya decided that it was enough and praised Aiden's appearance, and he thanked his friend for helping him with his hair. The blue-haired girl asked Aiden to wait for her while she changed her clothes, and that she would be back soon. So now Aiden had to wait for her as a sign of gratitude. Everything should be fine, and now they just had to sit quietly and wait for Arya to return with the reborn little Sirius, who would be with them. Sirius had a question for Aiden, so he asked the redhead point blank if he was seriously going to just leave and look for Trojan after everything he had been through. The dragon explained that he would not stop him, but Trojan was much stronger than Aiden thought, and he wondered if everything would be okay if Aiden did exactly as he wanted. But the redhead replied that it didn't matter to him and that he just wanted to know what Ellis needed, and for that he would do whatever was necessary in this situation. He would support her as the only member of her family, so he had to do everything he could to find his sister. And so Aiden took his true form and set off. No matter what it takes, he is willing to pay any price to see Ellis again and find out what she wanted from him so badly. But first they had to get out of there, and Sirius admitted that Aiden was right, and that if he stayed there even a little longer, he would definitely lose his mind, so they had to leave. When Arya returned, she said that she agreed to everything, and that if it weren't for Sirius, she would have lost her mind long ago and would have definitely gone crazy by now. As they say, a new life, a new image. And now that everything was starting over, Arya returned with a fresh, updated look in black tones with short hair like Aiden. When asked how she looked, Arya asked somewhat sadly how she looked and why Aiden was silent, thinking that something must be wrong with her. When Aiden approached her, the girl immediately asked why he was reacting that way and what she could have done wrong. Maybe something was wrong with her clothes, and Aiden would tell her. But the redhead put the same pendant around Arya's neck that Aiden had given her in the distant past, and which she had given to Mia during the battle between the warriors, and everything was ready. Now Aiden had returned it to her, and Arya immediately recognized in this pendant the very artifact given to her by her friend 3 years ago, and Aiden asked her not to give it to anyone else. Now the pendant belonged entirely to Arya and had changed its shape to a more concise oval brooch-like pendant. Now he would know exactly where she was. Aiden reminded Arya once again not to give the pendant to anyone and asked her to always carry it with her so that a situation like the one 3 years ago would never happen again. Arya was so important to him because she was his first operator and also the most precious person he had, whom he could not afford to lose. It was time for them to move on, and Aiden called Sirius not to fall behind, because without him they definitely couldn't leave. So it was time for all 3 of them to go home after the break. 3 years have passed, and although it doesn't seem like it at first, it's a long time, and the world could have changed a lot, and now it's time for them to move forward without fear. Holding hands, they must return to their home world to see how much it has changed after 3 years in the astral world. The update was complete and it was time to go home. But none of them knew what awaited them after all these years in the cloud world, and what had happened to this world. What they saw with their own eyes greatly shocked the people who returned home, and Aiden, as the moderator, was stunned by what they saw upon their return. The world they all considered home was in ruins, and now none of them could imagine what had happened during all the time they were far away. The world was plunged into chaos where all people were pushed to the brink of survival, reduced to the bare minimum necessary to avoid dying at the teeth of a monster. After Trojan broke all the rules of this world, it was filled with monsters of all types and kinds, so that people could no longer hope for peace. Now this world belonged to monsters who felt at home here and had evolved greatly after 3 years of free movement across the land after the caves. The people of the Griffin Guild were busy fighting their way through this post-apocalyptic world and simply trying not to die in the new reality. Kevin from the Griffin Guild was the one who survived all this hell and led his people forward, even though he thought he was about to die, but asked his people to stay here a little longer. He grew up during all this time, and his people followed him, knowing that they were putting themselves in danger with no chance of revival, so they had to avoid even the slightest danger. It could all end badly, and everyone doubts whether this is the right path, as people encounter monsters all the time, and Kevin wearily admits that his comrade is right. He was ready to take the risk, but now everything is bad because there were no monsters in these lands before, and it seems that there are no safe places left on this earth. One of his companions remembered how Kevin had told him about the rumors surrounding the village of Irk, which was supposed to be here, and that there were many rumors about it, but what kind? There were legends that the village of Irk was still protected by an inter-network screen, and that there were operators there, and that all those who survived risked their lives to get there. The main question was how the other members of the guild with whom they had long since lost contact were doing, so they had to find out everything they could right now. Elf is worried about what happened to the support unit, and that they may have gotten into a situation from which there is no way out alive because they are surrounded by monsters. The fact is that they survived everything that happened and broke through a barrage of monster attacks only because they were very lucky, as the new world is a wasteland of death. No one knew or expected that the viruses would attack, and Kevin, like everyone else, is worried about the other survivors, as they may not have been as lucky as they were. Unfortunately, they cannot fight the viruses because for ordinary players it is simply a dance with death, and it may be that they are the only ones who survived because they have not seen other people. Viruses are dangerous, and no one knows if this is true, but they must search for the village of Urk, where it may be much safer than here in the open. You think about danger, and there it is, waiting for you. And Aiden heard strange sounds that suggested that various monsters were gathering behind them. As expected, a tall figure rose up before him, as if from the ground, and now standing in front of Kevin was the very monster from Kevin's nightmares. The monster that stood before them certainly did not promise them that they would survive, as this demonic monster was definitely much bigger and scarier than anything they had ever seen before. There were many more monsters like this, and now they were all driven behind the wall by a crowd of monsters, and Kevin's people began to panic because of what awaited them. There's no choice for Kevin and his guild, as these insolent freaks have no right to break through, and realizing the hopelessness of the situation, he decides to test who is stronger. No matter how difficult it is, Aiden has no right to just give up, and Kevin's people must challenge the monsters and fight their way through this hell with no other choice. A real slaughter begins, and even though they haven't taken a step, the monsters begin to fall to the ground, and Kevin and his men are terrified by the hopelessness of the situation. Driven into a corner, Kevin looks at two dark silhouettes, wondering who the hell they are and why these people, who look so strange in the middle of this wasteland, have come. The girl who came from nowhere figured out why it was so noisy in this place, and was just lucky that she and her partner managed to arrive before it was too late. Kevin and the guild's prayers were answered, and the village operators Urk, Siri, and Jake, who had grown greatly in strength, came to the rescue of the cornered people. It is understandable that Kevin and his friends were frightened by what had happened, and asked who had come, but Siri and Jake reassured them, asking them not to be so afraid. The young people introduced themselves as moderators of the village of Urk, just as they had been described in the legends about the village, and the people who were its operators and protected it with a network screen. Rescue came to them, and now the operators themselves offered Kevin and his people to go to a safe place with them, which made them very happy. Now everything is fine. They were saved, and those rumors were true. The village of Urk, with its strong operators, really exists, and it was not a myth invented by people in a desperate situation. It sounded like a utopia, but what a relief it was to know that there are still operators in the world who are capable of ensuring the safety and purity of this world. But it was too early to let their guard down when the purple light, characteristic only of viruses, made the operators realize that they had gotten themselves into something they couldn't get out of. Now the operators were on edge and very confused, and they pulled Kevin and his sword out as if everything was fine, but then they decided to take action. Siri bluntly asked if the team had been attacked by viruses before, but Kevin just silently asked her what she meant by that, asking her and the people around him. The cameraman understood perfectly well that something very dangerous was pursuing Kevin and his team, and now this dangerous matter began to rise from the cracks in the ground. All the while, a virus that ordinary people couldn't see was following them, and now this monster had grown out of the ground in front of them, causing even the cameraman to shiver. Now Kevin also understood what he was dealing with and recognized the virus that had attacked the team's support unit, and his worst fears had unfortunately come true. This virus attacks them again, as it has reached those it has been pursuing all along, and from this moment on, no one will be able to escape a direct confrontation with this monster. The dangerous virus begins to destroy everything around it, smashing everything in its path, and now the virus itself, whose race dominates the world, is destroying everything around it. For the first time, the virus has come so close to the operators and ordinary people, and Siri understands perfectly well that it must be eliminated before this monster reaches Earth. Moreover, the virus is strong, and if they want to do this, they must ensure that the elimination team works, and now they must do everything to weaken this virus. And this is not just a simple clump of dark matter, but a monster of colossal size that brings nothing but destruction to everyone in its path. Now Jake, no matter how afraid he is, has no right to show weakness, and raises his sword above his head to give the monster what it deserves. And now there is no turning back. The resonance between the two triggers a real catastrophe, and a torrent of lava bursts from the ground, burning bright red, and everything simply burns like hell. Kevin, who is watching this, understands perfectly well that since the operators are so strong, no virus has any chance of breaking through and they're safe. And as long as the operators are with them, there is nothing to fear, because everything is under the control of someone much stronger than all of them put together. Everything is fine. Siri certainly didn't know that her attacks would be enough when the monster that had survived all this emerged from underground and broke out. Everything is definitely much scarier. They had to be much more careful because this monster was definitely not simple, as only a strong opponent could withstand such attacks. Now everything looked very scary. Siri and Jake understood perfectly well that they would not be able to handle this on their own, as their experience would definitely not be enough, and this monster was definitely beyond their capabilities. Now they definitely need Mia's help, as they don't have enough experience to fight such an enemy on their own, and Mia is an experienced operator. But first, they have to wait for Mia to arrive at the scene and hold out against the attacks, as this virus is definitely not a simple enemy like the ones they faced before. A red light in the white sky split the entire space, and now there was something like a white star and a bright red halo in front of them. That was all that was missing for happiness. Then something happened that no one could have expected, and a beam of red light cut through the sky and struck the ground like a punishing blow from a deity to earthly sinners. The red beam hit the ground and cut the virus that no one could cope with into pieces. It looked like a miracle of miracles in the midst of this earthly hell. Siri and Jake couldn't believe their eyes. This beam and whoever sent it had destroyed the virus with a single blow, something they couldn't do on their own. But the main question is who could have such power and who could strike with such force? And now the identity of the one who will bring change to this world is clear. Aiden has returned. Before the people of the earth engulfed by the apocalypse, Aiden stood on a mountain, holding above his head the sword that had destroyed the virus and would pave his way to the future. Siri looked at this unknown hero with eyes full of amazement, joy, shock, and faith in the future. There could be no mistake, for such power belonged to only one person. There was no doubt that it was none other than Mr. Aiden himself, who had disappeared without a trace, leaving them with the duty to protect the village until his return. No one could believe the reality of what was happening and that it was Mr. Aiden himself who had gone on a mission and never returned. It seemed like pure fantasy. Yes, it was him, and Aiden personally greeted them, apologizing for being away for so long and admitting that they really hadn't seen each other in a very long time. He apologized for being late and causing everyone to worry about him, but now that doesn't matter anymore in light of what happened earlier. But that didn't matter because the only thing that mattered to them was that Aiden had returned home alive, which is what Siri had believed all along. And Jake was happy that Aiden had come home unharmed. No one could believe what was happening, as everything had been turned upside down and now Aiden was standing in front of them, finally appearing in the middle of nowhere. Kevin was shocked to see the Aiden he knew before and wondered if it was still the same Aiden, as this young man looked much stronger than him. Suddenly they heard Arya's voice, complaining a little that she had been left behind without the attention she deserved, just like updater Aiden himself. Now everyone greeted Ms. Arya, who had returned with Aiden, and the refreshed girl asked how they had been without her and how everything had been while they were gone. Arya couldn't help but notice how much Siri and Jake had changed. They had grown up a lot during their absence and proved that they had become excellent operators. But they didn't come empty-handed, and Arya mentioned that she had brought someone with her, which would be a surprise for Siri, who had no idea what to expect. Arya urges someone mysterious to them all to finally come out of hiding and show themselves. Siri doesn't know what to expect, but Arya says that someone shouldn't be hiding. At the very moment when white wings appeared, Siri couldn't believe her eyes because the one she had met had disappeared from this world a long time ago. Sirius, her adoptive father who raised her from early childhood, and now he was standing before her, reborn in the form of a tiny white dragon, who was with her again. And at that very moment, Siri rushed forward with open arms to embrace her adoptive father, who had sacrificed himself long ago, at the very beginning. Thanks to Sirius's sacrifice, she and her entire people survived the genocide and were saved by Aiden. But now he was alive and in the arms of Siri, who was literally crying. Siri missed him terribly and admitted it, as she couldn't lie because the pain of loss was so strong. Sirius admitted that he missed her too and asked for forgiveness. Sirius apologized for leaving her and admitted that he was now so small, but Siri had grown up a lot since their last meeting and had now become a camera woman herself. He is proud of his adopted daughter, and their tearful reunion continues. Siri begs the dragon never to leave her again and wants to be with him forever. It's a real promise that can't be broken. Aiden and Arya are happy with their work and admit that bringing Sirius back was a really good idea, since everything turned out so well. When Siri hears how everything happened, she is shocked that Aiden has apparently deleted himself, and it simply does not make sense to anyone, but it is all true. She understood the situation and said that it was a very big risk and that something worse could have happened, and besides, Sirius and Arya had already given Aiden a good scolding for it. Aiden promised it would never happen again. Now the people from the Griffin Guild are starting to complain that they can't see them, but they can hear everything. Now Kevin understands perfectly well that Aiden has changed a lot, and he is glad that Aiden recognized him and approached him as a friend and wanted to help. But now everything is different. Since Aiden was now way higher than a regular player, Kevin figured he didn't have the right to treat him like he used to. In this world, players are people who have been chosen by the system, and they have power over this world and the right to do whatever they want and live however they want. Other people are called simple, unplayable characters, and they try very hard to be chosen by the system because once you become a player, you literally become a different kind of person. As a player, you don't age and can gain experience and become strong, and the NPCs envied the players because they had a great advantage in fame. But some players were scum. Some players committed evil deeds and accumulated karma points, receiving penalties and losing honor, but most players fought monsters for their own growth and strength. The system selects players based on parameters in order to weed out unplayable players who have great potential and can do a lot. In addition, the main responsibility of the operating system is to protect players from danger and build reliable inter-network screens so that everything is under control. Players with high growth rates were independently assigned operators by the moderator, as the system required very strong players who had to be selected. In this way, the system functioned properly for many years, but after the moderator and the inter-network screen disappeared, everything changed dramatically. Now all hope rested on the new moderator, Aiden, and everyone wondered if he could help them win back the world under the moderator's rule and defeat the viruses. Everything ended as Aiden had described, and he woke up after a long sleep caused by restoring Arya and Sirius, and overloading himself with system command. First of all, Aiden wanted to know what was happening in the world and asked Siri to tell him everything, and she agreed to briefly describe what had happened to the world over the past 3 years. Now the power in this world belongs to viruses which, after the fall of Aster and the operators, took over the world, which was left completely unprotected by the inter-network screen. This led to total chaos, and all the monsters that had escaped launched a massive attack on humanity, causing the complete genocide of the existing population, which was doomed. As a result, all the small villages were turned into ruins, and all the defenseless people outside the inter-network screen simply fell victim to this genocide. Fortunately, the big cities survived because they had many players who were able to fight back against the viruses, so things weren't as bad as they seemed at first. Not everything was as good as one would have liked, and there was one threat in the world more terrifying than all the monsters that had to be dealt with and fought against. There were also viruses that began to infect the world, and while it was possible to have a strategy against monsters, here people simply died in droves without any chance of surviving the attack. When the viruses began to infect the world en masse, the defeat of humanity became obvious, as there was now no defense against an enemy that was penetrating from all sides. It was an inscription against which ordinary weapons were useless, and there was no protective shield, so a fatal outcome was expected. It was genocide. Usually people died immediately after infection, but very rarely the unfortunate ones turned into viruses, and it is unclear who should be envied in such a situation. The founders of the 5 main guilds fell, but they barely managed to keep the names of their guilds, while Hydra expanded its territory thanks to cheaters and espionage. If it weren't for the guards left behind by the operators, this world would be much worse than it is now, so thank you for the minimum that has been granted. Everything went as Aiden expected, and viruses became a huge problem that now terrorized the world and required a quick response before things got really bad. But the main thing that worried the new moderator was whether all the villagers were safe, but Siri assured him that there was no need to worry about that, as Urk had not disappeared. Their village was the only place in the world where the inter-network screen had been preserved, and what's more, the teams and supplies that Aiden had left to his operators helped them all survive. At first, it was very difficult because a lot of people seeking refuge had gathered there, but they were able to survive only because help came from outside. Mia was the one who came to the aid of the last place in the world that had an inter-network screen and operator protection, and without her, as a former operator, it would have been difficult. Finally, they arrived, and Arya pulled Aiden out of his thoughts, telling him that they had finally reached their destination, and asking him to look at the city before them. The once small village was now a city with a fortress at the entrance, confirming its status as the island where the old world order had been preserved. Urch was like a fortress, and Aiden acknowledged how much everything had changed, and Siri confirmed that they were focused on strengthening the defenses of this place. They could have entered the village peacefully, but a voice from above the fortress ordered them all to stop, as they were suspected of being disguised cheaters from the Hydra Guild. Therefore, the guards asked everyone who had come to give their names and introduce themselves in order to identify everyone who had entered their territory, as these were not normal times. The city guards asked why all these people had come here, while one of them, a man with blue hair, was very surprised because he had seen something with his own eyes behind the gates. The knights could not understand what the cameramen were doing there and who the people who came with them were, as the cameramen would not have brought dangerous people into their territory. Therefore, the blue-haired man ordered his friend to open the gates as quickly as possible, as the cameramen were standing there. But his friend replied that it was very suspicious even so. Mia heard the knights discussing that Lady Siri should not have passed through the gate because she could use teleportation, and they thought it was completely reasonable to assume that they were cheaters. The peculiarity of cheaters is that they can easily take on the appearance of any person. When Mia heard this whole dialogue, she asked what the hell was going on. The knight explained that the operators had brought strangers with them, and that's why they were suspicious because of what had happened over the last 3 years. It was clear that those who arrived in the village after Arya and Aiden's trip couldn't know them personally, so they were perceived as strangers. But now it was clear that Arya was home. Now Arya was back and finally home. Everything was just as Mia had hoped, as everyone thought that Arya and Aiden might have simply died in the chaos. It was a completely normal reaction that none of the guards knew what to do, so they asked me what to do and explained that according to protocol, they had the right to stop them. But to the great surprise of the shocked security guard, Mia ordered him to open the gate, and the man couldn't believe what he was hearing. Opening the gate sounded like madness in this situation. But the fox was not going to repeat herself twice and shouted loudly, emphasizing that these idiots had to obey her and open the gate immediately so that Arya and everyone else could enter. And the gate was opened to the surprise of all the townspeople, who had long been unaware of such new developments in their small universe, which had not seen any changes for a long time. No one knew what was happening as there was no news about it, and people wondered if these were just more refugees and those who had miraculously survived, brought here by the cameramen. But these were definitely not ordinary people, so-called refugees from destroyed regions, as they had a completely different aura than the ordinary people who had been there before. Moreover, there was no doubt that these were normal people, as they were followed by the cameramen Siri and Jake, who would never bring viruses into the village. Mia gave herself away when she rushed ahead of the crowd toward Arya, who was standing in front of everyone next to the village moderator, Aiden. But Mia was only interested in Arya's sister. No one understood why Mrs. Mia had suddenly behaved so strangely and why she was running towards this mysterious stranger in a beautiful black suit. After all, there were many newcomers here. In tears, Mia threw herself into Arya's arms and hugged her tightly, as she had been waiting for her adoptive sister for a long time, who had simply disappeared without a trace after she was captured. Arya had disappeared after being captured by the moderator, and now she was standing before them alive and unharmed, and people couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes, and who this was. Everyone saw Ms. Mia in this state for the first time, and did not know who this stranger with blue hair was. Arya admitted that she had not seen Mia for a long time, and asked how she was feeling. Mia, who had been a camera woman for most of her life and was definitely not a child anymore, cried like a little girl when Arya came home and couldn't believe that her sister was home. While the whole world was in chaos, the remote town of Urk became a so-called island of sanity, where life seemed completely normal and everything was holding together. Aiden saw how much everything had changed, and 3 years had passed, and Jack confirmed that there were now many more residents and players who had joined Urk. Aiden asked how the players were doing and was told that they had sunk to the bottom, closed themselves off, and fallen into depression due to fear of death in the new world. Now the players have stopped causing chaos and picking on other players because they are focused on their own survival, and everything is based on and revolves around defense. Recently, protective items such as armor and healing potions to increase resistance and counteract the negative effects of viruses have been gaining popularity in sales. Aiden thought about how the whole world had changed after his disappearance, when he heard Mia's voice sounding very happy in the midst of all this ocean of apocalyptic madness. Arya tried to explain to her adoptive sister that they weren't staying here long, as they couldn't just sit around all day and wait quietly while the world was being destroyed. But Mia wasn't going to let Arya get away, and you could understand her since she had spent the last 3 years worrying about Arya, who had simply disappeared without a trace in the chaos. Jake explained that Mia was not herself now, which is why all the villagers were so surprised by everything that was happening. But everyone was happy because no one had ever seen Mia so joyful before, so everyone was delighted. Aiden's arrival was like a holiday for everyone, and now a crowd gathered, led by Logan and Sophia, who had come running to see Aiden, who had finally come home. He had been gone for 3 years, and they were happy that it was really Aiden, and that they had waited for him for so long. And no one could believe that it was Aiden who had come back after 3 years and was asking how they were. The ones who were most happy that Aiden was finally home were the children he had saved, and little Helen threw herself into his arms, very happy to see her dear Aiden. Helen had grown a lot since she last saw Mr. Aiden, and when he saved her from infection, and she had been sincerely worried about him all this time. Henry's loud voice called Helen to stop clinging to Aiden and remember her manners, as she was a grown girl and was behaving like a little child. Henry, who had taken on the role of Big Brother, said that she was disturbing Mr. Aiden's rest and preventing him from carrying out his mission in his home village, and that he had no time for this. But Aiden replied that everything was fine and Helen hadn't done anything wrong, so everything was definitely fine, and he had time for everything he had planned, and everything would be fine. He picked up the little girl in his arms because Aiden loves children very much, and therefore had no objection to spending some time with them. Stroking little Henry's head, Aiden admitted that he had grown a lot since he remembered him as a hungry little child. The people who had spent time with Sirius from the very beginning were sincerely happy to see a little version of their dear savior, even though he was very small at the moment. They couldn't help but rejoice at seeing little Sirius alive again after his self-sacrifice, and Sirius admitted that it was all thanks to Aiden. Now all the people in Sirius's entourage promised to tell everyone that Sirius had finally returned, and they were sincerely confident that people would be very happy to hear this. Aiden was also happy that everyone in the village were safe, but there was still something that worried him greatly, as he had not seen one person who was very important to him. He had not seen one of the residents, namely Theo, who had disappeared as if he had never been there, and everyone froze when they heard Aiden's curiosity about where the guard Theodore had gone. A silent pause hung in the air, and no one could answer what had happened, and no one knew what exactly had happened, or how to explain to Aiden what had happened to Theo. Mia was the one who confessed, saying that Theo simply couldn't move because his body was overexerted from being responsible for so many things in the village. But Aiden didn't understand and asked Mia to explain what she meant, and to tell him everything that had happened to his dear guard without hiding anything. So the new moderator of this world asked the former operator Mia to tell him everything in detail, so that he could know what had happened to the guard he had left on duty. So Mia ordered Aiden to follow her and led him to the very Tower of Trials where Theodore, who was supposed to be responsible for the safety of the village, was supposed to be. Mia explained that Theo was now there, stuck in that place, completely destroyed and paralyzed for a long time after doing everything for the village. Mia explained that Aiden had to understand what had happened and figure out why only their city, unlike the others, had been able to survive and function normally now. Before going to rescue area, Aiden asked Theodore to protect the village and its inhabitants, which Theodore had been doing all this time, which is why he was paralyzed. Theodore did everything he could to keep his word, and loyally did everything he promised Aiden, and now Theodore himself needs help because he is tired. The problem is that this place was not protected from viruses from the very beginning, so they had to do everything they could to fight back and stay alive longer. The rabid monsters were also a big problem, but the battle with an endless number of viruses exhausted them greatly, and even Mia's help could not remedy the situation. During this whole nightmare, Theodore continued to fight to protect them all and fend off endless attacks, so everything depended on him the entire time. As a result, Theodore exceeded his physical limits and began to weaken and lose control of himself in the situation. Everything started to go downhill from there. But they were unable to stop the virus attack, which was like cockroaches crawling from all sides, not letting anyone even blink, and their attacks never ended. They had no choice but to protect the new city of Urk with an inter-network screen that would now protect them all from virus attacks. Theo sacrificed himself to protect the entire world, and it is only thanks to his sacrifice that they are all alive and able to keep this world in its normal state. Theo was the one who kept this world in the state it is in now, and no one would know what would have happened to them if it weren't for Theodore, their savior. And now Mia wants only one thing, for Aiden to help Theodore, who needs protection and salvation more than anyone else, having suffered greatly from his actions. Now Aiden understood everything perfectly and admitted that he had no right to go back and leave poor Theo in the terrible state he was in now. And now he was the one responsible for the one he gave life to and created, so Aiden takes his fate into his own hands and goes forward to see how bad things are with Theo. He understands perfectly well that he must do everything to restore stability to this ruined world. And if Theodore dies, Urk will also fall with him. And then he saw what had happened to Theodore himself, who was chained to the mountain by lava, sucking the life out of him, leaving him completely immobile and exhausted. Theodore was covered in red crystals and began to disintegrate into fragments, promising that if he fell, everything would collapse like a house of cards. Theodore himself did not remember how long this had been going on, but he felt perfectly well that he was beginning to lose consciousness after such a long period of tension without a break. But the guard understood perfectly well that if he lost his concentration for even 5 minutes, the system would immediately engulf him, and then it would be game over for the entire city and its people. Theodore understood perfectly well that he had to hold on until Aiden returned, as he had promised to protect the entire village and its people from any danger. After all the inter-network screens disappeared, the viruses destroyed the entire world, the entire system, except for the village of Urk, which was constantly repelling virus attacks on the same level as Theo himself. The viruses continued to attack the village relentlessly, not giving them even a second to rest, as this village stood in their way and refused to fall at their feet. Even in such a difficult situation, they still had hope for survival, which was guaranteed by Theodore, who had no intention of giving up halfway and would fight to the very end. They held on only because Mr. Aiden's inter-network screen still protected them, and thanks to this, they were confident that Aiden was still alive and holding on. But they were all on the brink, and it couldn't last forever because the operator's powers weren't eternal. So now it was time for them to go into reduction mode, and now it was getting harder and harder. It was impossible to continue the endless battles because Ms. Mia did not have an inter-network screen, and Ms. Siri and Mr. Jake were not strong enough to withstand it. This was simply their limit, and Theodore had to come up with a way to save this place from certain destruction, and he didn't have many options left. After a moment's thought, he came to the conclusion that it would be best to distribute the inter-network screen throughout the city to completely protect the entire territory. Theodore understood perfectly well that he would have to pay a high price for this, but he did not hesitate for a second, as it was his duty to do so. It was then that something happened that completely turned the situation in the village upside down when Theodore decided to go all out to protect Aiden's creation from falling. Now, tough times were ahead for the viruses as they couldn't get through the screen Theodore had built to protect the town, and they were literally left with nothing. There were no limits for Theodore, and he knew only one word: duty. He did everything he could to keep the viruses as far away from the village of Urk as possible, behind the screen. Theodore understood perfectly well that he had to delegate some of his responsibilities to the operators because they had been appointed to this position by Mr. Aiden for a reason. If someone was appointed an operator, that player was known to be someone who could be relied upon, no matter how difficult the situation was. So Theo trusted them completely. The main thing was that the operators' duties included removing any type of threat, and viruses also fell into the category of things that operators could remove. Now everything was so calm that Theodore could safely sacrifice himself and entrust Mia, Siri, and Jake with protecting the city while he kept an eye on the screen. Now that the lion's share of the work that Theodore had taken upon himself had been done, it was time to wait for a logical resolution to the situation and see what would happen next. Even if he completely lost his mobility and was in danger of being swallowed up by the system, Theodore had only one goal: to wait for Mr. Aiden to return. No matter how difficult it would be to endure all this time and what sacrifices the guards would have to make, he had no right to give up or retreat for a second. Aiden must now do everything he can to repay loyal Theodore for the work he has done all this time, and literally lost himself in. Placing his hand on Theodore's forehead, Aiden directed his power of restoration to awaken and heal Theodore. Now Theodore raised his head. Before him was a figure of pure white light illuminated by a bright, fiery aura, and now Theodore began to recognize Aiden in this powerful stranger. The man's voice called out Theodore's name, welcoming him back home and letting him know that no one had abandoned him to die. Faithful Theodore had waited. He had waited for the return of the one to whom he had sworn allegiance and promised to protect his village and the people who were so dear to Aiden. A bright red stoplight cut through the space around him, showing that Aiden had once again used his power of restoration to bring another important person back to life, just as it had been with Arya and the dragon Sirius. So it was with Theodore, who was now completely alive and unharmed, returning to the real world. The moderator's voice addressed Theodore, welcoming him, and now Mr. Aiden himself came to express his gratitude to the one who had served him so loyally. Aiden himself thanked him for carrying out his request, saying that he could not have expected such high standards from his best guard. Now everything was in order. Theodore cried upon hearing the words of gratitude, and Aiden added that he had fought loyally against enemies all this time, which deserved special praise for such tremendous work when everything was in ruins. As a loyal servant, the guard knelt on one knee before Lord Aiden and expressed his joy at finally seeing him, and could not help but rejoice in his boundless luck. He believed until the very end that Lord Aiden would return alive, and he felt it because the inter-network screen of the city of Irk remained intact even when all the cities had long since fallen. Theodore was right, and now that Aiden had returned and restored most of the city's functionality, he could once again entrust everything to his guard as before and get on with other business. After Theodore happily accepted his renewed duties, all of his other operators welcomed him back, as they had been waiting for this great event for a very long time. Everyone was happy to see him back in action and felt relieved to see Theodore alive, but he was also very worried about them all, and there was no point in hiding that from them. With great gratitude, Theodore once again emphasized that Mr. Aiden had reinstated him, thanking him for his kindness, and expressing his loyalty to Mr. Aiden's will. The guard asked everyone to wait a little while Aiden created a new, more powerful inter-network screen for the village of Irk, so that everyone could calmly endure their wait. Meanwhile, Aiden's work was in full swing, as there was a lot to repair, restore, and think through in order to be able to work on rebuilding something new. Now, with full moderator rights and capabilities, Aiden could create powerful, highly functional objects that he could not even dream of before. Arya asked if he was done, and Aiden replied that everything was ready and that he had made the screen stronger to increase stability, so now they could rest assured. Arya couldn't help but notice Theodore's incredible dedication, since he had managed to hold out for 3 whole years, and she admitted that it must have been very painful for him. Theodore explained that at first he was very nervous because it was his first time being a living shield, but there was nothing to be afraid of, and he was ready to sacrifice his life. Now Aiden had something to say to Arya and declared that he now understood one important thing that Arya herself was now curious to hear, because everything was now on a new level. Earlier, Arya had said that a moderator couldn't do everything alone, and she was right. If it weren't for Theodore, it was impossible to imagine what might have happened. Therefore, he now needed more operators he could trust, and for this, Aiden had to talk to Mia personally, and this conversation promised to be difficult, knowing her. Aiden asked Arya's younger sister for permission to talk to her alone, as such issues need to be discussed with a completely serious approach, otherwise it would be impossible. But as expected, Mia immediately began to resist and replied rather rudely that she was not Aiden's operator and would not listen to him. Aiden was seriously annoyed by such disrespect, and Mia added that the only person who could give her orders was her sister Arya, not this red-haired idiot Aiden. Arya, realizing that she was the only one who had authority over her, replied that Mia shouldn't behave like that and should listen to Aiden, who certainly didn't want to hurt her. Mia was indeed still mischievous, but Arya convinced her to at least listen, and Aiden began to talk about how strong Mia was as a camerawoman, and now had a direct offer of cooperation for her. He didn't beat around the bush and asked Mia straight out if she wanted to be his camerawoman, which immediately shocked the pink-haired fox girl. She refused immediately and asked if Aiden really wanted her to do all that hard work again, which she had barely gotten rid of her own accord. She was just happy to have a normal life, freedom, and time with Arya, and now she was being dragged back into this hell without even being asked if she wanted to, and her answer was definitely no. If you judge her by what she does and how much people respect her, she is no different from Oppa and Thor, and she has become a support for other operators. An annoyed Mia replied that she only helped and that it was completely different, but Aiden asked this purely as a formality, and she had no choice but to accept the position of camerawoman. Aiden explained that it would be disrespectful and wasteful to lose someone so talented with experience as a camerawoman, so he made the decision himself. He promised the fox girl that he would give her anything she wanted, so in his opinion she had nothing to worry about. But this was not enough to appease Mia, but now she was a camerawoman. Now, when Arya was greeted by her irritated younger sister, who wanted to tear Aiden's head off, he had to give Siri his last order before leaving on a business trip. The moderator instructed Siri to compile a complete list of problems in this town and let him know about them, as well as make an urgent announcement to all local residents. The fact was that during the 3 years Aiden had been away from the village, a lot of difficult and very difficult problems had accumulated, which now only he had to deal with. And now that he had finally returned home, it was time for the family to start cleaning up the mess that had accumulated in the corners of this ruined and infected world. All the viruses crawled into this human world from a single portal that led to a remote base where viruses of all types and varieties gathered, and where the next meeting of the degenerates was taking place. As previously stated, the entire world is now ruled by viruses that feel very comfortable in the universe, without moderators and a normal number of network screens. The leader of this meeting gathered all the clones of the worm here and was confident that his long-planned plan would now become reality, as there was nothing more to wait for. He was confident that all the forces he had gathered would now be enough to destroy the cursed village of Urk, which was still standing and holding its defenses once and for all. All his people were cowardly degenerates who had lost the village with such a small force and limited number of people and resources, and he himself did not understand how the elite forces could lose. On top of that, he was annoyed by how everyone he had to work with treated him, considering him just a fool who got in their way and did nothing. Now he has to take revenge and show what he is capable of, and he has to destroy this cursed village, proving that he is much better than all these pompous idiots put together. Another tense battle ensues between man and virus, with the knight trying to fight back and keep two people important to him safe behind him, but it's all in vain. It is clear that now he does not know what to do, because until now he knew that he was a high-level player. But now, against all these viruses, he is completely powerless. And all these viruses are just playing with him like a funny toy, not taking him seriously, just dragging out time until he exhausts himself and dies on the spot. Not only is he being treated like a fool, but he also feels his own uselessness as his sword was unable to repel the virus's attacks, and now his weapon is ruined and lost. From such a powerful blow from an enemy who is clearly his equal, the knight flies backward and hits his head painfully, and his men try to check if he is alive. Before the eyes of the unfortunate man, his sword falls apart as the viral infection destroys everything it touches, and no weapon can stop the rays. The knight was annoyed that he had come such a long way to get this legendary sword, and it broke so easily and all his efforts and money were wasted. It was scary for him to think that his long and difficult journey was about to end, but he had fought against the viruses and endured for quite a long time, which was rare for humans. At that very moment, when it seemed that everything was over and all was lost, the virus's attack was suddenly repelled by the inter-network screen of one of the operators. This had not happened in this area for a long time, so the virus logically could not understand where this firewall came from, as it was a complete wasteland with only them and humans. At that terrifying moment when it seemed that everything was over and all was lost, the virus attack was suddenly repelled by the firewall of one of the operators. For the defeated knight, this was the last hope of surviving the slaughter, but the virus began to recognize this power that it had not seen in a long time, and it irritated it greatly. There could be no mistake, for standing before him was one of the operators of the cursed village of Urk, which had constantly thwarted them with its power and very existence. The beaten man could not believe his eyes when he saw the operator standing before him, as rumors about operators were legendary throughout the world. Operator Siri couldn't even imagine that the difference in her power would be so enormous compared to what it had been before the return of moderator Aiden to the village. She understood perfectly well that the power she possessed and the power of the network screen only worked because Mr. Aiden had decided to completely upgrade the system. Now Siri was very different from the version of herself who could do nothing, and now she would not allow that terrible tragedy with the virus to happen again. The virus that had been so cruelly defeated laughed at how embarrassing it was to sneak in under the so-called network screen because its plans had been ruthlessly thwarted. After all, the virus was confident that it would easily break through this network screen, but Siri was no longer the same as before, and could now remove viruses of any complexity, and now she clearly demonstrated this by breaking the virus's physical body with her blow, which caused many cracks in its body shell, and it began to disintegrate. Another mission failed because the rat face from the cursed village, which still could not fall no matter how hard they tried to destroy it, crawled out of the crack again. The knight couldn't believe that someone could so easily destroy the virus that had almost cost him his life, and his men couldn't contain their excitement either. What they couldn't do in a minute, this cursed virus was destroyed in an instant, and now they were in no danger thanks to this young operator. And while the man was still trying to recover from the shock, the operator said that everything was ready and they could proceed to the next part of the plan, which they had worked out in detail beforehand. Siri gave the order for the secret forces to leave, as the area was now clear and they could carry out their part of the plan, which had been planned down to the last detail and action. The camerawoman gave the order to take those who had survived to a safe place and provide them with the necessary assistance. The man was a little frightened, but understood that these were the camerawoman's subordinates. Siri explained that she was going to take a closer look at the area and that they could return with the people, to which her subordinates agreed and moved on. All this time, she was on the radio with other operators who were conducting operations in other regions. I was clearing the perimeter and needed to know for sure if they could hear her. The brunette added that the survivors had been rescued and the clearing of the area was now almost complete, with only a minimal amount of work left to do. To tell the truth, everything was going so well that trees were flying and rocks were falling, and it was clear that the operators had finally gotten down to business, and that everything was going to be serious. But Jake on the other end said that help wasn't needed and that he had already finished, and couldn't believe that there were so many viruses hiding around that no one even knew about. Jake wondered how Ms. Arya had found out about them, and Mia explained that it was thanks to her antivirus skills, and was glad that they had a firewall for protection. Mia also had a great time and couldn't help but admit that it had been a long time since she had relieved her stress in battles against viruses, and was glad that she could finally warm up her muscles. Finally, she was in her element, and with a pleasant tingling sensation in her chest, she watched all the damn viruses burn because fire was her favorite element. The operator with fox ears informed Theodore that she had also finished clearing her assigned patch of land and was waiting for him to do the same. Theodore was not standing still either, and with his accurate attacks of energy balls, he cut the viruses into pieces while they were still in the air, not even allowing them to scream, as their functionality had been restored. The guard also finished his part of the cleanup, and this was already the second virus base he had cleared. Mia admitted that this was to be expected from Tag because he was very fast. Theodore proudly reported to Mr. Aiden that they had finally completed all his tasks and were confident that the entire area was now free of viruses. But they had to wait a little longer to make absolutely sure that there were no more viruses in the area, i.e. to consolidate the results they had achieved. Jake was now most concerned about Mr. Aiden's whereabouts, as the success of their operation depended directly on his safety. Siri replied that she did not know his exact location, but before leaving, Aiden had explained to her that he had one very important task ahead of him. Now that the entire area had been cleared of viruses, Aiden had to deal with the main headquarters of all the viruses and destroy that damn snake pit. Meanwhile, life has become very difficult for viruses, as operators from Urk are destroying their bases one by one, and discontent is growing among them, and they do not believe that this could happen. The situation is spiraling out of control, as they have been trying to hide behind a weak inter-network tap all this time, but now they have launched a strong counterattack against the viruses. They will be able to hold out if they multiply again and decide not to wait and start the attack right now, but their leader has overlooked something extremely important. While he was distracted, his entire defense line began to crack at the seams, revealing how pathetic its protection systems were, as a red star now lit up the sky. The monsters didn't even have time to blink before everything was engulfed in bright red flames, and everyone began to scream in panic, telling their comrades to get away from him as he begged for help. Danger code red, and now everything around the leader of this rotten gang is starting to burn, and there is no end in sight. Their rotten base has been found, and now there is no escape. Aiden was pleasantly surprised by how many of them were hiding here at the bottom, and he knew it, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was amazed. The leader of the gang asked who had come. Having complete control over the situation and confident in his power, the new moderator replies that the virus should not know this, as he will die here anyway. There were no words, only emotions, and the leader of the viruses thought that the operators really knew nothing, since they were so confidently coming here and digging their own graves with their own hands. The horned bastard didn't know who he was talking to and declared that Aiden was definitely dead since he had come here, thinking that he was just an operator who had decided to challenge him. So he decided to go against the young greenhorn, his opinion, gathering his strength in his fist and hoping to see him die of fear before him. The virus expected that he wouldn't scare his opponent so much that his fear would be visible on his face, but he definitely attacked the wrong person because Aiden was no ordinary moderator. He didn't understand why his minions stood rooted to the spot and didn't dare even take a step to the side, as a stranger who didn't belong there had entered their territory. The Horned One ordered his subjects to get rid of Aiden and teach him a lesson, showing him why he shouldn't enter their territory and challenge such forces. Expecting their victim to be afraid, they couldn't even believe that the redhead would approach them so calmly, as if they weren't viruses but just puppies in a pen. A simple snap of his fingers was enough for the moderator to stop time and the movement of the viruses, showing them that now he and only he was on the scene. Aiden didn't even move his fingers to start destroying the viruses as they suddenly began to sink into the whirlpool of his bright red light. To him, these viruses were nothing more than red jelly that began to melt before his eyes under the influence of his power, and they deserved it for their actions over the past 3 years. The monsters couldn't believe what was happening to them, as they couldn't move or even breathe, and now they began to understand that they were dealing with no ordinary enemy. Finally, it dawned on these imbeciles that only a moderator was capable of such a thing, and that they were definitely not being visited by an ordinary operator, as there were several of them around the perimeter, and they were all serious. Aiden couldn't just leave them to enjoy life, so now a fun procedure awaited them, such as being squeezed into a single point before the final sprint forward. Having gathered such a large number of scumbags in one place and twisted them all into a spiral, Aiden, as a moderator, could finally make his dream gesture and wipe them all out. One way or another, he was the moderator on whom the safety of the entire world now depended, and it was time to fix everything that had happened in his absence over the past 3 years. One should not underestimate one's enemy, and the leader of these viruses admitted that Aiden had proven himself to be simply brilliant, getting rid of such a bunch of viruses with one blow. This devil was once the leader of the Hydra Guild. He felt completely at ease in the new world and naively thought that Aiden must be a very strong operator, but how wrong he was. And yet, the leader underestimated his opponent, for standing before him was a true moderator, whom he had previously told that the redhead had chosen an unequal opponent for the duel. The traitor understood perfectly well that if he managed to get rid of Aiden, then all his plans would go smoothly, so he had no reason to hold back. Without giving the redhead even a moment to think, the horned man raised his hand above his head and, concentrating as much strength as he could into a single blow, lunged at Aiden with aggression. If a simple operator or person had been in Aiden's place or that of another strong moderator, they would have certainly met their end in that purple flame and would have been lost. But it was not for nothing that Aiden became a moderator, and he easily dodged the direct blow and jumped back just as the leader attacked him with his energy strike. You can't lose control of the situation, and Aiden turned back to see where his enemy might be, not knowing what to expect. Aiden easily fended off the monster's attack, and its blade passed by his shoulder, so its attack was bound to fail since it had no chance from the start. The virus attacks landed anywhere but on Aiden, so he quickly lost his patience and realized that his opponent was definitely not easy to defeat. He tried to use all his strength and sent a multitude of purple spheres and light to catch up with his fast opponent, the cursed redhead. The virus realized that Aiden was perfectly dodging his attacks and couldn't help but be angry that this insolent boy from the village was so easily beating him. He naively thinks that this is the end of Aiden's story, considering him nothing more than a petty cockroach, but whose end is near is their own. The stop team has to put everything in its place and cool down the fiery zeal of the enemy, who has long since begun to lose his way, but the problem is that it might not work. Of course, the virus was shocked by what he saw, but he said that Aiden was too naive to think that such a team could stop him so easily because he was not simple. The former player, who was now a virus, asked if Aiden really thought that such a simple team could work on him and began to repel all of his attacks. Aiden was pleasantly surprised that someone could repel such a strong attack. It was the first time he had encountered a normal, worthy opponent, but it was still scary. The nature of viruses is such that they are resistant to the system from the very beginning, and among the viruses, Douglas, a former player, has the highest resistance of all those known. Therefore, he declares that the commands that the red-haired man is so proud of are useless and have no effect on him, and that he should not take it personally because everyone else did the same. In the beginning, he was just a player, and when he got infected, he thought it was all over for him. But instead, he survived and evolved into a completely new species. He was simply reborn, just like all the other players and ordinary people who turned out to have more immunity and hidden potential to survive and not die immediately. He was reborn outside the system, where complete chaos and lawlessness reigned in the world of viruses, where, as we know, the strong devour the weak without mercy. Survival was too easy for him as he was strong from the very beginning, so he didn't have to make any extra effort to survive. He simply survived by the right of the strong. He quickly became the best because all he needed to do to survive was destroy everything, and he began to regret not switching to the dark side sooner. Time passed and he became stronger and stronger and finally achieved physical form. From a vague silhouette, he began to resemble an anthropomorphic virus like Churva. And now he is much stronger than any existing virus and intends to prove to everyone that he is ready to become the new leader and bring chaos to the entire Earth. But to do this, he needs physical proof, and now it stands right in front of him in the form of Aiden and the hypothetical embodiment of the village of Urk, which he must wipe out. His ambitions are strong, and he must prove to all the higher viruses who looked down on him that only he is worthy of being called a named virus, and not a mere pawn because he is strong. And the redhead will become his so-called food, which he can use to prepare himself and his forces to achieve his goal, which will change his life for the better. The potential named virus believes that it will be very easy to break through Aiden's network screen, which appeared here to steal his chance for a better future. But for Aiden, all these attacks were nothing more than a simple flutter of a fly's wings, and he only said contemptuously that his opponent was too talkative. The energy field generated by Aiden's firewall is more than enough to repel any powerful attack by the virus, of which he is very proud. His best attack was repelled by a simple network screen, which, in the opinion of this so-called virus, was enough to knock the operator down. This damned moderator not only withstood all his attacks, but also emerged completely unscathed. What's more, he was able to put up considerable resistance without any effort. Aiden wasn't going to waste time, and with a flick of his fingers, summoned the moderator's secret ability, which was supposed to paralyze the enemy. The contender for the title of named virus could not have expected to be so easily defeated and literally knocked down, especially now that he had gained momentum. Against the powerful virus, Aiden used a secret moderator ability called Chains, which allowed him to paralyze his opponent's movements and pin him in one place. Rudy asked what the virus had said about commands being useless against it, and added that he could no longer listen to its endless babbling. Now, with the title of named virus, he felt a suspicious state of immobility, and immediately understood that he would not be able to move a single limb. Now that the last word was his, Aiden asked point blank what right this viral scum had to decide what worked on him and how, since the only thing he can do is follow the decisions and orders of the moderator Aiden, who now has the right to dictate the terms and how everything should be in the future. He is God here. Now the day of reckoning has come for those who decided to challenge Aiden, who was also the moderator who had control over this whole world that the viruses never dreamed of. The viruses, which had spread very well during the 3 years of the operator's absence, held another meeting to look at another interesting wonder of the world. The second-order viruses ask why they had to go so far to see some trifle, but they quickly receive an explanation that other bases are also looking for one artifact. As they say, it's always darkest under the lamp, and everyone knows it, which angers them even more, and the viruses wonder how their former supporters dared to betray them. If they had known that this could happen, they would have been much more careful, but now they don't care about anything except finding the thing that belonged to Trojan. They didn't care if she was alive or dead, but if they found her, they would tear her to pieces and kill her for daring to go against them. But now something they definitely couldn't have expected began to happen, and all the viruses began to explode in midair, and now they all realized how wrong they had been to think they were lucky. Selena attacked from behind, and no one could have known that the former operator had been there all this time, let alone that she would dare to strike them in the back, which no one expected. This winged bitch named Selena, who was already shining like a former moderator, had already found the artifact that belonged to Trojan and was able to get ahead of them, and it was unknown what to expect from her. The virus understood perfectly well that this was dangerous and that he had to tell the others about these events immediately, but he was not destined to do so because he began to be torn apart in midair. Selena found herself alone in this world and now did not know how to live or who to fight against, so she cut viruses left and right because she now had no choice. What Selena got was not what she had hoped for, and in the end, she was left completely alone with nothing when she wanted blind revenge for what Aster had done. Selena didn't know how to keep fighting now that her existence had no meaning, since she had ruined everything with her own actions. When it was too late to change anything, Selena herself realized and admitted how stupid she was, and acknowledged the magnitude of her mistakes 3 years later. The battle between Aiden and the virus was coming to an end, and the whole Earth was torn apart as if there had been a nuclear explosion, but it was just the moderator who had found the hidden base. The virus was badly beaten and now just lay on the ground, croaking in pain and exhaustion after being severely beaten by the insolent red-haired moderator Aiden. After being beaten and thrown aside, he lay in the middle of a pile of rocks, trying to control his breathing and unable to believe what had happened. He did not understand what was happening and coughed up blood, as he had not expected this from the battle, and Aiden's abilities were extraordinary, which he could not believe. The virus couldn't believe how Aiden was able to do this to him with just one blow, without even trying, and without even showing any respect for this powerful virus. He still couldn't understand who this red-haired bastard in front of him was, couldn't determine the true nature of the red-haired man, and didn't know if he was an operator or not. He still couldn't understand what was happening, and his body was engulfed in a bright red light that stung his body and caused intense pain throughout his entire body. Aiden easily captured the virus's body and now lifted it above his head, as he wanted to try something interesting on it, and asked if the virus had previously been a simple player. The moderator was about to delete it, but now he had another idea and changed his mind in order to use an interesting technique from his arsenal on it. Aiden had to check something and found the perfect subject for it, who claimed to be a former player who had simply been hit by a beam. Virus felt terrible anger and used his abilities to the maximum, intending to show the damned Aiden what he had saved for him for the very end of this battle. He shouted that a pompous bastard like him shouldn't think he had won, as he had managed to pin him down and get the upper hand, but that it was only temporary. The virus acknowledged Aiden's strength but was confident that he would not be able to block this attack, as it was on a completely different level compared to the others. He was confident that Aiden would not be able to block his attack, as this fighting style was very powerful and could not be compared to previous attacks. The named virus entered a spider state and declared that Aiden would now pay for his arrogance and meet his death at his hands for daring to challenge him. The true form of this virus looked like a huge dark purple spider hovering over him, trying to instill mortal fear in him, but that would not be the case. It can be acknowledged that the ability that the virus had kept until the last moment to strike Aiden in the head would have definitely worked against a weaker opponent. Now that all the preparations were complete, the true form of the virus was visible, looking like a small horned spider with many long legs covered in spikes. It looked terrifying, but it didn't work on Aiden, and after listening to all this ranting, the red-haired man asked if he was finished with his speech and if it was time to put an end to this mob. The moderator decided to use a sharp sword against his opponent, which would now behead the virus, and this opponent could not believe that he was facing a punishing sword. This sword of punishment was able to easily cut through all the spider's long legs with one clean stroke, putting an end to all his endless empty talk about strength. The power of Aiden's sword was so great that he was able to cut the hard ground beneath their feet with a single blow, and the entire shield of the future virus was destroyed in a minute. This attack sent a sharp pain through the virus's entire body, and it coughed violently, realizing that it was now losing and had once again been defeated by this red-haired, insolent cockroach. Aiden admitted that he was using this sword for the first time, and therefore overdid it, sarcastically apologizing to his defeated opponent for the damage he had caused. The virus was easily defeated and lay at his feet like a piece of shit, and Aiden wondered if this idiot was really worth using a decapitation sword against. But what to do with the virus now? He could just leave it there and it would destroy itself, but before that, he could try one interesting trick on this victim. Aiden was still wondering if it was possible to stop the virus and realized that he had not fully explored the limits of his moderator skills, and decided that he could find out by experimenting. He could try going through the restore command and running it to try to return the infected former player to his original human form. At first, everything worked fine, and the dark aura of the virus began to disappear and the victim's body began to cleanse itself, so Aiden sincerely believed that he was succeeding. Watching the dark matter gradually disappear from the man's body, he reminded himself that everything was fine, and that it seemed that everything was working, and that the healing power could cure viruses. But something went wrong, and the main source of the viral infection in the man's chest was not in a hurry to disappear, but only grew, shining brighter and brighter all the time. But suddenly an error occurred, which the system alerted Aiden to. He now did not understand what had gone wrong and where he had made a mistake when using the restoration. Aiden had planned that after the restoration was launched, the infected body would regain its former human form, and he would be able to restore the player, but instead, the virus awakened. At the very moment when the dark energy of the virus began to envelop the space around Aiden and spin him in a spiral, he began to think about where he had made a mistake. At first, it seemed that the infected was returning to his human form, but Aiden had overlooked something and needed more information. He didn't know what to do, and everything would have gone badly if it weren't for Arya. If Arya hadn't arrived and saved Aiden with her attack, he would have definitely been in trouble, as he couldn't handle what he had planned, because everything went completely wrong. Arya warned Aiden to be more careful in such situations, as it was his first experience, and he knew nothing about it, so his actions were extremely risky. Arya really did arrive in time and saved Aiden's ass. She also asked him what he would have done if everything had gone wrong, and she hadn't been there to save him. The first camerawoman reminded him that her job as his bodyguard was to protect him, and Aiden calmly admitted that he had made big mistakes, and that Arya was right to scold him. The loyal operator Arya reminded him that she would delete everything that threatened Aiden, but that he had to be careful because she wouldn't always be there for him. Arya reminded Aiden that he had to be careful and act sensibly when fighting the virus, and the redhead apologized to her for risking his life so foolishly. In any case, he would have managed without her, and she would have taken care of it. Leave everything to her, Aiden, and the redhead said he didn't like standing on the sidelines in the crowd. Arya reminded Aiden to return, as all the other operators he had given tasks to were waiting for him. But Aiden looked at the beaten body of the virus one last time. But Aiden decided to just leave the beaten body of the virus as it was and leave, because either the virus was too strong for his level of ability, or the dark will was too strong. Until Aiden knew how to cure a player infected with the virus, it was decided to return to the operators and not risk their lives and safety unnecessarily. The viruses felt at home in the new world and did not worry that anyone could control them, but those days were definitely coming to an end. In another layer, another gathering of viruses of all kinds and types was taking place as something very frightening had happened again that could greatly affect the stability of their world. The viruses were gossiping that they had heard news that a new recruit had been removed, and everyone knew that it was the work of that legendary guy. But his friend denied it and said that it was the work of the operators from the village of Urk, adding that you'd have to be an idiot to get yourself deleted by those miserable assholes. The virus named Regan did not watch the viruses laugh at each other and wondered if they were talking about the young man who had come to him last time. This fool, when there were plenty of other victims around, decided to choose the village of Urk, and it was obvious why no one dared to approach them, but he did. They have operators who are very powerful, and they also have a former operator, Mia, and a strong guard, Theodore. If the viruses continue to attack them on their own with stupid plans, there will be a counterattack, but they cannot ignore them and will eventually destroy them with the power of the worm. Cherv is just a jerk who became even more fanatical after Trojan disappeared 3 years ago, and no one knew what he was thinking when he was following Trojan's lead. Regan heard a voice that sounded rather strange in the middle of this island of complaints about life and problems, and was surprised to hear such a sad sigh amid the chaos. A little unicorn girl virus with long white hair complained that she was still sad, and Regan said that it was rare to see her in his residence. It was the virus named Ye, who asked with boredom in her voice what had happened and if she could help, and the virus Ye replied that there was definitely a problem here. Everyone here talks about the same thing every day, and all the topics are about how someone died and whose rank is higher, and she declares that there is nothing interesting or fun about it. The thing is, weaklings discuss weaklings, said Virus, deeply hurting the fragile egos of the much lower-ranking viruses, for whom rank is simply a matter of life and death. Virus Ye told Regina that she was very sad and wanted to leave, and finally she left, and Regina calmly let her go in all 4 directions, since she herself wanted to leave. And Virus Ye jumped off the cliff and walked forward, passing all the viruses who looked at her like an insolent little girl who didn't know what respect for older viruses was. One of the viruses speaks up and asks her angrily if she knows what she just said, and demands that she repeat what she meant when she was talking. The big guy clings to the little virus Ye and asks her what she said, and that she has no right to look down on them, because she herself has become a named virus. Regan watched as the conflict between the viruses and the little virus Ye escalated, with the others demanding that she repeat what she had said with her insolence. And Regan felt ashamed. Regan admitted that this idiot was asking for trouble again, and felt that it was going to be fun because most of them simply did not know what the true fighting power of viruses was. Suddenly, the virus named F appeared and knocked the head off the idiot who had attacked the little virus Ye, demonstrating what would happen if you provoked the strong. The thing is, the little virus Ye is the strongest virus among them all, even though it looks extremely small and weak to be a strong opponent. Now that its loyal partner, known as Virus F, has appeared, the viruses have realized that this giant is very strong, as it knocked off the head of their comrade with a single blow. No one could believe that these two could have such great power, and the virus named F and the virus named E are now among the strongest viruses in the entire system. Virus Y replied that everything was fine, and that they could go now, simply telling her partner that he knew where to go, so everything would definitely be fine. The girl virus said that playing with children was more fun than hanging out in such a rotten place with these morons. And in front of the shocked crowd of viruses, the two partners disappeared into a dark purple portal in front of them and left without saying a word. The friends headed for the village of Urk, which was protected by an internetwork screen, as all the viruses in this shelter had been gossiping about it. Everything was just as the losers had described. Meanwhile, little Helen and Henry were walking and talking about how they needed to be more careful when leaving the village, and the sister reassured her brother that everything was fine. None of the attackers had ever ventured here, and Aiden had cleared the entire area, so there was no one around. He teased his brother, saying that it was written on his face that he wanted to play outside the wall. Helen teases him that it must be because of Violet and that he follows her all the time because he is shy, but her brother does not agree with her, saying that it is not true. His younger sister teases him, saying he shouldn't hide it because his feelings are obvious, even though he says that's not true, but his sister says it's obvious. No matter what her brother says, it's clear that Violet is right, because she arrives first, and the boys ask her if she's been waiting long. The children apologized for being late, and the virus, who called himself Violet, greeted Henry and Hen, saying he was glad to see them and asked what they wanted to play. Rumors are spreading throughout the kingdom that all viruses in the surrounding area have been eradicated, but no one believes it because it sounds impossible. The players hope that an announcement will be made soon, but the residents of Urk don't know when that will be or who will speak today, Mr. Jake or Ms. Siri, but there's a surprise. It all started when a red screen lit up in front of the crowd for the first time in a long time, as there had been no announcements for a long time, and now there should be an announcement for the first time in a long time. This time, everything was different. Instead of a simple text message, a video call was prepared for them, showing a blurry human silhouette with noise. So it was a video, and instead of the usual cameramen who usually appeared at such moments, there was the same red-haired Aiden from the folk legends about the savior Urk. Moreover, none of them knew why all the cameramen were standing behind him, and since everything was so strange, they decided that this young man was definitely not an ordinary man and decided to listen. Even Ms. Mia was among the cameramen, and no one could believe what was happening, and rightly began to worry about what would happen to them now. This was the first announcement of this kind, and there were rumors that the owner of these lands was finally home, but no one believed it was him and feared that something terrible had happened. People were worried because this was Aiden's first announcement on live TV, and something very serious must have happened for him to personally contact them as a moderator. The time has come for him to introduce himself, and Aiden began by stating his name and announcing that he is now the new moderator, which no one could believe because not everyone here knew him. Aiden asked to be allowed to tell them about what had happened recently, and about the events that had caused a stir in Urk, and to confirm all the rumors about viruses and their eradication. He emphasized that everything was indeed as they had heard, and that all the viruses around the village had been destroyed through joint efforts with the operators, but that it was too early to relax. The crowd listened intently to what the moderator was about to say, and waited for more news from him, as things were now bound to change for the better, and Aiden was supposed to bring change to the world. Guards were posted around the entire perimeter, but this was only a temporary measure, and he could not promise them complete safety from the threats of the outside world at this time. If the residents had to leave the city walls, he would send guards with them and asked for their understanding, as this would continue for as long as necessary. Aiden stated that he had no intention of staying and explained that Urch was only a starting point for him in cleansing the world of viruses and the chaos they caused. He has no intention of stopping until he has restored people's former lives and avenged the lives and homes of those who died in the genocide. The old system of this world had already been destroyed and was no longer capable of protecting them, and this was the worst situation that could have happened. Although Aiden himself is a moderator, he cannot fix everything on his own, so he now intends to select operators for his large team. Anyone can apply, but they will only be accepted after an exam that will weed out the unfit and determine whether they are suitable for the position. Aiden will select not only the strongest, but will also take into account their personality, potential, and many other factors that influence the jury. Finally, when the right people are selected, their status will be changed to free, which means that the individuals he has personally chosen will become part of his system. Only then will they be under his personal protection. An update has been made, and now the protective screen has been strengthened, and a new type of player, free, has been added. The new system will no longer divide people into players and non-playable characters, and it is their choice whether to accept the system or continue to live as before and be afraid. Aiden, like most of the villagers, was once a non-playable character who knew very well what it was like to fear infection or death at the hands of players. And now, if there is anyone brave enough to face danger head-on, they must pass the operator exam and try their hand at this role. The prospect of quickly rising from the bottom and becoming free players attracted a lot of people, and a huge crowd quickly gathered near the residence. The crowd celebrated what was happening, watching the situation unfold around them at a tremendous pace, as this was simply a great opportunity. In this situation, the players were somewhat hesitant to take up the challenge, but the unplayable characters had no reason to doubt their decisions. Many decided to take the risk and at least try to change their status to that of a free player, as it was much more prestigious than being a simple NPC. Most people were lucky, and on that same wonderful day were able to change their status to that of a free citizen, which couldn't help but delight the masses. Aiden wasn't lying. Two young people were unsure what to do and wondered whether they should also go there, and one of them remarked that the status of a player had changed significantly since the world had changed so much. After the appearance of Aiden, who called himself a moderator, everything began to change, and now after receiving the update, problems may arise and people doubt his reliability. It cannot be denied that the operators, on the orders of the new moderator, had protected the village for 3 years, and that should be enough to guarantee the reliability of their promises. One of the players began to complain that this was very annoying, and that it was not normal to behave this way, but two young men did not understand what the argument was about. The player thinks that all the privileges they had should disappear, and some of his friends agree because they were chosen, and the current operator, like the previous one, is not doing anything. The man in the hoodie complained that he didn't understand why the new moderator cared about unplayable characters, and didn't expect to get hit on the head by the man behind him. As was to be expected, when you pour shit on a good ruler in public, you get hit on the head by the person behind you for your sentiments. The man complains that he is in pain and wonders what kind of bastard dared to raise a hand against him, not knowing that the real berserk of this game is standing behind them. When the unfortunate man turned around, he saw a rather strong girl who confidently stated that she was the one who hit him on the head and asked what he was going to do to her now. The woman said that he was telling nothing but lies and didn't even know what was going on in the world, hinting that he hadn't helped with the updates and yet dared to bark at her. Even if they all join forces and work together, it still won't be enough to change the current world system, and she chases him away. Kicking the scoundrel with her foot, the girl declares that since he doesn't want to help, he shouldn't get in the way with his network screen, and that they can fight again, so he should come out of the shadows. The crowd was huge, as there were many who wanted to join, and 90% of the residents of the village of Eric changed their status to free and independent citizens. Suddenly, the door opened, and the noise attracted the attention of everyone in the room, so the players immediately turned their attention to the person who had entered the hall. It was none other than the former operator Mia, who had come here to inform the players of important news regarding the recent operator exams. When Mia entered the hall, she was immediately surrounded by players who greeted her with enthusiasm, admiring her and wanting to shake her hand now that she had become an operator. Fox was not happy to be surrounded by so many people and asked them to stop blocking her way and let her and her people pass, but the crowd was relentless. Needless to say, the people really loved Mia and continued to shout how much they loved her, and when she finally broke through, she cursed the moment she came here. As they say, the smallest people are always the most formidable, and Mia loudly emphasized that she had not come here just for fun, but to accept those who wanted to take the cameraman exam. She asked all those who wanted to take this position to come forward, adding that they didn't have to decide right away and could let her know if they changed their minds. Among the crowd of people of various types and classifications, one very familiar silhouette in a blue hoodie stood out. It was Kevin, who had decided to come and scout the place. Mia emphasized that it didn't matter how strong or weak the candidates were, that they shouldn't be intimidated, as they would decide who was worthy of the operator position and who wasn't. Everything was fine until a group of people in the back spoke up and said they had something to say about such a loud announcement. The crowd quickly recognized those who had arrived and decided that their voices were worthy of being heard by Aiden's camerawoman herself, as they believed their opinion was very important. The crowd guessed that these people definitely intended to take the operator test, but it was clear that they were not ordinary players, but definitely members of a well-known elite group. Mia was surprised that none other than players previously known as members of the elite had shown up and asked what they wanted to say, since they had interrupted her speech with their appearance. The news that members of the strongest players' ranks had come to the final stage of the operator selection quickly reached Aiden at his residence. To be honest, as a moderator, he was also quite surprised that such strong players would decide to join his team and the community of the new village of Eric. Siri explained that, to be more precise, they were former members of the elite who had arrived in the village 3 years ago, just when chaos broke out after the apocalypse. After the fall of the moderator Aster, although they could not fight the viruses, she managed to save countless people from the monsters, so they still have authority. But the problem is that there are people who only listen to them and ignore the operator's instructions. However, this makes sense as the level of these players is significantly higher than theirs. The problem was so serious that if former operator Mia hadn't helped, the players would have been impossible to calm down before the coup in the village. But now all that is in the past, and in difficult times, the players really helped them, and she thinks that one of the rank members could become an operator, and that would be fair. But Aiden was in no hurry to make a decision, and rightly so, because at that moment Mia called him on video chat and told him that her part of the job was done. Mia asked for permission to come in, and Aiden agreed. When Mia entered, she announced that she had brought with her everyone who wanted to take the operator test. Among them were 5 people who were former members of the list of the strongest players, i.e. the best players, according to the old game system before the apocalypse. Amidst all this crowd, 4 interesting people entered Aiden's office. Camilla, a tall, scarred woman of level 420, who looked strong-willed. Next to her stood a former member of the Rook rank of approximately the same level, along with a melancholic blonde named Lily, who resembled a rose, and Oven, a tall man in a mask and hood. If they could become operators, they would certainly have great combat power, but Aiden was in no hurry to make a decision, as he needed to think everything through first. Even just looking at one of them, the Phoenix Guildmaster Isaac, it became clear that these players were definitely extremely strong, and definitely not ordinary people. Isaac decided to speak first and address the moderator, introducing himself and having a rather serious conversation with him, so he decided to get straight to the point. The Phoenix Guildmaster emphasized that he had something to ask, and upon hearing his proposal, Mia began to tense up a little, as she did not know what to expect from such a character. She couldn't understand who this young man was, and he certainly wasn't talking about anything like that. So she asked him not to say anything stupid because her sister Arya might be watching them. But Isaac was not going to remain silent. He apologized for his boldness and said that he had something to say, as it was very important for changing the situation. The young master began to talk about how each of us had lost so much because of the viruses that had robbed them of their friends, allies, family, loved ones, and even their homes. Isaac had no intention of forgetting a single moment from the past, as such a thing could not be forgiven, and every virus must be punished for depriving people of their meaning in life. The young man understood that they were very weak and could do nothing in such a situation, and were forced to simply watch as their loved ones were taken away from them. The Phoenix Guildmaster had been waiting for this day with a deep hatred for viruses in his heart, and continuing the test was just a waste of time because they had to be chosen as operators. Isaac promised that if Aiden chose them as his operators, he would not regret it, and they would be much more useful than the current operators, but he shouldn't have said that. Isaac says he understands that the current operators did everything they could, but now the moderator needs strong operators who are capable of protecting people from viruses. And so he continues to insist that they would be ideal candidates because they have experience, wisdom, and strength. But Arya said that such a thing cannot be ignored. Aiden's first operator said that she was one of those who personally trained the children selected by Aiden, and they definitely couldn't be better than them. Her appearance is a shock to everyone. The trouble is that Isaac didn't even notice her approach and thought she might be a member of the rank, but he definitely didn't remember her. So the question of who Arya is remains open. If Isaac was stunned, his friend said that Arya should not dare to approach Isaac in such a disrespectful manner if she didn't want any trouble. The man clearly misunderstood and warned Arya not to suck up to the moderator and not to get carried away, knowing her place while he was still being nice. He stated that those who know nothing usually try to attract attention with cheap tricks, and that he didn't even know that his post had started a whole avalanche of anger. Isaac turned out to be a reasonable young man and immediately rushed to calm the rebel down and reminded him that they were not at the market but in the moderator's office, even though the latter was babbling. The insolent red-headed young man was unlucky to run into an operator like Mia, who, for disrespecting an Aryan, could have torn his head off without trial or investigation. The camera woman didn't wait long, and with amazing strength, she slammed the insolent young man's head into the floor, breaking his forehead. It would be a good lesson in manners for him. For the desperate man, it would have been a lesson that once you have been warned not to make unnecessary noise, you should listen to what the cameramen tell you. Mia recognized the main truth, which was that the guild members had no discipline, and reminded them that they had forgotten the main rule she had warned them about long ago. Now Mia had to talk to Isaac personally and ask him why the hell his friend had gone berserk and was now pulling some kind of incomprehensible stunt, even though he had been warned. Isaac realized that he was in big trouble, and Mia reminded him that she had warned him and listed the basic rules of conduct in the moderator's office. She also clearly stated that he hadn't caused any problems, but his people had decided to act differently and had greatly angered the operator. Mia had been holding herself back the whole time because her sister Arya was watching her, but they had pushed her too far with their antics. People were shocked that even members of the rank could not say anything against Ms. Mia, and for the first time saw her so angry, as they had always seen her as a pleasant and kind person. But all operators are different, and each of them has their own boiling point that should not be crossed if, of course, you value your life and teeth. Mia's angry tirade was stopped by a gentle gesture from Arya, who stroked her adoptive sister's head and asked her to stop being angry because nothing terrible had happened. Arya assured her that everything was fine and that she shouldn't have gotten so worked up. But Mia wasn't going to back down because she was right. They had been warned about the rules of conduct, and they had broken them in the most blatant way possible. Isaac was shocked that this mysterious girl was talking to Mia as if she were just a child, wondering who the hell she was, given her authority and power. The Guildmaster Phoenix thought quite correctly that this girl with blue hair could simply be the new operator he knew nothing about. This chaos was not going to continue for long, as the moderator finally decided to tell everyone why this meeting had been called. Aiden solemnly announced that he had gathered everyone there to finally select new operators and conduct a final exam to choose the most worthy candidates. The moderator suggested getting straight down to business and starting the final stage. Isaac began to sense something strange in the air when Aiden addressed everyone directly. Isaac felt tremendous pressure in the air and admitted that he had never felt this way when he had the chance to meet the former moderator. But Aiden was something new in his experience. Now the Phoenix Guildmaster felt firsthand why everyone called Aiden the new moderator. So it was definitely not for his good looks, but for his unique skills. Aiden quickly noticed the interesting newcomer and asked if his name was really Isaac. He said he understood what Isaac was trying to say, but that there would be no exceptions. The test would proceed as planned, and the conditions would not change. He asked Isaac if he was sure he would be better than Jake and Siri since he was from the guild. If he really believed that, he would have to prove it in practice during the exam. Siri and Jake would also take the exam, and there would be no exceptions for them either. And of course, he would also impose a complete ban on the use of operator commands, as everything must be fair, and if the daredevil proved that he was better than them, then there would be a separate conversation. Aiden promised that if Isaac proves his abilities, he will create a personal weapon of conquest for him, as worthy talent should be rewarded. The contest is interesting, as are the prizes, and the mention of what a weapon of conquest is and the promise to give it to the winner sounded quite encouraging to the other players. This is the most powerful weapon a moderator can create, and it is the highest level of skill available to him, so the chance to obtain it was also pleasing. For Aiden, changing the setting is as easy as clicking a finger, so he decides not to wait long and with a single movement of his fingers, begins to change the location to another setting. Suddenly, the entire room exploded with hundreds of red lanterns, and bright white elements began to fall from the sky, creating a multitude of bright elements around them. Shocked, Isaac and his people couldn't believe what was happening, how the moderator could so quickly and imperceptibly change the interior right before their eyes. The place changed in an instant, and they didn't even have time to blink before everything became completely different, and it was impossible to even make sense of what had happened. Now Aiden emphasized that it was time to figure out the whole situation, and that, as the moderator, he now had to tell the future participants what to expect. It was time to tell them what to expect on the exam in order to clearly explain all the conditions of the exam and specify the location, time, conditions, and method of conducting it. Unexpectedly, while walking around and inspecting everyone present in his usual energetic manner, Aiden saw a familiar face under a wide blue hood. Finally, this stranger decided to stop hiding and show his true face, as he was noticed by an old friend from the days when Aiden was still a green novice. Kevin. It was the same leader of the Griffin Guild who had offered Aiden to join his ranks when he was still very young and inexperienced, and now he was a moderator. Aiden realized that this was his old friend and smiled slightly, assuring him that everything would be fine now that he had recognized him, meaning that everything would be as it was before. As a sign of their long-standing friendship, Aiden patted Kevin on the shoulder and exchanged friendly smiles with him, because friendship was important to him, and Aiden didn't remember everything perfectly. Sentimentality would have to wait, and now Aiden announced that in a short while the participants would be transported to a so-called test site, which would be a random city. One of the cities on this continent, called Vonsen, was chosen for the exam, and this should have greatly alarmed all the players, but that was the whole secret. The participants were alarmed that the exam would take place outside the village of Urk, far from the safe region, in a city full of viruses where the laws of the world do not apply. Siri and Jake asked if this was true and if the road would be very dangerous, and Aiden reassured them, saying that he would simply transport them to this location and everything would be fine. Besides, it had been a long time since the place had been turned into ruins, and the viruses had been able to multiply there, so the training ground would be just perfect. Vonsen is the city closest to the village of Urk, so he wants to make it as safe as possible, and the goal of the future operators is to return it to the moderator's control, which is the essence of the test. It doesn't matter what methods they use, as the main goal is to completely clear the area of viruses and return the village to the moderator's full control. As expected, all players began to complain that this was definitely not a test for normal people, as the moderator wanted them to fight the viruses with sticks. Aiden deprived them of their rights to use operator commands, which they couldn't have in the first place, and simply told them to go and die. Aiden understands that the word virus scares them. Yes, it's scary, but how did they decide to become operators in the first place, since it would be their daily job, and it would be better to give up this idea if they were afraid at the very beginning. As a normal moderator, Aiden gave everyone who was afraid to challenge their fear the opportunity to leave before the trial began, because once it started, it would be too late to run away. This is a very difficult test that you have to dare to take, so people were given a choice, and now the players are faced with a difficult choice because they wanted everything so much. As expected, quite a few participants decided to drop out and leave before things got too serious, and people made their choice. Aiden looked at the crowd of people who had left the test site and drew his own conclusions, but now it was time to pay attention to those who had decided to challenge their fears. What can I say? There were way more people willing to face their fears and clean the city of viruses than the moderator could have expected. Good. Aiden admitted that he had scared them a little, but it was necessary in order to weed out those who were not confident in their own abilities, as in the current reality, there was no room for the weak. He admitted that even though this was a test, as a moderator, he couldn't just throw them into the jaws of death, as he was responsible for their safety. Aiden promised that nothing bad would happen to them while he was there, but they should remain vigilant, as the location would be full of viruses of all levels. It was still a very dangerous area, so 2 operators would be assigned to watch them, and also evaluate their actions from the sidelines, in order to select the strongest. But he couldn't let people who were under restrictions go completely unarmed, so Aiden had to give them at least some equipment to minimize losses and bloodshed. Activating his moderator powers, he distributes weapons to everyone present, which should work well in tandem with their nature and provide normal support in difficult situations. Confused by such a sudden rain of swords, Aiden explained to the players that he had temporarily given them weapons that contained their power, because he was responsible for them if they went out empty-handed. The moderator did this because with the ordinary weapons that any player possesses, it would be completely pointless and meaningless to fight viruses that are naturally immune to weapons. Isaac was pleased to receive the weapon he wanted, and admitted that everything was going as he had planned, and that he was not disappointed with the turn of events. Kevin, who was given a sword, finally realized that he could avenge the deaths of his comrades, who could not be brought back by any magic, but he would avenge their souls. Now that weapons had been distributed to all those who wanted to try their hand at clearing the city of viruses, Aiden was ready to begin this battle, which would be difficult for all participants. As a proper moderator, Aiden expects good results from the candidates for the title of operator, and is confident that they will bring him only good news. Now that everyone is gathered and the rules are known and announced, a large group of potential operators set off to meet their fate and challenge the Vansen viruses. As a true leader should, Aiden watched with his gaze those brave souls who decided to overcome their fear and stand up against those who had taken over the world. But Mia and Arya had questions for him and asked if everything would be okay, since none of them except Siri Jake had any experience with viruses, and it would be better to train them at the base. Aiden replied that this test was necessary because to become an operator, one must at least have the courage to stand up to viruses, which not everyone can do. After that incident 3 years ago, following the fall of the former moderator, people became obsessed with fear of viruses, which completely paralyzed their lives. And so, potential future operators found themselves at a testing point, and now they faced the same difficult task that moderator Aiden had set for them. The border town of Urk, indeed the town of Vanson on the border with Irka, looked simply horrific after being taken over by viruses and turned into a veritable post-apocalyptic hell. At first glance, the cleanup went smoothly because the experienced players, who were also members of the elite ranks, knew how to use their weapons properly, so everything went well. Both Camilla and Lily demonstrated excellent sword skills and wondered if it was a trick that they were able to get rid of the virus so easily, especially for the first time. Camilla couldn't believe that such a thing was possible, as she now had the best weapon she had ever used in her life, because the sword contained the power of Aiden. Lily replied that it was just a weapon and that everything was going much better than expected because they had an inter-network screen and didn't have to worry about infection, and that was the secret. Now that they had a full set of real operators, they didn't have to fear fighting viruses and didn't know what limitations in time and potential were, as everything was within their power. There was no doubt that experienced fighters and high-ranking members such as Camilla and Lily would not be afraid to fight the virus with the protection and weapons powered by Aiden's energy. What can we say? Their strength is incredible, and Kevin watched them, doubting whether he could ever become equal to the players gathered here. The young man felt a complex sense of inadequacy, doubting his own abilities as the people he saw were attacking the viruses without hesitation, and he understood that incredible people had gathered here. Kevin understood that he couldn't just stand there, as he had a special mission to return Vanson and take the operator exam, and everyone had received notification before the start of the test. The rules were that the more points you had, the greater your chance of becoming an operator, so it was worth hurrying up, because he had no right to be afraid since he had weapons and protection. In this exam, everyone is on equal terms, and he, like everyone else, has an inter-network screen, so he also has full rights and opportunities to prove himself to the fullest. With a weapon charged with the moderator's energy, he must fight viruses just like all the other players who came to this exam with them, so everything is the same. But you can't take away the normal fear of the unknown that Kevin is now facing, as this is his first battle with a virus. Kevin's legs trembled treacherously as the young man found himself in such a situation for the first time in his life, and his inferiority complex reinforced his insecurity and fear. Fear and complexes paralyzed Kevin's body, and he felt that he could not move even when the powerful virus was closing in on him. Everything went wrong. The young leader's weapon flew away, and now he was completely left to his own devices and the mercy of fate, which should have saved him from a meaningless death. Kevin's sword lay somewhere nearby, but someone, looking very strange, chopped up the viral parts and thus saved the young fighter's life. But who could have done such a thing? By some miracle, Kevin managed to escape certain death, and now he looked fearfully at the person who had decided to stand up for a complete stranger. The savior was Isaac, who had no intention of reproaching Kevin for his weakness, but only recognized him as a member of the Griffin Guild from the insignia on his cloak. Isaac calmly replied that there was nothing shameful in being afraid, as the players did not yet know what death was, and this was a completely new experience for them. Fear in this situation was a completely natural emotion, and Kevin should not force himself to become an operator if he did not feel like it. If he was afraid and couldn't gather his strength, he should look around and analyze the situation to figure out where he could be needed, as fighting was not the only way out in this situation. Kevin listened calmly to Isaac and admitted that he was right, as the front line cannot survive on combat reserves alone. Support from the rear is also necessary. He couldn't do anything when his friends and comrades were dying in droves during the first wave of infection, and he came here to change his indecisiveness. Kevin felt pathetic and admitted that he couldn't be such a coward for the rest of his life, and that he had to change immediately. The young man ruffled his hair to calm himself and clear his mind, and ordered himself to pull himself together and not panic like a frightened child. Following Isaac's advice, Kevin decides that he must do everything he can to avoid being a burden to the fighters, and to help in any way he can during the siege. Isaac proved himself to be a true leader in the situation, ordering all the players to gather and hurry up, as they had a lot of work to do and the viruses were not going away. The so-called leader explained that it was foolish to delay dealing with the viruses, and that if they continued to play around, they would dig their own graves. After analyzing the landscape, he realized that the so-called black funnel in the middle of the city was the very point where the viruses were coming from, and they knew it. "We have to feel our way forward," Isaac commanded the players to move forward. But just as they were about to take a step, a terrible rumbling of the earth knocked him off balance. He wanted to hold on to his people better and began to panic a little, as no one could give a clear answer as to why the earth was shaking, but he began to understand its nature. He was wrong, because soon the monster hiding behind the facades of the houses appeared. It was a creature with many eyes and long, spider-like black legs. Now even the cold-blooded Isaac, who seemed to fear absolutely nothing, had his jaw hanging open, as the boys certainly did not expect to see such a creature in Vanson. It was clear to the naked eye that this was an unusual virus, as the size of this creature was simply incredible, and it was definitely not a typical virus with incredible potential. The classification of this creature was as follows. It was an anomaly called fear, which affected the psycho-emotional state of everyone who had the misfortune to cross its path, and instilled panic. Before Isaac's eyes, a complete collapse began as all the players succumbed to panic and literally screamed that they were scared and begged someone, anyone, to move away from them, and simply begged for help. Although Saku was scared, he tried to hold on and told everyone to calm down immediately, and those who were highly resistant to stress and attacks to calm their comrades. But he himself almost became the anomaly's lunch. Sensing his paralysis and the fear of the people around him, it was ready to jump off his back and devour anyone it could find. Isaac was ready to say goodbye to life, but just as he had once saved the frightened Kevin from death, he was snatched from the clutches of the virus by the law of karma. The boy couldn't come to his senses, sitting on the ground and watching the digital remains of the virus that could have easily taken his life, but everything turned out fine. Isaac looked up at the one who had saved him and the others from the monster, who was clearly not of their level and was pleasantly shocked by who had come to their aid. Everything was as they had been promised, and standing before him were the current operators of the village, Urk, Siri, and Jake, who were now asking if everyone who had survived the anomaly attack was okay. These two came to the aid of the operator candidates, even though the potential candidates could be formidable opponents due to their strength. All this time, Aiden himself, along with Arya and the dragon Sirius, watched the exam participants on a broadcast screen from their offices as the so-called jury. Arya replied that she knew everything would be fine. Aiden agreed that with Sirius and Jake around, there would be no problems, and if the situation got out of control, they would intervene. Aiden's cameraman asked him what he thought of these young people and whether he had already taken a liking to anyone, but he did not rush to answer and thought about it. When Aiden gathered his thoughts, he remembered that he liked only two candidates, Isaac and Camilla, who worked like a real berserker with the sea at her knees. Arya also agreed that Isaac was definitely the best of all those present at the trial, as he had already proven himself to be a true leader. This candidate was so good at assessing situations and managing people, and he also had leadership qualities and charisma, and had the makings of an operator. Arya hastened to remind everyone that there were also many good people among the new recruits, even if you took Isaac out of the picture, hinting at Kevin, who was trying hard. Kevin, listening to Isaac's advice, decided to do everything he could to be useful, and took care of his wounded comrades, noticing little things that others overlooked. Thanks to Kevin, they managed to eliminate the remaining viruses that could have become a big problem if forgotten, and could have spread even more infection throughout the city. He really liked what he saw and was pleased that Kevin, whom he had placed his trust in, had performed so well in this test when he gathered his strength. The idyllic observation of talented candidates was interrupted by Mia, who turned to the moderator because she had something to say to him, as she felt uneasy. Aiden immediately asked Mia what had happened, and the operator explained that it might just be her strange feelings, but something was wrong. All the while, Mia, as promised to the candidates by the moderator and operators, watched what was happening on the ground and felt that there was definitely something dangerous on the map. The moderator immediately asked about the danger and whether it would be difficult for her to handle the problem, and Mia replied that it would be better for him to see it for himself so that he would know. Arya reminded her that she could give her a signal if something terrible happened, but the fox reassured her that there was no need to worry, as everything was fine and she would definitely figure it out on her own. Now it was time for Mia to see for herself what this strange funnel in the middle of the city was, and without seeing it up close, it was impossible to come up with a complete plan of action. As an experienced camera woman, Mia took on the problem and had to find out for herself what was happening in the lair of the unknown virus in the middle of Vanson Square. What awaited her there was a surprise that could not have been imagined in any scenario, as in the middle of all this turmoil stood the horned silhouette of an unknown virus. Neither she nor anyone else could have imagined that this would be an encounter with someone from the distant past, someone she never expected to see again, either dead or alive. Meanwhile, at the so-called training ground for future operators, the exams were in full swing and viruses were exploding one after another in the abandoned city. The anomaly was finally defeated and lay on the ground with its mouth open, posing no threat to anyone, disintegrating into pixels. Siri and Jake were the ones who finished off this monster and saved people from certain death, as no one knew what was hiding there. The operators admitted that it was harder than they thought, but they were lucky because this enemy was quite easy to defeat, despite its large size. Isaac, who had been watching the cameraman's dialogue and their fight the whole time, admitted that these people were quite strong, as they were able to get rid of the giant with one blow, even though their level was much lower than his. He couldn't wrap his head around it, but when Jake spoke to him and warned them to be more careful, the guildmaster dismissed his doubts. Jake explained that it was a monster that had turned into Mozart through faith and had become much more dangerous than a normal virus, but that they had very low intelligence. Therefore, if you know how to fight them, there will be no problems. And Isaac admitted that although he may be better than them, when this monster appeared, he was confused and admitted his mistake. Isaac admitted how pathetic he was and that it wasn't enough to be confident that becoming an operator was easy. There was a lot of information to learn, and he had to study under Siri and Jake. Now that Isaac had seen everything with his own eyes, he could not deny the fact that Siri and Jake were simply excellent operators, and he even felt ashamed of his words. Now he was fully motivated to move forward, and it was time to get moving, which he reminded everyone as they needed to destroy the funnel in order to bring Vonson back. Now Camilla had a question for Siri and was curious if a monster infected with the virus became so dangerous, then what would happen to a high-level infected player? But the current operator herself did not know what to expect, and honestly admitted that she had no experience fighting such creatures, as those who fought them were of a higher level than her. The only thing Siri knew was that infected players become much stronger than they were in life, and now they will live by different laws in the world of shadows. The operator admitted that they were not yet strong enough to fight such opponents, and therefore Mr. Aiden still wanted to increase his strength in order to have a chance against them. Mia negotiated with the moderator and asked if he could see what was unfolding before her eyes, because what she was seeing was definitely beyond the bounds of reason. She was a little unsure of what she was seeing, but now everything was quite clear, and she understood that the creature she had encountered was not simple in its power and dark aura. Now it was clear that Arya was right about something very dangerous lurking there, and Mia could now speak with certainty about the danger because she had seen it all herself. The very form of the creature and its features were quite familiar, as the contours of the hair and clothing and the horned helmet resembled someone Mia might have known long ago. Aiden and Arya watched the exam as judges and caught Mia's signal, so they agreed that it was a virus. Moreover, it was the first time they had seen this particular form. Aiden asked Arya if a new type of virus could have emerged in 3 years of evolution, and Arya reminded her foster sister not to take on too much. Mia was assigned to simply observe for a while and make sure everything was as safe as possible, and she promised to take care of everything so that the candidates would not be harmed. Be that as it may, the Fox operator felt a very strange feeling in her soul that simply dictated that something was definitely wrong here, and that this monster was definitely not simple. Mia felt that something was wrong with this virus and suspected that she had seen it somewhere before, and that everything about it looked extremely familiar from the past. But she didn't care at all because she wasn't going to think about it, and Mia was sure that it was somehow related to the virus, so she just wanted to delete it. But she didn't have time to take a step before the virus rushed at her at great speed, as if it was conscious and could recognize her with incredible ease, which was shocking. Frightened, Mia didn't understand what this virus was that she couldn't fight off, and that had come at her with such speed, and she didn't know what would happen next, or what to do. It grabbed her hand, which greatly frightened and surprised the cameraman, as the virus tried to block the deletion, something a simple virus without intelligence could not do. A normal virus would not even think of grabbing the cameraman's hand, who was about to use the delete command, because it could not see it. The virus lunged at Mia, who miraculously managed to escape its attack and paid for her carelessness with only a strand of pink hair cut off. Mia was enraged that this bastard dared to attack her and challenge her, since she was supposed to be the one deleting viruses, not him destroying her. After receiving a painful blow to the head, Mia couldn't withstand such a swift strike and rushed to strike back at her opponent in response to the virus's vile attack. Now Mia and the unknown infected player were fighting each other, and the battle was in full swing, as they had to get rid of the virus before it reached the candidates. Mia fought back with equal force and launched a fireball at the mutant virus to completely paralyze its movements and win a chance to escape. One could have breathed a sigh of relief and enjoyed an easy victory when Mia engulfed her opponent in flames, which should have dealt him a great deal of damage and killed him. But the virus broke free from the barrage of fire and survived the operator's attack, escaping from the storm of fire as if it had a mind of its own. Mia wasn't going to let the monster get away just like that and fired her signature fireball at it, trying to knock it off its feet and stop it. She couldn't let this monster break through to the ordinary players and former NPCs who had no real combat experience, especially against strong viruses. But as it turned out, this virus had extraordinary knowledge that allowed it to read Mia's attacks. Now she had to understand that everything was definitely not happening by chance. The virus deflected Mia's fire attack with a purple dome and was able to repel the powerful fire attack, so its intelligent nature is beyond doubt. The virus had no intention of letting Mia go so easily and fired a bright blue beam of light at her that could have easily decapitated her. Mia magically managed to withstand such an accurate attack, which only damaged a few strands of her hair, so she was very lucky. Now Mia realized that her opponent was definitely not easy and clearly very strong, and it would not be easy to fight him, so she had to stay. The virus turned out to be a pretty good archer and was now pulling back his bowstring, and Mia knew that it would be really bad if he hit his target. The operator couldn't think about what might happen next as she sensed that a very serious attack was about to be launched against her. Everything was spiraling out of control. The enemy's attack was extremely accurate, and now an energy arrow of light was flying towards him, threatening to take Mia's head off if she didn't move out of the way in time. Mia managed to escape the barrage of arrows, and now she must do everything possible to escape from such precise and frequent attacks. The Fox operator senses that the enemy is not giving her a chance to use her commands, and cannot predict how many more arrows he will shoot at her, as his strength is endless. Mia cannot believe that this bastard is not getting tired and continues to attack her again and again, and what's more, his attacks are very difficult to execute. Finally, Arya noticed what was happening and pointed out to Mia that the situation was becoming too serious to ignore and try to deal with it on her own. Arya offered to intervene and help her, and it seems that the moderator Aiden also agreed to send her reinforcements to Vanson, as the situation looked scary. But stubborn Mia was sure that she could break through on her own and that she would be enough, so more people would definitely not be needed, and everything looked fine. It seems that Mia has taken on too much, but she is confident that she can handle it on her own, as she subconsciously feels that her enemy is someone she knows from the distant past. Whoever it is, I'm not going to just let it happen, and if it turns out that she has taken on too much, just like she did 3 years ago after the fall, I won't let her down. The monster wasn't easy, so there was no question of leaving him now, when everything was coming to a head and could be very dangerous for ordinary players. Behind the funnel in the center of the city, a fire was burning, which immediately attracted the attention of the players who were about to move forward, raising several questions in those who knew Mia's potential. Siri immediately realized that it was Mia, and Jake, frightened, thought about what could have happened there, so they decided to hurry to the same space behind the funnel. At the training ground where Mia is now trying with all her might to stop the virus, the ground has simply burned to a state of scorched black earth where the drama unfolds. Now Mia was able to corner the virus, and surprisingly, part of its helmet skeleton had already begun to break and fall off its face, revealing a painfully familiar face. When Mia saw who was hiding behind the mask, she couldn't believe her eyes. It was him, her friend from the distant past with whom she had served as an operator. His sharp elven ears, pleasant features, and strands of bright green hair could belong to no one else but the same Dake who had served as a cameraman with her. That was how they met. Dyke had been infected with the virus, but he no longer had the same sparkle in his eyes as in the past. However, since he was a high-level character, he had survived the infection. Finally, Siri and Jake arrived at the scene and led the players to where the most serious battle they had ever seen was taking place. Siri realized that this meant that the virus was so dangerous that even she couldn't finish it off with a single blow, and that this was going to be a long and serious battle. They couldn't just stand there and watch as a massacre began before their eyes, and sharp sword blows flew across the battlefield. No one could believe what was happening, as it was simply devilry, and now none of them could understand anything, let alone follow the course of the battle. Now all the candidates saw with their own eyes what a real battle between operators looked like, using this very battle between Mia and the former operator Dyke, who had become a virus, as an example. Mia and Dyke engaged in an unequal battle, and now that she knew the identity of the virus, the operator couldn't just let him go so that he could live in peace. The Fox operator couldn't understand what was happening, and it was all strange because she thought Dyke was infected with the virus, but there were no signs of infection on his body. Moreover, Mia had the feeling that Dyke was unconscious, but attacking without a shred of doubt, as if someone was controlling him like a puppet. Mia miraculously manages to raise her hand, reinforced with a fiery attack to stop his sword, and now she will try to bring him back to consciousness with her words. Mia begs Dyke to listen to her and come back, as he cannot imagine the situation he is in, but it is all in vain, as Dyke's consciousness is asleep. It looked as if part of Dyke's brain was still asleep, and the dull gleam of his bright green eyes indicated that the elf had definitely been hypnotized and could not wake up. In the past, Dyke was a skilled archer who had strayed from the true path and now did unpleasant things, driven by his own ambitions, pride, and simple boredom with life. Unable to control himself, the archer fires his arrows left and right, destroying everyone and everything he encounters during his long raid on the players. Of course, no one would like to fall at the hands of an enemy, and the player who was shot down could not believe what had happened, as the raid was supposed to be a success. The only emotion that showed on Dyke's face was a crooked smile at the corner of his lips, which meant that he basically didn't care about the trash at his feet. Dyke was a former member of the list of the strongest players and proudly stood at level 399,999, and was simply referred to as a monster. The elf simply squeezed out a short word full of contempt and called his opponents trash that wasn't even worthy of his royal attention. Boring. He even deliberately fell into their traps, and they didn't even have proper equipment in their warehouse. What a waste of time. nothing but weaklings. The main problem that has haunted Daika all his life is boredom, which simultaneously pushes people to do terrible things and can cause long, protracted depression for the rest of their lives. After Daika's name was added to the list of heroes, he unlocked all possible achievements, and now he was simply bored and fought battle after battle, but to no avail. Now, when even the most difficult battles with other players were lost, and everything was going downhill, Daika didn't know how to get rid of the feeling of boredom that was consuming him. When Daik heard a stranger address him, he turned toward the source of the sound with an expression of complete boredom and apathy that spoke for itself without words. Mia followed him, unable to mistake him for anyone else, as this green-eyed elf had become a legendary monster who destroyed everything in his path. But Daik replied that he was definitely not in the mood to talk, let alone have a conversation with her, so it would be better if she just took off and disappeared from his sight. Of course, Mia had to leave if she didn't want to fall victim to his anger and get out of there if she didn't want to die from his lightning attacks due to her stupidity. But Mia calmly replied that she had heard about Daik's terrible temper and his aggressive behavior, so she asked if he was the one who was going around attacking everyone. Because Daik was constantly attacking other players and interfering with them in every way possible, subjecting people to harsh treatment, his karma eventually reached rock bottom. Now Daik began to lose control of himself and explained that Mia did not understand that she was told to leave in a friendly manner, so now she had to accept her punishment and not feel sorry for herself. The enraged elf declared that he would not consider Mia's age and would beat her up for her disrespect since she did not understand when she should have gotten out of his way. But now, lying beaten in a pool of their own blood was Daik, who couldn't understand how some insolent little girl with pink hair had been able to defeat him so quickly. Mia asked if Daik was awake and how much longer he was going to make her wait, telling him to wake up quickly because she had a lot to do besides him. Now the green-eyed man couldn't believe what had happened and couldn't accept the fact that he had lost, so he didn't believe his own helplessness in this situation because it was surreal. The main thing was who this mysterious girl with fox ears and a pink tail was, but Mia spoke seriously, saying that since he had come to his senses, he had to listen to her. The operator warned Daika that she had received many complaints about him, and that he had been hindering the growth of the players with his endless battles, and had long since crossed the line. That's why she came here personally, because she was an operator and couldn't just leave it at that. Now, Daika was very scared because he had met a real operator. He had already heard about operators because they were the strongest players in this world who helped the moderator, but this was the first time Daik had seen an operator with his own eyes. It was just a strange feeling in his head, and even though Daik lost, he didn't feel any humiliation or insult, which was extremely strange in every sense. On the contrary, it was what he had been waiting for a very long time, and became an impetus to find a new goal in his boring life, and most likely he found his happiness. So now his karma has fallen below 0. Mia must punish him, as this character must be separated from the ordinary players whom Daik causes irreparable harm. And with the right given to her by the moderator as an operator, I impose a penalty on the player named Daik, and also take away all his equipment as a sign of punishment. At the very moment when the punishment was about to take effect, the beaten elf stops Mia from doing something that would have changed his life for the worse with no chance of return. Grasping at straws, Daik asked what he had to do to meet Mia, as there must be many strong players like her among the operators. Before it was all over, Daik said that he would like to fight her again, and asked only to be told how he could find her again. But the operator asked if he was still in a state of delirium, thinking that he could fight her again when she found him, and ordered him to calm down. Before leaving, Mia ordered Daik to stop all his nonsense and think about his behavior, and reevaluate his outlook on life before it was too late. Finally, Daik returns to his native Hydra guild, back to the distant times when it was just founded and the apocalypse of viruses was not even a dream for players, even in their worst nightmares. All the guild members make fun of young Daik, having heard that during the moderator's raid, he was given a pretty good beating, which is now a topic of discussion every day. Once upon a time, Douglas was just a high-level player and a guild deputy who calmed Daika and promised that he could take revenge on the operator. With the guild's money and resources in his hands, he could take revenge at any time, and thanks to his stupid fame, the guild entered the top 5, and he could take as much as he wanted. Daika's level as a player dropped by 10 points, and his karma also fell below 0. He realized that the guild he had created as a cure for boredom had become his weakness. Daik thought that this must also be part of his karma, and now there was no point in staying here, as he had his own goals and would only waste valuable time here. Douglas hastened to say that while the leader was away, he had burned a very interesting deal that Daik needed to hear about because it was a breakthrough, not just a deal. Douglas said that there was a way for ordinary players to use the power system, and it was a very tempting proposition, so he immediately agreed. But Daik shut him down. The next sentence that came out of the green-eyed man's mouth completely knocked the ground out from under his deputy, who had long since planned every step of their guild's activities from A to Z for each day. Douglas thought it was just a bad joke, but Douglas replied that he had found something he really wanted to do, so he no longer needed this place and could easily leave. That's why he decided to leave. Besides, Douglas was in charge of all the formal procedures in the guild, so now the change of power would not matter much to the world. So now, with peace of mind, Dyke hands over the Hydra Guild to his deputy, who is, to put it mildly, in a state of complete shock from the news. Douglas rushed at his apathetic friend, grabbed him by the throat and shouted that he must be very strong to be so scared, since he had met the cameraman and was leaving so unexpectedly. The brunette shouted that he had been working like a slave to help him, and now the leader was saying he was just leaving. When Dyke asked him to let him go, Douglas swung at him. Dyke warned his partner not to rush into doing something he would regret for a long time, but it was too late to change anything. At the very moment when the traitor's hand rose, his leader's blood splattered everything in front of the eyes of the observers, who had the honor of witnessing the negotiations between the two leaders. As they say, a bad dog bites its master, and for his rashness, Douglas lost an eye while Dyke didn't even blink. So disgusted was he by the situation. The fact that Douglas was working hard to be on par with him, the founder of the guild, caused a strong disgust in the elf's soul because they were definitely not equal. Dyke coldly reminded him that they had never been equals and understood that Douglas was simply exploiting him, parasitizing like a blood-sucking leech on a fisherman's leg. To the other guild members who had rushed to the aid of the deputy, the former founder and leader emphasized that he would tear their heads off if they dared to get in his way. On this unpleasant, tragic, and sad note, Dyke finally leaves the guild as he now has a much more serious mission than managing idiots who only want to fight. Now that he is no longer bound by the guild or his job as a permanent adventurer and chief aggressor of the server, he can think about what to do next. He must look for the operator. He wants to find her with determination, but in a state of complete despair, he cannot do anything because he does not even know her name. He thought he could get to Mia if he wrote a complaint about anything that happened to him or someone else on the server, but he didn't know that he had been watched from behind for a long time. Dyke heard two female voices discussing him, one of them belonging to the operator he had seen before, and she said that her colleague's theory was correct. Two operators came after him at once. Mia, whom he already knew as the operator who wanted to punish him, and a new, similar-looking Seraphim, a white-haired young girl standing next to her. Dyke wondered what Mia was doing here and why there was another cameraman next to her, but he couldn't say that he was scared or unhappy about this turn of events. On the contrary, for him it was much better, because by defeating your cameraman, he could prove himself as the strongest player in this world, and then Selena would be his. However, he didn't think they would meet so soon, so he wasn't prepared for such a close fight, but you never know when your chance will come. Duke is determined to fight the operator again, but he promises that this time he will not give in to her, and that the fight will be completely fair. This time, it definitely won't be so easy, as he will fight with all his strength, as befits a player on the list of the strongest participants in the history of this world, and prove himself. But Mia remains silent in response, deciding not to show any emotion, as she knows for sure that everything will be the same as last time, and that Dyke is just showing off. Suddenly, Selena spoke up, hugging Mia as if she were a child and asking what she thought Dyke was thinking when he took out his weapon and wanted to fight. Selena, who was filming at the time, sternly said that Mia had business with him and had come such a long way, but he was just a rude guy who had no respect for his elders. But Mia calmly replied that everything would be fine and that she was capable of dealing with this problem herself, so Selena's help was not needed here, and that it was between her and Dyke. She also said that this aggressive young man must not be in the best state of mind if he is talking so seriously about fighting her. But Mia simply said that if Dyke wanted to fight her so badly, he shouldn't wait and just attack her if he wanted to prove his intentions so badly. There was no other outcome to expect than the ground littered with arrows from Dyke's bow, and everything cracked after a long, fierce battle between the two. But Dyke lost again and is now coughing up blood like a beaten dog, defeated once more by the same girl cameraman he underestimated, and treated with contempt. Mia, as expected from a strong moderator, stood over him and rightly believed that he got what he deserved for what he did when he challenged her. Duke admitted that he did everything he could in his situation, but despite his extensive experience in player versus player combat, he'd lost again to the camerawoman. It was a complete defeat, and he finally had the strength to admit that he had lost when he faced a very strong operator, so he thought that everything was over for him. Now there was no choice but to give up and let Mia take away his player rights. She had the right to do whatever she wanted. But that was definitely not the end, as there were still some conditions that Mia had previously told Dyke about, which meant that she would not rush to remove him and would give him a chance. But then something happened that no one could have expected, especially the defeated Dyke, who was shocked when Mia offered him a job as her new operator. Selena doubted that such a person should become an operator, judging by how he had behaved before he was put in his place. But Mia said that everything was fine. She liked the young man's persistence, and Mia asked if he really meant that she could do whatever she wanted, and that they were short-staffed, so he was a good fit for them. But it was impossible to say that Dyke should become a moderator right away, as he had terrible karma that needed to be corrected before anything else could be considered. Now Dyke stood in the middle of the square, surrounded by a crowd waiting for him to perform noble deeds and give gifts. The thing is, Dyke was assigned to hand out gifts to little children who were obviously very happy to see him, and were waiting for gifts from this green-eyed uncle. It was difficult for Dyke to show that he was sincerely happy with what he was doing, because his karma was extremely low, and he was torn apart by rage. But Mia's stern gaze makes it clear that they are not paying him for sloppy work, so he should stop fooling around and be serious and friendly with the children. In other words, they exploit Daika as they please and show the fool that you can not only beat people left and right and feel like a hero, but also just be a normal person. Gradually, his karma began to return to normal, and now he could calmly continue working and felt less and less anger in his heart. Dyke experienced firsthand what life was like for a simple worker, and when he was driven out like a black worker in the mines under the strict leadership of Mia. It was easy to ruin his karma, but now it is difficult to restore it, so he has to stop beating people and ruining their lives, and instead help them in every way possible. And over time, every time Mia brought Dyke out into society and let him interact with other people, his boundless malice disappeared, and Dyke was able to smile sincerely. Finally, when his karma reached a normal level and there were no more issues, Mia was able to introduce Dyke to the moderator as a new operator. The moderator looked as majestic as one would expect someone described in legends as the strongest person who controls the entire system and has absolute power over everything. Dyke admitted that he was really scared and felt normal pressure throughout his body when it finally came to actually looking the moderator in the eye. At first, he thought there was nothing special about it, but when he stood in front of the moderator, his head went blank from nerves and he became really scared. Selena admitted that she was a little nervous because she was afraid that Dyke's past could cause problems, but the elf replied that he would not do anything in front of Aster. Besides, if he did anything against the moderator, Mia would definitely kill him on the spot and smear him across the floor like a bad bug. It was obvious that he was very sensitive at that moment, and now when he thinks about what he did in the past, Dyke repents for everything he did in his recent past. He acted that way because he didn't want to see what was happening around him, and since childhood he was used to solving everything with his fists and chasing only power, considering it the only truth. But now that Dyke has rejected his past and his principles, looked around and repented, he has realized how many wonderful and diverse things there are in this world that are worthy of his attention. Mia showed Dyke that there is another side to life besides endlessly fighting and hurting people left and right, and taught him how to live a normal life. Dyke expressed his sincere gratitude to Mia and respected her for the fact that if it weren't for her, he would have continued to attack players and simply wandered around the world, losing all his karma. He asked Mia for one thing. If he ever went back down the wrong path, she had to punch him in the face so that he would return to his normal state. The girl laughed loudly because she certainly did not expect her friend to ask her for such a favor, but she could not refuse, so it would be as he wished. But Dyke was serious about it and just looked at Mia with shining eyes, hinting that her beating would definitely help him, and how right he was. With a happy smile, Mia replied that even if he hadn't asked her personally, she would have done it anyway so that he wouldn't whine to her later that it hurt. And now what Mia couldn't wait to happen had happened, and now the infected Dyke was fighting her, and she was the one who had to give him a beating. Mia couldn't understand why this was continuing and why he couldn't hear her voice, as the situation was now getting serious and she was starting to be afraid of everything. Everything looked so scary that she is now thinking about asking her sister Arya or the moderator for help, as Mia is now very afraid of the consequences. Dyke turned out to be a very strong opponent, and the virus that entered his body literally controls Dyke's body, and although Mia is an experienced operator, it is not enough. Her former partner shot Mia with a beam of light and directed such a powerful stream of energy to burn his opponent, not knowing what he was doing. The so-called follower's mark now worked on Mia, and the operator realized that this was the same skill that Dyke always used in any battles against players. The main problem is that once you become a target, the attack can never miss, and since that's the case, she has no choice but to go all in. Two forces of equal strength, though different in nature, collided as some of the strongest operators of the old world, Dyke and Mia, faced each other in battle. There is no choice but to throw an attack that is opposite in nature right at him, because otherwise he would surely wipe her out, and now Mia must fight. Everything must be done to ensure that these techniques collide, as this could even cause the Earth to move, and therefore Mia must stop her former friend by any means necessary. Such a powerful attack caused the sphere separating Mia and Operator Dyke from the other world to explode, and the glow of the explosion lit up the space around them, making everything look terrifying. The players who arrived as exam participants sensed that this did not bode well, and that they needed to retreat until they were out of the line of fire. Jake and Siri understood perfectly well that Mia was involved, as she had gone to the source of the dark energy of the virus, and now their colleague was definitely in danger. Mia is doing everything she can to knock Dyke out of action and prevent the virus from spreading further, but she doesn't realize that she herself has attracted attention with the explosion. She remembered very well that Dyke had asked her to knock all the crap out of him, and now he was on the wrong path, so it was her sacred duty to take him out. Mia screamed that Dyke was an idiot and punched him in the face, breaking the mask that was part of his essence like a suit covering his body and face. Now everything went as Dyke had asked, and Mia managed to beat the shit out of him, which Dyke had definitely accumulated much more of than before. The city began to turn into ruins, and it became clear that the situation was definitely taking a turn for the worse, and that the exam for the position of moderator was going completely differently than expected. The candidates couldn't figure out what was going on, and everything was unfolding so strangely that the city would soon be lying in ruins from the explosions. Siri is looking for Mia and calling her when Camilla realizes that at this rate, they will all destroy Vanson, and Owen correctly identifies the problem as a dangerous virus in the ruins. The thing is, the operators themselves destroyed the target that was supposed to be part of their operator exam, and now they think that the exam itself is going wrong. But the main problem now is to find Mia, who is nowhere to be found, and there are only loud explosions around, as Mia is definitely in mortal danger right now. Siri managed to find Mia and saw her silhouette sitting over an unknown young man who was now lying unconscious on the floor, and now she will look for her. Siri and Jake, along with a crowd of candidates, pushed their way forward and asked if she was okay, but Mia just shouted Dyke's name, trying to revive the man. Cameramen Siri and Jake were in shock when they saw what was happening, and that their colleague was trying to revive Dyke, whom they certainly couldn't have known. Mia looked very bad. Her whole head was covered in blood and she had clearly been injured. Her opponent, Dyke, was very strong, and she was silent. Operators Siri and Jake asked who this young man was as they did not know him, and Dyke was lying unconscious on the floor, covered in the energy of the virus. Mia replied that the young man's name was Dyke, and that she now had to explain where he came from and how she knew him. A long time ago, Dyke was a cameraman for a former moderator just like her. Hearing this, Aiden's cameramen and the candidates were shocked by such statements. It was hard to believe that this virus-infected young man, beaten and with his green hair torn out, could have been a cameraman in the past and had been infected before. All these sentiments were interrupted by one of the candidates, who announced that they were in trouble and that a whole crowd of viruses was approaching them, sensing the gathering of people. The man in the hood arrived just in time, before the situation escalated to the point where it could no longer be ignored for safety reasons. Everyone understood perfectly well that the viruses were able to find them precisely because a terrible battle had unfolded here, which was like a magnet, and now the viruses rushed here in droves. Sensing a fat payday in the form of operators and strong players they could parasitize after infection. Now no one knew what to do, but it was decided to prepare for battle. However, a reasonable number of players decided to get out of there before it was too late to retreat. Mia realized that it was finally time to call Aria for help, as the whole situation was taking a shocking turn, and she couldn't handle it all on her own anymore. But there was no need to call Aria, as she had been watching them for a long time, and knew everything that was happening there, so she decided to arrive at the scene. All players clearly sensed what was happening and announced that the moderator was approaching, accompanied by Arya, who would resolve all issues. Called by all these viral energies in Mia's battle with the infected Dyke, Arya arrived, confident that this battle would be a piece of cake for her, and that she would solve it without any problems. Arya politely asked permission to help the players solve the virus problem, because she was also responsible for the safety of the players during the exam. The assistant moderator's signature move is the same thunderstorm that resembles the wrath of Zeus, the Thunderer, and can literally burn anyone who stands in its way. The viruses began to melt under the attacks, just as ice would melt under the sunlight, which to everyone looked like a manifestation of the will of the ancient gods. Even experienced players from the ranking list cannot believe what is happening, and that such power can be real. This is beyond their comprehension. Arya has been known from the beginning as antivirus, so such power could easily be explained by Arya's initial position as an Aster operator known as antivirus. Prospective operators who are already very strong cannot understand how Arya trained to achieve such a high level of power. Arya reminded the participants that they had no time to sit around with their hands in their laps, as the exam was not over yet, and they had to be careful not to mess up. Arya teased them by asking if they had changed their minds about becoming operators, adding that she had taken care of most of the problems and that they could handle the less dangerous ones themselves. So now the cheerful crowd rushed forward to challenge the fear that awaited them after Arya had cleared the way for them from viruses. Mia watched what was happening, unaware of what was going on in front of her, unaware that the moderator, Aiden, was watching her from the shadows. She did not know that Aiden had come to her aid, carrying the unconscious Dake who was lying on the ground without any signs of life. Aiden appeared from behind Mia and praised her for a job well done, which she had indeed done correctly, and now he had to help her with her rescue plan. Now that Mia had done everything right and done her job well, she asked them to leave everything to them and step aside to rest. Everything would be fine now. Mia decided not to be proud and asked the moderator Aiden for help, asking if there was anything that could be done in this situation. her eyes screaming for help. Besides, Aiden had promised her earlier that he would fulfill any request if Mia agreed to become an operator, and now the chance she had been waiting for so long had finally come. Aiden remembered his promise well, so he immediately agreed to fulfill it, and besides, Dyke's case seemed very interesting to him in practice. That's why he was here, to see with his own eyes another case of serious viral infection in the former operator named Dyke. The thing was that all the viruses he had seen before had a core, but this virus was very different from those he had encountered before. Now it was worth trying what he wanted to do from the very beginning, as there was a good chance that everything would go as he wanted, and Dyke could be saved easily. In order to fix the bugs directly in the system without removing the player, Aiden is transferred to the BIOS of the system, where the status of a specific subject should be visible. And then he saw what had happened to Dyke and completely destroyed his nature as a normal, strong player. This was something new, but Aiden, as a moderator, was able to handle it. Dyke was as if bound by threads of energy that controlled him like a puppet in the hands of a puppeteer, dancing to his commands. Dyke's body was controlled by a parasitic viral entity that had taken over his mind and digital body, so in the real world it looked different, and there was no core as usual. Now the moderator understood the reason for the infected Dyke's abnormal appearance, and admitted that his nature was indeed significantly different from what he had seen before. Aiden knows that this is very different from the typical virus infections he has seen before, and that this parasitic entity specializes in controlling objects. This suited him just fine, as now he didn't have to remove the virus or restore the player, and he was incredibly happy about this, as everything would be much easier. Now he could cut the energy threads that were holding the paralyzed Dyke in place, and not letting him go. Once he made a promise, he had to fulfill what he promised Mia. With one easy movement, Aiden cut the energy threads that held Dyke and cut off the monster that was parasitizing the unfortunate former operator. He succeeded. The clash of two very unequal forces caused a great burst of light and an explosion that illuminated everything around, and clearly showed that Aiden had indeed changed everything. Aiden had once again encountered a new form of infection and now found a way to deal with it, taking another important step in his development toward a new level of power. As soon as the viral parasite was cut off from his body, Dyke began to come to his senses, open his eyes, and turn to see what was happening around him. He was alive. Weak but alive, Mia leaned over him, screaming for him to open his eyes and come to, and it was clear why she was so scared. The green-eyed man opened his eyes and asked what Mia was doing there and if he was still asleep, and why she was covered in wounds as if she had been dragged across the asphalt. Mia angrily shouted that it was all this idiot's fault, and that she couldn't believe he had made her suffer because of the damn virus, and Dyke shouted that he was also in pain from the blows. After being beaten so badly, Dyke realized that he was definitely not asleep, since Mia was so angry with him and beating him like a dog. She kept her promise and returned him to normal life, freeing him from the infection and breaking the hypnosis that the virus controller had put him under. When he was brought back to life, Dyke sincerely thanked Mia for saving him once again from the slippery slope that would have led him down a very questionable path in life. For those who had planned to use Dyke in their ambitious schemes, the situation took a completely different turn, and the plans of those who had betrayed their former leader were thwarted. All plans went awry when Aiden freed Dyke from the virus that controlled him like a puppet, hinting that his plans had gone awry. The hacking of Dyke's character failed, and it was impossible to believe what had happened. The man wondered whether he had died, or left the game because he wanted to use him as a puppet. But this bastard turned out to be too strong to control, and his release ruined the plans, but he doesn't want to call Regina either. Douglas, the master of the Hydra Guild, feels very comfortable in his new reality as a cheater hacker, and has to check what exactly knocked Dyke out of his well-coordinated plan. Now that Dyke has been fired, all that remains is to cover his tracks before leaving the BIOS system and returning to normal. But first, he has to restore everything. As a moderator, Aiden must restore everything that is happening here and do everything possible to return the system to normal and return to reality. He must start the recovery process, restore the default settings, fix everything that could have gone wrong, and cure the system itself from a long virus downtime. Aiden has now restored the entire destroyed Vance as a so-called frontline zone near his native village of Urk, which will no longer border the virus-infected big city. Just in case, Aiden built a new internetwork screen around the village of Urk, which was now needed to protect the area from virus attacks. The city of Vanson finally returned to normal life, and its restoration was finally complete. Aiden could now be proud of himself, but this was only part of his work. Siri couldn't help but admire how great Mr. Aiden was, and everything he had done to bring back at least some stability to this world, destroyed by chaos. Restoring such a large city was no small task, and it was a great relief that the moderator and the people were now under Aiden's complete control. Isaac couldn't believe what had happened, as rebuilding it would take forever, but he also thought it would be difficult to restore this place even if it was cleaned up. And now, with such extensive experience behind him, Isaac is confident that he can defeat all viruses without any problems, if he continues to maintain his reputation. And most importantly, if Siri and Jake are around, everything will definitely be fine, and Aiden must do everything he can to be with his idols. Aiden and Arya. The operator test is complete, and it's time to announce the results. Aiden announced that they all did a good job, which was indeed the case, and all the players proved themselves. Aiden explained that thanks to them, they were able to regain first place, which is close to his home village, and that this is only the beginning of his journey to restore the world. At the same time, their sphere of activity will now expand, and for security reasons, Aiden will install an additional security system in the border areas to ensure people's safety. Therefore, for complete safety and convenience for everyone, he plans to upgrade the public portal to improve life for all. As it happens, there are many applicants for the first test, and he needs to announce the results of the test, which means choosing those who were lucky enough to pass it. Now that Aiden has selected the lucky ones who will become operators, he must announce their names to the general public so that everyone knows which geniuses have made it through. To make it interesting, Aiden builds suspense and gradually leads everyone up to the announcement of the names of the new operators, because it's no fun to reveal everything at once. It's no secret that the highest scores on the exam were achieved by none other than Siri and Jake, who were already part of Aiden's entourage and will not leave it under any circumstances. The first two to get the chance to become operators were Isaac and Camilla, who proved themselves to be smart, quick players who managed to do everything to break through. Next came three who also proved themselves to be smart and capable players, Lily, Owen, and Rook, who were also on the list of ranked members and confirmed their strength by participating in the match. The fact that they were on the front lines and proved themselves to be skilled fighters allowed them to earn maximum points, and absolutely everyone who was there would agree with that. And finally, the last candidate was Kevin himself, who did not expect to be chosen, as he considered himself a nobody who was afraid of his own shadow and the wind. Kevin's mouth fell open in surprise when he heard this, but Aiden confirmed that all the names that would be called would be appointed as operators, and Kevin was frightened. He was chosen because Kevin was the one who kept the team spirit alive and supported his comrades until the very end, ensuring that they did not lose heart when everything was very scary and dangerous. Kevin was the one who took command of clearing the viruses and received good reviews, and although it may not seem important, it was one of the most important tasks on the battlefield. Even after the test was over, Kevin made sure to clean the area of viruses and finish the job, which means that Kevin has very good attention to detail and a wide field of vision. Aiden explained to the insecure Kevin that he was highly qualified and should believe in himself and be proud of himself, as he was an extremely strong and intelligent player. Therefore, Aiden would be very happy to have Kevin in his ranks, and for him to help him further on this path, as Kevin himself was the one who helped Aiden a long time ago. Kevin saw Isaac, who had noticed from the very beginning that Kevin was not weak, even if he lacked the fighting spirit, and had strong potential as a support player. Isaac nodded approvingly to Kevin, as he had always believed in him, and knew that he would definitely break through if he proved himself as a strong player and did what he was good at. Now Aiden had something important to tell them and introduce someone they might already know. So he introduced them to Deke, a former operator he had saved earlier. Deke, along with Mia, would help him, and no one could believe their eyes when they saw the former operator, who had to be strong, especially since there were so many operators gathered there. Aiden emphasized that their attitude toward today's test was simply wonderful, and he was moved by the fact that everyone had overcome their fears of viruses and entered the battle. But he reminded them that they should not be arrogant, as this is only the first step, and today the moderator will provide them with an environment in which they can fight all the viruses. The main goal now is to get rid of all viruses in this world, so he must do everything to restore the world that was lost long ago. As for the others who were unable to become operators, they should not be disappointed, as they will have a chance to join them, and for now, everyone would receive a small but pleasant reward. Aiden opened a portal to another dimension and gave them permission to return home and have fun as they wish. No one believes in victory over the viruses, but they are happy. The players can't help but rejoice because all the horror is behind them, and now they can return and drink to their victory over the viruses and relax and rest as they should. But even though Aiden has declared a holiday for the people, he is not in a festive mood, because there is one thing he must discuss with his operators here and now. The moderator asked the operators to stay behind because he had given them a set of tasks to complete, as all of this was classified information, not for the general public, and it was an important matter. Now Isaac and his 4 friends from the list of rank members were operators, so they stayed for secret talks with the moderator, following their duties. Everyone was present and the important summit could begin. As everyone was now in place, no one would be left out, and everyone would be properly informed. Aiden emphasized that everyone should already know this, but everything he was about to say was completely confidential, and he now thought that they should all know what they were getting into. The moderator would explain all the details to them a little later, and the operators agreed with Aiden's words, as everything would now depend on whether they would listen. It was time to move on to the main reason why they had been gathered here, and they had to listen to everything the revived former operator Dyke had to say about the whole situation. But Arya didn't let him get a word in, asking if Dyke remembered who she was. as she had a very important question for him. She would be happy if someone answered her question, and the frightened Dyke gave her permission to ask her whatever she wanted because it was their territory. Dyke understands that he needs to be careful because Mia trusts and supports Arya more than the moderator himself. And if he says anything stupid, he will definitely be killed on the spot. Arya asks Dyke to answer honestly whether her older brother Aster, who was a moderator before the fall of the former world, is alive, and she will accept any honest answer. No matter what method she used, she got no answer from him. And Arya wants to know what happened to him, and if Dyke and the other operators were with him the last time they saw him. The problem is that Dyke himself does not know where Aster is, but there is one thing he can be absolutely sure of, and now he will answer her completely honestly without embellishment. But Dyke knows for sure that Aster is alive, and that was the main thing Arya wanted to hear from him, as she had been looking for her brother for a very long time, and this was the most painful topic for her. Arya was afraid that Aster might have died and she would never know, but hearing that her brother was alive, she was able to calm her soul a little and live in peace. Duke began to tell her what had happened. That day was pure chaos when the viruses broke through, and even the legendary boss known as Trojan was there. 3 years ago on this day, a bomb called the Trojan Resurrection was dropped on the world, which broke this world and turned the life of every person into a living hell on this earth. After the viruses were revived and attacked the world, it was overrun by hordes of viruses that felt like gods here and, hungry, threw themselves at everyone they saw in front of them. The former team of operators, led by Procyon, tried to protect Aster and carry him away from the danger, exposing themselves to a barrage of virus attack. The viruses immediately began to scream that the moderator had arrived and that the moderator was definitely there, which meant that Procyon and her operators had been spotted and were trapped. Now that all of Aster's operators were surrounded on all sides, they had no way to escape, as the viruses had no intention of letting their only chance to get rid of them slip away. Now none of them can escape, and Zeno admits that the power of these worms is very annoying to everyone. If things continue like this, it will definitely be the end for them, but Procyon has no intention of giving up. Procyon declared that the virus should stop interfering, as nothing awaits them but complete destruction at the hands of the dragon. It may be that she will die here and fall here and now, but she has already sharpened her sword, which she intends to show the viruses that the day of judgment they have been waiting for has come. Procyon is determined to do everything in his power to stop the Churva virus attack and ensure that no one ever dares to lay a finger on moderator Aster. As a loyal dragon protector, Procyon tries to leave all the operators behind and give them a chance to escape with the wounded moderator, taking all the pressure upon himself. No matter how hard they try, viruses are still the dominant force in the new world, and a black funnel begins to form behind Zenon, like a portal for the virus. A rather unpleasant surprise awaited one of Churv's followers who had treacherously ended up behind Zenon, and it was none other than someone Procyon knew well from the past. No matter how quick Zenon was, he did not have time to react to what had happened, and now he almost fell victim to a treacherous attack from behind and was very frightened by what had happened. Terrible screams reached Procyon's ears from the operators, who had been left with the unconscious Aster, whom they were supposed to protect at all costs, but were now fighting for their own lives. The worst thing that could have happened. Everyone from Aster's team was captured and imprisoned in an energy sphere that was now supposed to completely control and restrain them. He was Beetlejuice, the cursed traitor who was also a dragon. But unlike Procyon, he had not succumbed to the infection and had a core in his chest like all those infected by the worm. Beetlejuice declared that Procyon's methods had failed again, but she was not going to give up, as she was doing everything to save Aster and would not let him go. However, Beetlejuice had her somewhere and is leaving, holding the moderator in an energy ball, taking him away as he is a very valuable hostage for the worm and other viruses. The main task assigned to Procyon and the operators had been failed, and the moderator Aster had been lost, seemingly forever, and all that was left was to retreat. Procyon has already begun to lose control of herself, and feeling that she has failed in her main task and lost the moderator, orders Beetlejuice not to interfere. The Dragon Defender used the full potential of her protective energy shield to repel numerous virus attacks and gain the opportunity to strike. She was one of those who never gave up easily, so Procyon had only one task left: to hold out and break through Beetlejuice's shield, throwing him back and saving Aster. But she didn't manage to do the main thing, and the moderator was snatched from under her nose, and Beetlejuice dissolved into the portal along with the captive, and all was lost. The operators and Procyon's forces fell, and now all that was left was to crawl back, so as not to die there and lose their last chance of salvation in this world. Neither Zenon nor Dyke could do anything, and watched in silent shock as their world and everything they knew fell right here, leaving nothing behind. Now it was clear to them that the old era had come to an end, and they had definitely lost the moderator, and so the worst nightmare had come true before their very eyes. Procyon was in despair because she had failed in what she had been entrusted with, and now would no longer have the right to call herself a moderator, as it was because of her and her incompetence that this tragedy had occurred. It was a tragedy that they all felt deeply, and now they all blamed themselves for failing to fulfill their primary duty to the moderator. Aster was lost for a long time. Betelgeuse returned to base and felt something strange on his body, as the enraged Procyon could not let him go without a parting gift for such sacrilege. Damn it! He was so experienced and strong, yet he received such a shameful blow to the back and was coughing up blood like a dog, even though he was moving so fast and couldn't have been hit. Damn, Procyon had cut his back, and now a shiny blue gash ran across his broad back, reminding him that no one is forgotten and nothing is forgotten. But even though he was wounded, everything was fine because they got what they came for. So the mission was accomplished, and they could move on to the next part of their plan. Aster was alive but in a coma, and they had to get moving before he woke up, because that could happen at any moment and ruin the plan. Everything that happened and was described by Dyke was all he knew about Sir Aster, but that was better than nothing because now they knew where to go next. Arya was annoyed because when Betelgeuse got involved, it became a very irritating problem, and now she didn't know whether to feel relieved or not because everything was so tense. Dyke continued his story and said that after that, all the survivors were forced to fight the worms and eventually couldn't handle the load and ran away. It was a battle that had long been lost, and they had lost the power of the moderator, so it was collectively decided to split up and find the moderator Aster in the backyards of the infected world. It was dangerous because they no longer had a fire mage and were moving on their own, but they thought everything would be fine because they had received Procyon's blessing as a temporary measure. But they couldn't delay as saving Sir Aster was of paramount importance to all of them, and I continued to listen to the long story of the former partner. Now Mia asked how they managed to end it all, and Dyke replied that he had found something interesting in his search around the world. And so in the end, he accidentally came across several players who looked quite strange and unusual compared to everything he had seen before. As soon as he saw them, the former cameraman realized that something was wrong with them, and that they were clearly connected to viruses and could even carry a pathogen. As an operator, Dyke was seriously alarmed by their abnormal strength, speed, and even combat skills, and it was clear as day that they were no longer players. But regardless of whether they were infected or not,